Killing the Crimson Beast, which was once just a challenge in the game, has now become a life-and-death reality. As long as I kill them, I can obtain the Scarlet Wheel and draw the unknown reward at the cost of my life. The moment of rebirth, I was surprised to find that I had gained an incredible ability. I could actually specify the reward of the turntable. This discovery reminded me of the distant past, Chen Ping, the young man who was once a big shot in the game, Scarlet Apocalypse. But now, I am no longer the person I used to be. I am Chen Ping in the end times, a Chen Ping abandoned by fate but also favored by fate. Today, I am no longer the illegitimate son of the Chen family who was at the mercy of others. The attendant beside him asked respectfully, "Master, we just captured a scarlet dragon. Do you want it fried or steamed?" I yawned lazily, as if all this was normal. "Let's have sashimi, don't forget the dragon liver, use it for making the nest." Yes, I, Chen Ping, was once that humble, trampled bastard, but now I am the master of this scarlet dimension. He is the initiator of the world destruction plan and the founder of the alliance of all races. But I remember the coldness of that night, and every bit of pain I felt when I was dragged towards the pit of corpses by two men in black. My blood drew scarlet lines on the bumpy road. At that time, I had almost no intact skin or flesh. His body was pierced with steel needles and was thrown mercilessly into a deep pit like a broken doll. However, fate did not let me sink. That night, I opened my eyes in the corpse pit, breathed the rotten air, and felt the shadow of death. I knew that at this moment, I was reborn. 5 years ago, 5 of the world's top game companies jointly developed a holographic game called Scarlet Apocalypse. Through gaming devices, players can be fully immersed in the game and fight against a monster called the Scarlet Beast. The Chen family, as a third-rate family in Beanhai, saw the huge potential of this game, and almost everyone in the family entered the game. Chen Ping is the illegitimate son of the head of the Chen family. It is impossible for him to inherit the family business. He has no interest in doing business and is addicted to games. He has won the competitive gaming team championship for 3 consecutive years and was always the best MVP. After entering Scarlet Apocalypse, relying on luck and talent in games, he directly led the Chen family to soar into the game. As a result, the Chen family jumped from a third-rate family to the top one in the country, which shows how popular and powerful this game is. On the 5th anniversary of Scarlet Apocalypse, the game was suddenly shut down and the real world changed rapidly. The real Scarlet Apocalypse is coming. The ferocious scarlet beasts are rapidly devouring the living space of humans, and when humans kill the scarlet beasts, they will drop an item called the Scarlet Turntable. By consuming your lifespan, you can use the Scarlet Wheel to draw prizes for weapons, equipment, talents, skills, and all kinds of strange items, some of which are worthless, while others can change your destiny. Chen Ping's gaming experience allows him to thrive in this doomsday environment. In the 3rd month after the apocalypse, Chen Ping's luck exploded again. He used 50 years of his life to draw a red quality talent, Advanced Potion Mastery. This talent can be used to make advanced life potions, which, after use, will directly increase lifespan by 50 years without any restrictions. In the early days of Scarlet Advent, possessing this kind of incredible talent will attract countless powerful people, and the Chen family will inevitably become a giant. At that time, all the members of the Chen family were present. Chen Ping was filled with joy, but when he was caught off guard, his father snatched away his talent scroll first. His half-brother Chen even tried to kill him directly, severely injuring him. Immediately afterwards, Chen ordered his men to torture Chen Ping in various ways and finally threw him into a mass grave. However, before this, Chen Ping obtained a talent that enhanced his physical fitness, so he would not die so easily unless he suffered a fatal injury. While being tortured by Chen Ping faked his death and deceived everyone. With his extraordinary willpower, he crawled out from the pile of dead bodies. In the Scarlet Apocalypse, ferocious beasts were everywhere. The seriously injured Chen Ping was helpless and on the verge of death. Later, Chen Ping was found by his fiancée Lin Ruoyun. The Lin family was originally a first-class family. After the rise of the Chen family, the Lin family and the Chen family formed an alliance. Lin Ruoyun's appearance could definitely be described as a beauty, and she and Chen Ping had treated each other with respect before. The Lin family extended Chen Ping's life for 5 years. During these 5 years, Chen Ping relied on his past experience to expand the power of the Lin family. He successively conquered 5 secret realms and obtained a large amount of resources. Until Chen Ping's luck exploded again and he obtained the golden talent, the cycle of destiny. In fact, the Lin family only used Chen Ping as a tool. They secretly made peace with the most brutal church in the end times. After squeezing out the last bit of value from Chen Ping, they handed Chen Ping over to that church to become a test subject. However, Lin Ruoyun had not yet found an opportunity to kill the enemy with one blow. Just when Chen Ping obtained a miraculous talent, Lin Ruoyun saw the flaw and without any hesitation, attacked and killed Chen Ping. This time Chen Ping was prepared. Before his life ended, he used the talent scroll he had drawn and gained the talent. Although he did not see the specific content of this talent, he seemed to see the word rebirth. However, he did not expect that he would be reborn at this point. If a person does not work for himself, he will be punished by heaven and earth. Especially in this last days, people have completely returned to their most primitive wildness, and survival is the first priority. Chen Ping was clear about this, both before and after his rebirth. But Chen Ping felt that they were his relatives and his biological father after all. Even a tiger would not eat its own cubs, but his father watched him being tortured to death. Even though that brother is not from the same mother, he has the blood of the Chen family flowing in his veins. Yet, he could be so cruel and heartless. The Chen family has the power it has today and can survive in the end times. Chen Ping deserves at least 90% of the credit. As for Lin Ruoyun, Chen Ping also showed his true feelings. After his father and brother tried to kill him, Chen Ping was desperate and it was the Lin family who reached out to help him. In addition to feelings, he also wanted to repay the favor of saving his life. Moreover, at that time, he really had nowhere to go, and Chen Ping gradually lost his ambition and only wanted to spend the rest of his life in peace in the Lin family. After 5 years of living together day and night, Chen Ping was even unwilling to destroy Lin Ruoyun's integrity, but the other party was all hypocritical and just acting according to the circumstances, and had no feelings for him at all. The Scarlet Apocalypse is a world of cannibalism. Emotions will only make people die faster. Chen Ping took a deep breath. Now that he had the chance to be reborn, he would naturally seize it firmly and not go back the same way. Everything that was lost and taken away, he would take back with his own hands. Chen Ping struggled to get up. Puff. He suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. It seemed that his broken ribs had pierced his lungs. Fortunately, the strengthened body is not fatal in the face of this injury. As day was about to dawn, Chen Ping climbed out of the pit again with his strengthened body. At the same time, an armored vehicle slowly stopped at the edge of the mass grave. How many years do you have left to live? 50 years. Then come back to the camp with me. I can give you a bite to eat before you die. At the side of the mass grave, Chen Ping, who was still seriously injured, was put on an armored vehicle. Ironwood Camp. Founded in the second month of the Scarlet Apocalypse, the combat team consists of 35 members, including a battalion commander, 2 deputy battalion commanders, and 5 10-man hunting teams. In order to prevent the plague, the camp would transport the bodies of the dead to a mass grave more than 10 kilometers away every day. Early in the morning, the second hunting team went to dump the bodies as per the usual practice and happened to see Chen Ping at the edge of the mass grave. In the lowest level 1 camp, Timer's overall strength is in the upper middle level. The hunting team can obtain a lot of scarlet turntables in every wasteland hunting operation. Right now, what the camp lacks is not the turntable, but the people who draw the turntable. The heavy armored vehicle slowly drove into the camp, and the team leader waved his hand. Chen Ping was taken directly to the open space in the center of the camp. Here, have a good meal before you die. A strongman threw 2 potatoes in front of Chen Ping. After he was brought to the camp, he was directly arranged to draw the turntable. After all, he looked seriously injured, and he had to draw the turntable before he died. According to the rules of the Ironwood Camp, anyone who draws the scarlet wheel will be given a full meal first. Potatoes covered in dirt are hard to swallow, but they are a luxury for many people. Chen Ping picked up the potatoes on the ground, gently brushed off the dirt on the surface, and started eating. Only the outer layer is cooked, the inside is still raw. I ate one in a hurry. Although I didn't regain much strength, at least my hunger was mostly gone. Next to him, there were 3 skinny men who also came to draw the scarlet turntable. The big man took out a stack of palm-sized discs, most of which were white, and a few were green. This color represents the quality of the scarlet turntable. In the early days of the scarlet apocalypse, most were the lowest-level turntables. Half a year later, the Scarlet Secret Realm will arrive, where you can get higher-quality turntables, but of course the risk factor is also greater. The lifespan of each turntable varies depending on its quality. With a lifespan of 10 years and 3 months, what color do you want to smoke? The big man used the bracelet on his wrist to scan the man who was about to draw the scarlet turntable. In the void, a blue screen appeared silently, displaying all the man's information. There are only 10 years and 3 months left. This is a matter of life and death. I choose the green wheel. The quality of the turntable from low to high is white, green, blue, purple, red, gold, and dark gold. All turntables of gold and above can only be produced in the secret realm. According to Chen Ping's understanding, there are turntables of higher quality than dark gold, but he has never come into contact with them. Wheel of Destiny was drawn from the gold quality turntable, and was also the highest quality Chen Ping had ever seen. As for Ironwood Camp, the highest quality is only the green turntable, which takes 10 years of life to open. Smoke it yourself. The thin man picked up a disc at random. I first cut my finger with a sharp knife, but not a drop of blood came out. He made up his mind and cut off his little finger, and dark red blood flowed out. He quickly pressed the severed finger to the center of the turntable. A faint white light appeared and the turntable began to turn. The man was shaking, and the originally dry and yellow skin on his face looked even uglier, and his hair turned completely gray. After a few seconds, the turntable finally stopped, and the bright red pointer also stopped steadily in a white area. Then, an object similar to a canvas bag appeared out of thin air. Conspicuous bag. Type, item. Effect, it can be loaded, but only a little. Quality, low-grade white. Despair filled the man's mind, and he stared at the conspicuous bag, with despair in his eyes. This dramatic scene was filled with such infinite sadness that even Chen Ping, who was far away, could not help but shake his head. Puff. The man gripped the knife tightly and stabbed it into his abdomen. The big man was used to this, so he waved his hand and had the man dragged away. Looking at the men being dragged away, Duan Zixuan beside Chen Ping trembled a little. Hello, brother, my name is Duan Zixuan. Brother, how many years do you have left to live? In order to ease the tension, Duan Zixuan asked Chen Ping a question. More than a year. Chen Ping picked up the last potato and started to eat it. You look very young, how come you only have 1 year left? Duan Zixuan continued to ask. Chen Ping did not answer. Having consumed 50 years of drawing on the turntable, Chen Ping now only has a little over a year left to live. However, when he saw the hunting team at the Ironwood camp, he simply lied and said he had a lifespan of 50 years. In this way, they will most likely bring themselves back to this camp to draw the turntable. Chen Ping's body had not yet recovered. It was extremely difficult to search for food in the Scarlet Wilderness and it was easy for him to starve to death. If he was not taken back to the camp by this team, he would be taken away by the Lin family in no time. With Chen Ping's current strength, his fate in the Lin family would be almost the same as in his previous life. As for arriving at this camp, as long as he is given 3 to 5 days of recuperation, with his physical condition, he will be able to recover almost completely. It should not be difficult for him to leave by then. Brother, how come you are so injured? Brother, where are you from? Brother, what's your name? Duan Zixuan on the side was still chattering, but Chen Ping was too lazy to pay attention to him. You. Stop dawdling. Come and draw the turntable. The big man pointed at Chen Ping. Chen Ping stood up staggeringly and walked to the center of the square. You have 1 year and 13 days left to live. The captain of Team 2 just said that you still have more than 50 years to live. The big man glanced at Chen Ping with his bracelet, his face full of confusion. Maybe he heard me wrong. I want to draw the white quality turntable. Chen Ping said perfunctorily. Having lived 2 lives and brushed shoulders with death countless times, Chen Ping's expression remained calm when it came to the roulette wheel drawing. Choose one for yourself. The big man did not ask any further questions. The moment he took the turntable, A cold electronic synthesized voice rang in Chen Ping's ears. Please specify the reward item. 1. A sharp fruit knife. 2. Mini playing cards. 3. Automatic shaver. 4. Cute Barbie doll. 5. Primary life potion. 5 years. 6. Primary vehicle talent. 7. Unhatched Zerg eggs. Can be domesticated. Specified reward. Could it be the talent of reincarnation of fate? Chen Ping's heart was suddenly filled with turbulent waves. He chose this turntable because it contained primary life potion, but if he drew the turntable in the camp, it would most likely be taken away by the camp. However, since he could specify the descent, Chen Ping stopped his gaze on the 7th option. According to Chen Ping's memory, the Zerg are the weakest race in the Scarlet Apocalypse. A weak person can easily crush an alien insect. The alien insects have extremely terrifying reproductive abilities and have countless possibilities for advancement. Springtails, stinging insects, and even lurkers and destroyers. Given Chen Ping's status, even if he obtained the life potion, the camp would never let him use it. But the alien insects are different. These insects can be found everywhere in the Scarlet Apocalypse, but they cannot be tamed. At the moment, only Chen Ping, a man who was reborn, knows best how invincible the tamed Zerg were in the early days of the apocalypse. 3 years into the Scarlet Apocalypse, someone drew a tameable alien insect, which swept through dozens of low-level secret realms, and its lifespan even reached 10,000 years. Of course, the upper limit of this kind of alien insect is extremely low, and it can only play a role in the early stage of the Scarlet Apocalypse, when there are only first and second level Scarlet beasts. But this is completely enough for Chen Ping now. 7. Unhatched Zerg eggs. Chen Ping's mind moved, then he bit his finger and placed it in the center of the turntable. The turntable in front of Chen Ping gradually stopped rotating, and the red pointer fell on the unhatched alien insect eggs. Not far away, the big man was watching coldly with no expression on his face. In his eyes, an insect egg is not even 1% as valuable as that conspicuous bag. At least, the conspicuous bag can still be used to hold insect eggs. What can these insect eggs do? He only had 13 days left to live, and he had only drawn 1 insect egg. Faced with this situation, most people will collapse and finally choose to commit suicide. It was the first time that the big man had seen someone like Chen Ping facing things calmly, and he couldn't help but look at him twice. This alien insect egg. Chen Ping looked at the big man. Everyone in the camp, except the members of the hunting team, must hand in any item they draw, as long as it is not bound. Throw it away, the big man said slowly. It was a white insect egg the size of eye booger, and it was the most common alien insect egg. The big man didn't even have the interest to look at it. I want to rest here for a while. As Chen Ping spoke, he placed the tiny insect egg into his underwear. The big man didn't reply, which was considered as his tacit consent. Chen Ping walked slowly to the side, sat down on the ground, and began to close his eyes to rest. When the end of the world came, he still had 71 years to live. He drew the turntable twice, once to strengthen his physique and once to obtain a weapon, but that weapon had been taken away by Chen. Finally, after spending 50 years, he opened the red wheel and gained mastery of advanced potions, which also led to his own death. And now, the only remaining year of life has been used for the lottery, leaving only 13 days. If Chen Ping cannot find the life potion to prolong his life within 13 days, this rebirth will come to an end. The only person nearby who could make life-saving potions was Chen Ping's half-brother Chen, and the other party wished that Chen Ping would be doomed to eternity. If he knew he was still alive, he would definitely kill Chen Ping. The 5 years since the release of the game, Scarlet Apocalypse, were the 5 most infuriating years for Chen. During this period, with every passing day, Chen's hatred for Chen Ping grew. Before this, Chen was the hope of the family and the future successor. But in 5 years, Chen Ping became the most dazzling pearl. Chen had already hated him to the core. If you can't get the life potion made by Chen, you can only rely on the lottery on the turntable. He no longer had enough life to draw the lottery, and in this small camp, the possibility of winning a life potion was extremely slim. Even if someone draws the life potion, it is impossible for them to use it. No. Why? The hysterical roar interrupted Chen Ping's thoughts. He opened his eyes and saw the man holding a bottle of medicine in his hand. His eyes were bloodshot. The rat's tail juice. Type: pharmacy. Effect: the juice extracted from the tail of the scarlet giant yam is sweet and slightly toxic. It can moisturize the intestines and promote bowel movements after taking it. Quality: low-grade white. There will be many white quality items in the green turntable, but items of such poor quality are relatively rare. This is pretty good, it looks like it will quench your thirst. Duan Zixuan stood behind the men and whispered. Bang. The man threw the rat tail juice in his hand to the ground and crashed into the stone pillar in front of him like crazy. His brain burst and he died. Seeing this, Duan Zixuan shuddered violently. He just said a few words, and the other person died in front of him, which made him nervous again. It seems that the fate of the person in front of you is a reflection of your own future. Duan Zixuan subconsciously set his gaze on Chen Ping not far away, and was amazed at Chen Ping's inner strength. He pulled out a bug, but still looked calm and composed. I want to draw the green wheel. Duan Zixuan said nervously. Chen Ping closed his eyes again and ignored him. However, just after 3 or 4 seconds, Duan Zixuan's excited voice reached Chen Ping's ears, causing him to open his eyes again. Green. I actually got a green weapon. A green weapon. I can get a potato every day. Brother. Look. I drew a green weapon. Duan Zixuan walked in front of Chen Ping and almost fell because he was weak. How many years do you have left to live? Chen Ping suddenly asked. Subtract 10 years, there are still 35 years. Duan Zixuan answered without any hesitation. Chen Ping frowned slightly when he heard this. In the Scarlet Apocalypse, people like Duan Zixuan either pretend to be unsuspecting, but are actually deep-minded and have other conspiracies. Either you won't survive a week or you'll be murdered. After all, bringing green-quality weapons to the camp can still bring a lot of substantial rewards. People who are not wary will only die faster because of these things. You drew a green-quality weapon. A loud voice rang out from far away. Chen Ping and Duan Zixuan looked up and saw it was the battalion commander of Taimu Camp, Zhang Tai. Battalion commander, I pulled out the intermediate compound bow. Duan Zixuan stood up excitedly and handed the black bow and arrow in his hand to battalion commander Zhang Tai. Well, that's good. Are you going to do logistics or be a scavenger hunt? Zhang Tai took the compound bow with one hand and patted Duan Zixuan on the shoulder with the other hand. I. Duan Zixuan hesitated for a while, and Zhang Tai laughed heartily. Don't worry, come to me when you have made up your mind. Captain, I want to join the hunting team. Chen Ping was still sitting on the ground and said lightly. I have 13 days left to live. Chen Ping replied. According to the rules of most camps, those who have lived less than 1 year and cannot meet the minimum requirements for the lottery must participate in a hunting operation. Those who choose to commit suicide directly do not want to participate in hunting. The so-called hunting operation is that the camp's combat team goes outside the camp to search. The danger involved is self-evident. The scavengers are the combatants, responsible for killing the scarlet beasts, while the ordinary people who follow the operation are responsible for transporting supplies. Most of them were food before the end of the world, or the corpses of scarlet beasts. If a battle breaks out, whether it is an attack or a retreat, no scavenger will care about the safety of these dying people. Therefore, the death rate of ordinary people in the hunting team is extremely high, sometimes reaching 100%. That is why people who are unable to participate in the lottery are needed to participate. Well, there will be a hunting operation in 2 days, but before that, you have to make sure that there is no problem with your health. Those who join the hunting team will be responsible for transportation. Zhang Tai said in a cold voice. Before participating in the hunting operation, the camp will give them enough food. As long as Chen Ping is full, he can recover quickly. Has your physique been strengthened? Zhang Tai was a little confused. Obviously, he did not realize that the person in front of him was the once powerful man, the eldest son of the Chen family, Chen Ping. Yes. Chen Ping did not hide it, otherwise he would not have been taken on this hunting mission. The Scarlet Wilderness holds endless opportunities and dangers. Chen Ping wanted to change the status quo. That was his only chance, so he naturally couldn't let it go. Good. Zhang Tai did not continue to ask. He really had no interest in knowing about the affairs of a dying person. Captain, I also want to join the combat team and become a wasteland hunter. Duan Zixuan on the side suddenly raised his hand and said. You. Zhang Tai raised his eyebrows. Report to the first team today and train for 2 days first. Yes. Duan Zixuan straightened up and answered solemnly. Zhang Tai left the square with a black compound bow, while Chen Ping, who was about to take part in the hunting operation, was taken to the residential area in the southeast corner of the camp by another big man. There are no houses or buildings, only some shabby tents. These are all ordinary people who have little time left to live and are about to participate in the next hunting operation. Like Chen Ping, they held on to the last glimmer of hope and wanted to gain something in the Scarlet Wilderness. Even if you can't extend your life, at least you can live a better life in the remaining time. This time, there were not many ordinary people following the hunting operation, so Chen Ping was able to enjoy a single room. Chen Ping staggered into the tent and waited for dozens of minutes before he could no longer wait to take off his shirt that was stuck to his body. Without caring about the scabbed wound being torn again, he looked at the indentation on his chest where the knife wound had occurred, and saw a tiny white insect egg. Late at night, the moonlight is slightly red, and it is quiet and silent. The gentle breeze cannot blow away the crimson mist. In a tent in the southeast corner of Ironwood Camp, on the outskirts of the sea, Chen Ping stared at the larva in his hand with great concentration. Without an advanced detector, it is impossible to read the properties of the Zerg larvae. But he had understood it before he was reborn. The tameable alien insect larvae have 2 skills, primary parasitism and primary devouring. Primary parasites can parasitize on a host, then absorb the host's life and grow rapidly. Primary devouring is to devour a target's skills or talents and let the target possess them, but the target's level must be lower than one's own. Taking advantage of the moonlight, Chen Ping walked out of his tent quietly. As soon as he walked out of the tent, he ran into an acquaintance. Wang Cheng, originally a small manager in Chen's company, recognized Chen Ping during dinner, even though Chen Ping was covered in wounds and his face was covered with scabs. But in the 5 years before the end of the world, Chen Ping was too popular, especially among the employees of the Chen family's enterprises. Almost everyone knew the eldest son of the Chen family. Hey! Isn't this the eldest young master of the Chen family? How did he end up here? Chen Ping and Wang Cheng had no grudges against each other, but Wang Cheng had no good feelings towards the Chen family. When he worked in the Chen family's company, he worked overtime every day and was exploited a lot. However, these have little to do with Chen Ping. He never asks about the Chen family's property, and most of his living expenses come from the prize money he gets from playing professional games. After the release of the game, Scarlet Apocalypse, it brought huge profits to the Chen family. The money Chen Ping took from the Chen family was indeed not much. Do you know me? Chen Ping frowned slightly. Young Master Chen, how could I not know him? Wang Qing sneered. In fact, he did not directly announce Chen Ping's identity. He just wanted to use it as a threat to get some benefits. A lean camel is bigger than a horse. After all, Chen Ping was once the eldest son of the Chen family. It is impossible that he has nothing on him. Chen Ping nodded, I understand. Where is your tent? Let's go in and talk. Seeing that Chen Ping had become so enlightened, Wang Qing happily took Chen Ping to his tent while no one was around. After a while, Chen Ping stood in Wang Cheng's tent and took out the larvae of the alien insects. Don't be picky. When we become stronger, we will definitely find the best rations for you. Chen Ping frowned slightly. He never expected that a bug that was not even as big as his little finger would actually show a hint of resistance. After all, it is the end of the world now, and Chen Ping is not surprised. When he saw the larvae crawling onto Wang Cheng's forehead, he returned to his tent to rest with peace of mind. Rest and food are essential if you want to recover as quickly as possible. The nights of the Scarlet Apocalypse seemed to be longer. Chen Ping slept very comfortably that night without any dreams. Perhaps because of the cycle of fate, Chen Ping's seemingly serious injuries have now recovered almost completely. Before his rebirth, he was thrown into a mass grave and recuperated in the Lin family for more than 2 months. Now, only the scabbed wounds still cause some pain, but his movements are not restricted. Ah. Someone's dead. Oh no. Someone's dead. Someone come. Chen Ping was awakened by the noisy noise. He stretched himself and then slowly opened his eyes. I'll go. A thumb-sized, jade-white insect was lying on Chen Ping's nose. This frightened Chen Ping so much that he sat up and almost shot the bug away. Chen Ping was not afraid of insects, but as soon as he woke up, he saw the insect between his eyes and overreacted. You scared me. Can you try another place next time? He and the bug were in tune with each other, but this time he didn't get any response. Chen Ping sighed, took the white worm off his nose, and placed it close to his chest. Then, he pretended to be panicked and walked out of his tent. At this time, the deputy battalion commander and the captain of the 3rd combat team in the camp had arrived and surrounded Wang Cheng's tent. The rest of the ordinary people stood in a row on the side, looking very nervous, and some even had a pool of unknown liquid under their feet. Those who have survived to this point in the Scarlet Apocalypse have more or less experienced life and death crises. It must be no small matter to scare them like this. Chen Ping became suspicious and looked towards where the deputy battalion commander was. I saw a dried corpse lying in front of the deputy battalion commander. All the blood and flesh on his body were sucked dry, leaving only a skeleton covered in dry skin. Based on his appearance, Chen Ping vaguely guessed the other party's identity. Is this little guy so powerful? Chen Ping knew how powerful the Zerg were, but the premise was absolute numbers. He didn't think that the capabilities of a single larva could be that powerful. However, the scene before him completely overturned his previous thoughts. This matter must be thoroughly investigated. Deputy Battalion Commander Sun Mu looked stern. For the time of camp, even if dozens of ordinary people like this died, it would not have any impact. The key point is that Wang Cheng's death was too bizarre. All the blood and flesh had been drained, and there were no obvious injuries on the skin. If it was man-made, then this person's ability might be stronger than that of the battalion commander. The worst situation is the Scarlet Beast. If it is the second case, the entire camp will be in extreme danger. I'll go gather people over now. The captain of Team 3 also understood the urgency of the situation. There are 5 combat teams in the Taima camp, Teams 1 and 2 are responsible for hunting, and the remaining teams are responsible for guarding the camp. Wait a minute, before we find out the truth, try to block the news to avoid causing panic in the camp. Understood. The captain of Team 3 nodded, then looked at the trembling people not far away, then they are forbidden to leave this area. They have to go to the Crimson Wilderness tomorrow. It is not certain that many of them will come back alive by then. And after we clear them out, we'll need to reselect them. There's not enough time. Sun Mu said in a low voice. Ordinary people who go to the Scarlet Wilderness need enough physical strength to carry goods. These people replenish their food 2 days in advance. As for others, they just want to ensure that they don't starve to death. It is difficult for them to walk, let alone carry goods. After arranging everything, Sun Mu left. The captain of Team 3 led his men to block off the area and began to check all ordinary people here. What happened last night? In a relatively clean and tidy tent, Zhao Chang, captain of the 3rd team, stared at Chen Ping with sharp eyes. After I was brought here, I went into the tent and slept until I was woken up at dawn. I have no idea what happened. Chen Ping answered calmly. It's already this time, and you're still lying. Do you think we don't know what happened in the camp last night? Zhao Chang said contemptuously. Captain Zhao, I only have 12 days left to live. What can I do? I just want to try my luck in the Crimson Wilderness. Besides, I'm just an ordinary person at the bottom of society. Even if I want to do something, I don't have the ability to do it. In the tent, as Chen Ping's voice fell, it became extremely quiet. You go out first. After a while, Zhao Chang couldn't see any flaws in Chen Ping, so he waved his hand. He used this method to defraud more than a dozen people, but still had no clues. After dealing with Zhao Chang, Chen Ping stayed in his tent for the entire day without leaving. What he was most worried about now was the larva in his arms. Since morning, he had been unable to get in touch with the larva. In the afternoon, he found that the larvae on his chest had already formed a cocoon. He knew nothing about the situation and could only hope that the larvae would wake up before entering the Crimson Wilds. For safety reasons, he also had to replan. Night fell again. This was the second night after Chen Ping's rebirth. The surroundings were extremely quiet, and Chen Ping left his tent quietly. Big brother, why are you here?" Duan Zixuan's face was filled with astonishment. He had just joined the combat team and did not have any points, so his benefits were naturally not high. The resting place was very close to the tent area. However, that area has been completely blocked off and is patrolled by 3 teams in shifts. Those were the elite troops of Taima camp, yet Chen Ping managed to slip out right under their noses and even found Duan Zixuan's residence. "Did you get a topographical map of this area?" Chen Ping asked straight to the point. "Yes, I sent it in the afternoon." Before Chen Ping could continue speaking, Duan Zixuan raised his left hand consciously, and then touched the bracelet on his left hand with his right index finger. Out of thin air, a blue light curtain appeared, with a clear flat topographic map on it. Duan Zixuan touched the bracelet again, and the topographic map turned into a 3-dimensional image. If you zoom in on a part, you can see the densely packed annotations on the side. This should be the top secret of the camp. Chen Ping didn't expect that the other party would be so happy to show him the map. "Ah. Really? The captain didn't say it was top secret." Duan Zixuan looked confused. Chen Ping originally wanted to threaten Duan Zixuan, but unexpectedly, the other party actually took out the map directly. He couldn't tell whether this boy was really stupid or just pretending to be stupid. "Brother, will I be killed if I leak top-secret information?" Duan Zixuan was extremely nervous. This made Chen Ping, who originally wanted to deal with him directly, hesitate. After all, Wang Qingcai had just been killed, and his identity was still at the bottom. Now Duan Zixuan in front of him was a member of the hunting team. If he died, it would not be so easy to calm down. Moreover, even if the other party sold him out, there would be no handle. After all, he was the one who gave him the map. Even if his identity was discovered, Chen Ping's injuries had mostly recovered. If he wanted to leave, there shouldn't be many people who could stop him. In order not to attract attention, Chen Ping temporarily let go of this guy who didn't look too smart. Duan Zixuan is also on the hunting list this time. Maybe he can come in handy when the time comes. After all, Chen Ping's lifespan is not enough to draw the scarlet wheel. He needs someone with enough lifespan to draw for him. I just don't know if I can specify the wheel reward for others. Forget I was here tonight. Okay, I remember it. Duan Zixuan cooperated very well. Chen Ping took a look and turned and left. He didn't expect that the information on the map could be obtained so easily. He even felt it was a little strange. Perhaps he was too suspicious. However, after being backstabbed twice, Chen Ping will no longer trust anyone. Perhaps during this hunting mission, he will leave the camp. After adequate rest, food replenishment, and a strengthened physique, his abilities are now almost as good as those of an ordinary person. After knowing the rotation schedule of the patrol team, Chen Ping quietly returned to the tent area. In fact, these patrols are mainly on guard against the possible appearance of scarlet ferocious beasts. They didn't think that these low-class people who were about to die had the ability to drain people's blood, so they didn't notice Chen Ping. In the tent, with the help of moonlight shining through holes of various sizes, Chen Ping used his fingers to draw the outline of a map on the sand on the ground and began to review the situation. Now, the power of the Chen family is concentrated in Binhai City, about 300 kilometers away from here. There are many gathering areas of scarlet beasts in the area, which almost blocks all news. Therefore, Chen Ping is safe here for the time being and does not have to worry about Chen En's revenge. Secondly, he was also weighing the pros and cons, taking this opportunity to leave the camp and look for opportunities, or continue to develop here for a while. If you become a lone wolf, you will face endless risks before you find a stable base. At present, his greatest reliance is his 5 years of memory of the Scarlet Apocalypse, which allows him to avoid some dangerous areas, and the alien insect larvae in his arms. It's just that the larvae suddenly go dormant, and it takes time for it to develop. More importantly, my lifespan is running out. Even if I get the Scarlet Wheel, I won't be able to activate it. After weighing the pros and cons, Chen Ping decided to stay in the team first, and then look for opportunities to take down the nearest Scarlet Beast strongholds based on his memory, so that he would have the capital to survive here. He casually swept the sand on the ground, and the map disappeared, and Chen Ping lay next to it. In the early morning, the sky in the east was turning pale. "Get ready to go, you damned bottom-level borers." A burly man kicked Chen Ping's tent rudely. The tent, which was already in tatters, collapsed directly after being kicked. Chen Ping dodged reflexively and was not hit by the collapsed tent. "Wow. You're pretty agile." Li Shan, a member of Team 1, looked at Chen Ping, who flashed out of the tent with some surprise. At this time, the hunting team has assembled, including Duan Zixuan, who has just joined the team, a total of 10 people. There are 15 people at the lower level who are responsible for carrying the things. "Everyone get in the car, we have to get back to camp before the sun sets." The captain of a team was a burly man with a beard. He was called Ma Zi. As his name suggested, his face was covered with pockmarks. He was holding a black compound bow and looked majestic. As he finished speaking, 15 low-level people were taken to an armored vehicle. This is an armored vehicle that has been modified several times. It has a strong shield to break through roadblocks and 2 machine guns to clean up ordinary beasts. This weapon cannot cause any harm to the Scarlet Beast. However, after the Scarlet Apocalypse came, the indigenous creatures mutated and became much stronger, and could be barely injured by machine guns. The gate of Taimu camp slowly opened. Captain Motzi and Deputy Captain rode a heavy motorcycle each and took the lead, followed by 2 ground exploration vehicles. Behind them was the armored vehicle driven by Li Shan and Duan Zixuan, and a cargo truck. No response yet. In the armored vehicle, Chen Ping kept trying to get in touch with the larvae, but each time ended in failure. 3 kilometers away from the camp, the crimson fog became much thicker and the road began to become bumpy. Before the end of the world, the wide and flat roads had already changed beyond recognition. "Captain, at 9 o'clock, 10 kilometers away, there is a level 1 Scarlet Beast active." Deputy Captain Song Qing shouted at his bracelet. Yesterday, someone in the camp drew the green perception talent, and the battalion commander gave it to Song Cheng, the deputy captain of the first hunting team. With this auxiliary talent, the efficiency of the hunting team can be increased several times, and risks can be avoided in time. "Isn't your perception talent able to detect the Scarlet Beast within 30 kilometers? Ma Zi asked. "I don't know either. Maybe it's because I've just started learning and I'm not very good at it yet." Song Ching replied. "Let's go, let's have some appetizers first." Following the order from Captain Motzi, the hunting team immediately changed direction. Whoosh! A shrill sound came out of nowhere. The first-level Scarlet Beast that was sleeping soundly fell into eternal sleep. "Is this compound bow so powerful?" Ma Zi was a little bit unbelievable. "Hey, a good bow goes with a hero, the captain is really like a tiger with wings." Deputy Captain Song Ching stopped the heavy motorcycle. "Stop talking nonsense. Take your men to search for the corpse. I'll give you a warning." Ma Zi held the compound bow vigilantly and looked around. "There are no Scarlet Beasts around, don't worry." As soon as Song Ching finished speaking, the convoy behind caught up and slowly stopped. "It's a level 1 wind wolf. You can eat it. Take the body away." Song Ching put away the white turntable under the wind wolf's body and waved to Li Shan behind him. Li Shan immediately opened the back door of the armored vehicle. "Damn you bastards, get to work." Li Shan shouted loudly, which instantly sobered up the people in the car. They quickly got out of the car and went to carry the body of the wind wolf. No. Song Ching suddenly frowned. "What's going on?" Ma Zi looked stern. "I suddenly sensed a Scarlet Beast, and it was at that location." Song Ching looked at the wind wolf's corpse. Li Shan, the bravest member of the team, stepped forward and carefully checked it. There should be no risk of it being resurrected. "It's a level 2 Scarlet Beast." Song Cheng's expression suddenly changed, and he continued to stare at Fenglong's body. Although there is only a one-level difference, the strength of the second-level Scarlet Beast is increased exponentially. Ma Zi can kill a level 1 Wind Wolf in seconds with a primary compound bow. But a level 2 beast could easily crush Ma Zi. Unless another team arrives, they dare not face the second-level Scarlet Beast head-on, otherwise there will inevitably be casualties. Abandon the Wind Wolf's corpse and retreat immediately. Ma Zi got on the motorcycle without any hesitation. This hunting team was well trained. As soon as Ma Zi's voice fell, almost all of them got into their respective cars at the first opportunity. Except for Duan Zixuan, who was slow to react. When he turned around and wanted to run, he could only see the billowing dust raised by the convoy as it left. Fortunately, he was not alone, as all the lower-class people had been abandoned. "Brother, what should we do now?" This was the first time Duan Zixuan encountered such a situation, and he looked at the calm Chen Ping with trepidation. However, Chen Ping ignored Duan Zixuan. "Little guy, you finally woke up." The larva that Chen Ping had been thinking about re-established contact with him at this moment. The white jade-colored larvae are already 2 times larger than an average person's thumb and look plump. If fried in oil, they should be delicious. Sensing Chen Ping's thoughts, the larva showed a hint of resistance, but it was soon attracted by the corpse of the Wind Wolf beside it. After a short period of hibernation, the larvae feel very hungry. But Chen Ping did not put it on the Wind Wolf's body. "Brother, Deputy Captain Song said there is a level 2 ferocious beast. You should run away quickly." Duan Zixuan reminded again. Song Cheng sensing talent can only sense the active scarlet beasts, but cannot sense the relatively still scarlet beasts. "What about you?" Chen Ping suddenly asked. I'm numb." Duan Zixuan's legs seemed to be filled with lead and he couldn't lift them up no matter what. Chen Ping was unusually calm, but the people around him were already frightened out of their wits. After all, that was a ferocious beast that even a powerful captain like Ma Zi tried to avoid. They, a group of low-level people with no abilities, could only wait for death. "Do you know how to use the flamethrower?" Chen Ping asked calmly. If the members of the hunting team do not have special weapons, they will wear standard weapons, a long-range sniper rifle and a powerful flamethrower. Of course, the damage these weapons cause to the Scarlet Beast is very limited. Even at close range, the sniper rifle may not be able to penetrate the fur of a level 1 Wind Wolf. "I just learned it yesterday." Duan Zixuan nodded nervously. "Aim at that position." Chen Ping took 2 steps back and then pointed directly at the Wind Wolf's abdomen. Only then did Duan Zixuan discover that there was a thumb-sized wound on the Wind Wolf's abdomen. Things have come to this point and Duan Zixuan has no choice. Call. The ultra-high temperature flames from the flamethrower continued to burn the Wind Wolf's wounds. Despite such a high temperature, the Wind Wolf's skin didn't even show a trace of burnt marks. Duan Zixuan didn't know what the point of doing this was. Big Brother is almost out of breath. After 2 minutes of continuous burning, the fuel stored in the flamethrower was almost burned out. "It will be healed soon." Chen Ping stared at Fenglong's wound. As soon as he finished speaking, the Wind Wolf's tightly closed mouth slowly opened. Duan Zixuan's eyes widened and his whole body trembled again. He felt that if he just opened his mouth, he would spit out his heart. Hiss! A scarlet worm the size of a fist crawled out of the Wind Wolf's mouth. "Spray it." Chen Ping immediately took command. Duan Zixuan did not hesitate at all and aimed the flamethrower at the extremely disgusting-looking scarlet worm. Sizzle. Black smoke rose from the scarlet worm's body, making the surrounding air extremely smelly. "Okay, it's dead," Chen Ping said calmly. Brother, what is this?" Duan Zixuan was scared. Meatworms are a type of scarlet worm. Once they enter the body of a scarlet beast, they can even jump 2 levels and kill it. However, the only drawback is that in high temperatures, they will quickly die of dehydration. Moreover, the upper limit of the fleshworm is level 2. It cannot continuously improve its strength like most scarlet beasts. As Chen Ping spoke, he leaned forward and took the turntable that had fallen from under the shriveled body of the fleshworm. "I'm lucky. Most scarlet bugs won't drop scarlet turntables. I didn't expect it to drop a green one." The only pity is that Chen Ping won't be able to draw the green wheel again with his remaining life. While obtaining the turntable, Chen Ping quietly placed his alien insect on the body of the wind wolf. Then, he looked at the turntable in his hand and found that there was no life potion he needed most on it. However, there is a talent for mastering basic potions, which is definitely a top talent among basic talents. Chen Ping turned his head and looked at Duan Zixuan, who was in a daze on the side. Duan Zixuan never dreamed that one day he would be able to kill a level 2 scarlet worm. No matter how weak its strength is, Captain Ma Zi can only run away. Of course, his ability to kill the second-level scarlet worm was entirely dependent on Chen Ping. Even if Duan Zixuan's brain was not very smart, he knew that Chen Ping was definitely not an ordinary low-level person. At this moment, Duan Zixuan felt Chen Ping's gaze and shuddered suddenly, feeling as if he was being stared at by a scarlet beast. The Scarlet Wilderness is full of dangers. Chen Ping squatted quietly beside the corpse of the wind wolf, his face calm and expressionless, showing no emotion. Not far away, Duan Zixuan was feeling extremely nervous. He had heard about the horror of the second-level scarlet worm in the camp, and never dreamed that one day he would be able to kill one. As for the mysterious man in front of him, he made him extremely frightened. In addition to fear, there was also a hint of admiration. After all, he killed the second-level scarlet worm under Chen Ping's command. Crack! When Duan Zixuan was in a daze, a crisp voice brought him back to reality. The originally huge wind wolf had turned into a dried corpse. The wolf's skin was tightly attached to the bones, without a trace of flesh and blood. This, brother. Duan Zixuan looked stern and subconsciously took 2 steps back. He had seen what the wind wolf looked like. This is what Wang Cheng's body looked like after his death in Taima camp. Come and take a chance on this turntable. While Chen Ping was speaking, he took the alien insect off the wind wolf's body. The body of the alien insect was surprisingly much thinner, and a black shell could be vaguely seen on its abdomen and back, but it had not yet hardened. No matter how thick-skinned Duan Zixuan was, he knew that Chen Ping was responsible for Wang Cheng's death in the camp. That seemingly harmless little bug can definitely kill me easily. In the Scarlet Apocalypse, there is no need for a reason to kill. Even among close relatives, it is common to draw swords against each other. Brother, no. No problem, I'll give it to you no matter what I draw. Duan Zixuan no longer had any choice. He stretched out his hand tremblingly, trying to take the scarlet turntable from Chen Ping's hand. Chen Ping first placed the alien insect in his hand on Duan Zixuan's shoulder. Don't worry, it has just eaten its fill and will not hurt you for the time being. Then, he handed the green turntable to Duan Zixuan. For Chen Ping, alien insects are the biggest trump card and the most important insurance. If Duan Zixuan had drawn out his talent for potion and he was willing to hand it over voluntarily, perhaps he could be saved temporarily. If he had other ideas, the alien insects would turn Duan Zixuan into a mummy in the first place. Duan Zixuan lowered his head, glanced at the turntable in his hand, a look of surprise appeared on his face. Among turntables of the same quality, this is definitely the best of the best. First, the prize pool is small, with only 50 item categories. Like the white turntable that Chen Ping drew not long ago, with 1,000 items on it. Even if you fail to draw the potion talent, the other items are pretty good, and there are only 3 white quality items. Surrounded by a green halo, the quality of the item is determined. This, my luck is too good, isn't it? I drew the green wheel twice, and both times I drew green quality items. This time I even got primary potion mastery. Duan Zixuan's face was full of disbelief, and Chen Ping was also somewhat incredulous. He was sure that he could only specify his own will reward. But I didn't expect that Duan Zixuan still had some luck. He had won green quality items twice in a row. His luck was almost the same as Chen Ping's before his rebirth. Big brother, here you go. Duan Zixuan's eyes couldn't help but fall on the alien insect on his shoulder. Thinking of Wang Cheng, and then looking at the wind wolf, he handed the talent scroll respectfully to Chen Ping without any hesitation. In addition to the admiration for Chen Ping in his heart, what is more important is the little bug on Duan Zixuan's shoulder. Even without this alien insect, Duan Zixuan knew that he could never be a match for Chen Ping. This primary potion talent is indeed very tempting and attracts most people. However, no matter how powerful your talent is, you still need a life to use it. Duan Zixuan's life is in the hands of Chen Ping, just like the managers of the camp, who have the power of life and death over ordinary people at the bottom. Chen Ping held the talent scroll in his hand, and with a thought, the scroll turned into starlight and sank into his body. "Brother, I will never tell anyone about what happened today." Duan Zixuan looked nervous, and even his breathing became extremely heavy. The dust that was flying again in the distance was obviously the hunting team coming back to investigate the situation. They don't have much time left, so they should get out of this misery as soon as possible. As soon as he finished speaking, the alien insect on Duan Zixuan's shoulder suddenly jumped up, and after just a few bounces, the 14 people on the lower level were turned into mummies. When Duan Zixuan saw this scene, his legs trembled like sieves and even his crotch was wet. "Brother, I won't say anything." Chen Ping turned his gaze back to Duan Zixuan. What he lacks most now is longevity, and Duan Zixuan still has a long life. Letting him draw the roulette wheel for him may be a good choice. As long as the alien insects are there, Chen Ping doesn't worry that Duan Zixuan will rebel. The most important thing is that this silly boy seems to have good luck. Moreover, he had no intention of staying in Taima camp for long, so it didn't matter whether Duan Zixuan rebelled or not. "What's going on?" Li Shan rode Deputy Captain Song Cheng's heavy motorcycle and stopped in front of Duan Zixuan. "After you left just now, the body of the wind wolf shrank quickly, and then a scarlet worm crawled out of the body and sucked the blood and flesh of 14 people in a row. I was very scared at first, but then I remembered that the flesh worms a friend mentioned were almost the same as the scarlet worms in front of me. They are most afraid of fire, so I decided to give it a try." The members of the hunting team only believed 30% of Duan Zixuan's explanation. After the convoy came back, they picked up Duan Zixuan and Chen Ping and continued to move in the predetermined direction. They had to search the designated area before evening, so they naturally didn't want to waste any more time. All problems will be checked after returning to the camp. Chen Ping was the only one in the pitch-dark carriage. "I have the talent for mastering potions, all that's left is to prepare the materials." Chen Ping frowned slightly. A good cook cannot cook without rice. Just having a recipe but no ingredients will not make delicious food. This primary potion mastery can make 5 primary potions. The production of each potion requires 3 raw materials. Some require plants, while others require the flesh or bones of scarlet beasts. At present, the only thing Chen Ping can make is the basic agility potion. This potion requires wind wolf bones, bluebells, and crimson mist water. The bones of the wind wolf are in the caravan. The incident of Wang Cheng's mummy happened not long ago in the camp, and his situation is very similar to that of the wind wolf. Ma Zi wants to take them back for investigation. Bluebell is a very common weed in the post-apocalyptic world. It is the main food of herbivorous scarlet beasts and has mild toxic side effects on humans. As for the crimson mist water, you can even use a cup and place it directly on the open ground to collect it. It is still easy to obtain the raw materials for primary potions. After about 2 hours, the hunting team arrived at the designated area. Before the end of the world, this place was a biological research institute with many experimental drugs and instruments. The technology and medical care at that time could only have minimal effect, but it was better than nothing and was equivalent to a placebo. After all, there was no pharmacist in the Ironwood camp. In addition, they also need to find some food on this trip. "We've arrived. According to the original plan, the 3 of you will search Area A, the 3 of you will search Area B, and Song Cheng, Li Shan, and I will search Area C." Captain Ma Zi got out of the car and began to assign tasks. "We are short on manpower, so try to take what is easy to carry. Also, if there are any important supplies, please keep a record so that we can collect them next time. Keep in touch at all times, report any special situations in a timely manner, and retreat immediately in critical situations." Deputy Captain Song Cheng reminded. Originally, each team would bring 5 porters to carry the goods, but now only Chen Ping is left, and no one took him with them, leaving Chen Ping alone in the car. The chaotic footsteps gradually faded away. Chen Ping waited for more than 10 minutes before he forcefully opened the back door of the armored vehicle and walked out. In the open space outside the Biological Research Institute, Chen Ping collected some mist water and began to make a primary agility potion. Successful on the first try. Chen Ping looked at the primary agility reagent in his hand and was a little surprised. The success rate of primary potion mastery is only 50%. As the number of times of making potions increases and the full level of proficiency is reached, the success rate can reach 70%. Make it 5 times and get 3 bottles of reagents. Chen Ping put away the potion and looked at the bluebells on the ground. This is the most common plant in the scarlet apocalypse. When the breeze blows, you can even hear a subtle ding-ding-ding sound. For people in the scarlet wilderness, the greatest role of bluebells is to point the way. In the morning, the leaves of the bluebells point to the east, and in the afternoon, they turn to the west. Before his rebirth, the Chen family had a lot of information about Binhai. All these were clearly imprinted in Chen Ping's mind. 5 kilometers to the southeast, there is a cave where a large number of blood spiders gather. They are the main material for making primary rage potions. Moreover, the blood spider's silk is extremely tough and cannot be cut by ordinary second-level scarlet beasts. This spider silk can be directly wrapped around the body and can provide a certain degree of defense. It can also be upgraded to become spider silk inner armor. It can easily withstand the attacks of a level 2 scarlet beast, and can also provide good defense against the attacks of a level 3 scarlet beast. In the first few months before the scarlet apocalypse, level 3 scarlet beasts were extremely rare. Only after obtaining the blood spider silk did Chen Ping have a certain ability to survive. Gurgle. Chen Ping drank a bottle of agility potion without hesitation and instantly felt as light as a swallow. The distance of 5 kilometers is not far. In order to avoid being discovered by the hunting team, Chen Ping must race against time. The effect of the primary agility potion lasts for 5 minutes. Chen Ping arrived at the blood spider cave before the effect wore off. There was a small hill, not very big, and a cave half a person's height. Gusts of cool wind blew out, making people feel chilly. With Chen Ping's current ability, he naturally didn't dare to enter rashly. He directly took out the alien insect from his arms. Xiao Hei, quick battle and quick decision. Xiao Hei is the name Chen Ping gave to his alien insect. Xiao Hei twisted his body, seeming not very satisfied with the name. But it still followed Chen Ping's instructions and entered the blood spider's nest. In the early days of the scarlet apocalypse, most scarlet beasts and scarlet worms were level 1. The exceptions like the flesh worms were extremely rare. Although Chen Ping did not have a high-level detector, based on his experience, Xiao Hei's current strength had definitely reached the level of a first-level scarlet worm, and he was even able to barely cope with a second-level scarlet beast. At the same time, the hunting team of the Biological Research Institute is in crisis. Hundreds of giant scarlet rats surrounded Ma Zi and others. These were the numbers that Ma Zi had seen, but he couldn't even imagine how many there were in this building. Everyone abandoned supplies and retreat immediately. The first-level Crimson Giant waste is very weak, and anyone in the hunting team can deal with it. However, under the pressure of numbers, the hunting team will soon be exhausted. Captain, if we can't get out later, you better kill me first. I don't want to be eaten to death by these things. Deputy Captain Song Cheng licked his cracked lips. Don't you have a weapon in your hand? Asked a team member nearby. I just can't bring myself to do this. Song Cheng smiled bitterly. Everyone retreated while resisting the enemy's horde. They could no longer remember how many rats they had killed, they just felt that these rats seemed endless. Damn. I killed so many rats, but only 3 white turntables popped up. After half an hour of fierce fighting, the members of the hunting team finally withdrew from the Biological Research Institute, and the scarlet giant maggots did not chase them out. After inventory, 2 people died and 1 was seriously injured. Obtained a small amount of food, medical supplies, and 3 white turntables. There was a horrible scratch on Ma Zi's face from the giant scratch, and blood was still oozing out. Damn it. What a huge loss. Ma Zi was annoyed. The hunting team is the elite in the camp, especially Team 1 and Team 2, who are the elite among the elites. This time we lost 2 people and gained very little. Ma Zi was really unwilling to accept this. Captain, it's still early, let's take a break and go again. Just now, Song Cheng and Mozi were only a few hundred meters away from the warehouse of the research institute. If they could not find out the information inside, this trip would be almost in vain and they would suffer heavy losses. Yes. This time we know the location of the warehouse, so we don't have to separate and go straight to the warehouse. As long as we stay in formation, those rats can't hurt us. Li Shan didn't want to give up this rare opportunity. Song Cheng, take 2 people to guard, while the others rest for 10 minutes, and then, enter again. After Mozi finished speaking, he walked directly to the armored vehicle. When Mozi suddenly opened the back door of the car. Inside, Chen Ping's eyes were slightly closed and he seemed to be asleep. You are so leisurely. Come out here. Chen Ping seemed to be startled, opened his eyes, and jumped out of the car. For you. Mozi threw a machete, and Chen Ping caught it subconsciously. Chen Ping looked at the machete in his hand with some confusion on his face. These ordinary people at the bottom of society have no fighting ability and follow the hunting team just to carry goods. Letting them deal with the scarlet beasts would mean killing them directly. The team has suffered heavy casualties, you take over first. The scarlet beasts inside are all level 1 rats. They are not difficult to deal with. If you can return alive, I can immediately improve your welfare benefits. After saying that, Mozi walked aside alone and began to treat the wound on his face. The wound was as long as a finger, and one could even see the white cheekbone. Mozi took out a bottle of liquor, took a sip himself, poured the rest on the wound, wrapped it with a piece of gauze, and the treatment was complete. As for whether there will be infection in the future or other problems, these are not things to consider now. 10 minutes passed in a flash. Mozi left Song Cheng and another team member behind as a support team, and took the remaining 4 people into the Biological Research Institute again. This time, they had a clear goal and went straight towards the warehouse. Squeak. As soon as I entered the Research Institute, I was surrounded by dense swarms of scarlet giant gnats. Defense. The 5 people formed a circle and began to move slowly. If there is a gap, the person next to you should fill it up quickly. Mozi was obviously talking about Chen Ping. In his eyes, Chen Ping was the weakest in the entire team, no doubt about it. Even Duan Zixuan, who had only joined the hunting team for 2 days, took the most basic strengthening potion before setting off, making him much stronger than ordinary people. For safety reasons, the team moved very slowly, and Mozi frowned slightly. Chen Ping's ability exceeded his imagination. 5 minutes, 10 minutes. Chen Ping, who was originally thought to fall down in 2 minutes, seemed to be in full swing. The blade of the machete in his hand had already been bent, but relying on the strength in his hands, he managed to kill the scarlet giant in front of him. As the number of rats increased, Mozi suppressed his doubts and focused on killing the rats. No matter what, having an additional powerful team member greatly improves the survivability of the hunting team, which is not a bad thing. These damn rats, sooner or later, I will kill them all without leaving a single one. Li Shan's eyes were already bloodshot. Others have become somewhat numb. Warehouse. After passing a long corridor, they finally saw the warehouse of the Institute of Biology. Everyone suddenly became excited. Keep in formation, don't rush. Mozi's words calmed the team members down instantly, and they continued to move towards the warehouse at a slow pace. When there was about 10 meters away, Mozi fired the compound bow in his hand continuously, cleared the rats blocking his way, rushed to the warehouse door, and kicked it hard. Bang. The door of the warehouse collapsed unexpectedly, and everyone could see the situation inside the warehouse clearly. Level 2, Level 2. Li Shan looked at the prompt on the bracelet, his face full of fear. Withdraw. Mozi no longer had the energy to blame Song Cheng for being unreliable, and immediately ordered a retreat. The most indispensable thing for survival in the apocalypse is reaction ability. Everyone started to retreat immediately, but there were too many rats around. In the warehouse of the Research Institute, a level 2 scarlet giant gull that was more than 2 meters tall, 4 or 5 meters long, and extremely fat, slowly opened its eyes at this moment. Under its body, there were piles of skeletons of various creatures, and the slightest movement made a cracking sound. Damn it. Damn rat. Li Shan swung his sword almost frantically, not even noticing that his left arm was torn off. The fingers of Ma Zi that pulled the compound bow were also covered in blood. The end of the world is coming, and the feeling of despair surrounds him all the time. But this time, Ma Zi didn't even feel despair. When he was really facing death, he suddenly felt relieved. Duan Zixuan, the weakest member of the hunting team, still wanted to struggle. His first reaction was to follow closely behind Chen Ping. Unfortunately, the second-level Scarlet Giant consumption directly locked onto Chen Ping. The fat, huge, and clumsy-looking giant rat has unimaginable agility. In a flash, he pounced in front of Chen Ping. Duan Zixuan didn't expect that Chen Ping would be so unlucky. Among the 5 people, Chen Ping was the first to suffer. It's over, this time it's really over. Duan Zixuan stood there in a daze. Not long ago, Chen Ping killed a level 2 scarlet worm, which was just a trick. The strange insect that Chen Ping brought with him obviously couldn't suck all the blood and flesh of the giant in an instant. Duan Zixuan's legs were shaking like sieves, and as for the others, they had already given up resisting. With their team's current strength and condition, they are simply unable to defeat a level 2 scarlet beast. Unless he adjusts his condition to the best, uses some drugs that temporarily increase attributes, or gets 1 or 2 more green quality weapons, he may still be able to fight. After all, the battle just now had already consumed a lot of their energy. As a former esports champion, Chen Ping's reaction ability is far beyond that of ordinary people. The moment the warehouse door fell, he drank a bottle of primary agility potion. When the giant rat started to move, Chen Ping predicted its attack and managed to dodge it. This scene made everyone feel incredible. How could an ordinary person without any special abilities dodge the attack of a level 2 scarlet beast? Next, they almost popped their eyes out. Zhu Hao was furious after his attack and attacked Chen Ping again. This time, Chen Ping obviously had more time to dodge, but he stood still, holding the long sword with the curled blade across his chest, as if he was ready to fight to the death. Crazy. Everyone thought that Chen Ping was the only one who could possibly escape, but he insisted on fighting. This was absolutely crazy. As for why Chen Ping was able to dodge Zhu Hao's attack, they had no time to think about it. The giant rat's claws grabbed Chen Ping's chest, while Chen Ping's big knife stabbed into the giant rat's open mouth. Puff. The long knife pierced into the giant's throat, and a stream of extremely smelly blood flowed out. Clang. The giant rat's claws scratched across Chen Ping's chest without leaving any scratches. Squeak. Chen Ping's attack was far from fatal to Zhu Hao. The completely enraged scarlet giant bird began to attack Chen Ping frantically. Chen Ping also tried his best to dodge. With the help of the primary agility potion, Chen Ping was able to handle it with ease. However, others were much more miserable. In addition to the siege of rats, Chen Ping's fight with the second-level giant rat also affected a team member. That person did not have Chen Ping's ability, and was hit by the giant rat. He died without even making a sound. In more than 4 minutes, the effect of the primary agility potion will disappear. Chen Ping was already sweating profusely from being chased. Xiaohei, can you hurry up? He was very anxious. The purpose of the head-on confrontation with the giant was to send the thumb-sized alien insect lying on the blade into the giant's body. At the moment, he had used up his only remaining primary agility potion. If he lost the benefit of speed, he would not be able to avoid the powerful attack. Chen Ping wrapped all the spider silk obtained from the blood spider cave around his body. It is true that it can withstand the attack of Zhu Hao, but Chen Ping is not sure how many times it can withstand it. Never mind. Chen Ping calculated the time it would take for the agility potion to expire, and planned to evacuate while he was still in good condition, and then return after a while. However, before Chen Ping left, the scarlet giant wasp slowed down. The plump body began to shrink. Half a minute later, the giant died, but did not become a mummy. Perhaps the alien insects disliked the flesh and blood of the giant raven, and when the giant raven died, the alien insects flew out of the giant raven's mouth as if they were escaping. At this time, the alien insect's body was already the size of a palm, with a pair of wings growing on its back. Except for its abdomen, its body was covered with a layer of black armor. The name is right. It will be completely black soon. Chen Ping looked at Xiao He, who flew to his shoulder and showed a satisfied smile. The color and shape of the alien insects will be different depending on their later growth direction. But the black blood-sucking alien insects are the most terrifying. Unlike fleshworms, blood-sucking worms can survive independently for a long time and their combat effectiveness will not weaken. However, fleshworms cannot leave their hosts for long periods of time and need to continuously suck blood. Their weaknesses are very obvious and they are easy to deal with. The upper limit of the blood-sucking insects is also higher, and can break through to level 3. This is enough to deal with the threats posed by most scarlet beasts in the early stages of the scarlet apocalypse. Of course, those powerful third-level scarlet beasts would be quite difficult to deal with even if the blood-sucking alien insects reached the third level. Chen Ping walked slowly to the body of the scarlet giant rat and took out a green turntable from under its body. In addition, there are 2 blood-red round coins. It actually exploded with scarlet coins. Chen Ping nodded with satisfaction. Scarlet coin is the universal currency in the scarlet apocalypse and can be used to trade any item. It contained a rich scarlet aura that could be used to upgrade various talent levels and equipment. In the later stage, you can even directly purchase other people's lifespans. However, the number of scarlet coins is too small now and they have not yet been fully circulated. Back then in the game, 1 scarlet coin could be exchanged for 10,000 yuan in real life. Relying on his own strength, Chen Ping earned hundreds of billions of assets for the Chen family. This allowed the Chen family to leap from a third-rate family in Binhai to a top family in the country in just 5 years. She was even noticed by the super family Lin family and married into their alliance. Chen Ping looked at the scarlet coin in his hand and felt a little emotional. His glory started with a scarlet coin. After taking a long breath, Chen Ping looked around. Besides him, there were 3 people left. Li Shan, who was nearly unconscious, Ma Zi, who was exhausted, and Duan Zixuan, who was stunned. There aren't many usable supplies in the warehouse. Let's retreat first, Chen Ping said in a deep voice. Well, our combat effectiveness is greatly reduced now. Staying here will only be more dangerous. Ma Zi nodded. Captain, don't leave me behind. Li Shan struggled for a while. A person who has lost an arm does not have any stronger talents. Under normal circumstances, Li Shan's fate would be to be completely abandoned so as to avoid becoming a burden. It's not just that people in the apocalypse have become cold-blooded, but it's also about avoiding greater losses. As the captain, Ma Zi couldn't remember how many seriously injured team members he had left behind. At first, he felt a lot of self-blame and reluctance, but now he has become indifferent, or has completely accepted the reality. Then, give me a quick death. Ma Zi's cold eyes let Li Shan know that there was no way he could leave alive. Without saying anything, Ma Zi just silently raised the compound bow in his hand. Wait a moment. Chen Ping suddenly stopped Ma Zi. Hearing this, the 3 of them were all confused and looked at Chen Ping. How many years do you have left to live? Chen Ping asked calmly. 15 years. Li Shan replied quickly. Bang. Chen Ping threw the turntable in front of Li Shan. It's really painful to be eaten to death by rats here. Chen Ping looked at Li Shan and spoke. Li Shan clenched his right fist, looked at the broken knife more than 10 meters away from him, and finally took a deep breath and picked up the green turntable. The most eye-catching rewards on this turntable are 2, the life potion that increases lifespan by 10 years, which is what Chen Ping needs most at the moment. Another thing is that the strength is increased by 5. For ordinary people, even just a slight improvement in this attribute is enough to transform them completely. The green turntable was floating in the air. Li Shan pressed his bloody finger to the center of the turntable. The turntable, originally the size of a coin, is about twice as large as an average human face. The red pointer spun rapidly, and Ma Zi and Duan Zixuan also held their breath and concentrated. This. Li Shan widened his eyes, as if he saw hope for life. But when he saw Chen Ping frowning slightly, Li Shan's excited heart fell to the bottom again. Institute of Biology, in front of the warehouse. The body of the second-level scarlet giant rat was a little shriveled. Perhaps its death frightened the rats. A vacuum zone appeared around its body. Li Shan looked at Chen Ping with hope on his face. He knew that even Captain Ma Zi would have to listen to Chen Ping's orders now. This is the end of the world, and the strong are respected. I don't know whether Li Shan's luck is good or bad. They said he was lucky as he didn't win any of the dozen top prizes. People say he has bad luck, but he happened to win the only bound reward. Strength attribute increased by 5. Even if he only has one arm left, with his strength plus 5 attribute, he is enough to be among the top 5 strongest people in the camp. Well, little brother, the camp is short of manpower now. Ma Zi wanted to fight for a chance for Li Shan, but before he could finish his words, Chen Ping walked out. In the end times, only the truly strong are qualified to act alone, while the weak can only huddle together for warmth, including people like Ma Zi. Originally, Li Shan had lost an arm and became a disabled person with no value at all. But now, the 5-point strength bonus is definitely a help to the camp. The stronger the camp is, the safer it will be for them. They have no right to be selfish now. That's why Ma Zi pleaded for Li Shan. Zishuan, give me a hand. Seeing Chen Ping leave silently, Ma Zi immediately called Duan Zishuan beside him to help lift Li Shan up. Li Shan, who had a strong desire to survive, tried his best to get up, and with the help of Ma Zi and Duan Zishuan, he kept up with Chen Ping's pace. Li Shan looked at Chen Ping's back, feeling mixed emotions. He could never have imagined that one day he would beg for mercy from such a lowly ant, let alone that this ant would actually display such terrifying strength. It was a level 2 scarlet beast, and even if the entire Ironwood camp was mobilized, they might not be able to kill it. But the men in front of him did it, and he fought alone. It was also because of the person in front of him who gave him a chance to draw a lottery that he was able to temporarily save his life. Otherwise, without any talent or attributes, he would be abandoned after losing an arm. At this time, not only Li Shan, but also the other 2 people who survived the disaster, looked at Chen Ping's back, and their hearts could not calm down for a long time. Outside, an armored vehicle, a cargo truck, and 2 terrain exploration vehicles. As for Song Cheng and another member of the hunting team, they had long disappeared. The primary perception talent seems very strong, and it can sense the position and level of scarlet beasts within a radius of 30 kilometers, just like a high-precision radar. But this talent has many limitations. If the scarlet beast is in a state of stillness or sleep, or if it is a scarlet beast above level 3, it cannot be sensed. When Motzi and others alarmed the second-level scarlet giant bird, Songqing suddenly sensed the level and location of the giant bird. Facing the second-level scarlet beast, Songqing did not hesitate at all. He got on the heavy motorcycle and sped away. The team members who were meeting Songqing outside rode the motorcycle of the former team leader Ma Zi and returned to Taima camp. We each drive a car, and we'll just leave the terrain exploration vehicle here for now. Ma Zi's expression did not change at all, he just said something indifferently to Chen Ping and Duan Zishuan. Before Ma Zi got on the bus, Chen Ping spoke up to remind him. You all know my strength to some extent. Ironwood Camp is just a temporary place for me to stay. I don't want to attract any attention. After Chen Ping finished speaking, he got on a terrain exploration vehicle first, while Ma Zi took Li Shan on the armored vehicle. Duan Zishuan drove the transport vehicle alone and followed at the end. The setting sun reflected on the broken walls, looking particularly desolate. The original prosperity has long disappeared. Occasionally a few level 1 scarlet beasts would chase by, some were playing, some were hunting. As Chen Ping got closer to Taima camp, his expression became increasingly gloomy. He originally wanted to hide his strength first, solve the problem of lifespan, and then decide whether to stay or leave when he had enough cards. Now that they can make potions, the alien insects have grown a lot. But with these, they cannot gain a foothold in the Crimson Wilderness. In comparison, Ironwood Camp is safer. However, with the strength he has demonstrated, he will definitely be taken seriously. If the news leaks out and the Chen family in the city gets wind of it, Chenin will definitely send people over, and then Chen Ping will be in dire straits again. At a certain moment, Chen Ping had the intention to kill. However, even after killing Motzi and others, Chen Ping still could not return to Taima camp. The entire hunting team was gone, but a lowly ant survived. No matter how much he talked, no one would believe him. After the end of the world, all communications were cut off. It was not until half a year later that the communication relay stations were gradually restored and the various camps were able to communicate with each other. Now we can only rely on manpower to convey messages. For the news to reach the Chen family from the Taima camp, it had to pass through 4 or 5 camps, and it would take at least 7 days to get the message across. It was no longer possible to stay in Taima camp for long, but in order to survive in the wilderness, Chen Ping had to go back to the camp to make some preparations. The only advantage of the camp is that it has more resources. In a month or two, Taima camp had searched for most of the supplies scattered around it, including the raw materials for making medicine that Chen Ping needed most. Crack! The gate of the camp slowly opened and 3 cars drove into the camp. The camp's battalion commander Zhang Tai and deputy battalion commander Sun Mu came to greet them in person. "Captain Zhang, we suffered heavy losses in this hunting operation, and I am to blame." Ma Zi got out of the car and apologized to Zhang Tai first. "Ma Zi, hunting in the wilderness is full of dangers. We have experienced these life-threatening situations many times. You don't have to blame yourself." Zhang Tai patted Ma Zi's shoulder. "You came back alive too." Zhang Tai's gaze fell on Chen Ping. Except for Chen Ping, all the ordinary people at the bottom of the society were lying dead in the wilderness, and even the hunting team suffered serious casualties. Only Chen Ping was unharmed. Anyone would take a second look at him. Lucky, I managed to save my life." Chen Ping's face showed the horror of surviving a calamity. "Luck is also part of strength. How much time do you have left?" Zhang Tai asked. 11 days. Chen Ping replied. "Camp Dawn has issued a mission. Each of the 5 camps in our southern suburbs will send 10 people. After completing the mission, you may be rewarded with life potions. I can give you a spot." Zhang Tai touched his chin. Although the Scarlet Apocalypse has only been here for 3 months, thanks to the experience gained from gaming, various organizational frameworks have become very mature. The Chen family, the most powerful force in Binhai, is located in the city center and has the best resources. There are 3 major camps in the surrounding area, which were not established by the Chen family, but as long as the Chen family gives orders, they will definitely obey the orders. These 3 camps have more people and stronger strength, and belong to the second-level camps. Further out, there are 2 camps in the eastern suburbs, 4 camps in the western suburbs, 5 camps in the southern suburbs, and 4 camps in the northern suburbs. Among them, Taima camp is located in the southern suburbs. These camps are the weakest and just meet the conditions to become camps. They are first-level camps. These 5 camps in the southern suburbs all belong to the Dawn camp, one of the 3 major camps. The mission issued by the Dawn camp this time was actually issued by the Chen family. The reward of life potion naturally came from Chen An's hands. The Taima camp was originally short of manpower, and this time the team suffered heavy losses in the hunting operation. Teams 3, 4, and 5 are the most important forces to guard the camp and must not be easily mobilized. Otherwise, Zhang Tai would not have allowed Chen Ping to participate. More importantly, Zhang Tai was also unclear about Chen Ping's identity. He was not originally from Binhai. Before the end of the world, he brought people from his company here to study and investigate. The end of the world came as soon as the plane landed. As for the Binhai Chen family, he had indeed heard of it, but did not know much about it. Chen Ping had only been brought back to the camp for 4 or 5 days, and had not come into contact with many people. "Thank you for your care, Captain. I will do my best." Chen Ping agreed first, but he had not yet seriously considered whether to participate in this mission. "Okay, from today on, you will officially become a member of the combat team, and your benefits will be the same as theirs. This is a strengthening potion. Also, if you have any requests, you can also make them. The camp will do its best to meet them." Zhang Tai said boldly. This kind of strengthening potion he has is the lowest level street stall product. There are 100 or 200 of them in each camp. As for improving the attributes, it can only be said to be better than nothing. This strengthening potion increases strength by about 0.5, and the effect is only seen the first time. "Okay, everyone go and rest first, and we'll talk about other things tomorrow morning. Mash, come with me." Zhang Tai finished speaking and turned to leave. Chen Ping was arranged to stay in the room next to Duan Zixuan, and had 3 potatoes for dinner. Darkness enveloped the planet wrapped in crimson mist, and inside the Ironwood camp, there was silence. Chen Ping was alone in the room, using the materials collected in the blood spider cave to start making a primary rage potion. The abandoned young master of the Chen family must have been reincarnated now. Why are you mentioning that piece of shit? Do you want to go and keep him company? I just feel that this idiot is a bit pitiful. After taking the Chen family off, he was directly abandoned. He deserves it. This is the end of the world. Strength is everything. Who would talk to you about family affection? Besides, he's a bastard. The most ridiculous thing is that he dares to have thoughts about the eldest daughter of the Lin family. He is really a toad wanting to eat swan meat. Before I came here, I heard that Miss Lin Ruoyun of the Lin family had obtained the talent of Blessing of Courage. That is one of the strongest auxiliary talents. Her future is limitless. That is, a person like Lin Ruoyun is even the hope of mankind. What kind of person is Chen Ping? In the basement of Ironwood Camp, several people were talking unscrupulously. After all, Chen Ping was also a child of destiny. It was natural that such a person fell from the altar and became an ant like them, which was the best topic of conversation. Crack! The iron door of the basement was pushed open, and a burly man with pockmarks on his face walked in slowly. Captain, Captain. Captain, how come you personally? When they saw Ma Zi walking into the basement, they all knelt down and moved forward. In time of camp, apart from the battalion commander and the deputy battalion commander, the captain of the combat team has the highest prestige, because his strength is second only to the battalion commander and the deputy battalion commander in the camp. Plop. The person who came forward felt a chill on his neck, his eyes went dark, and he completely lost consciousness and fell to the ground before he could react. Soon, the entire basement became extremely quiet. He originally went to select a few people with good physical fitness to add to the first team, but he heard them discussing a familiar name. Only then did Ma Zi vaguely understand why Chen Ping looked familiar. Ma Zi was aware of the seriousness of the matter. If Chen Ping's identity was exposed, he would inevitably be implicated. At least he could not let the word Chen Ping appear in the camp now. Shortly after leaving the basement, Ma Zi came to Chen Ping's door. This is the equipment and clothing for the combat team. Ma Zi looked cautious. I need these things, please prepare them for me as soon as possible. Chen Ping handed Ma Zi the detailed list of materials he had written in advance. Ma Zi took a look and found that they were basically common supplies that could be found in the camp. I'll bring these things to you tomorrow morning. Yeah. Chen Ping nodded calmly. Little brother, actually exposing your identity will not do us any good. Even if there is any reward from above, it will never be our turn. The captain of the hunting team looks impressive and powerful, but he is actually just cannon fodder. Normally, Ma Zi looks very rough and careless, but he is extremely meticulous inside. Ma Zi knows clearly that Chen Ping has the intention to kill not only those people at the bottom of society, but also those who know his identity and strength. When he saw the strength displayed by Chen Ping, he realized that he was unable to resist at all. Even the people in the entire camp were no match for Chen Ping. Chen Ping looked at Ma Zi quietly without saying anything. To him, only the dead can truly keep a secret. And Ma Zi is still alive, but he still has value. The mission in 2 days is to encircle and destroy the lair of a scarlet beast. The battalion commander said it is a level 3 beast, and the Chen family wants to use it to make life potions. Seeing that Chen Ping was silent, Ma Zi told him all the information he knew. Go and bring me what I need first. I don't plan to stay here any longer. Your life or death is of no concern to me. Ma Zi finally breathed a sigh of relief after hearing Chen Ping's words. I'll prepare it for you right away. Ma Zi left and Chen Ping looked at the items Ma Zi brought. The clothes were not clean, but of course they were much better than what Chen Ping was wearing. After a careful inspection, Chen Ping found no problems and changed into new clothes. After taking off the tattered coat, Chen Ping wrapped his upper body, including his arms, with the blood spider silk. In the end times, some people would use this spider silk to make silk armor that is invulnerable to swords and guns, but Chen Ping does not have the skill, so he can only wrap it around his body for simple defense. It is naturally uncomfortable to have spider silk wrapped around your body, but for the sake of safety, you can't care too much. After putting on his clothes, Chen Ping looked at the remaining items, 2 standard weapons, a white bracelet, and a combat manual. After seeing the manual, Chen Ping shook his head. Before the end of the world, Chen Ping wrote dozens of game guides. This so-called battle manual is actually a summary of Chen Ping's strategies. The only difference is that the signature now has been changed to Chenin. And he became the only true god for the survivors in the coastal area. As for Chen Ping, he will soon be forgotten, and even if someone remembers him, he will only become an object of ridicule. Chen Ping picked up the bracelet and put it on his left hand. In the game, Scarlet Apocalypse, players can view attributes directly. In reality, you need to use the Scarlet bracelet to check. This lowest level bracelet can only display basic information and can be drawn directly from the white turntable. There are dozens of white bracelets in the Ironwood camp. Chen Ping. Rank, Bronze. Star rating, 2 stars. Talents, Primary Potion Mastery, Green, Physical Enhancement, Green. Strength, 5. Stamina, 6. Agility, 5. Defense, 7. Special attributes, none. Special resistance, none. Space items, none. Bound item, Tamed Zerg, common. Competency assessment, 23. Remaining life, 11 days. Chen Ping's data is very concise, but extremely powerful. Even the captain of a team, Ma Zi, has an ability of only around 30. The main reason was that Chen Ping used 10 years of his life to draw a green talent that strengthened his physique in the second month after the apocalypse. It was also because of this talent that he was not completely killed by Chen En's men. Everyone's initial rank is 0-star bronze. They can increase their star rating by continuously killing scarlet beasts or drawing lots from the wheel. Every time they increase their star rating by 10, they can advance 1 rank. Every time you advance in rank, your strength will make a qualitative leap. Rank and star level will not only increase but also decrease. When the ability drops to a certain level, the star rating will be reduced, or even the rank will be lowered. In the 3rd month of the apocalypse, that is, 5 or 6 days ago, Chen Ping was still silver 8 stars. After being ambushed, the player will be in a near-death state, and his rank and star rating will be reset to 0. And today he killed a level 2 scarlet giant, allowing him to be directly upgraded to 2 stars. I only have 11 days left to live. Chen Ping frowned slightly, as he didn't have much time left. In addition to drawing the turntable and the life potion made by Chenin, Chen Ping has another way to prolong his life. That means promotion. Upgrading from bronze to silver directly increases your lifespan by 10 years. However, one has to kill 9,000 level 1 scarlet beasts to upgrade 1 star, and for the 2nd star upgrade, the number of kills required is doubled. If you want to level up, the fastest way is to kill the scarlet beast of a higher level. The mission of the Dawn camp this time is to besiege the 3rd level scarlet beast. Almost all of the people who participated in the mission were cannon fodder, sent to die. Chen Ping remembered that at this stage, there were only 4 level 3 scarlet beasts in the entire coastal area. Not long ago, he was at the Chen family, leading the Chen family to hunt one, resulting in the loss of thousands of lives. A red turntable dropped by a beast of a higher level was a 1 in a million probability, and even a level 4 or 5 scarlet beast might not drop a red turntable. Chen Ping, who was extremely lucky, drew the advanced potion talent. If they had not drawn such a talent, Chen Ping's father and Chenin would not have taken such a cruel action so early. There are still 3 level 3 scarlet beasts in Binhai now. The Chen family paid an extremely heavy price to deal with one of them. Of course, the rewards are also high. Chenin used the corpses of the ferocious beasts to make a large number of life potions, and drew some good weapons and more than a dozen scarlet coins from the turntable dropped by the scarlet beast. According to memories from previous lives, the Chen family launched 3 sieges, resulting in the deaths of more than 20,000 people above bronze 5 stars before they completely killed the 3rd level ferocious beast. Chen Ping wanted to improve his strength to the level where he could kill a level 3 scarlet beast within 2 days, which was even more difficult than going directly to Chenin to ask for life potion. Moreover, one of Chen Ping's greatest reliances, the alien insect Xiaohei, has entered hibernation again. Before his rebirth, Chen Ping would definitely not put himself in danger. But now, he has 5 years of experience of surviving the scarlet apocalypse, and no one understands this world better than him. In the early morning, a ray of sunlight broke through the crimson fog. In the time of camp, some members of the combat team have finished breakfast and started training. The mission at Camp Dawn this time is extremely urgent, and I won't emphasize how generous the reward is. You are the elite among the elites in my time of camp. I hope you can win a chance to change your fate and boost the morale of time of camp. The battalion commander of the time of camp was speaking passionately. However, the people who were training had dejected eyes and gloomy expressions. A group of level 2 scarlet beasts could wipe out the entire camp. As for the 3rd level ferocious beasts, their strength is increased exponentially. Even if the reward is generous, what's the point if you don't have the life to get it? The 3 teams guarding the camp cannot be called up, and Team 2 will be kept for future hunting operations. Zhang Tai had no choice but to let the low-health team go to die. Not only did he allow Li Shan, who was still seriously injured, to participate, he also selected several ordinary people from the lower class, had them take the lowest level strengthening potion, and made up a team of 10 people. Li Shan's 5-point strength enhancement would indeed be a great help to the camp, but Zhang Tai was not sure how much of a role he could play since he had a broken arm. Moreover, the Dawn camp attached great importance to this mission, so Zhang Tai had to send a few high-powered soldiers to make a show. By the way, the Dawn camp has also distributed more than 50 white turntables and 3 green turntables. Today, we will increase the benefits of drawing the turntables. As long as you get good equipment or skills, you will be given priority. Zhang Tai added a sentence, but his reaction was still flat. Look at how you all look like you're about to die. I've already chosen you, and it won't change. All you can do now is fight to the death. Maybe there's still a glimmer of hope, and you can change your fate. If you don't even have the courage to fight to the death, then I will give you a quick death now, so that you don't lose face for the Ironwood camp. Zhang Tai's expression suddenly changed and he shouted angrily at everyone. We're going to die anyway, so we might as well fight. Ma Zi took the lead and shouted loudly. Let's fight. Everyone agreed after hearing this. Seeing this, Zhang Tai nodded with satisfaction. I'll ask Deputy Battalion Commander Sun to take his men to draw the lottery. You guys can train here first, and I'll ask Deputy Battalion Commander Sun to bring the items you've drawn to you later. As they watched Zhang Tai leave, the excitement on everyone's faces gradually faded away, and the atmosphere dropped to freezing point again. A level 3 scarlet beast, how can it have any chance of survival? Don't even mention level 3. Even level 2 would be enough to make us suffer. Captain Ma Zi, how about we? Several team members looked at Ma Zi who was standing in front. But Ma Zi didn't say anything, just looked at the crowd quietly. Everyone followed Ma Zi's gaze and saw Chen Ping standing aside with a calm expression. I know an underground passage that can help us escape from the camp. As long as... After a while, Ma Zi whispered. Staying here would mean committing suicide, but escaping from the camp would not only mean facing the pursuit of the camp, but also the endless risks in the Scarlet Wilderness, which is no different from committing suicide. Ma Zi knew that Chen Ping was also going to leave. If he could go with Chen Ping, his chances of survival would greatly increase. That person was the one who dealt with the level 2 Scarlet Beast all by himself. However, Chen Ping has changed his mind now and wants to at least go and check out the situation of the 3rd level Scarlet Beast first. Before his rebirth, Chen Ping had already escaped from Taima camp and was found by the Lin family. There is not much information available about this 3rd level Scarlet Beast. Can we survive if we leave here? The danger we face in the wilderness is almost the same as dealing with a level 3 ferocious beast. Chen Ping's words made Ma Zi stunned. You said last night that you were leaving immediately, why did you change your mind now? Soon, Ma Zi realized that there were only 2 possible situations. Either Chen Ping was confident that he could deal with the 3rd level ferocious beast, which was extremely unlikely. Another possibility is that Chen Ping thought that Ma Zi and others were burdens, and they would die faster with so many burdens in the wilderness, so he stabilized them first and then escaped himself. Duan Zixuan, who was standing next to Chen Ping, was more willing to believe the first reason. After all, he saw how Chen Ping dealt with the flesh worm and killed the scarlet giant raven. Although he also felt that dealing with a level 3 scarlet beast was a bit far-fetched, Duan Zixuan was now somewhat blindly confident in Chen Ping. That's right, a level 3 scarlet beast, fight it. Duan Zixuan suddenly clenched his fists. The people around him stared at Duan Zixuan as if he was a retard. Chen Ping also gave him a caring look, feeling like another person had gone crazy. After all, this is the Scarlet Apocalypse. The pressure is too great, collapse is very common, and there are too many mentally abnormal people. Ahem. Let's continue training. After all, besides us, there are still teams from several other camps. Maybe there really is a glimmer of hope. Ma Zi coughed lightly, regaining everyone's attention. Not long after he finished speaking, a whistle sounded outside the Taima camp. Zhang Tai, who had just left, hurriedly went to open the gate of the camp with a few people. A giant armored vehicle slowly drove into the camp. This is more than twice as big as the car at Ironwood camp. The car body is painted pink, which looks very girly. This is to blend in with the crimson mist in the wilderness as much as possible and reduce the possibility of being discovered by the Scarlet Beast. At the front of the car, there is a small blue flag with the word Lin written on it. The Lin family's car. Chen Ping was very familiar with this sign. He naturally moved back a few steps and let Duan Zixuan stand in front of him. A man with a pointed chin and black-framed glasses jumped out from the passenger seat. Boss Lin, why did you come here in person? If you have any instructions, please let me know. Zhang Tai changed his usual cold and serious demeanor and nodded and bowed to the men, flattering him to the utmost. Chen Ping in the crowd recognized at a glance that the man was Lin Tingzhang, Lin Ruoyun's cousin. In his previous life, Chen Ping was found by Lin Tingzhang and brought back to the Lin family. Have you seen Chen Ping recently? Lin Tingzhang's voice was a little shrill, and listening to him speak made people feel very uncomfortable. Chen Ping from the Chen family? This. Lin Tingzhang directly took out a photo of Chen Ping. Zhang Tai looked at the photo with a frown on his face, and felt that it looked familiar. In the photo, Chen Ping is wearing a neat suit, looking handsome and full of energy. It seems, not. Zhang Tai shook his head. As if? Call out everyone in your camp. Lin Tingzhang pinched his waist and said impatiently. The Scarlet Wilderness was full of dangers. Although he was a sideline member, he was still an orthodox member of the Lin family, yet he was sent here to find a piece of trash. Naturally, Lin Tingzhang was extremely reluctant. He really couldn't understand, with the current strength of the Lin family, why they still wanted to find that loser Chen Ping. Even if they want to form a marriage alliance, it should be Chen who should be chosen. He has acquired the talent for mastering advanced potions and has unlimited potential in the future. With the assistance of Lin Ruoyun, how many top-level talents can he cultivate for the family? Even if Chen Ping stood at the top, that was a thing of the past. Now, not even as good as an ant. The useless people who were alive were using their lifespans to draw a wheel, and Chen Ping didn't even have much life left. Lin Tingzhang wanted to find Chen Ping immediately and kill him, but Lin Ruoyun wanted to see him alive, and she was in charge of all the affairs of the Lin family, so Lin Tingzhang had to do as he was told. Zhang Tai did not dare to neglect Lin Tingzhang's words in the slightest. He immediately summoned all the people in the camp, including those who were housed in the basement, and dragged them all out. Look at them carefully one by one, don't miss any. Lin Tingzhang gave some instructions to the men he brought with him. Then he used a ladder to climb onto the top of the Lin family's armored vehicle. I am Lin Tingzhang from the Lin family, and I am here to look for my cousin Lin Ruoyun's fiancé Chen Ping. Chen Ping. If you are here, please stand up. Our Lin family has always been sincere and trustworthy. The original marriage contract will not change because of anything. This time I came here to take you back to the Lin family to marry Yuner. After Lin Tingzhang finished speaking, only whispers could be heard in the crowd, and no one stood up for a long time. Ma Zi's eyes were always on Lin Tingzhang, and he didn't even dare to look at Chen Ping. He was extremely confused. The Lin family had such good conditions, at least 10,000 times better than this Taima camp, and they even sent people to look for them. Why didn't Chen Ping stand up? If it were me, even if no one came to look for me, I would still risk my life to go to the Lin family. Even if the Lin family breaks off the engagement, giving him a place to survive is better than risking death here. I am Chen Ping. Among the ordinary people at the bottom, a young man rushed out. Lin Tingzhang was overjoyed as he had finally completed the task. However, upon closer inspection, the man looked completely different from Chen Ping. Of course, Chen Ping now has an untidy beard and a pale face, which is a little different from the one in the photo. You dare to pretend to be Chen Ping? Do you think I'm a fool? You don't even know how to write the word death. After Lin Tingzhang finished speaking, his men hacked the men who pretended to be Chen Ping to death with a single knife. Chen Ping and I have known each other for several years and we are close friends. If you don't mind living long enough, don't challenge my IQ. The search was still going on, but those people were not very thorough, and Chen Ping narrowly avoided the interrogation. Boss, I didn't find it. Boss, there's nothing here. After hearing the reply from his men, Lin Tingzhang sighed in disappointment. He wondered how long he would have to search in this wilderness. Listen. Anyone who provides information about Chen Ping and his whereabouts will be rewarded with a green quality weapon by the Lin family. Anyone who can invite Chen Ping to the Lin family will be rewarded with a green talent. And they can join the core camp of the Lin family. These words made Ma Zi's heart move. There are only 4 green quality weapons in the entire camp. As for green quality talents, as long as they are not too bad, they are enough to change your destiny. In fact, these are secondary. The most important thing is to join the Lin family camp. That is definitely the safest place in the Crimson Wilds. Gurgle. Ma Zi swallowed with difficulty. Chen Ping looked normal. For him, going to the Lin family could alleviate the problem of his remaining lifespan. However, it would not be easy to escape from the Lin family again. The situation by then may be worse than it is now. Watching the Lin family's convoy slowly drive out of the Taima camp, raising a cloud of dust. After the Lin family left, some of the lower-class people were sent back to the basement, and the rest were taken to the square for a lottery. Half an hour later, all the draws from the turntable sent by the Dawn camp were completed. Zhang Tai simply counted the items that could be used: 12 pieces of white quality equipment, 2 white quality talents, and 1 green quality weapon. Each person can only choose one. I have a compound bow, so I don't have to choose. Ma Zi took a look at the items placed on the ground, and found that they were all white, so he gave up choosing. The effects of white quality equipment are not much different, so Chen Ping is not anxious. He was the 7th one to come forward to make a selection and picked up a small golden pistol. The damage caused by the thermal weapons before the end of the world to the scarlet beasts was very limited, but this weapon drawn from the turntable, even if it was of white quality, had considerable lethality. Duan Zixuan seemed to have a connection with compound bows and he chose another one, but it was of white quality. Brother, let's go to the shooting range and practice. Duan Zixuan walked up to Chen Ping with a compound bow. In his previous life, Chen Ping's most handy weapon was a red quality long sword. However, he was also proficient in pistols and even electromagnetic guns, so he did not need any special training. You go first, I have something else to do. After Chen Ping finished speaking, he walked towards Ma Zi. Duan Zixuan was a little curious, but did not follow. Instead, he went to the shooting range alone. Brother Chen, what do you want me to do? Ma Zi asked in a low voice. I want to go to the Scarlet Cabin. Chen Ping went straight to the point. The Scarlet Cabin. That's not a restricted area. The person guarding it is the captain of Team 3. I can take you there. Ma Zi was curious, but didn't ask any further questions. Since the establishment of Ironwood Camp, the Scarlet Cabin has never been opened. Most people don't even know its use. As a reborn person, Chen Ping naturally knows its function. When the Scarlet Apocalypse came, the earth shook and countless cracks appeared. In the cracks rose simple iron houses, which were called Scarlet Cabins. As long as there is a Scarlet Cabin, low-level Scarlet Beasts will not approach. After discovering this phenomenon, people began to build camps around the Scarlet Cabin. It wasn't until a few months later that the role of the Scarlet Cabin was truly discovered. That's upgrading. You can invest scarlet coins and materials to upgrade your equipment and weapons. At the same time, if you reach the gold rank or above and have full stars, you must also upgrade through the scarlet cabin. The scarlet cabin will also be upgraded and its functions will be continuously increased according to the number of times it is used. Qiangzi, is everything all right? Ma Zi walked to the scarlet cabin carelessly. Zhao Chang, the captain of the third team, was leaning against the wall leisurely, holding a spear. This is the safest place in the entire camp. What could happen? A look of vigilance flashed in Zhao Chang's eyes. You're going to participate in the mission at Camp Dawn tomorrow. Aren't you training there? Hey, you know that this mission is basically a suicide mission. I only have a few good relationships with these people in our camp, so let's come and say goodbye. Ma Zi sighed, took out a half-smoked cigarette from his jacket pocket and handed it to Zhao Chang. Zhao Chang didn't dislike it. He took it and held it in the corner of his mouth. Living in this world means you only have today and no tomorrow, so just be positive. Zhao Chang smiled bitterly, took out a match, lit the half-smoked cigarette, and took a deep puff. Yes. I'm used to seeing life and death. There's nothing good about staying in this broken world. Ma Zi nodded in agreement. Cough cough. Matzi, where the hell did you pick this up? Why is it harder to smoke than leaves? Zhao Chang started coughing violently. Then give it back to me. I found it in the ruins of Wanda Mall. It's a cosmic brand. You are such a wild boar that you can't stomach even the chaff. Ma Zi didn't wait for Zhao Chang to react and directly snatched the cigarette but with only the stem left. Wait. There's still one more puff, I've already puffed it out. Zhao Chang wanted to pull it away, but suddenly he felt very dizzy, and then his eyes went black. This guy, how many good things must he have stolen and eaten? He's so heavy. Ma Zi supported the unconscious Zhao Chang and complained. Half a minute later, Chen Ping walked over quietly. Brother Chen, we only have 10 minutes. Okay, just keep watch for me for 3 minutes. Chen Ping nodded. Swing a scarlet coin over the handle of the scarlet cabin, and the door of the scarlet cabin will open automatically. Chen Ping stepped in and the hatch closed immediately. The scarlet cabin is not big and can accommodate 4 people at most. Chen Ping stands inside alone, so there is still plenty of space to move around. Scarlet cabin. Level 1. Function, upgrade white quality weapons and equipment, and improve the proficiency of some talents. Safety area, 50,000 square meters. Experience, 0/10,000. You need to hold scarlet coins to enter the scarlet cabin, but it does not consume any money. Chen Ping has 2 scarlet coins in his hand, which he uses to upgrade his weapons. It is a bit of a waste, but it is the best choice at the moment. As for the proficiency in potion talent, Chen Ping ruled it out first. After all, the materials needed to make primary potions are easy to obtain, but scarlet coins are extremely difficult to obtain. It would be better to use them to upgrade weapons instead of improving the proficiency of primary talents. Insert a scarlet coin. Please select the item or skill you want to upgrade. A blue screen appeared in the void, displaying several rows of small white characters. Chen Ping has quite a few options to choose from, including pistols, talent proficiency, alien insects, and even blood spider silk. However, upgrading the Zerg requires 10 scarlet coins, while the rest only require 1. Chen Ping chose spider silk and pistol without hesitation. The flashing light made Chen Ping close his eyes subconsciously. A few seconds later, when he opened his eyes again, the small pistol had been upgraded to a scarlet pistol of green quality. At the same time, the tight feeling on my body completely disappeared. The spider silk is upgraded into a green quality blood spider underwear. Without taking a closer look, Chen Ping put away his pistol, turned around and walked out of the scarlet cabin. Puff. Ma Zi spit out a mouthful of salt water, and not a drop fell onto Zhao Chang's face. Who? Zhao Chang suddenly woke up and opened his eyes. How come you fell asleep while you were talking? I thought you were dead. Ma Zi joked. What is going on? Zhao Chang widened his eyes. You ask me, who should I ask? Ma Zi shrugged. Did you drug me? Zhao Chang looked at Ma Zi. Yes, I drugged you. I'm going to die tomorrow anyway, so why don't you just report me to the battalion commander and have me put in solitary confinement? Ma Zi said with a grin. You're crazy. Zhao Chang wiped the water off his face. Are you still scolding me? I didn't use my boy's urine to wake you up. I was just being kind. Virtue. Your daughter is already over 20, and you still use vitrification. Before Zhao Chang finished speaking, he saw Ma Zi's expression froze, and he realized that he spoke too quickly and touched Ma Zi's sore spot. Let's go quickly. If something goes wrong, everyone in the camp will be doomed. Driven away by Zhao Chang, Ma Zi left reluctantly. And Chen Ping had already arrived at the shooting range. Pa. Yes, it hits the target every time. Chen Ping applauded and praised Duan Zixuan, who was practicing archery. Duan Zixuan was very excited when he was praised by Chen Ping, but he felt a little embarrassed when he saw the arrow hitting the bull's eye in the distance. Brother, actually, I want to shoot at that target. Chen Ping looked in the direction of Duan Zixuan's finger, and his expression froze. It's okay, keep practicing. Although you're 10 targets short, it also proves that you still have a lot of room for improvement. Chen Ping encouraged. Yeah, I think so too. Duan Zixuan nodded. A day passed quickly. The treatment of the first combat team was improved again. Dinner not only included bread, but also canned luncheon meat. Woo. Duan Zixuan burst into tears. What's wrong? Chen Ping frowned slightly. I haven't seen meat for 5 months. This bite is worth dying for. Before the scarlet apocalypse, I was a vegetarian for a long time to lose weight. Now that I think about it, I really want to travel back in time and give myself a few slaps. Duan Zixuan wiped his nose, picked up a piece of luncheon meat, and wanted to put it all in his mouth, but in the end he took a small bite. I plan to eat slowly all night long. Go to bed early after eating. We still have a whole morning to train tomorrow. Don't let that happen and you end up shooting your own people with an arrow. Ma Zi said to Duan Zixuan with a smile. I can now shoot 50% of my arrows into my target. Duan Zixuan was even a little proud. Chen Ping finished his food, stood up and walked towards his residence. There are still some materials for making primary potions, and Chen Ping plans to make them all tonight. A bright moon slowly rises into the sky. The crimson mist gave the moon a rosy glow. She looks very shy, or more accurately, enchanting. 2, 4, 7, 10. All the materials have been used up, and Chen Ping counted the number of potions. 10 bottles of primary agility potions, 7 bottles of primary rage potions, 8 bottles of primary strength potions, 10 bottles of primary endurance potions, and 9 bottles of primary recovery potions. No space, just trouble. Chen Ping looked at the reagent bottle in front of him and felt a little worried. If there were only 10 or 8, he could still carry them with him, but these 44 bottles of potion were too obvious. Chen Ping took 10 bottles and carried them with him, and wrapped the rest in a sheet. Taking advantage of the cover of night, he took the package and left the room. Damn it. This time it's really going to be a disaster. Early in the morning, Li Shan endured the severe pain of his broken arm and walked to the training ground. After resting for a day and a night, and using the recovery potion given by Zhang Tai, Li Shan's injuries did not recover much. But the mission at Dawn Camp would not give him time to recover from his injuries. It is a behemoth that is 10 times larger than Taima's force. No one dares to disobey the orders of the Dawn Camp easily. Is it possible? Ma Zi saw that Li Shan's forehead was covered with beads of sweat. It has to be okay, is there any other choice? By the way, why was that guy Songqing suddenly transferred to the second team? Li Shan was a little confused. His combat capability is not high, and the talent he obtained is more inclined to support. He is of no help in this mission, so naturally he was left behind by the battalion commander. Ma Zi, do you think that brother has the possibility to complete this mission? Li Shan glanced at Chen Ping and asked Ma Zi in a low voice. Him? He's too secretive. I can't see through him at all. If there's a glimmer of hope, it must be him. Whether the mission is accomplished or not, we are just victims. Ma Zi looked at Chen Ping's back not far away and spoke earnestly. Damn it. I might as well have died in the rat pile the day before yesterday, so I wouldn't have to worry so much. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Tai came running over in a hurry. The mission has changed, we need to start early. Ma Zi, lead the team to the dawn camp immediately. Good. Ma Zi immediately gathered everyone, got on the armored vehicle, and left the camp. In the carriage, the only sound that could be heard was heavy and tense breathing. Duan Zixuan moved closer to Chen Ping, as if he would be safer this way. Ping. Duan Zixuan felt like he had touched something in the bottle and reached out to touch it. Be honest. Chen Ping's tone was very calm, but it made Duan Zixuan break out in a cold sweat. The reagent bottle, which is slightly larger than a thumb, is indeed not that big. But their numbers are quite large, and if they were searched before leaving, there would be a risk of being exposed. In order to avoid trouble, Chen Ping hid more than 30 medicines under the seat of the armored vehicle last night. Ahem, I've been a team for almost 2 days and I still don't know everyone's names. My name is Luo Wen, and my hometown is Jiangcheng. Before this, the team used all their time for training. It's only now that I have some free time. Luo Wen felt that the atmosphere in the car was a bit awkward, so he took the lead. However, after he finished speaking, the car was silent, which made Luo Wen even more embarrassed. Everyone is quite introverted. Luo Wen said stiffly. We are all dying. What does it matter whether we recognize each other or not? Li Shan sighed. Don't be so depressed, we still have a chance. Duan Zixuan looked at Chen Ping beside him and was more optimistic. The Taimu camp is not far from the Dawn camp, the straight line distance is 80 kilometers. Due to the many cracks in the ground, the armored vehicle took a detour and traveled more than 100 kilometers. It was almost noon when we arrived at the Dawn camp. All the people coming from the first-level camp were placed in the open space in the southwest corner of the Dawn camp. Do you think that Chenxi camp will provide us with lunch? Duan Zixuan looked around. Even death row prisoners will be given food before execution. The Dawn camp won't let me go hungry, right? Duan Zixuan continued to talk to himself. Brother, what are you carrying behind you? Why didn't I see you carrying it when you got on the bus? Chen Ping, who was standing next to him, just stood there quietly without answering. Chen Ping was also a little worried at this time, not because of the upcoming battle. Before getting off the car just now, Chen Ping put all the medicines into his underwear, which made him look a little abnormally bloated. Fortunately, no one paid attention to him. Brother, please tell me something. I'm a little nervous now. Why are you so nervous? There are so many people accompanying you on the road to the underworld. Chen Ping replied impatiently. Ah. That makes a lot of sense. Duan Zixuan nodded. After an unknown amount of time, a very tall and slender woman walked to the southeast corner of the Dawn camp. The woman was wearing a white tights and a white sailor cap. She looked very capable, but the clothes didn't fit her well. Damn, it's really rough. Is this the legendary twig-bearing fruit? Keep your voice down, do you want to die? What's wrong? Who is she? You don't know Dawn Blood Rose? She is the captain of the 3rd hunting team of Dawn camp. Not long after the apocalypse came, she used the temporary attribute potion drawn from the turntable to kill 2 level 2 beasts alone. Later, when the Dawn camp issued a mission, a team of 30 people felt that the risk was too great and defected. She killed all 30 people alone and brought back 30 heads, which were hung in the Dawn camp for 10 days and 10 nights. It turns out to be Blood Rose Xuena. Everyone suddenly realized, and Chen Ping couldn't help but look at the woman one more time. At this time in his previous life, Chen Ping had already arrived at the Lin family, and he had not heard of the Blood Rose incident. I will not elaborate on the goal of this operation. Camp Dawn and the Chen family attach great importance to this operation. The original plan was for the Chen family to send a team of 9,000 people, and the Dawn camp to send a team of 1,000 people. It's just that not long ago, the Dawn hunting team suffered a heavy loss and was unable to gather a team of 1,000 people, so they drew personnel from your first-level camp. I will lead and command all the Chenxi personnel. The main force this time is the Chen family. The personnel of the first-level camp are responsible for support, and the personnel of the Dawn camp are responsible for vigilance. I will send the specific arrangements to the captains of each team via the Scarlet bracelet. Right now, long-distance communications have not been restored, but short-distance information transmission is still possible. It's almost time. Now, let's go. Following Xuena's order, 4 heavy trucks stopped in the distance. The cabin of a heavy truck can accommodate 200 to 300 people and is more bumpy than a heavy armored vehicle. Due to the lack of any shelter, after entering the Scarlet Wilderness, the flying dust made it difficult for people in the carriage to open their eyes. Chen Ping held onto the railing of the car, his eyes slightly narrowed. This route was the most desolate one he had ever taken. In the distance, the earth cracked into countless cracks, like scars torn on the earth, bottomless and able to swallow any living creature that fell into it. The vegetation on the once fertile land is now sparse, with only shrubs and some weeds still tenaciously surviving. Their leaves are covered with a layer of dust, making them look old and weak. High-rise buildings collapsed, steel bars and concrete were exposed and rusted, as if telling the story of the past glory and present sadness. The traces of human beings gradually disappear here, replaced by natural erosion and the oblivion of time. Cry. A sharp scream suddenly sounded. Chen Ping subconsciously looked up and saw a huge black falcon circling in the sky. Level 2 Scarlet Beast. Chen Ping frowned slightly. This kind of flying Scarlet Beast is more difficult to deal with than a Scarlet Beast of the same level that crawls on the ground. He died before he could accomplish his mission. Ma Zi also saw the falcon circling in the sky and directly took out the compound bow behind him. Whoosh! The arrow was shot, but it didn't even touch the eagle's feathers. The wind is too strong, I can't shoot at all. In fact, due to the height, even if the arrow hits the target, the power of the arrow will be greatly reduced. Whoosh! An even more piercing sound of breaking air was heard, and Chen Ping turned his head to look. Bloodrose, who was leading the team, knelt on one knee on the front of the truck, holding a 1.5-meter sniper rifle in her hand, shooting at the falcons in the sky. The powerful recoil of the sniper rifle caused the entire truck to shake violently. It's difficult. The shot missed the target. Xuena hurriedly aimed again, but the falcon hovering in the air had already swooped down. The falcon's attacking skills were not terrible, but the dive-down impact was the most deadly. Even if the target is Xuena's car, as long as the falcon hits it, the shockwave caused will instantly destroy the car Chen Ping is in. Mac, drink it. Chen Ping took out a bottle of berserk potion from his waist and threw it to Ma Zi. Ma Zi took the medicine without any hesitation and drank it in one gulp. He instantly felt his blood boiling and even his eyes were bloodshot. Ah! Ma Zi roared and an arrow flew out. Everyone's attention was focused on Ma Zi and his arrow. And in front of the arrow, a bullet the size of a little finger shot into the falcon's eye. Then, the arrow pierced through again, bringing out a stream of green blood. Chen Ping moved extremely quickly, and everyone else's attention was either on the falcon in the sky or on Ma Zi. Even Duan Zixuan beside him didn't notice it, he just felt that Chen Ping threw something to Ma Zi. Bang! The bullet from Xuena's sniper rifle also arrived late and hit the falcon head directly. If Ma Zi's arrow had not slowed down, it would have been more precise to say that Chen Ping was the first bullet to be shot. Xuena had no time to launch this attack. The 3 long-range weapons are all of green quality, which is more than enough to deal with a level 2 Scarlet Beast. Bang! The earth shook slightly, sand and rocks flew everywhere, and the falcon fell heavily to the ground. The convoy slowly stopped and Xuena went to check in person, and found that the falcon was indeed dead. What's your name? Xuena raised her head and looked at Ma Zi who was standing by the car railing. Pak. Very good. If you can come back alive this time, I will apply to my superiors to transfer you to the Dawn camp. Xuena nodded with satisfaction. Just as she was about to get on the car, a heavy motorcycle came speeding towards her from a distance. Captain. The situation is not good. What happened? Xuena looked stern. The Yangqing Lin family knows that the Chen family is planning to hunt down the 3rd-level Scarlet Beast, and they want to intervene. The Lin family also sent someone. Xuena was a little surprised. Yes, and there are more than 10,000 people. They are already there and are confronting the Chen family. This is going to be difficult. With the fate of the two major families, a small camp like ours can only watch. Xuena sighed. Watching. Of course, we'll help whoever wins. Let them fight first. From now on, slow down and wait for new news from the front. The convoy set off again, swaying and making people drowsy. The Lin family has also gone there. Chen Ping leaned against the car railing, frowning slightly. In his previous life, the Lin family gave Chen Ping an extension of his life. Then Chen Ping began to help the Lin family expand northwards. He first captured several second-level scarlet beast nests, and then dealt with the third-level scarlet beasts. He has been developing steadily. As for the Chen family behind him, they were frightened by Chen Ping's ability and did not dare to go north at all. They just killed a level 3 scarlet beast and then retreated. Chen Ping tried many times to expand southward and fight back the Chen family, but was always refused by Lin Ruoyun with various reasons. Now, the Lin family does not have a pioneer like Chen Ping to expand territory. If the Chen family expands northward, it will be difficult to stop them in a short time. And a killer like Lin Ruoyun couldn't just leave the camp easily. Therefore, the Lin family came to stop the Chen family in advance to prevent them from growing rapidly. For Chen Ping, the confrontation between the Lin family and the Chen family is the best outcome. They will fight to the death, and he will naturally have less energy to focus on. It will be much easier to take revenge in the future. However, not long after the convoy moved forward, new information was transmitted back. The Lin family and the Chen family have decided to cooperate and jointly hunt down the third-level scarlet beast. It's difficult. Go at full speed and reach the target area within 20 minutes. Xuena, who received the news, immediately issued new instructions. The convoy of Dawn Camp was speeding across the Scarlet Wilderness. During this period, they encountered many level 1 or 2 scarlet beasts, and without exception, they died under the sniper rifle of Blood Rose Xuena. As expected of the Blood Rose, seeing is believing. Her weapon is of green quality, and she also got an attribute talent last month. It ranks among the top in the entire Dawn Camp. Of course she is amazing. Several people were discussing Xuena, while Ma Zi, who was standing next to them, remained silent. Ma Zi didn't know what Chen Ping gave him, he just subconsciously trusted it and drank it. In just a moment, he felt his whole body filled with endless strength and his blood boiling, almost making him lose his mind. That arrow was also Ma Zi's strongest attack so far. Combining the materials that Chen Ping asked him to collect a few days ago, Ma Zi guessed that Chen Ping should have a talent for making potions. Chen Ping's own strength was already far beyond Ma Zi's reach, and now he could even make potions, which shocked Ma Zi even more. In the last days, the strong are respected, but truly strong people are few and far between. The vast majority of people can only choose to rely on the strong to survive. The only pity is that in Ma Zi's opinion, Chen Ping seems to want to be a lone wolf, otherwise he would definitely leave Taimu camp and follow Chen Ping. Brother, what's wrong with you? When Ma Zi was daydreaming, the person next to him pushed him. Huh. Ma Zi was slightly stunned. Brother, which camp are you from? That arrow just now was simply amazing. Yeah. Your weapon should also be of green quality, right? If you can come back alive this time, you can enter the Dawn Camp. It's 100 times better than our first-level camps. Everyone around heard the conversation between Ma Zi and Xuena, and looked at Ma Zi with envy. If he had not met Chen Ping, Ma Zi would have been extremely excited at this time. Now, if he had the right to choose, he would rather follow Chen Ping. The Dawn Camp is very strong, but we have not heard of the appearance of a pharmacist yet. Xuena is also very strong, but if Chen Ping does not take action, the Falcon attack just now will inevitably reduce most of the team's members. No matter how strong Xuena is, she cannot turn the tide. Ma Zi nodded, dealt with the people around him casually, and glanced at Chen Ping who had his eyes slightly closed. Whether I can return alive this time may really depend on this young man. Soon, the heavy truck passed through a canyon and arrived at the target area. Get off the car and prepare for battle. Xuena's voice is not loud, but it can be clearly heard by everyone. Captain Xue, why are you here just now? Chen Wu walked up to Xue Na with an unhappy look on his face. We encountered a lot of scarlet beasts on the way, which delayed our trip. Xue Na answered calmly. What's the situation now? Xue Na asked. More than 3,000 people have died in our Chen family, and the Lin family has also suffered heavy losses. The most important thing is that there are nearly 100 scarlet beasts in the southwest direction. They are always harassing us from behind and distracting our main force. Chen Wu raised his right hand, the bracelet lit up slightly, and a map was projected into the void. This is the location of those scarlet beasts. Chen Wu pointed on the map. I will take people to stop them immediately. Xue Na nodded. Are you guys enough? Chen Wu glanced at the person behind Xue Na and his expression paused. In a trance, he seemed to see an acquaintance, but he disappeared in the blink of an eye. Maybe I was too nervous these days and had hallucinations. Chen Wu frowned slightly. Chen Ping, who was hiding behind everyone, looked normal, but he was actually suppressing his anger. Chen Wu is Chen Ping's cousin. Before the end of the world, Chen Ping had been taking Chen Wu to fight in the Scarlet Apocalypse game. He was reluctant to use the first blue weapon he got and gave it to Chen Wu. Chen Wu was reckless in his actions and often messed up things, and it was Chen Ping who cleaned up the mess for him. In fact, Chen Wu also experienced many setbacks in the first half of his life. He was kidnapped and sold to the countryside before he could speak, and he suffered a lot in his childhood. Later, Chen Ping's fourth uncle, Chen Wu's father, found Chen Wu. However, just half a year after he returned home, his parents fell seriously ill and died. Chen Ping's father adopted Chen Wu into his family. Chen Ping felt sorry for him and took special care of him. However, in Chen Wu's view, Chen Ping was just an illegitimate son of the Chen family. His status in the family was far inferior to that of Chen. He had secretly defected to Chen and monitored Chen Ping's every move for Chen. After Chen Ping drew the talent, Chen Ping's father took the first step, followed by Chen Wu, who attacked from behind. After Chen Ping was controlled, Chen Wu tortured Chen Ping for another day and night, until he was completely dead and thrown into a mass grave. He only hated himself for being blind and being sincere towards Chen Wu without any guard against him. Brother, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell? Duan Zixuan asked with concern. Fine. Chen Ping replied in a low voice. Although he tried his best to control his emotions, Duan Zixuan still noticed something strange. The people from the Dawn camp will form a team of 20 people. The people from the Level 1 camp will form a team with all the people in this camp. Carry out the operation in teams. I have divided the target location into 10 areas. The information has been synchronized to the captains of each team. According to the arrangement, go to your respective areas and clean up the scarlet beasts. Do you understand? Xue Na stood on the roof of the car at some point and shouted to the people below. Understood, everyone responded in unison. Xue Na quickly operated the bracelet, and all the information was synchronized in just a dozen seconds. Set off. As Xue Na finished speaking, the team of 1,000 people began to disperse. What luck! Ma Zi looked at the information on the bracelet and shook his head. Captain, what's wrong? Duan Zixuan came forward. We are responsible for the 10th area, which is also the location closest to the nest of those level 2 scarlet beasts. Isn't that the farthest location from the 3rd level scarlet beast? Isn't it very safe? Duan Zixuan glanced at the map. Hey! It turns out you're a genius. Ma Zi suddenly realized that this location was indeed safe. That was thanks to my eldest brother's advice. I was very nervous at first, but my eldest brother told me that there are so many people accompanying us on the road to the underworld. I relaxed instantly. Duan Zixuan grinned. Ma Zi frowned slightly. This was the first time in his life that he heard such persuasion. The key point was that there were actually people who cooperated. As they rushed along, Chen Ping and his companions were getting closer and closer to the 10th area. Behind them, they could faintly hear very tragic howling sounds, and the ground beneath their feet would occasionally shake. The 3rd level Scarlet Beast is like the ceiling at this stage. You have to at least reach full silver stars to be able to protect yourself, and if you want to kill a level 3 Scarlet Beast, you need gold strength. Under the current circumstances, it is impossible for anyone to reach the golden level in the entire human population. In his previous life, Chen Ping could only fight against a level 3 scarlet beast half a year after the end of the world. However, in the early days of the end of the world, he led the Chen family to kill that level 3 scarlet beast, and nearly 1,000 people died, which directly caused great damage to the Chen family. If it weren't for the potion talent that could attract enough strong people, the Chen family would need at least a year to recover. After all, no matter how many low-level cannon fodders die, it will not hurt the Foundation, while each of the high-end combat forces is a priceless treasure of the family. This time, the Chen family mobilized tens of thousands of people to encircle and suppress the third-level scarlet beast. It seemed to be a huge move, but in fact it was more of a test. Use those cannon fodders to take a look at the specific strength of this third-level scarlet beast and collect enough information to formulate a more targeted encirclement and suppression plan. We're here. In addition to our team, there should be 6 other teams responsible for this area. Ma Zi looked around, but didn't see any other figures except 7 or 8 level 2 scarlet beasts in the distance. Those teams won't run away, right? Duan Zishuan asked in a low voice. Run away. The one leading the team this time is Blood Rose, who dares to run away. Ma Zi shook his head. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw a team of more than 10 people rushing over. We encountered several level 2 scarlet beasts on the road, and lost a few brothers. The team was led by a short and fat middle-aged man. Perhaps Ma Zi's team was too lucky. They only encountered 2 level 1 scarlet beasts along the way. The rest of the teams were either defeated along the way or wiped out on the road. The remaining 3 teams may not be able to come, let's get ready to fight. Ma Zi waited for a long time, and a total of 4 teams came to the 10th area. We still have some energy left. Let's go around and attack from the rear. Each of your 3 teams will choose a direction. I took a quick look and saw that there are about 9 level 2 scarlet beasts. In 20 minutes, we will surround them from 4 directions at the same time and try to end the battle within 2 hours. Ma Zi took direct command. On the way here, the scene where he helped Xue Na kill the falcon was engraved in everyone's mind. The captains of each team were also extremely respectful to Ma Zi and all centered around him. After assigning new tasks, Ma Zi's team began to detour. With 2 green weapons, and if they can also have the blessing of status potions, Ma Zi and Chen Ping can destroy most of the second-level scarlet beasts. But Ma Zi would never do that. The mission was completed too quickly. If I am transferred to deal with the third-level scarlet beast, I won't be able to find the correct place to cry at that time. My heart was in my throat all the way here. I thought I was really going to die. Although a level 2 scarlet beast is not easy to deal with, it is still 100 times stronger than a level 3 scarlet beast. Duan Zishuan had a bright smile on his face, and even his steps became much lighter. If I remember correctly, these scarlet beasts are called red fire wolves. Chen Ping said calmly. Red fire wolf. I have heard of it, but never seen it. Ma Zi's face changed slightly. What's wrong with this scarlet beast? Duan Zishuan was puzzled. Li Shan behind him had a hint of fear in his eyes and explained in a low voice, red fire wolves live in groups. Under normal circumstances, the population will not be less than 500. And according to the information provided by the Chen family, only more than 100 were found. Then this lair of scarlet fire wolves may contain more than 400 wolves. After hearing Li Shan's explanation, the smile on Duan Zishuan's face froze instantly. You were joking, weren't you? Is this really that wolf? Duan Zishuan had already imagined the scene of hundreds of level 2 ferocious beasts surrounding them. Duan Zishuan still remembers the process of Chen Ping killing the scarlet giant rat not long ago. If a single level 2 scarlet beast is like this, what if there are hundreds of them? Will there be any room for resistance? Do you think I'm kidding? Chen Ping had already reached one hand into his arms and grasped the bottle of medicine. Ouch! Following a wolf howl, a large group of red fire wolves came running towards them from afar. Leading the group was a level 2 red fire wolf, which was even larger in size, with bright red fur covering all 4 of its 4 legs, and its eyes, wide open, were larger than an ordinary person's fist. Ma Zi's original plan was to surround the several red fire wolves in the 10th area from all sides. But now, another group of red fire wolves came out from the direction of their lair and directly surrounded Ma Zi's team of 10 people. Shanzi, take 6 people with you and help them kill the 9 scarlet beasts as quickly as possible to prevent us from being attacked from both sides. After you kill them, come over to support us immediately. Ma Zi's hands were sweating as he gripped the compound bow tightly. With so many level 2 scarlet beasts, even with green quality weapons, it would be a life or death situation. Got it. Wait till we get back. Li Shan didn't waste any time and immediately took his men away. Only Chen Ping and Duan Zixuan were left by Ma Zi's side. Do you want to formulate a strategy? Duan Zixuan also took out his white quality compound bow. Just now, when Duan Zixuan learned that he would face a large number of level 2 scarlet beasts, he was extremely panicked. But when these scarlet beasts were really about to rush in front of him, Duan Zixuan became inexplicably excited. There are only 3 of us, why would we formulate any tactics? Killing 1 won't hurt, but killing 2 will earn you money. On the way here, Ma Zi was already prepared to die in battle. Then let's do it. Duan Zixuan raised his compound bow, aimed at the wolf leader running towards him from a distance, and shot the first arrow. Whoosh! An arrow, like a meteor chasing the moon, flew past the wolf and hit a ferocious red fire wolf behind it. Unfortunately, the arrow did not break through the red fire wolf's defense and was directly bounced away. Then, Chen Ping took out the primary medicine from his arms and gave 2 bottles to Ma Zi and Duan Zixuan respectively. This is a primary strength and primary rage potion, and it only lasts for 5 minutes. Chen Ping's introduction was very brief. After he finished, he used a bottle of primary agility potion and ran in another direction. Duan Zixuan's face was full of disbelief. Even in the Chenxi camp, there were only a few bottles of this stuff. He never thought that one day he would be able to use it. Ma Zi was not too surprised. He had already guessed that Chen Ping might be able to make potions. But I didn't expect that I would take out 4 bottles for them at once. The red fire wolf came howling, and Ma Zi and Duan Zixuan each used a primary strength potion and began to fight. Chen Ping wandered around the periphery, occasionally helping with the shots, or providing fire support when the 2 were unable to hold on. For people at a low level, the benefits of those primary potions are like using cheats. Before, Ma Zi, who had a green weapon, was unable to fight a level 2 scarlet beast alone, but now he can barely handle a large group of them. Whoosh! A bullet hit a red fire wolf in the abdomen. Although it was not fatal, it made the red fire wolf lose its ability to fight. With Ma Zi and Duan Zixuan attracting fire from the front, Chen Ping's output environment is quite comfortable. 3 stars. While fighting, Chen Ping glanced at his bracelet and found that he had now reached bronze 3 stars. 1 step closer to silver. In the last row of personal information, there are 9 days left in life. If there are enough red fire wolves, Chen Ping can also be promoted to silver. However, his physical strength might not allow it. With his current strength, it is difficult for him to sustain long-term high-intensity combat. If Ma Zi and Duan Zixuan hadn't had the help of the primary potion, they would have fallen in the wave of impact long ago. Brother Chen, our endurance has reached its limit. I'm afraid we can't hold on for much longer. Ma Zi retreated again and again, with several deep wounds on his body that could be seen to the bone. Duan Zixuan's consciousness even began to become a little dazed, and he fought entirely on the strength of his will. Bang, bang, bang. Chen Ping fired a few more bullets, he still had some strength left. He tried to contact his Zerg again, but to no avail. Then, Chen Ping threw out 2 more bottles of primary recovery potions, allowing Ma Zi and Duan Zixuan to recover some strength. Brother Chen, if you still have the energy, retreat quickly. There are too many scarlet beasts. If we delay any longer, we will all die here. In the scarlet apocalypse, everyone is out for themselves, and Ma Zi also wants to survive, but he does not have the strength to do so. Chen Ping remained unmoved and continued shooting with his pistol. He always retained the strength to escape, but before leaving, he tried to kill as many scarlet beasts as possible. After all, there is really not much time left for him. Soon, Ma Zi and Duan Zixuan were exhausted again. Just when they were about to give up resistance, Li Shan arrived with 3 other teams. Ma Zi, the mission is over, you guys retreat first, we'll cover you. Although Li Shan only had 1 arm left, his strength +5 attribute made his strength soar. He held the knife in one hand and stood in front of Ma Zi. After a few minutes, everyone began to retreat steadily. Ma Zi and Duan Zixuan both felt like they had survived a disaster. Why did the mission end? Asked Ma Zi. We had just finished killing those 9 scarlet beasts when the Dawn camp sent someone over to inform us that the mission was over. It seems that the losses of the Lin and Chen families were too great, so they decided to give up temporarily. Li Shan replied. In the team, a person from the Dawn camp had an incredible look on his face. We have dozens of people and green weapons, but we suffered heavy losses against 9 scarlet beasts, with more than 30 people killed. How did you fight against so many scarlet beasts with only 3 people? Hee, the strength is here. The 3 of us can just kill people like crazy. Duan Zixuan regained some spirit and said with a smile. Really? Li Shan frowned slightly and looked at Duan Zixuan. Li Shan knew something about this guy's strength. Of course, I'm responsible for the quacks, and Matzi is responsible for the killing. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their eyes to Ma Zi again. On the way here, they had witnessed Ma Zi's strength. If it hadn't been for that arrow that decided the outcome and helped Xuena kill the falcon, the consequences would have been unimaginable. They didn't believe that anyone else could resist so many scarlet beasts. But if this person is pockmarked, then it is indeed possible. Luck, just better luck. Ma Zi knew that Chen Ping didn't want to make it public and didn't care about these false reputations, so he agreed to a few words casually. However, he did feel that he was extremely lucky to have met a strongman like Chen Ping. Otherwise, he would have been reincarnated last time in the Biological Research Institute. Not to mention this time, if there was no Chen Ping's potion, even Ma Zi's body would have been divided up by the Scarlet Beast. Chen Ping didn't know what Ma Zi was thinking. He just wanted Ma Zi and Duan Zixuan to delay the red fire wolves as much as possible so that he could kill more. After killing so many level 2 scarlet beasts, the harvest should be quite a lot, right? Someone in the team asked. Don't mention it, only 7 white wheels exploded, how unlucky I am. Ma Zi said angrily. The others did not believe what he said, but due to Ma Zi's strength, they did not dare to say much. In fact, the harvest this time was still very considerable. 2 green turntables, 4 scarlet coins, and a dozen white turntables. Chen Ping collected the green turntables and scarlet coins. As for the white turntables, after looking at them, he threw them to Ma Zi. Ma Zi kept a few for himself, gave 2 to Duan Zixuan, and was ready to hand over the rest. At this time, Chen Ping, who was at the end of the team, was looking at the information displayed on the bracelet and had reached bronze 6 stars. You are only 4 stars away from being promoted directly to the silver rank, which will increase your lifespan by 10 years. He could then continue to use the turntable to draw prizes, and coincidentally, one of the 2 green turntables in his hand had the word Life Potion written on it. The benefits of continuing to hunt the second-level beasts are getting lower and lower. If you want to solve the problem of lifespan as soon as possible, you can only obtain life potions through the turntable or kill the 3rd-level scarlet beast. Chen Ping has experience in hunting level 3 scarlet beasts, but his strength is too low. While thinking, Chen Ping felt a slight itch in his chest. With a thought, he sensed the response of the alien insects. You guys are such a sleeper. Chen Ping couldn't help but complain in his heart. The alien insect twisted its body, and its body was completely covered by a very hard black shell. It was slightly smaller than when it was in the larval state. After absorbing the wind wolf and scarlet giant worm successively, Chen Ping's alien insects were directly promoted to level 2. The upper limit of alien insects is basically level 3. Their strength lies in numbers, which are often counted in the billions. Quantitative change leads to qualitative change. Even a level 5 scarlet beast cannot avoid alien insects of this magnitude. But so far, Chen Ping, this alien insect, has shown no signs of reproduction. Have you mutated? Chen Ping was speechless. However, in the current Scarlet Apocalypse, the strongest is only the 3rd-level Scarlet Beast. As long as you seize the opportunity, the second-level alien insects can also cause considerable damage to them. Where is our convoy? We haven't seen it after walking for so long. Duan Zixuan's strength had not yet fully recovered. Looking at the endless wilderness, he felt as if his legs were filled with lead. According to the map that the messenger just gave, it should be nearby. Could it be that it was attacked by the scarlet beast? Li Shan looked at the map on the bracelet and then looked into the distance. Rest here for a while first. We must ensure that we have enough physical strength, Ma Zi said in a deep voice. In the Scarlet Wilderness, physical strength is very important. If you are attacked by a scarlet beast and are unable to fight back, your entire team will be wiped out. Duan Zixuan looked around and spoke subconsciously, but before he could finish, he was interrupted by Ma Zi's cough. Ahem, what's wrong? Ma Zi noticed a few minutes ago that there was one person missing in the team, but everyone's attention was more focused on him, and no one paid any attention to the taciturn person. Duan Zixuan glanced at Ma Zi, then suddenly realized something and said, I'm out of water, Captain, do you have any more? Lend me some. Drink less, we don't know how far we have to walk. Ma Zi handed his water bottle to Duan Zixuan. The missing person in the team was walking towards the location of the level 3 scarlet beast. The setting sun casts red on the distant mountains. The air was filled with the smell of blood. The earth was completely dyed red with blood, and horrifying broken limbs could be seen everywhere. Countless scarlet worms were sucking the blood that had not yet dried up on the ground. This is real purgatory. And a lonely figure is moving forward silently. In his arms, the pitch-black alien insect kept shaking its antennae and looked very excited. This kind of environment is its favorite. If it weren't for that person's control, this alien insect would have already wandered in the sea of blood. Red Fire Wolf. Chen Ping paused, stopped and looked into the distance, vaguely seeing the appearance of the third-level ferocious beast. He should be the leader of the Scarlet Fire Wolf, but why is he living here alone? Chen Ping was a little confused, and at the same time he began to try his best to recall his past life. He remembered that not long after he entered the Lin family, he received news that the Chen family had killed a level 3 scarlet beast. Afterwards, an extremely terrifying beast tide occurred in the coastal area. Under the impact of this beast tide, 90% of the first-level camps in the coastal area disappeared completely, and even 2 of the 3 second-level camps were destroyed. Fortunately, the Chen family had a strong enough foundation, and with the help of Chen En's talent, they recovered in a short time. You are Chen Ping. Chen Ping was reminiscing when he heard a weak voice beside him. He turned his head and saw a bloody man struggling desperately among the corpses. If it were someone else, they might not be able to recognize him, but for Chen Ping, even if that person turned into ashes, he would not make a mistake. Cheningwu, it seems that we are really destined to meet here. Chen Ping showed a smile, walked slowly to Cheningwu and squatted down. Brother Chen. I was wrong. I shouldn't have attacked you, but they forced me to do this. I have always been loyal to you. Cheningwu stretched out his hand with difficulty and grabbed Chen Ping's calf. Brother Chen. Please save me. I will be your slave from now on, Brother Chen. Brother Chen. Cheningwu begged desperately, but Chen Ping never said a word. He just looked at him coldly, as if he was looking at a dead man. Brother Chen, I have a huge secret, it's about your life experience. Cheningwu seemed to have thought of a life-saving straw and spoke quickly. Chen Ping reached into his underwear, took out a small black bug, and placed it in Cheningwu's hand. Brother Chen, you are not actually Chen Zhaoda's flesh and blood. When Auntie found Chen Zhaoda, she was already pregnant. Brother Chen, this is true. Everyone in the Chen family knows about this. I only found out about it last time when Chen got drunk and let it slip. And Auntie's death is also related to the Chen family. Brother Chen, ah. The heart-wrenching pain made Cheningwu unable to utter a complete sentence. His body shrank rapidly, but he still had his last breath. Cheningwu opened his mouth, but could not make any sound. His dry hands tightly grasped Chen Ping's calf, his eyes full of disbelief. He felt that he was the person who knew Chen Ping best. Given Chen Ping's character, Even if he had done something wrong, he would be forgiven as long as he sincerely repented. Although he had once murdered Chen Ping did not die and was still alive and well. If it weren't for him, Chen Ping might still be kept in the dark, either being used or killed by the Chen family. Chen Wu couldn't understand why a person changed so quickly. How could a goodman like Chen Ping be so cold-blooded? Gulyalu. Chen Wu's eyes widened and rolled out of his dry eye sockets, and he was completely dead. Chen Ping slowly stood up, stomped his feet lightly, and shook off Chen Wu's dry hands. There was no change in his expression, no sign of joy or anger, he just looked at the level 3 scarlet beast in the distance. Before this, Chen Ping didn't know anything about his life experience. If it were before his rebirth, he might be sad and angry, and would be eager to know who his father was and why the Chen family was targeting him. But now, after being reborn, he doesn't care about all this. Right now, the most important thing is to stay alive. No matter how much the dead know, it is meaningless. He only has 9 days left to live, so it is impossible for him to get Chen En's life potion, and it may not be enough for him to hunt the second-level scarlet beast by himself. The simplest and most effective way is to deal with the third-level red fire wolf. As for other matters, his own life experience, and the matter of revenge for himself and his mother against the Chen family, he would need to wait until he was strong enough to slowly resolve them. In the distance, the bare mountains are eating away the sun. A light breeze blew by, making the bloody smell around even stronger. Ouch! The level 3 red fire wolf howled towards the sky, and the sound seemed a little sad. 50 meters away from it, Chen Ping stopped. The red fire wolf noticed Chen Ping a few minutes ago, but did not take the initiative to attack. It seems that these people have caused you a lot of harm. Looking at the scarred red fire wolf, Chen Ping frowned slightly. Normally, these rabble today would have a hard time dealing with a level 2 scarlet beast, let alone wanting to harm a level 3 red fire wolf. That would be a pipe dream. But the red fire wolf was indeed injured. Ouch! The red fire wolf howled again and staggered to its feet. Its fur had long lost its luster, but it still emitted a faint reddish glow, which looked very strange. Could it be, it's attacking level 4? Chen Ping's heart tightened. After humans reach the gold rank, they must pass the test of the Scarlet Cabin every time they reach full stars before they can enter the next rank. The process is extremely dangerous, and the probability of failure increases as the rank increases. Scarlet beasts above level 3 must also undergo tests if they want to continue upgrading. This test comes from the Crimson Mist. They must endure the erosion of the Crimson Mist in exchange for more powerful strength. The upper limit of the Zerg level is 3, because a single Zerg cannot withstand the test of the Crimson Mist, so it simply gives up on promotion and gets its level stuck at 3. No wonder the Chen family has put so many people together to kill you, and the Lin family has also chosen to cooperate with the Chen family. Level 3 scarlet beasts are already the ceiling. If you reach level 4, there will probably be no place for humans to survive in the entire Beanhai. Chen Ping shook his head. However, even if the level 3 scarlet beast failed to upgrade and was seriously injured, it was still far beyond Chen Ping's reach. Xiaohei, life or death depends on this one time. Chen Ping let Xiaohei go, and took 5 primary potions in succession, replenishing all his status, and holding the pistol tightly in his hand. Ouch! The scarlet beast that reaches level 4 will begin to have some human intelligence, and the failed level 3 red fire wolf in front of it seems to have also opened up some of it. Chen Ping read a message from the call just now. If I die, all humans in this area will be buried with me. That's great, it saves me from having to go to the Chen family for revenge. Chen Ping took the lead in launching an attack, firing bullets one after another at the wounds of the red fire wolf. With Chen Ping's current strength, he is simply unable to break through the defense of the third-level scarlet beast. However, as long as you attack the opponent's wound, you can cause considerable damage. Moreover, weapons upgraded with scarlet coins, in addition to upgraded quality, will also have additional strengthening effects, making the attack more powerful. After enduring a series of attacks, the red fire wolf finally couldn't hold back its anger and rushed towards Chen Ping. At this time, Xiaohei also drilled into the body of the red fire wolf through its wound. Seeing the red fire wolf rushing towards him, Chen Ping stopped attacking and started moving around frantically. Chen Ping, who has won the competitive game championship for 3 consecutive years, is very familiar with the kite-flying routine. Every time, he accurately judged the attack direction of the red fire wolf and avoided it in time. Of course, the most important thing is those bottles of primary potions, especially the primary agility potion. Bang. No one can maintain optimal concentration for a long time under highly stressful circumstances. Chen Ping was still hit on the back by the red fire wolf's claws. Sizzle. The silk armor made of blood spider silk was directly cut. Fortunately, there was the silk armor blocking the attack, otherwise Chen Ping would have been shattered to pieces with just this one blow. Enduring the severe pain, Chen Ping continued to move around. 10 full minutes seemed like a century. The speed of the red fire wolf gradually slowed down, and Chen Ping also got a chance to catch his breath. Bang, bang, bang. Take advantage of the illness to kill him. Chen Ping immediately launched a counterattack. The firearms drawn from the turntable all have unlimited bullets. Chen Ping drank a bottle of berserk potion. The finger that pulled the trigger was already bloody, and even the arm holding the gun was completely numb. Ouch! The scarlet fire wolf staggered back a few steps, then suddenly stood up and let out a final howl. The voice was sad, solemn, and full of resentment. Ouch! In the distance, countless wolf howls sounded one after another, as if in response. Plop! The third-level red fire wolf fell heavily, and the ground beneath its feet shook. Chen Ping immediately dragged his half-unconscious body and moved in front of the red fire wolf. 1 green wheel, 5 scarlet coins. Just as he was about to bend down to pick it up, he suddenly felt his whole body filled with strength, and the wounds on his body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Silver. After Chen Ping's rebirth, an excited look appeared on his face for the first time. His lifespan also became 10 years and 9 days. Without any hesitation, he immediately took out the 2 green dials from his pocket. He cut his finger and pressed the center of the turntable. A cold electronic synthesizer sounded. Please specify the reward item. 1. Heavy motorcycle. 2. Refined short knife. 3. Sharp sword. 4. Beginner compound bow. 5. Advanced life potion. 50 years. 6. Intermediate vehicle talent. Advanced life potion. As soon as Chen Ping finished speaking, the pointer of the turntable began to spin rapidly, and finally, without any suspense, it stopped on the advanced life potion. He traded 10 years of life for 50 years, alleviating Chen Ping's sense of urgency about his insufficient lifespan. Continue. Chen Ping took out the second green quality turntable. One of the things in here is no less valuable than the advanced life potion. The red pointer spins rapidly on the turntable. Finally, it slowly stopped at the 9 o'clock position. Space stone. Type, storage tools. Effect, can store 50 units of non-living items. Quality, superior green. Reminder, after use, it will automatically bind to the user. When the user is in a dead state, the binding will be released. Chen Ping directly used the space stone. With a thought, 50 grids that only he could see appeared in the void in front of him. Each grid can hold 1 item, up to 20 items can be stacked, and the stacking volume cannot exceed 10 cubic meters. Chen Ping first put the corpse of the third-level red fire wolf into the space stone, which directly showed that 3.5 grids were used. Then he put the few remaining potions into the space stone. With the space stone, it is very convenient to carry items. After a year or two, this kind of space stone almost became standard equipment for survivors of the apocalypse. But now it is an extremely rare treasure. After using 2 green quality turntables in succession, Chen Ping only has 40 years and 9 days left to live. He did not stop there, as there was still a turntable exploded by the third-level red fire wolf that he had not used. Although this level 3 scarlet beast did not drop a blue quality turntable, this green quality turntable is not much inferior to the blue one. Please specify the reward item. 1. Star upgrade card. If you are below silver rank, you can upgrade to 1 star level. 2. Bullet time. Skill. 3. Sacrifice. Talent. 4. Proficiency enhancement scroll. Increases the proficiency of talents or skills by 50%. 5. Strength enhancement, strength increased by 5 points. 6. Agility enhancement, agility increases by 5 points. 7. Fire resistance enhancement. Increase fire resistance by 6 points. There are 60 different rewards on the turntable, nearly 40% of which are of green quality, and most of them are the best green quality. For the first time, Chen Ping felt a little conflicted. Sacrifice. He finally chose the green talent, sacrifice. For every year of life burned, all attributes increase by 100%, and the duration is 2 seconds. If it is a red quality sacrifice, it will burn 50 years of life, increase all attributes by 600%, and last for 10 seconds. As long as you have enough lifespan, killing people in this apocalypse will not be a problem at all. However, it is extremely difficult to draw the red sacrifice from the turntable. In addition to direct extraction, you can use scarlet coins to upgrade in the second-level scarlet cabin. Or you can draw 3 green quality sacrifices, upgrade to blue, and then draw 6 more, upgrade to red. For Chen Ping now, the green quality sacrifice can barely save his life, and the red quality, although seemingly powerful, does not have enough life to support it, so it is just a decoration. Night fell completely, and the howling of wolves could be heard all around. Anger, hatred, bloodthirstiness, and cruelty mixed in it are so terrifying that they make people shudder. The beast tide is coming. Chen Ping frowned slightly. At his walking speed, it would be impossible for him to leave the coastal area before the beast tide arrived. Without sufficient supplies, he would be alone in the scarlet wilderness facing the beast tide. Even if he reached the silver rank, he would die of exhaustion sooner or later. Right now, the safest way is to return to the Ironwood camp first, survive this beast tide, and then make plans. Gurgle. Chen Ping drank the primary agility potion, then identified the direction and started running at full speed. Finally I saw the convoy. I thought we were going to be abandoned. Duan Zixuan followed behind Ma Zi and only felt relieved when he saw the car lights in the distance. Hey! Why are you driving? Hey! We haven't even gotten in the car yet. Duan Zixuan just breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the convoy in front of him start to move slowly. Among the dozen people, Ma Zi had the fastest reaction. He immediately took out his compound bow. Whoosh! An arrow was shot and landed on the carriage of the last car in the convoy. Captain, your arrow seems to have hit someone. Ma Zi looked calm as he put away his compound bow. The heavy truck in the distance stopped. Here! Duan Zixuan waved his hands, and with his loud shouting, the people in the convoy also discovered their team. Plop! A man shot by an arrow was thrown out of the truck. Ma Zi and others boarded the carriage one after another. The truck was about to start again. Ma Zi quickly squeezed through the crowd and slapped the iron sheet on the front of the truck hard. Wait, there's another person. He vaguely saw a familiar figure and his heart suddenly became excited. But this time, the convoy did not stop. Every second you stay in the Scarlet Wilderness carries a huge risk. Especially now it's night, this convoy may not be able to return to the camp. If Xuena didn't think Ma Zi was quite strong, it would be impossible for the convoy to stop. Ma Zi's palms were already red and swollen, but he kept slapping his hands, and at one point he even had the urge to jump out of the car. The convoy was moving faster and faster. Brother, go on. Duan Zixuan saw that the figure was moving very fast, so he immediately chased to the rear of the car, took off his pants without hesitation, grabbed one of the trouser legs tightly, and threw it down. Bang! Bang! Chen Ping was quick and grabbed the trouser leg that Duan Zixuan had thrown down. He pulled it hard, then used his feet to gain strength twice outside the car and flipped into the car. Brother! Duan Zixuan excitedly came up to Chen Ping. Thank you. Chen Ping nodded. We are brothers who have shared life and death together. No need to thank me. As soon as Duan Zixuan finished speaking, Ma Zi also squeezed over. After confirming that it was Chen Ping, he felt relieved. As for those who were watching from the sidelines, they were all very confused. This young man looked ordinary, but he could make Ma Zi so nervous that he couldn't help but look at him a few more times. At night, vision is limited and car lights can easily attract the attention of scarlet beasts, and the risk is several times higher than during the day. Furthermore, many scarlet beasts hunt at night. Fortunately, they only encountered a few level 1 scarlet beasts on the road, and the convoy returned to the Dawn camp without any damage. In this operation, the Dawn camp lost more than 300 people, and the rest of the first-level camp suffered more than half of their casualties. The fact that there were 0 casualties in the Taima camp surprised everyone else. Xue Na directly invited them to join the Dawn camp. Ma Zi declined. Compared to the Taima camp, the Dawn camp has closer ties with the Chen family. If Chen Ping stayed in the Dawn camp, the risk of being exposed would be too great. Ma Zi was aware of the interests involved. If Chen Ping wanted to return to Taima camp, Ma Zi would definitely not stay in Chenxi camp. The next day, members of the Ironwood camp left the Dawn camp in the armored vehicles they came in. The sun has never been so warm. When they came here, they all thought they were going to die. After surviving the disaster, they felt that everything was not so bad. Except for Duan Zixuan and Li Shan, these team members were grateful to Ma Zi from the bottom of their hearts. During this operation, they witnessed the rapid improvement of Ma Zi's strength. In their hearts, Ma Zi's status is far higher than that of Battalion Commander Zhang Tai. Duan Zixuan and Li Shan knew clearly that they were able to survive because of Chen Ping's existence. At noon, Chen Ping followed Ma Zi and others back to Taima camp. 5 minutes after they got off the car, Ma Zi was reporting his experience to Zhang Tai. The first large-scale beast tide in the coastal area had begun. June 15, 2092, the 100th day before the end of the world, and also the 6th day of Chen Ping's rebirth. Countless red fire wolves launched a fierce attack on the human camp. At first, everyone was caught off guard and nearly half of the camp was destroyed. Ma Zi, Chen Ping, and others were also sent to the outer front line as soon as possible. Damn it, if it weren't for this thing, wouldn't those scarlet beasts dare to get close? Late at night, Ma Zi accompanied Chen Ping to the scarlet cabin. They killed the level 1 red fire wolves for more than 10 hours before they were rotated out to rest. Chen Ping went to the scarlet cabin without stopping. The scarlet cabin absorbs the crimson mist and converts it into field energy, making it impossible for the scarlet beasts to get close. Every year in the middle of March, June, September, and December, the scarlet cabin begins to absorb the crimson mist and lasts for about 7 days. During these 7 days, the field energy disappears, and it also loses the ability to affect the scarlet beast. It will not function again until 7 days later, when the scarlet cabin has finished absorbing the energy. As Chen Ping spoke, he took out the scarlet coin and swept it across the handle of the scarlet cabin. There were people guarding this place originally, but due to the impact of the beast tide, the camp was short-handed, and everyone went to the camp's fortifications to resist the beast tide. Even those people in the basement who had no abilities were given weapons and sent to the front line of defense. Naturally, there was no one guarding this scarlet cabin. "Brother Chen, go in without worry, I'll help you watch." As Ma Zi spoke, he took out a cigarette butt and took a puff reluctantly, as a way to relieve the mental pressure. "Thank you." Chen Ping nodded and threw a bottle of primary strength potion to Ma Zi. This is too expensive, Before Ma Zi could finish his words, Chen Ping flashed and entered the scarlet cabin. At the same time, Song Qing passed by carrying 2 heavy sniper rifles. "Mac. Why are you here?" Ma Zi quickly put away the potion in his hand. "Well, I just came back from the defense line and planned to go back to rest." Song Qing was once the deputy captain of a team and had a good relationship with Ma Zi. They were college classmates and later settled in the same community. "We have a friendship of nearly 20 years. Although during the biological research, Song Qing ran away. But Ma Zi did not blame anyone at all. After all, if it were him, he would have made the same choice at that time. Even after more than 20 years of friendship, this incident would not turn them into enemies in this scarlet apocalypse. But the dormitory is over there. As Song Qing was speaking, he suddenly looked towards the scarlet cabin that was emitting red light. Someone went in. Song Qing's face changed slightly. Since the end of the world, no one in Taima camp has used the scarlet cabin. This is great news for Song Qing. "Qingzi, don't meddle in others' business," Ma Zi warned. "Do you know who is inside?" Could it be the battalion commander? No, I just saw him in the square. If someone can use this thing, we must tell the battalion commander. Chengzi. I'm sorry. An arrow flew out and pierced directly into Song Cheng's abdomen. Ma Zi, you. Song Cheng's face was full of disbelief. Ma Zi stepped forward and supported Song Cheng. Who is he? Song Cheng covered the wound on his abdomen. Even if you can't tell anyone else, I won't tell anyone. Ma Zi felt mixed emotions. He never thought that one day he would take action against Song Cheng. Whether it is due to the friendship of more than 20 years or the huge role Song Cheng played in the camp. It is impossible for Ma Zi to attack Song Cheng. But Song Cheng happened to appear at this time. He had to make a choice between Song Cheng and Chen Ping. Ma Zi didn't have time to think and made a judgment subconsciously. Until Song Cheng stopped breathing, Ma Zi felt that it was impossible for him to attack Song Cheng. In the Scarlet cabin, Chen Ping knew nothing about what was happening outside. 4 were dropped from killing the wolf pack, and 5 were dropped from the level 3 Scarlet Fire Wolf. If I want to upgrade Xiaohei, I still need 1. I don't know how long I have to wait. Chen Ping showed a rare dilemma. Ironwood Camp, in the Scarlet Cabin. After some inner struggle, Chen Ping decided to upgrade his sacrifice talent first. Use it early and enjoy it early. If there was no beast tide, Chen Ping would not be in a hurry to upgrade his talents. The green quality sacrifice is enough to save his life. But this time the beast tide was so powerful that it destroyed everything in its path. 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. Even a level 1 red fire wolf is enough to endanger Chen Ping's life given its sheer numbers. After upgrading his sacrifice talent, he could handle it with ease even if surrounded by a pack of level 2 red fire wolves. 9 scarlet coins disappeared, and at the same time, Chen Ping's sacrifice talent also reached blue quality. If you want to continue upgrading to red, you will need 900 scarlet coins. Even if the end of the world has come for 5 years, this is definitely an astronomical figure for ordinary people. Sacrifice, blue. Burn your life in exchange for improved attributes. Burn 10 years of life, and within 3 seconds, all attributes will increase by 300%. 3 seconds is indeed not a lot of time, but as long as the basic attributes are strong enough, 1 second is enough. Chen Ping glanced at the bracelet and called up his personal information. Chen Ping. Rank, Silver. Star rating, 3 stars. Talents, Primary Potion Mastery, Green, Physical Enhancement, Green, Sacrifice, Blue. Strength, 20. Stamina, 22. Agility, 20. Defense, 24. Special attributes, none. Special resistance, none. Space item, Space Stone, green. Bound item, Tamed Zerg, common. Ability assessment, 86. Remaining life, 30 years and 8 days. Right now, the basic attributes of most people are only in the 20s or 30s, but Chen Ping, without attribute enhancement talent and the blessing of potions, his basic attributes are about to exceed 100. His current strength is enough to crush more than 90% of humans. You will also be more calm when facing a level 2 Scarlet Beast group. He walked out of the Scarlet cabin slowly and saw Ma Zi holding Song Cheng's body. Give me 10 more of each of the things I asked you to collect last time, tomorrow morning. Chen Ping passed by Ma Zi and whispered something. Okay, I'll send it over tomorrow morning. Ma Zi agreed immediately. At 2 o'clock in the morning, the command room of Taima camp was brightly lit and crowded with people. When the beast tide came, Zhang Tai immediately began to organize defensive fortifications, and then conducted command and dispatch in the command room. Up to now, he has not even had a sip of water. Battalion Commander, Deputy Captain Song Cheng, died in battle. Ma Zi walked to Zhang Tai, who was staring at the sand table on the table. What? Song Cheng is dead. Zhang Tai's gaze shifted to Ma Zi. Bang. Didn't we tell him to retreat behind the second line of defense? Zhang Tai slammed the corner of the table hard, knocking down 4 or 5 flags on the sand table. I've repeated to him more than a dozen times that his perception talent is extremely important to the camp. He doesn't need to go outside the defense line, he just needs to provide information from behind. Where is his body? Where did he die? Zhang Tai took a deep breath and calmed himself down. He died at the first line of defense, and his body was just sent back. You go and handle it. Zhang Tai nodded. Then Song Cheng's wife and children. He's dead. His wife should be settled in the basement first. Oh, and his son seems to have more than 10 years to live. The camp is in urgent need of various supplies. Let his son go and get the turntable first and then send it to the defense line. Zhang Tai waved his hand. Captain, Song Cheng worked hard for the camp and even died on the defense line. I'm afraid it will make the other brothers. Without Song Cheng's contribution, the brothers would have some ideas if they continued to support his family. The camp supplies are so tight, how can we afford to support an extra person? I have no relatives in the camp, so I can give them my share of contribution. Ma Zi hurriedly said that deep in his heart, he felt deeply indebted to Song Cheng, so he wanted to protect Song Cheng's family to the best of his ability. In the end times, the evil of human nature is fully revealed, but if that were all, people might no longer be human beings, but become another kind of creature. At least, deep in Ma Zi's heart, in a tiny corner, there is still a trace of human kindness, which will occasionally come out when it does not endanger his life. Zhang Tai frowned slightly and didn't say anything else, which was considered as his agreement. Battalion commander, this is what we gained from today's battle. Ma Zi took out 23 white turntables. Well, I'll send someone to the square later. There are so many seriously injured people today that we don't have enough white turntables. Supplies are scarce in the camp, and it is difficult for seriously injured people to get treatment. If they still have a breath left, they will choose a turntable without props bound to it, allowing them to use the rest of their life to draw lots. Captain, I want to get something from the storeroom. Go by yourself. Zhang Tai took out the key to the camp warehouse and threw it on the sand table. If it were any other time, Zhang Tai would have naturally asked in detail. But now the camp is short of staff, especially for people like Motzi, who are rare talents with strong strength and can lead a team. Even if they make some excessive demands, Zhang Tai will try his best to meet them. After getting the key, Motzi immediately went to the camp warehouse and packed as much materials as Chen Ping needed into sacks. 3 large sacks of animal bones, grass leaves, and the camp stock of crimson mist water were carried back to Ma Zi's room. Brother Chen, I have prepared everything, but there are too many things. It will be too obvious if I bring them here. I will temporarily put them in my room. When are you free to go and get them? When Ma Zi passed by, he saw that the light in Chen Ping's room was still on, so he came to Chen Ping's door and reported in a low voice. I'm coming over now. With the space stone, it is extremely convenient to store items. In order to avoid any trouble at night, Chen Ping plans to make all the potions as soon as possible. Chen Ping was counting the materials in Ma Zi's room, and Ma Zi took the initiative to say, Brother Chen, I just came back from the command room and heard a lot of news on the way. I heard that the level 3 scarlet beast that the Chen family wanted to kill suddenly disappeared. There's not even a body, no clues left, it just disappeared out of thin air. Ma Zi was talking to himself while Chen Ping was counting the materials, his expression unchanged. It is said that this beast tide was also caused by these level 3 scarlet beasts. The ones that appeared today were all level 1 red fire fierce wolves, so we can barely deal with them. If level 2 ones come later, we may not be able to hold on to the Dawn camp. Chen Ping didn't say a word from beginning to end, which made Ma Zi a little embarrassed. Thank you very much. After Chen Ping counted the materials, he found that there were a lot more than required. He took out a bottle of primary recovery potion and threw it to Ma Zi. In less than an hour, Ma Zi had already obtained 2 bottles of primary medicine, which made him a little flattered. After all, he was just running errands and didn't do anything big. For Chen Ping, these materials, assuming a 50% success rate, would be enough for him to make 60 to 70 portions of primary medicine. If you were to search and collect the materials in the wilderness slowly, it would take at least 1 or 2 months to gather them all. Even in the camp, it is not easy to exchange these materials without exposing your identity. In fact, Chen Ping's strength has completely crushed the battalion commander Zhang Tai. Even if all the people in the entire Taimu battalion were added together, they would not be a match for Chen Ping. But in the Scarlet Apocalypse, strength sometimes does not represent survivability. Otherwise, he would not have been successfully backstabbed by his family and Lin Ruoyun. Human hearts are inherently evil, and now it is a scarlet doomsday without rules and order. Only by being cautious can we live longer. Ma Zi watched Chen Ping leave, and some doubts arose in his heart. If there is anyone who can kill a level 3 scarlet beast silently, in Ma Zi's mind, that person must be Chen Ping. But Chen Ping's reaction just now seemed to have nothing to do with him at all. Ma Zi shook his head. More than 10 hours of non-stop fighting had exhausted him both physically and mentally. He no longer had the energy to think about these things. He simply lay down on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. We are still short of blood spiders. Looks like we have to leave the camp tomorrow. As the number of times he made medicine increased, Chen Ping's proficiency also increased rapidly. It only took 1.5 hours to prepare more than 50 bottles of primary medicine. It's just that the raw material of blood spider is missing, so the primary rage potion has not been produced. After putting all the items into the space stone, Chen Ping planned to take a rest. An inconspicuous little insect flew into Chen Ping's room. Has it been wild enough? Chen Ping looked at the little bug. The little black bug flapped its wings and its pair of antennae trembled slightly. It was the alien insect that Chen Ping obtained from the turntable for the first time after his rebirth. When resisting the beast tide in the afternoon, Chen Ping released Xiaohei. No one noticed its existence, and it was like a wild horse that had broken free from its reins, sucking the blood of the scarlet beast. What? Not satisfied yet? Chen Ping frowned slightly. They are all low-level creatures. How boring. A thought flashed through Chen Ping's mind, which surprised him greatly. Before this, he could only feel the thoughts of the alien insects, such as happiness, excitement, resistance, and other very simple emotions. But now, the information he received was very clear, and he could almost communicate with the alien insects. Blood-eating Zerg, elite. Species, scarlet worm. Level 2. Strength, 15. Stamina, 18. Agility, 30. Defense, 10. Talent, Zerg will, unawakened. Skills, Devour, activated, primary parasitism. Ability assessment, 73. Remaining lifespan, 1 year 19 days. When did you become an elite? Chen Ping's face was full of confusion. He originally wanted to save up scarlet coins to upgrade Xiaohei's quality. Now it seems that there is no need for this. Moreover, Xiaohei's basic attributes completely surpass Chen Ping. If I kill that stupid wolf, I'll be promoted to elite. Xiaohei responded to Chen Ping. Before his rebirth, Chen Ping had some knowledge about alien insects. But the current situation seems to be different from what he knows. Then can you continue to improve the quality? Yes, just kill a Lord-level scarlet beast. Of course, it has to be above level 4. Xiaohei's thoughts made Chen Ping feel that it was a trivial matter. Those who didn't know would think that it was going to kill a level 1 scarlet beast. That's easy to imagine. A level 4 scarlet beast. Can you defeat it? Of course I can't beat you. You are my master, so naturally you should do this. Xiaohei took it for granted, which made Chen Ping feel that their identities should be exchanged. This might be the relationship between a cat owner and his cat master. Chen Ping shook his head and sighed. At noon, a shrill alarm suddenly sounded in the Ironwood camp. Ma Zi, who was sleeping soundly, opened his eyes with difficulty. After killing scarlet beasts for more than 10 hours, he only slept for 4 hours. Even if his body had been strengthened, it was impossible for him to recover all the consumed energy in such a short time. Damn it, this is worse than death. Ma Zi knew that this alarm meant that the camp was about to be breached. Without giving it any more thought, he grabbed the black compound bow beside him and quickly walked out of the room. At this time, the camp looked chaotic, but still maintained a certain order. Chen Ping stood behind Ma Zi at some point. Brother Chen, you're awake too. Ma Zi perked up and greeted Chen Ping. Chen Ping nodded. The second line of defense has been breached, and the scarlet beast outside has reached the last line of defense of the camp. Before his rebirth, Chen Ping had gotten used to the rhythm of the scarlet apocalypse. He had never had a deep sleep and had to remain alert at all times. Especially in the scarlet secret realm, the perception of danger has long become a conditioned reflex. Really? The second line of defense is gone. Ma Zi opened his eyes wide and became completely sober. Outside the Ironwood camp, the second line of defense is the most solid. Almost all the heavy weapons collected in the camp were concentrated on the second line of defense. If the second line of defense cannot be held, then the defensive fortifications behind it will be basically useless to the Scarlet Beast. It's over, it's really going to be a disaster this time. Duan Zixuan's face was full of panic, and he only felt relieved when he saw Chen Ping. They say the second line of defense has been breached. Brother, what should we do? Duan Zixuan quickly walked to Chen Ping. Don't worry, Taimu is not the first camp to be destroyed by the beast tide. There are at least dozens of other camps. Chen Ping remained calm. He felt that it was about time to leave. The only thing he was reluctant to leave was the scarlet cabin in the camp, because only there could he use the scarlet coins. Unfortunately, this thing cannot be taken away. If it is moved forcibly, it will be completely destroyed. Someone had done this kind of stupid thing before the rebirth, which resulted in the explosion of the scarlet cabin. All living things in an area 10 times larger than the Beanhai were reduced to ashes in the explosion. However, in the short term, Chen Ping will not be able to use the scarlet cabin. To improve his talents and the quality of the exotic beasts again, he will need nearly 1,000 scarlet coins. By the time the scarlet secret realm arrives, Chen Ping may not be able to save up 500. Ma Zi, there is a gap in the last line of defense. You must lead a team over there immediately and withstand this wave of attacks. Zhang Tai found Ma Zi. His eyes were bloodshot and his voice was hoarse. Team 1, assemble. Follow me. Ma Zi jumped up, stood on a high table and shouted loudly. All the members of Team 1 gathered around immediately. At this point, there is no need for any pre-war mobilization. They had no way to retreat. If the Taimu camp was breached, they would all be drowned in the beast tide and become food in the mouths of the red fire wolves and corpses under their feet. A team of 10 people, including Chen Ping, went to the last line of defense of Taimu camp. A low wall has been built here with corpses. People holding guns are hiding behind the wall of corpses and shooting outwards. There were not so many people in the Ironwood camp. Most of those who became corpses or fought against the Scarlet Beasts were those who came here to seek refuge after other camps were breached. There were also lone wolves in the Scarlet Wilderness. When they saw that there were still camps holding out, they thought of coming here to avoid the beast tide. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Duan Zixuan hid behind a wall of corpses and kept pulling the trigger. There are countless red fire wolves in the distance. There is no need to aim. As long as the arrow is shot, it will definitely hit one of the red fire wolf. Brother, look at my archery skills. Am I getting better and better? I never miss a shot. Chen Ping also hid aside, occasionally firing a few bullets. Well, the progress is so rapid that there is not much room for improvement. Chen Ping said casually. At this time, he confirmed that the scarlet beasts outside were all level 2. He had been in the Crimson Apocalypse for 5 years and had hardly experienced any beast tides. After all, he had already cleared out all the crimson beasts around the Lin family camp. However, he had heard a lot about the beast tide. The beast tide occurs every 3 months and lasts for 7 days. Normally, the first 4 days are very easy, until the 5th day, the impact of the beast tide reaches its strongest, begins to weaken on the 6th day, and ends on the 7th day. However, today is only the 2nd day of the beast tide, and it has turned from a level 1 scarlet beast into a level 2 scarlet beast. This is extremely rare in the early stages of the beast tide. Even before Chen Ping's rebirth, in the 5th year of the scarlet apocalypse, the beast tide on the 2nd day was not so intense. When something is abnormal, there must be something wrong. Chen Ping, who originally planned to leave immediately, suddenly decided to wait and see for a while. With the primary potion he made last night, he was able to deal with the 2nd-level Scarlet Beast in the Scarlet Wilderness. Even if facing a 3rd-level Scarlet Beast, he could move freely with the blue sacrifice talent as his trump card. But he didn't know how large the scope of this beast tide in the coastal area was. If the coverage area is far enough, he might actually die of exhaustion halfway. There are many things that he cannot do completely according to his past life experience. After his rebirth, he will surely change the course of everything like a butterfly flapping its wings. Among them was the third-level red fire wolf. He was supposed to be killed by the Chen family, but was killed by Chen Ping. This will lead to a complete change in what will happen next. It's better to wait and see first. It won't be wrong to be cautious. Chen Ping made up his mind and returned to the battle. Soon, this gap was gradually defended, but other places were in danger. Area number 5 can no longer be defended. Ma Zi glanced at the message on the bracelet and his expression became even uglier. They were in area number 7, directly south of the camp. Area 5 is behind them on the right. Ma Zi, you guys hold on, I'll go guard area number 7. Chen Ping took the initiative seldom, which surprised Ma Zi. However, with Chen Ping there will definitely be no problems with area number 5. Okay, be careful. Ma Zi nodded. The surrounding environment was extremely dangerous and they didn't have the energy to talk more nonsense. Chen Ping also nodded, then stood up and left. He killed more than a dozen level 2 red fire wolves along the way, but only got 2 white quality turntables. None of the prizes on them were pleasing to the eye, and Chen Ping had no interest in drawing at all. When we arrived at Area 5, there were only 7 or 8 people left making the final resistance. Moreover, among these few people, all of them were seriously injured. Some had their arms bitten off by the red fire wolves, and some had their legs torn off. With such injuries, there is basically no possibility of survival in this early stage of the apocalypse, but they have not given up and are still resisting. Chen Ping killed his way forward and cleared out a vacuum area. The corpses of the red fire wolves also became obstacles to the advance of the subsequent red fire wolves. Xiaohei, stay here for a while, I'll be back soon. Chen Ping took the black alien insect out of his arms. Master, I'm so small and they're so big, how can I guard them? I trust you. But, I don't trust myself. Hey. Hey. Chen Ping ignored Xiaohei's resistance, left it behind, and turned away. The only raw material missing for the primary rage potion is the blood spider. The beast tide will not end for another 5 days. Counting the consumption yesterday afternoon, Chen Ping only has 2 bottles of primary rage potion left. This can improve all attributes by 3 points within 5 minutes. For Chen Ping, who was promoted to the silver rank, the effect did not seem as obvious as it was at first, but in fact it was not the case. At the same time, using the primary strength potion, the attribute bonus in strength reaches 8 points. In critical moments, activating the sacrifice talent will increase the strength attribute by an additional 24 points, and the total bonus will directly reach 84 points. With the help of potions and sacrifice, the basic attributes are close to 300 points. An ordinary third-level Scarlet Beast only has 300 or 400 attribute points. The attribute points of a Lord-type beast will be higher, but no more than 500 points. When Chen Ping is in his prime, he is simply a super boss. In the early days of the apocalypse, by activating sacrifice, Chen Ping can become invincible for 3 seconds. Therefore, Chen Ping must be adequately prepared for this primary rage potion. Bang, bang, bang. Chen Ping shot and killed several red fire wolves in succession, but there were too many of them to kill them all, and the more they were killed, the more there were. Soon, the wolves overwhelmed Chen Ping, and the disadvantage of the pistol at this time was clearly revealed. Gurgle. Chen Ping drank the 3 potions of strength, agility, and endurance directly and escaped from the wolf pack at the fastest speed. I also need to get a handy close-range weapon. Chen Ping's arms and back were scratched in many places by the wolves, but they were not serious. That spider silk armor was completely torn apart during the battle with the level 3 red fire wolf. This time when he went to look for the blood spider, Chen Ping also planned to get more spider silk, which was definitely a weapon for self-defense in the early days of the apocalypse. Even the attack of a level 3 Scarlet Beast can have a certain defensive effect. It took Chen Ping nearly 2 hours to find a blood spider cave. This time there were no alien insects to help him, so he had to go into battle himself. The diameter of the cave entrance was about 1.5 meters, and a bloody smell mixed with a biting cold wind blew out from the depths. Chen Ping is only 1.8 meters tall, and in such a narrow cave, even his movements are greatly restricted. Bang! Suddenly, a bullet was fired, and a red spider the size of a human head was instantly killed. The black and red liquid splashed onto the wall, making a sizzling sound. Chen Ping was already accustomed to this. I didn't expect there would be a level 2 blood spider. Chen Ping put the blood spider's body into the space stone. Using this second-level blood spider to make a primary rage potion can increase the success rate, and there is a possibility of increasing all attributes by 4. Bang, bang, bang. He fired several shots in succession, easily killing several level 1 blood spiders and collecting a lot of spider silk. Suddenly, Chen Ping had an ominous premonition in his heart. This is the perception ability developed in the Scarlet secret realm. This premonition of crisis has saved Chen Ping's life countless times. Level 3 blood spider. Chen Ping held his breath and concentrated, replenishing all his status first. Then carefully retreat to the entrance of the cave. Chen Ping did not stop at all and returned to Taima camp as quickly as possible. Although he now has the strength to challenge a level 3 Scarlet beast, that is only theoretical strength and data on paper. In actual combat, victory or defeat is never determined by the size of the data. Caution is the first rule of survival in the apocalypse. If you want to kill a level 3 Scarlet beast, you must be adequately prepared. This time, the Scarlet beast cannot be seriously injured like the 3rd-level Red Fire Wolf. With the help of the agility potion, Chen Ping quickly returned to Taima camp. In Taima camp, the last line of defense, area number 5, the corpses of the Red Fire Wolves were piled up like a mountain. In order to stop the Red Fire Wolf to the greatest extent possible, Xiao He was very busy. Every time, you have to predict the position of the Red Fire Wolf in advance, parasitize the Red Fire Wolf at the most critical position, and then kill it to block the speed of the Red Fire Wolf's advance. The people who were defending area number 5 were so scared that they were covered in cold sweats. Every time a Red Fire Wolf was about to rush forward, he would fall to the ground inexplicably and be unable to get up, and was able to successfully block the Red Fire Wolf behind him. Anyone who sees this kind of supernatural thing will feel scared. It seemed as if there was an invisible hand firmly grasping the throat of the Red Fire Wolf. Master, these stupid wolves are so boring. Xiao He flew to Chen Ping's shoulder and shook off the blood on his body. At this time, the attacks of the Red Fire Wolves began to weaken. Originally, they were mainly level 2 Red Fire Wolves, but now most of them are level 1 Red Fire Wolves. The pressure on Camp Ironwood was also reduced a lot. When Chen Ping turned on the bracelet, he could only see personal information and was unable to contact Ma Zi and others. Could it be? Chen Ping frowned slightly. He didn't care about the life or death of these people. It will just be more troublesome to collect materials in the future. Nearing evening, a few more people came out to area number 5 for rotation. Chen Ping and a few people who were still able to move returned to the camp to prepare for dinner and rest. Brother. A familiar voice was heard on the road. Chen Ping looked in the direction of the voice and saw Duan Zixuan waving his arms. I didn't contact you just now. Chen Ping nodded and then looked at Ma Zi. The communication equipment in the camp has been paralyzed and cannot be used for the time being. All orders can only be conveyed by alarms or manpower. Ma Zi sighed, quickened his pace a little, and walked to Chen Ping. Brother Chen, a green-quality turntable exploded today. Chen Ping glanced around and saw that everyone looked exhausted. They were dragging their heavy bodies towards the camp. No one paid any attention to them at all. What do you think? As Ma Zi spoke, he carefully took out the turntable from his arms and put it into Chen Ping's hand. In one morning, Chen Ping killed dozens of level 2 and several level 1 Red Fire Wolves, and also killed 30 or 40 blood spiders in the Blood Spider Cave. But I didn't see any green light, just a white turntable, and the prizes inside were hard to describe. Although Chen Ping now has 30 years to live, he doesn't want to waste time on these junk turntables. These white turntables can be handed into the camp and exchanged for some camp points. The points in the Ironwood camp can only be used within the camp and can be used to purchase more precious food. In order not to attract attention, Chen Ping did not look at the turntable but followed the crowd to the canteen of the camp. The impact of the beast tide put the camp in danger. In order to allow everyone to quickly recover their consumption, Zhang Tai directly ordered that the canned beef and fish in the food storage be taken out and distributed to the people who were resisting the beast tide. If the camp is breached, no one will survive, and there will be no point in keeping the food. These foods are rich in nutrients and can be preserved for a long time. They are definitely priceless treasures in the end times. On ordinary days, even the battalion commander Zhang Tai was reluctant to eat even a bite. It's the most delicious canned food I've ever eaten in my life. Duan Zixuan ate canned beef with tears in his eyes. You cry all day long like a woman. Ma Zi glanced at Duan Zixuan. Captain, there are not many women in our camp who can cry as much as he does. Li Shan used his teeth to pull open the iron ring of the can, looked at Duan Zixuan and smiled. His broken arm has become scabbed, and now, with the extra 5 points of strength attribute bonus, his strength is not much inferior to Ma Zi. Brother. They all make fun of me. Duan Zixuan looked at Chen Ping. Just get used to it. There's no need to argue with them. The more you resist, the more excited they will get. Chen Ping said with a smile. Long-term repression and silence will cause human beings, a social species, to completely collapse. Chen Ping would occasionally make a joke to ease his tense nerves. Before his rebirth, in the Scarlet Secret Realm, he even talked to himself every day, playing different roles and imitating various tones. This. Duan Zixuan hesitated. Xiao Duan, next time you eat, sit at the women's table. No one will laugh at you. Ma Zi pointed to the distance. Those were the families of the camp's combat team. Each person had a can of food and 3 potatoes, and they were all finished in a few minutes. Chen Ping got up and went to the toilet in the camp. Except for Ma Zi and a few others who received extra attention, Chen Ping was a nobody in the eyes of other people in the camp. The toilets here are the most primitive dry toilets, which are extremely smelly. Chen Ping just found a pit and squatted down. Help me keep watch. Chen Ping released Xiao He. My life is so miserable. Be obedient, and I'll reward you. Xiao He flew around Chen Ping. I am an alien insect, not a fly. Well, there's a level 3 scarlet worm, just found this morning. Where is it? I want to eat it. Xiao He flew up and down excitedly. It had just sucked the flesh and blood of a level 3 red fire wolf, directly improving its quality by 1 level. Although the improvement of the 3rd level scarlet beast will not be so obvious in the future, small amounts will add up to a lot and will eventually lead to a qualitative change. Help me keep watch, I'll take you there when the chance arises. Chen Ping said. Whoosh. Xiao He was very fast, and Chen Ping felt that even the speed of his bullet might not be able to catch up with Xiao He. This guy. Chen Ping shook his head. The alien insect he was bound to was completely different from the information he had previously learned. Never mind it. Chen Ping took out the green turntable and looked at it carefully. This is really good luck. I want to sleep and someone handed me a pillow. What Chen Ping lacks most now is a melee weapon. Although the pistol is not bad, it is completely useless when facing a large number of scarlet beasts. The pistol can only be used for single kills or sneak attacks at medium or short range to maximize its effectiveness. And in this scarlet turntable, there is a green quality knife weapon. Chen Ping chose to draw the lottery without any hesitation. 10 years of life passed in a flash, and the pointer on the turntable began to spin wildly. Please specify the reward item. Black knife. The simple name matches its ordinary appearance very well. The sword is more than 1 meter long and is similar in shape to the Tang sword, but it is completely black. If it is used late at night, it may not be discovered. Black knife. Type, weapon. Effect 1, tearing. After being wounded by the black knife, the wound is extremely difficult to heal. Effect 2, increases the user's strength by an additional 3 points. Quality, superior green. Chen Ping held the black knife in his hand and it didn't feel very heavy. Bang. He just waved it lightly to test the feel, and then he made a hole in the wall. Chen Ping quickly put away the black knife and left the toilet without being noticed. The red fire wolves might attack at any time, so the people who were replaced in the camp had to race against time to rest. When Chen Ping passed by Ma Zi's residence, he took a look into the room. I saw Ma Zi bandaging the wound on his left arm with a dirty piece of gauze. With so many scarlet beasts, even Chen Ping was injured. With someone as powerful as Ma Zi, who was at the forefront, it was natural that he would suffer a lot of damage. Brother Chen, didn't you go to rest? Ma Zi looked up and saw Chen Ping at the door. I just went to the bathroom, Chen Ping said as he took out those white turntables that had no value. This is. Ma Zi was a little nervous. Although they are not good things, they can be exchanged for some camp points. You can stay here. Even if he took out 3 times the number of white turntables, they would still be far inferior to the green turntable that Ma Zi gave. For Ma Zi, he just felt flattered. There are indeed good things on the green turntable, but there are also a lot of useless items, such as polluted water, ordinary sand, and stone. Only 3% of the items are usable, so it is extremely difficult to win one. Therefore, Ma Zi did not think this was very important. He just thought that he should let Chen Ping take a look first to see if he had the intention to participate in the lottery. If there is, just give it to Chen Ping for free. Under the impact of the beast tide, it is unknown whether the time camp can survive, and there is little point in exchanging points. Chen Ping also knew that the current camp points were not valuable. Unless the beast tide ended, the time camp could survive. So he took out another bottle of primary recovery potion. This can restore some physical strength, and it also has a good effect on wound healing. That's not possible. Ma Zi quickly shook his head. You keep it. I still have 2 or 3 bottles. Also, if there are any good quality turntables next time. Don't worry, I promise to show you first. Ma Zi said quickly. Right now, the supervision of the camp has been greatly reduced, and those who can be sent to the defense line and those who are incapable and should not be sent to the defense line have all been sent up. Ma Zi secretly left some turntables behind, and no one would come to hold him accountable. Even Battalion Commander Zhang Tai could only turn a blind eye and at least get through the beast tide in front of him. Killing scarlet beasts and getting scarlet turntables is definitely a matter of probability. If you are unlucky, you may not be able to see one even if you kill 100. For Chen Ping, being able to exchange the primary potions in his hand for some high-quality green turntables is a sure-win deal. Why do I feel like my lifespan is not enough again? Returning to his room, Chen Ping looked at his information and saw that he had 20 years and 6 days left to live, so he sighed. Master, when do we set out? Xiao He flew around Chen Ping. Let's get some sleep first and recharge our batteries. We'll go when we wake up. At 3 o'clock in the morning, Camp Ironwood was silent. In front of the last line of defense, a few scattered people were on guard. The impact of this beast tide caused the camp to suffer unbearable losses, and no one dared to take it lightly. Hey! It seems like a dark shadow just rushed out. Where is the shadow? Don't scare me. Didn't you see it? It felt like, it even smiled at me. I didn't see it. Are you too nervous? Don't scare yourself. It's so dangerous outside. There are scarlet beasts everywhere. Unless you are an old man who wants to hang himself, who would dare to run outside? That's right. Even Captain Ma Zi wouldn't dare to leave the camp and go to the Crimson Wilderness alone during this time. Is it really my eyes that are blurry? Yeah. You must be hallucinating. There's no one. On the defense line, several people who were on guard whispered a few words and then continued to patrol separately. Chen Ping, dressed in black, ran away across the dark scarlet wilderness. Why is there no car in the camp? Chen Ping was a little confused. He originally wanted to steal a motorcycle from the camp. That would make it much more convenient to move around and would also save a lot of time. However, they almost turned the camp upside down, but they didn't even see a donkey riding upside down. There was no choice, Chen Ping had to walk to the Blood Spider Cave. This time we had a clear direction, and we were able to get there faster than during the day. Standing in front of the cave, Chen Ping looked around carefully. Unlike during the day, the cave at this moment was covered with white spider webs, so dense that they almost blocked the entire entrance. It seems like we alerted the enemy during the day. Chen Ping frowned slightly. During the day, Chen Ping didn't know that there was a level 3 blood spider here. Before his rebirth, Chen Ping would pay attention to information about the coastal areas. I have never heard of the appearance of a level 3 blood spider. However, it is also possible that no one has discovered it. After all, scarlet worms like blood spiders rarely go out hunting, and if you are not an experienced person, you can't even find the blood spider's cave. Bang! Chen Ping swung the black knife in his hand, making a muffled sound. These spider webs are extremely tough and even a green-quality black knife cannot cut them. This is a web made by a level 3 blood spider. Chen Ping frowned slightly. Xiaohei, do you have any ideas? Master. This spider scarlet worm is my natural enemy. What can I do? Xiaohei flew very high, fearing that he would get stuck on the spider web. Chen Ping believed that he had a sacrifice as his trump card, plus the black knife in his hand. He could at least fight head-on against the 3rd level scarlet worm. I didn't expect that. Now I can't even see his face. Burning 10 years of your life for a spider web is really a huge loss. But if I don't get rid of the spider web, I can't even enter the cave, let alone fight the blood spider. Hold on a little longer, the Ironwood camp is not far ahead. All the 1st level camps around us have been captured. Why is the Ironwood camp so powerful? I heard that there is a man named Ma Zi in the Ironwood camp. He has a super talent. He has 3 heads and 6 arms. Even the Blood Rose in the Dawn camp is afraid of him. Shenga, is this true? It's so weird. How could it be false? Moreover, this pockmarked guy is 3 meters tall and has a huge bloody mouth. He eats 10 level 2 scarlet beasts every day. Shenga, because of what you said, I don't dare to go. Don't worry, aren't we looking for such a strongman? Yeah, if our camp had a big guy like this, we wouldn't have fallen to this point. What a pity. I drew this green-bound talent, the nether fire, and thought it could change my fate, but it turns out it's not even as powerful as a flamethrower. A group of people who had fled were heading towards the Taima camp. Chen Ping was dressed in black and was not discovered until he was about 300 or 400 meters ahead of those people. Shenga. Netherworld Fire. Chen Ping frowned slightly, he was very familiar with this name. In the area south of the coast, there is a Yuntian camp, which was established as Yuntian City in the 4th year of the Scarlet Apocalypse. There are 4 great commanders in Yuntian City, and the strongest one is the Netherworld Fire King Yishinga. By chance, he upgraded the Netherworld Fire to the red quality Netherworld Fire. Later, he entered the Scarlet Secret Realm alone and killed the Lord's level 4 Scarlet Beast, becoming famous overnight. Chen Ping had met Yishinga in the Scarlet Secret Realm. Since they were both very wary of each other, they just exchanged ideas and did not become close friends. Therefore, Chen Ping also had a certain understanding of Yishinga's talent. Suddenly, a smile appeared on Chen Ping's lips. You guys are going to Camp Ironwood. Chen Ping suddenly spoke, which frightened the group of people. You, who are you? The captain of the first team of Taima camp, Ma Zi. Chen Ping, wearing black clothes and half of his face covered, said in a deep voice. Pockmarked? You are a pockmarked person. How is that possible? Are you pockmarked? I'm still Duan Zishuan, the master of the invincible bow and the one with the magic bow. Those people calmed down and looked at Chen Ping. The Taima camp is not far away. If you want to confirm my identity, just go to the camp and you will find out. Chen Ping said disdainfully. Yeah. Camp Ironwood should be nearby, there's no need for him to lie to us. Is he really pockmarked? But he's not 3 meters tall. As they discussed, Yishinga stood up and said, Can you take us to the camp? Of course there is no problem, but I came out this time with a mission. Chen Ping nodded. He originally thought that after he said this, the other party would ask what the mission was. But when those people heard the word mission, they thought it was a secret of the camp and no one dared to ask any more questions. The scene suddenly became a little awkward. Ahem, this mission is to clean up some level 2 scarlet bugs here. Chen Ping pointed in the direction of the blood spider cave. Captain Matsi, is there anything we can help you with? Yishinga asked cautiously. Chen Ping glanced at them, shook his head and said, "You are too weak to help me." Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when they heard this. They were worried that they would be drafted and become cannon fodder before they even arrived at Taimu camp. That would be too tragic. I just heard that your talent is nether fire. Chen Ping suddenly looked at Yishinga. When Yishinga heard this, his heart suddenly tightened and he wished he could slap himself twice. Although his talent really has no power, what if this pockmarked guy feels that he is not weak and lets him deal with a level 2 beast? Then his death would be too unfair. Captain Matsi, I do have this talent, but... That's it, drink this. Chen Ping directly threw a bottle of primary rage potion to Yishinga. This, I... Yishinga's face looked extremely ugly, as if he was constipated. But under the threat of Ma Zi, he finally made up his mind and drank the bottle of unknown liquid. In an instant, Yishinga's body began to tremble, and a feeling of boiling blood filled his whole body. Just like a volcano about to erupt, it is impossible to suppress the blood and energy running wildly in the body. Swish. A sound of breaking air was heard, and Chen Ping took out his black knife and stopped in front of Yishinga. Use your mind to attach the netherworld fire to this black knife. Chen Ping's tone was cold and no one dared to disobey him. At this time, Yishinga had already determined that Chen Ping was the pockmarked man from Taimu camp. This was also his goal in joining Taimu camp. In addition, Chen Ping's aura was so terrifying that he did not resist at all. The blue flame slowly burned on the black sword. Not only did the temperature around not rise at all, it even dropped to freezing point, making the people nearby shiver with cold. Ironwood camp is in that direction, and it only takes 30 minutes to walk there. You guys go there first. I'll return to the camp after I clean up the scarlet bugs here. Chen Ping pointed in a random direction, which was not the location of Taimu camp. With Chen Ping's strength, Yishinga could not pose any threat to him at all. The reason why I didn't clean up Yishinga and the others was that I thought they might be useful in the future. When Yishinga saw that pockmarked men didn't want him to be cannon fodder, he nodded his head rapidly as if he had been pardoned. At the same time, he was even more surprised at pockmarked men's understanding of his talent, and he was completely impressed and in awe of him. Soon, a group of dozens of people left in the direction Chen Ping pointed. Chen Ping swung his knife towards the entrance of the blood spider cave. Before the spider webs touched the blade, they turned into dark blue sparks. Fire can restrain these spider silks. Of course, ordinary fire would have no effect. Even if one used the highest temperature flamethrower available and sprayed the spider silk for 3 or 4 days, there would be no possibility that the spider silk would be burned off. If someone with fire attribute talent adds fire attribute attack to the weapon, perhaps they can also cut the spider silk, but it will not be as easy as nether fire. The green quality nether fire can only add fire attributes to weapons for 5 minutes. Without any delay, Chen Ping cut off the spider silk at the entrance of the cave and quickly entered the cave. Bang, bang, bang. The small pistol fired continuously, instantly killing the level 2 blood spiders encountered along the way. The deeper you go, the more blood spiders there are. Finally, Chen Ping directly changed to the black knife, and with a wave of his sword, he killed a large number of level 1 and level 2 blood spiders, and their corpses also began to burn. After 3 minutes of chopping melons and vegetables, and with the help of the primary agility potion, Chen Ping entered the bottom of the cave. The space here is much larger, half the width of a football field, and the top of the cave is 3 or 4 meters high. The entire bottom of the cave is like a large bowl turned upside down. In the center, there is a huge red spider, 2 or 3 people tall, lying on its side. Its belly was facing upwards, like a balloon about to burst, emitting a faint red glow. Directly above it was a huge silk cocoon. Nearly transparent spiders, no bigger than a fist, are crawling out of silk cocoons. Oh my goodness, either I run into someone who failed to get promoted, or someone who is giving birth. Chen Ping clenched the black knife in his hand, intending to end the battle quickly. Master, come on, Master, come on. Xiao He flew to the wall of the cave where there was no spider web and looked down motionlessly. Don't you plan to participate? Chen Ping thought. It's my natural enemy. I'm afraid if I get involved, my master will lose an extremely powerful fighter. Master, can you bear to do this? Xiao Hei's thoughts were filled with grievances. At the bottom of the blood spider cave, Chen Ping held a black knife in his hand. The Lord level 3 scarlet bug is much more powerful than the ordinary level 3 scarlet bug. However, the blood spider is at its weakest right after laying eggs. Normally, there are at least tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of low-level blood spiders guarding this kind of Lord-level scarlet worm. But Chen Ping didn't find a large number of blood spiders. He didn't have time to consider these details. The nether fire on the black knife in his hand only had about 2 minutes left. Aha! The sound of breaking through the air sounded, and the black knife drew a beautiful arc in midair. Bite. When? The sound of metal colliding echoed at the bottom of the cave. Chen Ping's arm felt sore and numb, and there was a tearing pain in the palm of his hand. The blood spider's forelimbs accurately resisted Chen Ping's attack. Its 8 eyes flashed with cunning red light, its bloated abdomen squirmed slightly, and a stream of red venom shot out. With the help of the agility potion, Chen Ping was able to avoid it, and the venom that fell on the ground directly corroded all the stones on the ground. If this splashes onto Chen Ping, even if he doesn't die, he will completely lose his ability to fight. At the same time, the ground beneath his feet began to tremble slightly. Xiao Hei, who was hiding on the wall, shook his wings and said, "It seems that the second-level blood spiders are heading here, and there are quite a lot of them." Chen Ping had a stern look on his face. If he couldn't quickly deal with the third-level blood spider and its reinforcements arrived, he would inevitably be in danger. There are thousands and thousands of blood spiders. Even if they can't kill Chen Ping, they can slowly wear him down to death here. There's nothing I can do. Chen Ping took a deep breath and used his talent for the first time, sacrifice. Blood-red aura filled his body, and Chen Ping's overall attributes were close to 300. This is equivalent to the strength of a third-level scarlet beast. Crack! The black knife fell again, and the blood spider's movements were the same as last time. The only difference was that the blood spider's forelimbs were cut off by Chen Ping. A shrill roar echoed throughout the cave. The huge blood spider moved its body clumsily, its 8 pitch-black eyes filled with fear. Puff, puff, puff. In 3 seconds, the sword light poured down like a storm, and the third-level blood spider was killed beyond death. Bang. The long knife was inserted into the ground, supporting Chen Ping's body. In the entire cave, the only sound was Chen Ping's rapid breathing and beads of sweat the size of beans sliding down his forehead. 3 seconds is a short time, but the energy burst out by Chen Ping is enough to shake the Lord's third-level ferocious beast, not to mention the third-level blood spider which is in a weakened state. Seeing this, Xiao Hei quickly flew down from the cave wall. "It's dangerous here. I'll give it to you when we get back to the camp." After Chen Ping finished speaking, he put the blood spider's corpse, part of the spider web, and the items that the blood spider exploded into the space stone without even looking at them. He stuffed Xiao Hei into his underwear, drank a bottle of primary agility potion, and rushed out of the cave as fast as he could. The dark tunnel was already filled with level 2 blood spiders, their number far outnumbering the rats in the Biological Research Institute. Chen Ping hacked and killed all the way until his arms were completely numb. Wow! It finally came out. After killing countless blood spiders, Chen Ping finally rushed out of the cave. However, outside the cave, on the endless land, countless blood spiders were rushing towards here at a rapid speed. My goodness, where did all these come from? I tried so hard before, but couldn't find a single one. Chen Ping had no time to complain. He identified the direction of Taima Camp and started running at a rapid speed. On the ground, those blood spiders were not as fast as Chen Ping, and Chen Ping had always maintained his primary agility status. It took just over 10 minutes to shake off the blood spiders. The sky in the east is turning pale, and a new day has just begun. Chen Ping, who looked very embarrassed, took advantage of the rotation of guards in Taima Camp and slipped back in. "Brother Chen, you got up so early. What are you doing?" Ma Zi had just walked out of the dormitory when he ran into Chen Ping, who was covered in filth. "I went out for a while," Chen Ping said ambiguously. Ma Zi didn't dare to ask any further questions, but just nodded. "Oh, right, there is a group of refugees, they should be in the southwest now. Among them, there is a person with great potential. If you are interested, you can go look for him. Chen Ping was about to return to his room when he suddenly stopped and reminded Ma Zi. Ma Zi did not dare to neglect the person that Chen Ping mentioned so often. Okay, I will organize people to look for him right away. By the way, they saw you in the early morning. After Chen Ping finished speaking, he went straight to his residence. He now had to change his clothes quickly and then check the items that the blood spider exploded. After all, it is a third-level scarlet worm, and it is at the Lord level. The things that exploded will not be too bad. Chen Ping is a little impatient. In the early morning. Have you seen me? Looking at Chen Ping's departing back, Ma Zi stood there, somewhat confused. However, although Ma Zi looks rough, he is actually very meticulous in mind, combined with Chen Ping's condition. He soon guessed that Chen Ping must have left the camp in the early morning to do something, met some refugees on the way, and then pretended to be him. Shanzi, Xiaoduan, gather a team of people and go out with me. Ma Zi said hello and took all the people in Team 1 except Chen Ping and left Taima camp directly. Chen Ping in the room changed his clothes and opened the space stone directly. First of all, there are 2 scarlet coins. Originally, Chen Ping thought that there were no level 3 scarlet beasts in this area, and it would be extremely difficult to obtain scarlet coins. Unexpectedly, just after killing the 3rd-level red fire wolf, the 3rd-level blood spider appeared. The scarlet coin is easier to get than imagined. Secondly, there is a scarlet turntable that emits a faint blue light. Blue quality turntable. Chen Ping was a little excited. Even the 3rd-level red fire wolf did not drop a blue quality turntable, which showed how touching the drop rate was. As expected of a blue turntable exploded by a Lord-level scarlet worm, the quality is really good. Chen Ping took a glance and nodded with satisfaction. Unfortunately, he only had 10 years and 5 days left to live. Even if I didn't burn my life to kill the blood spider, it wouldn't be enough to draw this blue turntable. 30 years of life. Chen Ping was a little worried. Right now, the only way is to find a turntable with advanced life potions, but the drop rate of this turntable is extremely low. After Chen Ping used one last time, there has not been a second turntable with life potion in the entire Taima camp. Looks like we need to increase our efforts to kill monsters. Chen Ping put away the scarlet turntable, and then took out the corpse of the 3rd-level blood spider. When in the blood spider cave, Chen Ping didn't feel anything special. But at this moment, the bloody smell of the blood spider corpse that had just been taken out of the space stone directly overflowed from Chen Ping's residence, making the entire Taima camp shrouded in a foul smell. Such a strong smell. Chen Ping frowned slightly. Xiao He was also a little hesitant, but fortunately he had no sense of smell, so he just lay on the blood spider's corpse and started to feast. A few minutes later, Xiao He stopped contentedly. The body of the 3rd-level blood spider had shriveled a little, and the remaining part was enough to make hundreds of bottles of primary rage potion, which was enough for Chen Ping to use now. Burp. I'm full. Xiao He was lying lazily beside the blood spider's corpse, his pitch-black body had a faint red glow. However, although Xiao He didn't eat much, he didn't grow any bigger. Chen Ping quickly collected the blood spider's corpse. At this time, it was already noisy outside. Captain, are the bodies of those scarlet beasts outside going to rot? Captain, we must deal with the bodies outside as soon as possible. Yes. If there is a plague, the antibiotics we have here may not be effective. Everyone was talking at once. Battalion Commander Zhang Tai looked stern and glanced at everyone. Where's Ma Zi? He went out with a team of people early in the morning. I don't know where he went. This guy is becoming more and more unruly. When the beast tide was approaching, he went out without even reporting. Zhang Tai looked displeased. As soon as he finished speaking, Ma Zi came back with a large group of people. Battalion Commander, I'm back. Ma Zi said loudly. When he saw Ma Zi in person, Zhang Tai's expression immediately relaxed a lot. Captain Ma Zi, you. These are people from the Jinshi camp. Their camp has been destroyed by the beast tide. They want to seek refuge in our camp. I'll go to pick them up. Ma Zi explained. I see. However, the camp is now in a life and death situation, and you are the backbone of the camp. It is best not to act alone at this time, said the battalion commander in a calm tone. Yes, battalion commander, this will not happen again, Ma Zi said seriously. We are discussing how to deal with the bodies outside. What do you think? Zhang Tai ignored the people brought back by Ma Zi, and directly asked the question just now. The handling of corpses is definitely a matter of life and death for the camp. Yesterday, they were able to withstand the last wave of beasts largely because of the presence of those corpses. If we burn or bury it now, how will we resist the next wave of beasts? There aren't that many people in the camp now. However, if the bodies are not disposed of, in such a humid environment, they will completely rot within 3 days, and the plague will inevitably spread. This would also lead to the complete destruction of the camp. Ma Zi was also a little undecided. He glanced to the side and saw that Chen Ping was standing in the crowd without him knowing when. He signaled with his eyes that he wanted to seek Chen Ping's opinion. Chen Ping didn't care about the survival of this camp. He stayed just to develop for a while and accumulate strength. In the future, he will most likely leave here. If Taimu camp cannot stop this beast tide, he will leave early, so Chen Ping did not respond to Ma Zi. Captain, the intensity of the attacks by those scarlet beasts is decreasing. I think it will be over in 2 or 3 days. What I mean is, hold on for a few more days until the beast tide is completely over, and then clean up all the corpses as quickly as possible. Chen Ping's lack of response made Ma Zi think that Chen Ping did not allow him to clean up the body. Okay, then let's take Captain Ma Zi's advice. Zhang Tai nodded. Ouch. In the empty scarlet wilderness, with a howl, thousands of red fire wolves appeared. As the beast tide continued, the number of camps in the coastal areas decreased dramatically. It's been 3 days, and there are still so many of these damn scarlet beasts. Li Shan's body was covered in blood, and he could no longer tell whether it was the blood of the scarlet beast or his own blood. Shan Zi, just hold on a little longer, it should be over soon, Ma Zi said in a deep voice. The wall of corpses blocking their way had begun to rot. The foul smell makes it difficult to breathe. Moreover, in those walls of corpses, there were not only the corpses of scarlet beasts, but more of them were human. Many of them are comrades who once fought side by side. In comparison, the psychological pressure and mental torture brought by these scenes are more terrifying than the scarlet beast. Sizzle, sizzle. Hey! The camp's communication has been restored. Duan Zixuan glanced at the bracelet and quickly said to the person next to him. Without communication equipment, information transmission was slow, often resulting in unnecessary combat casualties. Motzi, a large number of scarlet bugs have been found in Area 1. Lead the team to check it out immediately. Team 2 has been sent over to replace you. As soon as communications were restored, Battalion Commander Zhang Tai issued an order. Receive. Ma Zi replied and immediately reunited the team members hiding in the fortifications. Defense formation, head to Area 1. The members of Team 1 cooperated very well. The long-range attacks were surrounded in the center of the team. Some of them held shields on the periphery, while others, like Li Shan, held long swords for defense. In the team, Chen Ping used a small pistol, which was a medium to short-range weapon, from beginning to end, and was also protected in the center of the team. Damn it, why are there scarlet bugs again? Ma Zi stood in the middle of the team, looking around vigilantly. If a scarlet beast approached, he would directly attack with the compound bow. The scarlet worms are far weaker than the scarlet beasts of the same level, but they are more numerous and smaller in size. If they attack the camp, it will be absolutely impossible to defend against them. 10 minutes later, a team moved to Area 1. Looking around, the ground was covered with white spider webs. Fist-sized spiders were lying quietly on the webs, seemingly waiting for an opportunity to strike. What is this? I've never seen it before. Duan Zixuan stood behind Chen Ping and said in confusion. Level 1 blood spiders prey on other scarlet bugs. When they reach level 2 or above, they can prey on scarlet beasts. Their spider silk is very tough, and there is a poison sac in their abdomen, which is also their weak point. Blood spiders below level 2 can be made incapable of fighting by hitting their abdomen. Chen Ping explained calmly. Wow, you are worthy of being my idol, you know everything. Duan Zixuan's face was full of admiration. In the database of Scarlet Apocalypse, there is a detailed introduction about the blood spider. Really? But I seldom read guides when I play games. Duan Zixuan felt a little regretful. If he had paid more attention when he was playing the game, he wouldn't be so disappointed now. Captain, what should we do now? Should we launch an attack, or wait a little longer? A team member asked in a low voice. In the distance, more blood spiders were still gathering, making people's scalps tingle. There are more and more of these things. Once they gather together, we won't even have the ability to fight back. Let's kill them first. Ma Zi turned his head and gave Li Shan a wink. Li Shan nodded, and finally waved back. Defense team, follow me. Provide remote support to Shanzi. Ma Zi shouted, hid behind a cover, and started shooting with a compound bow. The war was about to break out. Chen Ping took a small pistol and shot intermittently. He really had no interest in this kind of scarlet worm that could be killed with one shot. Captain. There are level 2 scarlet bugs here. Suddenly, Li Shan shouted. Before he could finish his words, a team member in front of him was wrapped in a white spider web and turned into a mummy. Another team member was splashed with venom, and half of his face was reduced to bones. Retreat. Ma Zi immediately shouted loudly. Originally they thought they were all first-level scarlet bugs with limited killing power, so they sent Li Shan and others to attract firepower while the rest of them focused on attacking. Under the cover of several compound bows, Li Shan retreated safely. At the same time, hundreds of second-level blood spiders also followed. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Countless arrows flew out from the fortifications, and only Ma Zi's arrows could occasionally hit the blood spider's abdomen. The rest of the arrows basically hit the blood spider and were directly bounced off. Damn, the abdomens of these spiders are blocked. It's too hard to shoot them. Ma Zi looked at the swarm of spiders getting closer and closer, feeling a little anxious. Bang, bang, bang. Several bullets were fired in succession, each one hitting the target accurately and killing the blood spider directly. Ma Zi was accustomed to the strength displayed by Chen Ping, but the other people in the team found it a little unbelievable. No one expected that Chen Ping, who was usually taciturn and unremarkable, could have the ability to hit the target every time. Unfortunately, no matter how high Chen Ping's accuracy is, with one person and one gun, he cannot kill hundreds of blood spiders in a short period of time. A large number of blood spiders still rushed to the front. These fortifications can serve as a buffer against the scarlet beasts, but they have no hindering effect on the blood spiders. Retreat. Don't get close to them. The size of a level 2 blood spider is much larger than that of a level 1, and the venom it sprays is also stronger. An ordinary person will die if they come into contact with it. While fighting back, they retreated and soon reached the main gate of the camp. Some blood spiders have already climbed over the wall and entered the camp. It's over, the camp is going to fall. Duan Zixuan hurriedly pulled the trigger, but didn't even touch the blood spider's body. Ma Zi immediately reported the battle situation to Captain Zhang Tai. You guys continue to fight against the scarlet bugs outside, and leave those that enter the camp to me. Zhang Tai replied in a hoarse voice. So, one team stayed in front of the camp gate and continued to resist. The green dial. Ma Zi, who shot a level 2 blood spider to death with an arrow, suddenly saw a green and scarlet turntable falling out. Chen Ping, who was standing nearby, naturally saw it as well. And the entire team's eyes were looking towards the turntable. Calmly putting away the turntable, Ma Zi said to everyone, when we hand it over to the camp and exchange it for points, everyone will get a share. Captain, the points in the camp are not very useful now, why don't we just draw them ourselves? Yes. The situation is critical now. The most important thing is to win the prizes and improve our strength. If we hand them over to the camp, apart from those points, everything else will have nothing to do with us. That's right. In the entire camp, the most dangerous and hardest work was done by our team. But in the end, whatever good stuff we got was not ours. Teams 2 and 3 are the direct descendants of the battalion commander. Our strongest team, Team 1, has become the stepmothers. Captain, we should use them. All the team members were talking at once. In fact, Ma Zi had no intention of handing over this turntable. He planned to show it to Chen Ping first. If Chen Ping didn't want it, he would draw the lottery directly. As for the camp points, he still has quite a few, and he will divide them equally among his teammates as compensation. Since everyone thinks this way, then let's not hand it in. But, who will smoke? Ma Zi looked at everyone. Captain, you have always had the final say on our team's affairs. You decide who will be drawn, and we have no objection. What about the prizes you won? Ma Zi continued to ask. As long as the benefits don't go to outsiders, it's fine. We're all on the same team anyway. If we can draw good stuff, our strength will improve. Okay, take a look at the prize pool on the turntable first. If you're interested in the lottery, sign up with me first. Ma Zi nodded. At this time, some of the second-level blood spiders had already entered the camp, and the rest were eliminated. The first-level blood spiders in the distance did not show any signs of attacking. 2 people were assigned to be on guard, and the others gathered in front of Ma Zi. Soon, the green turntable was passed to Chen Ping. There were 60 items in the prize pool and 57 white props, all of which were garbage. The 3 green prizes are primary vehicle mastery talent, primary potion mastery talent, and intermediate life potion. The good stuff is really good, but there are also a lot of rubbish prizes. Sacrificing 10 years of life in exchange for a 5% chance of winning the lottery has discouraged many people. The most important thing is that the average lifespan of a team member is about 10 years, and some of them don't even live long enough to participate in the lottery. Who wants to smoke? Ma Zi looked around at everyone. Suddenly, everyone fell silent. In this way, the prizes won can belong to individuals, and I will take out a part of my own points to compensate others. Ma Zi continued. Still no one answered. Then, just hand it over. Ma Zi sighed. Captain, I still have 11 years to live. If no one smokes me. A team member stepped forward. Seeing this, Chen Ping slowly spoke up, I want to take a gamble too. No one else. Then you too. Captain, I've thought about it and decided to let him smoke first. After this spin, he only had less than a year left to live, and there were too few green quality prizes, so the team member was really afraid to take the gamble. After all, he was able to join the first team and his strength was not weak, so there was no need for him to fight to the death for the time being. Everyone's eyes fell on Chen Ping. Most of the team members don't know Chen Ping, and don't even know his name. But they knew that Chen Ping came from the lower class with less than a year to live, and he joined the combat team because he could no longer continue to draw the lottery. That's not right. He shouldn't have 10 years to live, right? Yeah, can you draw the green wheel? Several team members were confused. As long as the turntable can be started, the prize is yours. As for other matters, everyone has their own secrets. I will not ask about them, let alone interfere. Ma Zi's words directly rescued Chen Ping from the predicament. Chen Ping bit his finger and pressed it to the center of the turntable. Outside the timer camp, a team of team members gathered together and looked at the turntable in front of Chen Ping. The red pointer spun rapidly, and finally slowly stopped at the intermediate life potion. How is this possible? With a 1 in 60 chance, he actually won the bet. Hey! I still have 15 years to live. If I had known, I would have taken a gamble. What kind of fate is this guy? Except for Ma Zi, Li Shan, and Duan Zixuan, everyone else was envious and even a little jealous. Before the lottery, everyone understands the big picture, but when something good comes out, your mentality will change dramatically. If Ma Zi had not been present, a situation of murder and treasure grabbing would have occurred long ago. Chen Ping held the intermediate life potion in his hand, unable to hide a smile on his face. He could finally draw the blue and scarlet turntable. As for what other people think, Chen Ping doesn't care. If anyone wants to take action, he doesn't mind sending a few away. Captain, his strength is average. It's a waste to use this intermediate life potion. Yes, I think we can compensate him with some life-saving weapons and equipment. This intermediate life potion should be used by those who are capable. The best steel should be used on the blade. This intermediate life potion, Wait a minute. A few team members were still trying to fight for it, but Chen Ping next to them had already drunk the intermediate life potion in one gulp. He originally had only 10 years and 5 days left to live. After using 10 years to draw the lottery tickets, he only had 5 days left. How could he possibly give up the life potion? This guy, Captain. Everyone looked at Ma Zi. Before I drew the wheel, I said that whoever draws the prize will get it, and I will use my personal points to compensate everyone. A man cannot stand without faith, especially in this scarlet apocalypse. In order to survive, we should stick together and resist those scarlet beasts together. The reason why humans were able to stand at the highest position on this planet is that they know how to cooperate. Ma Zi said righteously. In fact, when a real crisis comes, most people will think about themselves, and what about integrity? It can't be used to make a living. People's hearts are no longer the same as they used to be. Ma Zi spoke out so righteously mainly because he knew Chen Ping's strength. Okay, everyone, do your job and hold the line. There are still so many blood spiders outside that have not been dealt with. Ma Zi waved his hand, and everyone left in disappointment. The intermediate life potion had already gone into Chen Ping's stomach, so there was no point in them lingering around. Chen Ping took his small pistol and walked behind the defense line. After calming down, he decided to extend his lifespan a little longer before drawing the blue and scarlet turntable. After all, one extraction would consume 30 years of life, so there would only be 5 days left. If I don't get the life potion during this period, I'll be really finished. Chen Ping hid behind the wall of corpses, firing sporadically, and suddenly felt the temperature in his chest rise sharply. It was like a burning stone pressed against my chest. What's going on? Chen Ping quickly reached into his underwear and took Xiaohei out. The little black bug was emitting a fiery glow. Xiaohei. What's wrong with you? Chen Ping tried to contact Xiaohei with his mind, but got no response. What happens? The strangeness here caught Ma Zi's attention. In fact, he didn't want to go over and ask, but the other team members' eyes were all on Chen Ping's position, so as the captain, he naturally had to ask symbolically. It's okay, there's a scarlet bug. Chen Ping endured the intense burning sensation and held Xiaohei in his hand. It's good that you're okay. Although there are level 1 blood spiders everywhere outside, you still have to keep your attention focused. Be careful not to get into any trouble. Ma Zi said the second half of his sentence while looking at the other team members. Everyone turned around and continued to attack the first-level blood spiders. Sizzle. Chen Ping couldn't bear the pain that felt like a burning fire, so he put Xiaohei on the ground. The blood on the ground evaporated instantly when it came into contact with the high temperature. It was not until a few minutes later that Xiaohei's temperature gradually returned to normal. Master, I'm so tired. Chen Ping received Xiaohei's thoughts. What's going on? Upgrading again. It's not long since I was promoted to level 2, how could it be so fast? I just absorbed the energy of the level 3 Lord Blood Spider and mutated a little bit. Xiaohei lay on the ground, motionless, and the thoughts he conveyed were also very weak. Chen Ping carefully picked up Xiaohei again. What mutation? Another venom skill. Xiaohei replied. Chen Ping nodded and didn't ask any more questions. Have a good rest. Then, he put Xiaohei back in his arms. The impact of the beast tide is still continuing in the coastal areas. The number of unbroken camps was dwindling. Especially after the blood spiders joined, it became even harder to guard against. The Dawn camp, the secondary camp closest to the Ironwood camp, was completely captured late at night on the 3rd day of the beast tide. The battalion commander of the Dawn camp fled the camp 3 hours in advance, and 3 deputy battalion commanders were killed in the battle. Of the 18 hunting teams, 10 were killed and more than half of the remaining 8 were killed or wounded. Captain. Let's retreat. The camp is gone, and there are scarlet beasts everywhere. Where can we retreat to? Xuena looked around, her face full of despair. Dawn camp is the only second-level camp within hundreds of miles. However, facing the pursuit of the level 2 red fire wolf, they found it difficult to escape. There is no way back. To the south, the Ironwood camp is still holding out. We can retreat there. Ironwood camp. That level 1 camp. How is that possible? Xuana's face was full of disbelief. The second-level Dawn camp, a large camp with hundreds of strong men and nearly 10,000 people, could not be defended. How could a first-level camp with only a few hundred people be defended? Captain, let's give it a try. We'll die if we stay here anyway, so why not try our luck there? Xuana didn't hesitate for long. She picked up her sniper rifle with one hand and said to the people around her, "All team members, bring only 1 day's worth of food and necessary weapons, and move toward the Ironwood camp. Move the defensive formation. One group will scout the way, the second group will provide support, and the third group will cover the rear." Clear. Everyone responded in unison, and then boarded their respective vehicles. However, these vehicles have been severely damaged and are running low on fuel. No one is sure whether they can make it to the Time camp. Except for the Dawn camp, all the survivors in the surrounding area also rushed to the Ironwood camp. And the beast tide is still going on without end. The night was dim. Motzi and others took turns to rest and returned to the camp dragging their tired bodies. 3 hours ago, 400 or 500 level 2 blood spiders launched the most violent attack on Area 1. Motzi even picked up a machete for close combat. This wave of attacks also caused the first loss of personnel in a team since the beast tide, and it was extremely tragic. Of the 10-man team, only 5 were left. Entering the camp, Motzi's face looked heavy. In order to eliminate the second-level blood spiders that attacked the camp, Battalion Commander Zhang Tai was also seriously injured. His right leg from the knee down was completely corroded by the blood spider venom and had completely festered. From today on, the camp will be managed by Deputy Battalion Commander Sun Mu, and Team 3 Captain Zhao Chang will be promoted to Deputy Battalion Commander. Zhang Tai's face turned purple as he used all his strength to explain. "Battalion Commander, don't worry about your injuries and recover. When you recover, the camp will still be yours." Sun Mu stepped forward. "We have experienced many life and death situations. I have predicted the ending. You don't need to comfort me. My mission has been completed. From now on, this burden will be handed over to you. You must lead the people in the camp and wait until the day when the clouds and fog clear." Zhang Tai's eyes were filled with tears and resentment. "I will do my best." Sun Mu nodded. "And my family? Don't worry, as long as I'm here, I will never let anything happen to them." Sun Mu promised solemnly. Zhang Tai nodded. "If we can't defend the camp, don't let them suffer too much." "I know." Sun Mu nodded. Afterwards, Zhang Tai was carried into the battalion commander's room. After watching Zhang Tai leave, Sun Mu adjusted his mood and looked at Motzi again. "How many people are left in Team 1? "Count me in, 5 people." Motzi replied. "Recently, there are many people fleeing from the surrounding areas. You can choose from them and increase the number to 10. After Motzi's selection, Team 2 and Team 4 will also complete the team as soon as possible. After tomorrow, all corpses outside the camp will be burned to prevent the spread of plague. Also, all combat teams, if any weapons or armor are damaged, please go to the armory and replace them in time. Old Zhao, tonight, you must organize another group of people and start the turntable. Make sure there are enough weapons and protective gear. Everyone, after getting the turntable, can handle it on their own and hand it into the camp to get double points. During the beast tide, you can draw the lottery on your own and the camp will not pursue it. Everything is based on improving your own survival ability. Defending the camp is also defending yourselves." After Sun Mu finished speaking, everyone left. Chen Ping also went straight back to his room. The transfer of power in Time camp had nothing to do with Chen Ping. Life, life, and life. Chen Ping lay on the bed, muttering to himself. "Although I have a lifespan of 30 years, I still feel it is seriously inadequate. If you draw the blue quality Scarlet turntable once, it will be reset to 0. The Scarlet Secret Realm will not arrive for about 3 months. Do we have to wait 3 months before opening this turntable?" Chen Ping tossed and turned. "The wedding has been held and the veil has been lifted, but you are not allowed to spend the bridal chamber." Even someone as calm as Chen Ping felt a little itchy. "Master, the last time I killed a level 3 blood spider, I felt a very strong breath of life in that cave. I think there might be a big secret hidden there." Suddenly, Xiao Hei crawled out from Chen Ping's underwear. Life breath. You mean there's something there that increases lifespan? I'm not sure either, it's just, my sixth sense as a scarlet worm. Is your sixth sense accurate? How would I know? This is the first time I've felt it. Holy crap. Am I getting excited or am I dreaming? I saw a fairy. What is a celestial being? Don't you know Blood Rose? Blood Rose. She is the legendary most beautiful woman in the Dawn Camp, Blood Rose Xuena. Of course, before the end of the world, she and I were both from Binhai University. She was the campus beauty of Binhai University. I have seen her speech before. Hey! Why is she in our camp? Are you here to seek refuge as well? Nonsense. She is from the Dawn Camp, which is a level 2 camp. Even if the Ironwood camp is gone, the Dawn Camp will not be breached. Yeah, their camp is 100 times stronger than ours, maybe they're here to support us. That's impossible. Our Ironwood camp is just an ordinary first-level camp. How could it alarm the Dawn Camp? And let Blood Rose lead the team here in person. A group of members of the Taima camp were standing in the corridor, looking at Xuena and others who had just arrived, and talking in a buzz. On the 4th day of the Beast Tide, the Scarlet Beast's attack showed no signs of weakening. The number of members in Taima camp increased instead of decreased. The new battalion commander, Sun Mu, settled Xuena and others who came to seek refuge, and immediately convened an emergency meeting in the command room. Originally, it was limited to the deputy battalion commander and several team leaders, but Ma Zi brought Duan Zixuan, Li Shan, and Chen Ping with him. Ma Zi, this meeting is confidential, why did you bring them here? Sun Mu frowned slightly. Hey, battalion commander, you know me. I'm just a rough guy who doesn't know anything. They are all my right-hand men and the people I trust the most. I bring them here to help me with advice. Ma Zi said carelessly. Sun Mu glanced at the 3 people behind Ma Zi, and Ma Zi quickly introduced, this is Li Shan, you know him, with the attribute of strength +5, a meat grinder on the battlefield. This is Duan Zixuan. He looks like a sissy, but he's a real fighter. This is Xiaodong. He's not very strong, but he's very smart. He's my military advisor. I can definitely trust these 3. If I'm gone, they can all be the captains of a team. Ma Zi grinned. Forget it, let's talk business. Sun Mu took a closer look and found that they were indeed old members of the Taima camp, so he didn't worry about it anymore. You all know what happened this morning. The Dawn Camp was breached by the Scarlet Beasts, and Blood Rose Xuena brought her hunting team to join us. Battalion Commander, this is good news. The strength of our camp has been enhanced again. Zhao Chang, who was sitting next to him, interjected. I've done some research. Xuena has already reached the level of Silver 1 star. Even if we put aside her talent and weapons, no one in our camp can be her match. As the saying goes, one must be on guard against others. Wait until the Beast Tide passes, and if she wants to. This camp was created by Zhang Tai and I. Now that he has handed it over to me, I am putting all my energy into it, fearing that there will be even the slightest omission. The camp is now taking shape. If someone takes over our camp, how will we explain to Brother Zhang Tai when we get to the lower level? Sun Mu said this with great sorrow. Ma Zi said sternly, Captain Sun, do you mean that Captain Zhang is gone? In the early morning, when the people responsible for taking care of Brother Zhang Tai went to check on him, he was already dead. He committed suicide because he didn't want to implicate his brothers in the camp. Sun Mu sighed. Suddenly, an extremely sad atmosphere filled the command room. Ma Zi, what do you think about this matter? Sun Mu suddenly called out Ma Zi. This. Ma Zi looked at Chen Ping. At this time, Chen Ping was also a little confused. He had just woken up in the morning and was looking at the beautiful women when Ma Zi inexplicably pulled him over. Xiaodong, my brain is a little insufficient right now, can you help me analyze it? Ma Zi continued. Chen Ping touched his nose and said slowly, the most important thing now is to resist the Beast Tide. If we can't resist it, everything else is nonsense. Moreover, since they came to us on their own initiative, if we turn them away, our camp will probably have difficulty growing and developing in the future. Maybe we can stay and contribute to the camp. If you are worried that they have bad intentions, you can disperse their troops into different teams in our camp. After we have resisted this beast tide, we can decide whether to let them go or stay. Chen Ping's analysis was well-reasoned, but he was not considering it from the perspective of the camp. He simply felt that Xue Na was pleasing to the eye. After the beast tide is over and the Scarlet Secret Realm arrives after a while, Chen Ping will leave the camp as soon as possible. He doesn't care whether the Taima camp is dead or alive. If I could have a beautiful woman to accompany me during this period, it wouldn't be so boring. As for Xue Na's strength, Chen Ping was confident that he could kill her within 5 seconds, even without using sacrifice. If anyone has ill intentions towards me, I will kill him. In the Scarlet Apocalypse, being gentle and kind to women is the most unacceptable thing. Chen Ping in his previous life also knew this truth, and especially after Lin Ruoyun's betrayal, he understood it even more deeply. Yes, that's what I thought. Ma Zi nodded. Sun Mu frowned even more deeply. In that case, let's make it this way first. Blood Rose is very strong, so let her be the deputy captain of Team 1. For Teams 2, 4, and 5, you guys should also lead 1 or 2 people to break up their teams. Yes. Several captains agreed. Also, today the first team will continue to defend Area 1. Not a single scarlet worm is allowed to be missed. Yes. Ma Zi stood up and answered. The meeting is adjourned. After Sun Mu finished speaking, he turned and walked out of the command room. Hey, Ma Zi, you're a very capable military strategist, and your analysis is very logical. Zhao Chang moved closer to Ma Zi and looked at Chen Ping. Get lost. You look like a dog. I can tell at a glance that you didn't hold your fart well. How is that possible? I know that Shanzi and Xiaoduan are your right-hand men, but please lend me Xiaodong. I haven't been using my brain much lately. Zhao Chang said with a smile. Bullshit, you want to borrow Xiaodong? Chop off my head first. Hey, aren't I discussing this with you? Why are you so angry? Zhao Chang was a little surprised. I still have to go to Area 1 to deploy defenses. I don't have time to waste on your bullshit. Ma Zi waved his hand and left the command room with Li Shan, Duan Zixuan, and Chen Ping. Captain, this time the battalion commander's meeting is for captain-level participants. Isn't it inappropriate for you to bring us here? Duan Zixuan asked belatedly. Ma Zi didn't reply. Li Shan, who was beside Duan Zixuan, scratched his nose and snorted. When Zhang Tai was the battalion commander, he was on guard against our captain. Now that Sun Mu is in his place, he's just making do with his own ideas. What do you mean? The captain brought us here because he was afraid that they would take action. Duan Zixuan couldn't believe it. The reason we didn't let Blood Rose join is because we think she's too strong. Our team's situation is similar, so today the captain wants to make his position clear. It's a life and death situation, but you're still doing these dirty things. How disgusting. Ma Zi shook his head. Wherever there are people, there are rivers and lakes, and there are intrigues. This has been the case from ancient times to the present, from east to west. This is also one of the reasons why Chen Ping did not want to join the camp. After breakfast, Ma Zi carefully selected 4 people to form a team, including Yishinga who possessed the nether fire. A girl named Su Sisi with a green quality shield tower, and she is also the only female in the current team. The other 2 were slightly weaker and both used melee weapons. Finally, around 8 o'clock, the 10th member of Team 1 also arrived. Xue Na, the former captain of the hunting team of the Dawn Camp, was known as the Blood Rose. First of all, welcome our new comrades. We are all novices, so I won't say any more nonsense. Xue Na, from today on, you are the vice captain of Team 1. Ma Zi said, and looked at the bracelet. I'll give you 5 minutes to get familiar with each other's specialties. After 5 minutes, enter Area 1 and start fighting. As soon as Ma Zi's voice fell, before all the team members could take any action, his bracelet made a slight electric sound. Zizizi. Calling Motzi. Calling Motzi. A large number of scarlet bugs have appeared in Area 1. Please go immediately. Please go immediately. Got it. Got it. Ma Zi responded immediately, and then waved his hand. Go to Area Number 1. All members of Team 1 rushed to Area 1 and entered the fortifications before they had time to get acquainted with each other. Damn it. It's this group of blood spiders again. Isn't this a beast tide? Why are the damn scarlet bugs joining in the fun? Li Shan looked at the endless blood spiders and felt bitter in his mouth. Looking at their size, most of them are level 1, so they are relatively easy to deal with. Duan Zixuan glanced at the distance, then changed the subject and looked at Chen Ping. Brother, I didn't expect that Blood Rose would really join our team. I never thought of it in my dreams, and she is too fierce. Chen Ping glanced at Xuana's position. She was alone, crouching behind a wall of corpses. The heavy sniper rifle in her hand was constantly firing. The powerful recoil caused her body to swing greatly. Every bullet fired would penetrate at least one first-level blood spider first, and then kill the blood spiders behind it directly. Sometimes, he could even shoot through 3 or 4 blood spiders with one shot. The one who is under the most pressure in the team is Ma Zi, because Xuana is so powerful that even 10 Ma Zis may not be able to defeat her. Moreover, Xuana used to be the captain of the hunting team of the Dawn Camp. She is already very proud. Now that she has just escaped, she may not be able to obey his orders after the beast tide is over. However, Ma Zi didn't take it too seriously. As long as he could survive this time, it didn't matter if the captain gave it to Xuana. He felt more relaxed instead. Compared to Xuana, Ma Zi is more afraid of Chen Ping, who is usually silent and taciturn. Damn it. Why are you here again? In the distance, a large number of level 2 blood spiders slowly appeared, and Ma Zi suddenly became anxious. Defensive formation. Ma Zi ordered immediately. This. Captain, how do we form a defensive formation? The new member, Su Qianqian, looked at Ma Zi with confusion on her face. Outside the Taima camp, on the defense line of Area Number 1, a team led by Motzi was struggling to resist the attack of the blood spiders. The newly recruited players were unable to cooperate with each other, which at one point put the entire team on the brink of being wiped out. At the critical moment, Xuana dropped the sniper rifle and took out 2 daggers. The slender white jade hand tightly grasped the short blade, flying up and down. In just a few minutes, more than 30 blood spiders were killed, leaving the team members next to him stunned. Wow, sister, you are so awesome. Su Sisi's eyes were full of stars. This kind of woman is too strong. I don't like her. Yishinga shook his head. Chen Ping remained silent as usual, occasionally firing a shot, killing or injuring a few blood spiders. He didn't even use 50% of his strength and was just muddling through. Master, I want to try. In his arms, Xiao He, who had just recovered from his weakness, began to get restless. Aren't blood spiders your natural enemies? I picked the first-level blood spider specifically, which is not a big problem. I mainly want to try out the skills I got from the 3rd-level Lord Blood Spider to see how strong it is. Xiao He kept twisting his body in Chen Ping's underwear. Go ahead, be careful. As Chen Ping's thoughts were conveyed, Xiao He flew out with a whoosh. Ah! Brother, was there a big fly flying past just now? Duan Zixuan looked suspicious. Who is the big fly? I'm going to kill him. Xiao He flew halfway, turned around and flew back. He is a fool. Why are you angry with a fool? Chen Ping shook his head. Humph, I will slowly deal with him later. Xiao He circled twice in the air and rushed towards the group of blood spiders again. Duan Zixuan didn't know that he almost lost his life because of a single sentence. Sizzle. A stream of black and red liquid shot out from Xiao He's abdomen and landed on the body of the first-level blood spider below, directly corroding all of the blood spider's front legs. The blood spider struggled and rolled on the ground for a few times, and soon lost its life. This skill is quite powerful. Xiao He was overjoyed. After killing more than a dozen level 1 blood spiders in succession, he set his sights on level 2. Unfortunately, the 2nd-level blood spider is almost immune to this venom. Black Zerg. Behind the wall of corpses, Xuana was looking through the scope of a heavy sniper rifle, watching all of Xiao He's movements. Originally she wanted to shoot it directly, but after discovering that the black alien insect was also killing the blood spider, she gave up. Moreover, given the speed at which the alien insect flew, Xuena was not sure she could hit it with one shot. "Captain, we found a flying alien insect ahead. It may be stronger than the second-level blood spider," Xuena reported to Ma Zi first. Xuena was naturally dissatisfied with being assigned to a team and even becoming a member of a small team. Even in the Dawn camp, she had not received such low treatment. However, one has to bow his head under the eaves, and in her opinion, the Ironwood camp is not a place to stay for long. After the Beast Tide is over, she will regroup her old team members and join other secondary camps. "Are you sure you can kill it?" Ma Zi also discovered the black alien insect and felt that it looked familiar. 30% sure, but it's killing the blood spiders right now, so I think it's better to wait a little longer. "Well, pay attention to it first. If it makes any move to attack us, open fire immediately." "Clear." Xuena seemed to have become a qualified team member and did not show any displeasure towards Ma Zi's orders. "Hey, little brother, it's been the whole morning, why don't you say a word?" "May I have your name?" "My name is Su Sisi. I came from Lanfei camp. People in our camp call me Tamei." Su Sisi just greeted Xuena and was turned away. Ma Zi looked fierce. Duan Zixuan was holding a compound bow, but he missed 9 out of 10 times. He was really unskilled. And Yixinga didn't look like a good person. Only Chen Ping looks handsome and at least doesn't seem like a bad person. "Tama. Su Sisi." Chen Ping was slightly stunned and looked at her straight in the eye for the first time. She was petite, her height only reaching Chen Ping's chest, with 2 ponytails, looking like a simple little loli. In her hand she held a huge black shield that was 2 heads taller than her, creating a strong visual contrast. Chen Ping had heard of this tower girl before he was reborn. In the 3rd year of the Scarlet Apocalypse, in the Jiangbei area, a 3rd-level camp was renamed Julong City. Su Sisi is one of the top fighters in Julong City. She has many nicknames, such as Tower Girl, God Tower Loli, Skull Crusher. Normally, it is harmless to humans and animals, but once entering the Scarlet Secret Realm, even a level 4 Scarlet Beast will be afraid. With a shield in hand, he could attack or defend. With one strike of the shield, he could directly smash the skull of the Scarlet Beast, and it would be defeated without making a sound. "These guys shouldn't be here, how come?" Chen Ping frowned slightly. "Little brother, why don't you speak?" Su Qianqian looked at Chen Ping. "We call him Xiao Dong, you can just call him Brother Dong." "Su Qianqian, you go to that position," Ma Zi said. He felt that Su Sisi was just a silly little girl. If she offended Chen Ping, she would lose her life in minutes, so he quickly sent Su Sisi away. "Brother Dong, even though I may seem weak, the tower shield in my hand has a very high defense. From now on, we will be comrades fighting side by side." I'm going over there." Su Sisi held up a huge black shield and took small steps, with her 2 ponytails swaying as she moved to another place. It's really bizarre that such a person could actually live to this day. Duan Zixuan looked at Su Qianqian and shook his head. "You've lived to this day, what's wrong with others?" Ma Zi glanced at Duan Zixuan. "Captain. I am not weak either. Look at this arrow." Although it missed the target, it also gave the blood spider a big scare. Resisting the attack of the blood spider is both dangerous and boring. However, occasionally listening to these strange bickering and looking at the beautiful women in the distance doesn't make it boring. However, Chen Ping still has one thing on his mind, which is the blood spider cave mentioned by Xiao He. He must find an opportunity as soon as possible to investigate again. Before that, he had to go to the Scarlet Cabin first. After killing the 3rd-level blood spider, I was given 2 scarlet coins and the spider silk of the 3rd-level blood spider. The previous silk armor was destroyed by the 3rd-level red fire wolf, so Chen Ping needed to make another one. After noon, the temperature rose and the smell of rotting corpses around became stronger. Fortunately, the attack of the blood spiders has been greatly weakened. A few 1st-level blood spiders are no match for humans at all. "Motzi, it's our turn, you can go and rest now." The captain of Team 4 came with a group of people to replace Team 1. "Okay, thank you for your hard work." Ma Zi nodded and retreated back to the camp with his team members. Take 5 minutes to eat, and then rest as soon as possible, Ma Zi said to everyone. Since they don't know when they will have to fight again, every second of their rest time is extremely precious. The camp did not skimp on food. After all, the most dangerous tasks are now undertaken by Team 1, and before the beast tide ends, Team 1 is the main force. A can of beef, 2 potatoes, and each person was given an extra bottle of energy drink that was about to expire. This is what we got this morning. 48 white wheels and 2 green wheels. Whoever wants to draw can take it. If you don't want to draw, I will hand it in and exchange it for camp points for everyone. While eating potatoes, Motzi threw a pile of turntables onto the table. These 2 green turntables are basically useless things. Although they are better than the white quality turntables, it is not worth spending 10 years of your life to draw them. Upon seeing this, Motzi immediately put away all the scarlet turntables. Rest early after eating, time is precious. Soon, everyone dispersed and returned to their dormitories. Chen Ping followed Ma Zi and went to the center of the camp. Along the way, Chen Ping did not meet anyone and successfully entered the scarlet cabin. It only takes 1 scarlet coin to make the 2nd level blood spider silk into silk armor. The 3rd level Lord Blood Spider requires 2 scarlet coins. It just so happened that 2 level 3 blood spiders exploded, and Chen Ping started making them without hesitation. Blood Spider Silk Armor. Type, Armor. Effect 1, Buffer. Effect 2, increases the wearer's defense by 10 points. Quality, Superior Green. Chen Ping's basic defense is only 24 with the strength of 3 silver stars, but this piece of silk armor adds an extra 10 points and also has a buffering effect. In the early days of the end of the world, this is equivalent to a divine outfit. After putting on the blood spider silk armor, Chen Ping and Ma Zi returned to their respective dormitories. The intensity of the beast tide continued to weaken throughout the afternoon. It was not until 8 or 9 o'clock in the evening that Chen Ping changed into black clothes and checked the items in the space stone. When he was about to leave the room, a petite figure suddenly appeared at the door. "Hey, Brother Dong, how did you know I was coming? And you opened the door for me?" Su Qianqian stared at Chen Ping with her big black eyes. "What do you want from me?" There was a hint of coldness in Chen Ping's tone. "Brother Dong, I want to ask you for a favor." "Of course, you will be rewarded," Su Sisai said as she took out a small bottle. "This is a primary life potion that can increase your lifespan by 5 years." In Chen Ping's room, Su Qianqian sat on the edge of the bed, looking around. "How can I help you?" Chen Ping was a little impatient and was even ready to take the bottle of life potion himself. After all, Su Sisi has not grown up yet, so it is not difficult to deal with her. My shield tower needs enough power to play its full role. With my current strength, I'm still far from it. I heard in the camp yesterday that Captain Ma Zi once took a primary strength potion. I want you to help me exchange some with him. I'll give you 1 bottle as a reward. Captain Ma Zi wants 1 bottle of primary life potion in exchange for 3 bottles of primary strength potions. I still have 3 bottles of primary life potions left. Su Sisai's short legs were swinging back and forth on the bed as she talked to herself. "Why don't you go find him yourself?" Chen Ping frowned slightly. "I'm scared," Su Sisi answered weakly. "Where did you get this life potion?" "It was stolen from a bad guy." Chen Ping frowned slightly, not believing a single punctuation mark in Su Qianqian's words. "I can ask for you, but I don't know if the captain still has it." "Great. I think you are the best person in this team. I'll give you this bottle of primary life potion first. If Captain Ma Zi doesn't agree, I'll think of other ways." After Su Sisi finished speaking, she jumped off the bed, shaking her 2 ponytails and humming an unknown tune as she left. Baffling. Chen Ping looked at the primary life potion in his hand and suspected that there was something wrong with it. "Let's go to the blood spider cave first." After putting away the primary life potion, Chen Ping quietly left the Taima camp. "The 3rd time I came, I was already familiar with the route and it only took me 40 to 50 minutes. The area around the cave was covered with layers of white spider webs that had just been formed. Some spider webs contained corpses of alien insects. Chen Ping took out the black knife and carefully entered the blood spider cave. This time, there were more blood spiders in the cave, but most of them were level 1 blood spiders, so Chen Ping was able to deal with them with ease. A few minutes later, Chen Ping arrived at the bottom of the cave. The walls were covered with spider webs. There was only a pool of dried blood where the 3rd-level blood spider originally was. In the air, the huge cocoon became tattered. Where is the breath of life? As Chen Ping finished speaking, a small black bug flew out from his clothes. Under. Xiao He responded firmly. Upon hearing this, Chen Ping bent down doubtfully and tapped the ground lightly with his fingers a few times. Boom boom boom. It's empty underneath. Chen Ping said with a stern look. The breath of life that Xiao He mentioned should be right below here. Chen Ping first looked around carefully but did not find any mechanism. After a while, Chen Ping gave up searching and slashed the ground with the black knife. Bite. The sound of metal colliding echoed in the cave, causing pain in the eardrums. But the stone slab under Chen Ping's feet only had a few scratches. Chen Ping changed the position and this time the black knife was inserted, but there was mud underneath. It may be difficult to get in using brute force. Chen Ping felt that even if he used sacrifices and burned his life, he might not be able to break the stone slab. Sizzle. Xiao He shot out a stream of venom, which attached to the stone slab. A burst of green smoke instantly rose from the surface of the stone slab, and a small groove was melted out. Master, it seems that this venom is effective, but it is a bit time-consuming for me. Chen Ping squatted on the ground and looked carefully. How many times can you use this venom? I need to rest after 10 times at most. It will take at least half a day to recover. Xiao He responded. Only 10 times. That's definitely not enough. Oh, right, the corpse of the level 3 blood spider. Chen Ping immediately took out the corpse of the 3rd-level blood spider. He was too tired these 2 days, so he did not make the primary rage potion, and the corpse of the blood spider was not used. Even though Xiao He had sucked some of the blood and flesh, the blood spider's corpse was still as big as a small hill. The poison gland is still intact. Chen Ping quickly found the location where the 3rd-level blood spider stored venom. Puff. Chen Ping stood at a distance and accurately shot the blood spider's venom gland with a small pistol. Crash. A black liquid with an extremely fishy smell flowed out from the venom gland. Sizzle. Black smoke rose up and the whole cave was filled with an extremely unpleasant smell. Chen Ping was not disturbed and kept his eyes on the stone slab under the blood spider's corpse. Soon, the stone slab was corroded by the poison and a hole was melted out. After a while, Xiao He went down first to investigate, and only after confirming it was safe did Chen Ping jump down. In this secret space, the air is filled with the scent of moist earth and a faint fragrance, making people feel extremely peaceful and harmonious. In the center of the ground, there grows a unique magical herb. Its leaves are a light emerald green and its surface is very smooth, as if it were carved from the purest jade. Crystal clear dewdrops flow between the leaf veins, and each drop sparkles with a faint light, just like the bright stars in the night sky. The spiritual herb exudes an indescribable mysterious aura, and seems to have infinite power, bringing eternal peace. Here, time seems to have stopped. Only the magical grass grows quietly, witnessing the passage of time and telling stories about life and hope. Chen Ping looked at the magical herb and was completely stunned. Hiss! Chen Ping felt a sharp pain on the back of his hand, bringing him back to his senses. Xiao He, I'm glad you're here. Xiao He flapped his wings proudly and flew to Chen Ping's shoulder. Chen Ping was instantly frightened and broke out in a cold sweat. He calmed himself down and made preparations before he looked at the pearl spirit grass again. Turtle spirit grass. How come there is turtle spirit grass here? Chen Ping had only heard of this spiritual herb but had never seen it in person. It was also said that this turtle spiritual herb could only be found in the Scarlet secret realm. It is the main raw material for the elixir of life. Those with God-level potion mastery talent can make the elixir of life, each of which can increase lifespan by 1,000 years. Even if this turtle spirit grass is not made into pills, it can increase one's lifespan by 100 years if taken directly. Chen Ping walked forward lightly and was about to pick the spiritual herb when he suddenly found a red shape on the ground. Scarlet Pentacle. 3 months later, the Scarlet Secret Realm arrived, and this pentagram became a place that countless people feared and yearned for. Wherever there is a pentagram array, a Scarlet Secret Realm will appear. It represents doom and death. It is the road to hell and seals countless demons. Of course, if someone is capable and can conquer the Secret Realm, he will also get great opportunities. However, only less than 1 in 10,000 people can actually walk out of the Secret Realm alive. What's going on? Chen Ping looked confused. Don't look at me, I'm just an ignorant scarlet worm. Xiao He flapped his wings. 3 months later, a Scarlet Secret Realm will definitely appear here. Chen Ping was certain. The only problem was that he didn't know how dangerous this Secret Realm was. Soon after the Scarlet Secret Realm appears, humans will divide it into 7 levels according to its degree of danger and the rewards inside, namely, D, C, B, A, S, SS and SSS. Chen Ping has entered 7 secret realms successively, the lowest of which is C level and the highest is S level. The locations of all the secret realms are also imprinted in his mind. He was originally waiting for the secret realm to come, so he set off immediately, getting ahead of everyone else and clearing out all the secret realms he knew. Chen Ping observed for a while. According to his experience, the level of this secret realm should be no lower than a level. Dangerous, but definitely very rewarding. It seems like this will happen again in the future. Chen Ping muttered to himself. Where's the grass? Do you want to take it away? Of course I'll take it away. I don't want to be a wedding dress for others. Chen Ping carefully dug out the turtle spirit grass and put it into his own space stone. After leaving this small space, Chen Ping moved a larger blue stone slab, simply covered it with a layer, and then spread the spider webs over it. Normally, no one would come to this place. And it's useless to come before the Scarlet Secret Realm arrives. When the Scarlet Secret Realm arrives, it will depend on who gets here first. According to common sense, no one should know about the Scarlet Secret Realm yet. Under the cover of night, Chen Ping returned to Taima Camp. He originally planned to leave here after the beast tide ended. But after discovering the entrance to the Scarlet Secret Realm, he changed his plans. He decided to stay here first, and when the Scarlet Secret Realm arrived, he would quickly clear this place. As for the other secret realms, their locations are more hidden, so Chen Ping is not in a hurry. After returning to the camp, Chen Ping first found Ma Zi, gave him 10 bottles of strength potion, and asked him to give 9 to Su Sisi, and the remaining 1 was for Ma Zi. And all of Su Sisi's primary life potions must be handed over to Chen Ping. Ma Zi was naturally cautious about Chen Ping's affairs. That night, he exchanged the primary life potion and gave it to Chen Ping. Advanced life potion increases lifespan by 50 years. It can be made through potion talent or obtained through the turntable. Intermediate and primary life potions can only be obtained through the turntable. After taking 4 bottles of primary life potion, Chen Ping's lifespan has reached 50 years. If he uses 30 years of his lifespan and draws the blue wheel, he will have 20 years of life left. Chen Ping closed the door of his room. He took out the blue quality scarlet turntable, bit his finger, and gently pressed the center of the turntable. On the blue dial, the pointer spins rapidly. When the pointer stopped, the entire turntable glowed bright red. Even though Chen Ping was mentally prepared, he subconsciously closed his eyes. The dazzling red light illuminated the entire room. Then, the entire camp was shrouded in red light. Generally speaking, the turntable of corresponding quality will only show prizes of that quality or below. But in rare cases, there will be prizes that exceed the quality of the scarlet wheel itself. Before Chen Ping was reborn, he drew the red scarlet turntable and obtained the golden quality talent, Reincarnation of Destiny, which made Lin Ruoyun stab him in the back and try to snatch it away directly. In Chen Ping's hand, there is a blue turntable that he obtained by killing the 3rd-level Lord Blood Spider. On it is a red quality talent. Including the time before Chen Ping's rebirth, he has seen nearly 10,000 scarlet turntables, and only 2 of them have prizes that exceed the quality of the turntables. Red talents, at least in the first year after the apocalypse, are extremely rare. There are billions of people, and the number of people with red talent can be counted on 2 hands. Now, it is only the third month of the Scarlet Apocalypse, and Chen Ping already possesses red quality talent. The red light quickly faded away and everything returned to normal, but everyone in the camp was alarmed. What's going on? What was that red color just now? Is the world going to end again? It's over, this time it's really going to be a disaster. The camp was instantly in chaos. The new battalion commander, Sun Mu, immediately organized people to investigate the source of the red light and calm everyone's emotions. Only then was the chaotic scene brought under control and gradually calmed down. Chen Ping, who was being ignored by everyone, was currently in the room, feeling the changes his new talent had brought to himself. Potential awakening, red. Talent level, 1, up to 20. Attribute bonus, strength increased by 5, next level, strength increased by 5, agility increased by 5. Talent bonus, primary firearm awakening. Introduction, through continuous fighting, stimulate the potential of the body. There is a relatively detailed description of this talent on the Scarlet bracelet. There are still 2.5 months before the arrival of the Scarlet Secret Realm. If Chen Ping can upgrade his potential awakening to level 5, he will definitely be able to sweep all copies below level B. And with the experience gained from clearing the dungeons I had visited before, it would not be a problem to get an S-level copy. As long as this talent can be upgraded to level 5, all attributes will increase by 5 points. With the enhancement of sacrifice, even if you face a level 3 lord in the Scarlet Secret Realm, you can do it with ease. Brother Chen. Are you okay? After dealing with the battalion commander Sun Mu, Ma Zi immediately came to the outside of Chen Ping's room. In private, he still habitually called Chen Ping by his real surname. Fine. Chen Ping tidied himself up a bit and opened the door. It's good that you're okay. Ma Zi lived next to Chen Ping. He felt that the red light came out of Chen Ping's room first and then illuminated the entire camp. However, after witnessing that Chen Ping was indeed fine, Ma Zi felt relieved. Just follow me outside. Everyone in the camp has gathered at the square. At this moment, Chen Ping didn't care about the affairs in the camp. If he was discovered, he would just start a massacre. Anyway, no one in this camp could be his opponent. The only thing to consider is that I will have to collect food, materials, and the most important scarlet turntable by myself in the future. Swish, swish, swish. Inside the camp, all the searchlights were turned on, illuminating the square. They are still in the midst of a beast tide. Normally, they would never turn on the lighting equipment at night to avoid attracting a new wave of beasts. But the red light was too strange. No one could feel at ease unless they investigated it thoroughly. The attack of the beast tide has already made everyone nervous, and coupled with this strange red light, it will definitely make most people collapse. Have you found the source of the red light just now? Report to the battalion commander, there is nothing abnormal in Area A. Report to the battalion commander, there is no abnormality in Area B. Report. All areas within the camp were explored, but no red lights were found. The unknown is always the most frightening thing. The atmosphere in the camp instantly dropped to freezing point, and everyone's face looked extremely ugly. Captain Motzi, lead a team to check the camp's defense line. Battalion commander, if we send people out of the camp at this time, I'm afraid. Zhao Chang frowned slightly. No one can feel at ease until this matter is thoroughly investigated. Sun Mu said in a deep voice. Yes. Battalion commander. Ma Zi didn't say much, he immediately gathered a team of members and walked out of the camp. Divide into 3 groups and carefully survey the defense area. Ma Zi quickly divided the team into 3 groups. He took Chen Ping, Su Sisi, and Xuena as a team, and Li Shan and Yixinga each took 2 people, and began to investigate along the last line of defense. Captain, can you see where the red light comes from? Su Qianqian asked in a low voice. I didn't see it, otherwise I wouldn't have come out to look for it. That red light should be coming from inside the camp. Like Chen Ping, Xuena, who is usually silent most of the time, spoke rarely. Do you have any clues? Ma Zi looked at Xuena. No, I just heard that when you draw a red prize from the turntable, a dazzling red light will appear. That's impossible. We don't even have a blue wheel in this level of camp, let alone a red wheel. And even if there is a red wheel, few people have that much lifespan. Even if all these conditions are met, the probability of drawing a red prize from the red wheel is only a few tenths of a percent. Ma Zi shook his head, thinking that the possibility was very slim. Besides, who wouldn't report it immediately if they got such a heaven-defying thing? This is a chance to change your fate. The position of battalion commander must be replaced by this person. Su Sisi also agreed with Ma Zi's idea. How could anyone possibly win a red quality prize? However, after hearing what Su Sisi said, Ma Zi was slightly stunned. Who wouldn't report it immediately after getting something incredible? Who wouldn't? Ma Zi's pupils suddenly shrank and he looked at Chen Ping. Chen Ping, who was standing aside, was still working seriously, in a serious manner. Seeing this, Xuana's eyes also fell on Chen Ping. Why are you looking at me? I'm not shining. Chen Ping complained. Hey! What's that over there? It looks like a convoy is coming. Ma Zi suddenly looked into the distance and saw two shiny car lights moving quickly from far to near. Ordinary refugees all came here on foot, and there were very few people who could drive vehicles. During these many days, only Xuana and others who came to seek refuge drove a car. However, the two cars did not seem to be damaged and did not look like they were used for refuge. Is it the Chen family's car? Xuana recognized it at a glance. 3 heavy trucks slowly drove into the ironwood camp. Bang! A middle-aged man opened the door and jumped out from the passenger seat of the truck. Captain Chen. Sun Mu looked at the men and quickly greeted him with a smile. This is the captain of the Chen family's 5th hunting team. He possesses the green, iron hand talent and is very powerful. He is known as Chen the Butcher. Before Chen Ping was reborn, Chen the Butcher led a team to assassinate Chen Ping many times. Although they all failed, they still caused considerable interference to Chen Ping. Once, Chen learned that Chen Ping had entered the A-level Scarlet secret realm and sent several teams there. Butcher Chen was the first to discover Chen Ping, but he did not rush to take action. It was not until Chen Ping encountered a level 3 Lord Scarlet Beast and the fight reached a life-and-death situation that Chen the Butcher took action. At that time, Chen Ping was only a hair's breadth away from real death. In the end, Chen Ping escaped despite being seriously injured, and all the treasures in the A-level Scarlet secret realm were given to Chen the Butcher. He also used this opportunity to secure his position as the captain of the Chen family's 5th hunting team. In fact, Butcher Chen is not a member of the Chen family, and his surname is not Chen. Before the Scarlet Apocalypse, he was the agent of an esports club and had some interactions with Chen Ping. When the club was on the verge of bankruptcy, he found Chen Ping. Chen Ping has always been interested in games but has not yet become a professional. At the pleading of Chen the Butcher, Chen Ping joined with capital and won the esports championship that year, making the club famous. Chen the Butcher also clung to Chen Ping's thigh. After the game, Scarlet Apocalypse, was released, Chen the Butcher followed Chen Ping in his battles and gradually emerged. He was noticed by Chen and after some inducements, Chen the Butcher completely surrendered to Chen and became Chen An's vanguard. Chen Ping stood behind Duan Zixuan, looking at Butcher Chen in the distance. Where's Zhang Tai? Butcher Chen asked angrily. In the face of the beast tide, Captain Zhang led the charge and was severely injured by the Scarlet Beast. He died. When talking about Zhang Tai, Sun Mu's face was filled with sorrow. So the Taimu camp is under your management now? Butcher Chen asked coldly. Yes, I'll take care of it for the time being. Sun Mu replied quickly. How many people are still able to fight? Asked Butcher Chen. There are still more than 40 people in the original Taimu camp. Recently, many comrades have come to seek refuge from the surrounding areas. Roughly speaking, there are more than 200 people. Sun Mu answered respectfully. Is this all left? Butcher Chen frowned slightly, obviously displeased. Yes, this beast tide is too fierce and hard to resist. Okay, pick out the 100 strongest people and follow me. Butcher Chen said in a commanding tone. Captain Chen, this is... Sun Mu's expression froze. If Butcher Chen really allowed to take away 100 people, it would basically mean the demise of Taimu camp. After all, the beast tide has not ended yet. There is no need to transfer the strongest 100 people. Even if the 50 people who are still capable of fighting are randomly transferred, the camp will definitely not be able to be defended. In addition to defense, there are also logistics support, communication support, weapons and equipment maintenance, and construction of defense lines and fortifications. There are too many places that also need manpower. The Chen family camp is short of manpower right now. We need to draw forces from the surrounding camps. Any camp that dares to disobey will be annihilated. Butcher Chen's tone was extremely cold. In fact, Chenjia camp is the best place for those refugees. Unfortunately, the threshold to enter the Chen family camp is extremely high. Even Xuena is not sure that all the people she brings with her can enter the Chen family camp. So, we had to settle for the second best and choose Ironwood camp. This is also a screening method implemented by the Chen family. They let the surrounding camps divide people into different levels, and then select the best ones for admission. Originally, the Chen family planned to send people to absorb high-end combat forces from each camp after a period of time. However, they did not expect the sudden attack of the beast tide. Coupled with the heavy losses caused by the previous hunting of the third-level scarlet beast, they had to replenish the combat personnel in the camp in advance. Captain Chen, if you take so many people away at this time, the Ironwood camp will also be destroyed by the scarlet beast. What does that have to do with me? Pick someone for me quickly, or you'll be dead now. Butcher Chen looked at Sun Mu with his eyes wide open. Chen Ping stood silently in the crowd. He didn't know when a small pistol appeared in his right hand. Killing Butcher Chen here would inevitably cause unrest, and his plan might have to be changed again. But it doesn't matter anymore. Chen Ping, who possesses two powerful talents, doesn't take these people in the camp seriously at all. Killing Butcher Chen was not out of hatred but to get rid of future troubles for himself. Okay, I'll just. The Taima camp was no match for the Chen family. Even if the Chen family really wanted to destroy the Taima camp, they had no ability to resist, so Sun Mu had no choice but to obey. Boom. Before Sun Mu could take any action, the ground beneath his feet shook slightly. What's going on? Sun Mu was shocked, and Butcher Chen also frowned slightly. Captain, another wave of scarlet beasts is coming. Organize the defense immediately. Team 1, Team 2, Team 4, enter the defense line immediately. Sun Mu said without hesitation. Butcher Chen stood by, silent. They couldn't leave unless they repelled the beast tide. Ma Zi led a team of people to Area 1. When the beast tide comes, it's not just Butcher Chen who can't escape. Chen Ping will also be in big trouble. It is not a problem to deal with the beast tide or the people in the camp alone. But when the two are combined, it will be very difficult for Chen Ping. Go ahead. Chen Ping's mind moved slightly, and an inconspicuous black alien insect flew out of his arms. Then, Chen Ping followed Ma Zi and others to the defense line of Area Number 1 outside the camp. This wave of beasts may seem powerful, but they are actually just level 1 red fire wolves and are nothing to be afraid of. Nearly half of our team members have just joined. This is a good opportunity for us to cooperate with each other and improve our tacit understanding. Ma Zi glanced around and said in a low voice. We do lack coordination and tacit understanding. Captain, please give the orders. Duan Zixuan rubbed his hands together, very excited. Taimei, you take the lead, and Shanzi follows closely behind. Shenga, follow Shanzi and keep a distance of less than 3 meters. You two, guard the flanks. Duan Zixuan and I will provide support in the middle. Xiaodong and Xuena will be in charge of the rear. As the pockmarks were distributed, the formation was quickly completed. This was originally a team of 10 people, but one of the team members was injured in the morning, so now there are only 9 people left, but the organization is still complete. Swish. Wow, what is this? It's so cold. Su Sisi looked at her black shield, which was covered with a layer of light blue flames at an extremely low temperature. She immediately became curious. This is my innate skill. Yishinga said as he activated his skills continuously. Li Shan's machete, and the weapons of Ma Zi, Chen Ping, and others were also covered with light blue flames. Holy crap. So awesome. Why didn't you use it earlier? Duan Zixuan shot an arrow, and although it missed again, the blue flame attached to the arrow directly ignited a red fire wolf, which just struggled for a few times before falling to the ground. There is only one letter difference between an arrow and a rocket, but the difference in power is as great as heaven and earth. The first team in Area 1 left the defense line and charged towards the red fire wolf pack like a heavy artillery shell. Yishinga's fire blessing increased the team's killing efficiency several times. Su Sisi's shield defense made the team's damage rate as close to 0 as possible. Chen Ping and Xuena followed behind the team. The comfortable output environment allowed them to output to their heart's content. A bullet from a heavy sniper rifle pierced through the bodies of 3 red fire wolves and stopped in the body of the 4th red fire wolf, followed by a violent explosion. Oh no, I accidentally exposed my strength. Xuena was a little carried away and accidentally revealed her own trump card. Pursing her lips, she glared at Chen Ping fiercely. If Chen Ping hadn't been so fierce and hadn't ignited his desire to win, how could he have exposed his trump card? Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. An ordinary small pistol allowed Chen Ping to perform the action as if it were a machine gun. Although its penetrating power is not as abnormal as Xuena's sniper rifle, its efficiency is not inferior to that of a sniper rifle. Its efficiency, right? I, Blood Rose, have never lost to anyone. Xuena directly removed the barrel of the sniper rifle. After some dazzling operations, the body of the heavy sniper rifle seemed to have turned into a cannon barrel. Swoosh. A sharp sound of breaking through the air was heard, and a cannonball as thick as an arm was fired out, creating a large hole in the ground. More than a dozen red fire wolves were directly beaten into debris. In the team, except Chen Ping, everyone turned around in surprise and looked at Xuena. They felt something was wrong 5 minutes ago. Even Duan Zixuan could clearly feel the tit-for-tat aura. The bullets were getting faster and faster without any pause. Even the strongest person would not be able to withstand such high-intensity combat. After all, this is just a practice of coordination. At first, the few people in the front were still discussing a few words with each other, but later, they didn't even dare to breathe, and silently mourned for the scarlet beasts that died tragically. Until Xuena took out the rocket, the team stopped. Chen Ping frowned slightly. In fact, he had no intention of competing with Xuena. He just wanted to see the power of this primary firearm awakening. At this time, Xuena looked at Chen Ping provocatively, feeling that she had completely crushed Chen Ping. Chen Ping smiled slightly. As expected of you, you are the Blood Rose. I admire you. In his opinion, Xuena was somewhat childish. Strength was used to kill enemies and save lives, not to compete with others. Xuena is strong, aloof, and smart, but sometimes, she is still not calm enough. She sensed a hint of disdain in Chen Ping's tone. It's like an adult facing a child throwing a tantrum and not wanting to argue with the child. You. Xuena's chest was surging with anger. Wait a minute. Where's the camp? How far have we walked? Duan Zixuan interrupted Xuena. At this time, everyone realized that there was no trace of the camp behind them. In the early morning, the soft sunlight shines on the earth wrapped in scarlet mist. There was chaos in the Taima camp. At the number 1 defense line, Ma Zi's team took the initiative and disappeared, allowing many scarlet beasts to attack the camp, causing heavy casualties among the support staff. Then, Chen the butcher sent by the Chen family howled in full view of everyone, and his body slowly shriveled up. In the end, Butcher Chen turned into a mummy while wailing in extreme pain. That tragic scene terrified everyone, even more terrified than when they faced the Scarlet Beast. All the Chen family members who followed Butcher Chen to Taima camp were turned into mummies. Fear made most people lose their minds, and even Sun Mu was unable to control the situation in the camp. What happens? As soon as they returned to the camp, the chaotic scene left Ma Zi and others confused. Bang. 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 Ma Zi picked up a pistol and fired 3 shots into the air. The extremely noisy sound finally calmed down a little. Battalion commander, what happened? Ma Zi strode up to Sun Mu. Someone from the Chen family died in the camp, and they turned into mummies right in front of us. Sun Mu's face looked very ugly. In any case, this matter is inseparable from the Taima camp. Even if the beast tide is stopped, the revenge of the Chen family will soon make the Time camp disappear completely from this world. Ma Zi turned his head and looked at the curled-up corpses in the center of the camp. One can imagine the pain they endured before dying. Ma Zi's body stiffened, not because he was frightened by the miserable condition of Butcher Chen, but because he thought of someone who was right next to him. Soon, Ma Zi returned to normal and looked at Sun Mu. Captain, now that long-distance communications have been cut off, the Chen family cannot possibly know that Butcher Chen died in the camp. When the time comes, we will insist that Butcher Chen has never been here, and they will have no evidence. Besides, the Chen family camp is more than 500 kilometers away from us. If we send a large team, we need to consider the risks. If we send a small team, with so many of us, we can resist for a while. In this scarlet wilderness, scarlet beasts may appear at any time. Their supplies are already a problem, so how could they easily attack us? Ma Zi asked in a firm voice. But Sun Mu hesitated. Ironwood Camp is nominally a first-level camp, but in reality, even the second-level camp was destroyed by the beast tide, and we are still resisting here. As long as we can successfully resist the beast tide this time, we will have the strength to rival the level 2 camp. By then, even if the Chen family wants to take action against us, they will have to consider the pros and cons. After all, there are 5 or 6 forces around Binhai that are comparable to the Chen family. The worst-case scenario is that we move to other areas in advance. Ma Zi's analysis quickly calmed everyone down. They are no longer the original Time camp. In the coastal area, more than 90% of the first-level camps have been destroyed, but the fact that they are still holding on is enough to prove their strength. What's more, during this period, there is a steady stream of refugees coming. After the baptism of the beast tide and the elimination of the weak by the great waves, those who remain are the elites among the elites. Even if we can't defeat the Chen family, at least we have the ability to escape. Captain Ma Zi is right. We still have the ability to resist. Yes. We are not at the end of our rope yet. We have been resisting this beast tide for such a long time. Is there anything more terrifying than a level 2 scarlet beast? That's right. The Chen family won't make any moves in the short term. There's no need for us to scare ourselves. The Chen family is not doing well right now, otherwise they wouldn't come to us to ask for our help. They are already busy themselves, how can they take care of us? As everyone talked, their emotions gradually became more agitated. They all thought that what Ma Zi said made sense and that things were not yet at their worst. As long as Time camp can hold off the beast tide, there will still be light in the future. Sometimes, even if you are deceiving yourself, you must have such belief, otherwise you will not have the courage to live in such a world. After a brief silence, Sun Mu straightened up and cleared his throat. The most urgent task is to resist the beast tide. As for the future, we will make long-term plans later. Zhao Chang, select 100 people to move all the bodies within a 2-kilometer radius of the camp to the mass graves and burn and bury them. Wei Yuan, select 50 people to reinforce the last line of defense. Lu Engshi, select 50 people and rebuild the second line of defense. Ma Zi, your team just resisted the beast tide, go and rest and recover your strength first. With Sun Mu's arrangements, the camp began to run in an orderly manner again. All members of Team 1 returned to their respective dormitories and began to rest. Chen Ping lay on his bed, checking his information through the scarlet bracelet. It has been upgraded from silver 3 stars to 5 stars, and all attributes have increased by 4 points. Before this, he had killed the 3rd-level blood spider, as well as a large number of scarlet worms and scarlet beasts, before he was able to upgrade 2 stars. And if you want to continue upgrading your star, the number of scarlet beasts you need to kill is astronomical. As for the talent, Potential Awakening, it is still at level 1. This talent is extremely powerful, so it is normal that it upgrades slowly. Buzz buzz buzz. Xiao He flapped his wings and slowly landed on Chen Ping's nose. Where have you been? Chen Ping asked casually. Find some scarlet beasts and rustle their mouths. The blood of those guys is so disgusting. It makes me feel sick to my stomach. After killing Chen the Butcher and others, Xiao He left the camp and walked around for a long time before coming back. You're starting to become picky about food. Chen Ping smiled. I'm not picky about food. I have mysophobia. Can you please not let me do these dirty jobs next time? Mysophobia. When you were eating the blood spider, it smelled delicious to me. How can it be the same? I do this to become stronger, so that I can protect my master in the future. No matter how hard or tiring it is, I will endure it. Xiao He said in a righteous tone. Okay, I won't argue with you anymore. I need to rest first. Wait a minute, master. What are you going to do with that turtle spirit grass? Chen Ping caught the desire in Xiao He's mind. You want to eat? I only have more than a year to live. Xiao He said aggrievedly. If you eat the guiling grass, how many years can you add? About 30 or 40 years. Xiao He thought for a while. Chen Ping frowned slightly. If he ate it himself, it could increase his lifespan by 100 years. If it was made into a pill, it would increase his lifespan by 1,000 years. I don't have a high-quality turntable now, but its lifespan is limited for now, so I want to keep it and see if I can make pills out of it in the future. But no matter how you calculate it, giving the turtle spirit grass to Xiao He is the biggest loss. Can't those life potions extend your life? Chen Ping asked. No, I can't absorb the life potions that the master took, including the attribute enhancement potions. Chen Ping's mind moved, and he took the turtle spirit grass out of the space stone. The space stone cannot store living things. If the turtle spirit grass is placed in the space stone, it will gradually wither. Fortunately, the time was not long and the impact was not that obvious. The moment the turtle spirit grass appeared, the whole room was filled with vitality. Not only in the room, but also in the Taima camp where Chen Ping was located, there was a majestic vitality surrounding it. The ones who felt it most deeply were Ma Zi and Duan Zixuan, who lived on both sides of Chen Ping. A little further away, Li Shan and Yishinga, who had just fallen asleep, opened their eyes at the same time. Xuena and Su Sisi, who lived in the same room, frowned slightly. Xuena even stood up, walked to the window, and followed her senses to look at the dormitory opposite. Such a strong vitality. Xuena looked suspicious. Life force. How can this feeling appear? Who caused it? Su Qianqian also went to the window and looked out. The atmosphere of despair, fear, and oppression in the camp was swept away at this moment. Everyone has a feeling of vitality. At this time, in Chen Ping's room, Xiao He flew up from Chen Ping's nose bridge and kept circling above Chen Ping's head. Master, my good master. From now on, leave all the dirty work to me. Xiao He said flatteringly. Don't you have a mysophobia? What? What is mysophobia? I've never heard of it. Xiao He denied it flatly. I have only heard of turtle spirit grass before, but have never seen it, and I don't know its specific effects. I always feel that it can do more than just increase your lifespan. Chen Ping murmured. Normally, the scarlet bracelet can read partial information of all items in the scarlet apocalypse. But maybe the quality of the turtle spirit grass was too high. After the scarlet bracelet scanned the turtle spirit grass, there were only a bunch of question marks on the screen. If the owner consumes it, of course it can only increase lifespan, or have some minor properties. If our scarlet worms or scarlet beasts take it, can it increase your talent? I don't know either. After all, I haven't eaten it either. Xiao He answered as a matter of course. Since you can feel its breath and it brings great benefits to you, there is no reason why the third-level Lord Blood Spider cannot sense it. Chen Ping touched his nose. It's not that it can't sense it. It should be protecting this turtle spirit grass because it is not yet mature and it is not the best time to eat it yet. Not ripe yet. I thought it was ripe. Chen Ping had seen many spiritual herbs in the secret realm. Based on his past experience, he judged that this turtle spiritual grass was ripe, but he didn't expect that he had misjudged it. It will take at least 300 years for it to fully mature. However, having grown to its current size, it has already reached the minimum age for consumption. Xiao He continued to hover over Chen Ping's head. I don't lack lifespan for now, so I'll give it to you first. Chen Ping no longer hesitated. He felt that it would not be long before the turtle spirit grass would wither. Using it on himself would only increase his lifespan, but giving it to Xiao He would increase his strength. Relatively speaking, it will be easier to get longevity if you can specify the prize on the turntable. Therefore, I gave the turtle spirit grass to Xiaohei. Thank you, master. Don't worry, I will definitely take care of you until the end of your life. Xiaohei landed directly on the guiling grass. The majestic life force quickly weakened, and Xiaohei also underwent visible changes. You are Xiaohei. Chen Ping looked in surprise at the person that appeared out of nowhere. He was dressed in black, with shaggy black hair that reached his shoulders, very sloppily arranged scarlet eyes without pupils, and a small nose that was half hidden by a mask, including the lower half of his face, which was also completely covered. How did I become like this? Xiaohei squatted on the ground, also looking confused. Don't you feel anything? Chen Ping asked with concern. Ah, I need to poop. Xiaohei's answers always surprised Chen Ping. Then I'll take you there. Before Chen Ping could finish his words, Xiaohei disappeared again. To be precise, it turned back into the appearance of alien insects. Master, I feel like I'm evolving again. I'm going to sleep first. Xiaohei didn't give Chen Ping a chance to react. He just lay on the ground and didn't move. Didn't you say you needed to poop? Did you fall asleep? Chen Ping frowned, picked up Xiaohei from the ground, looked at it in his hand for a while, and checked it with the scarlet bracelet. Maybe the quality of the bracelet was too low, and there were still a string of question marks. Shaking his head, Chen Ping put Xiaohei into his underwear. He now has the bonus of talent and his own strength has been greatly improved. He is no longer dependent on Xiaohei like at the beginning. Therefore, Chen Ping was not worried when Xiaohei entered hibernation again. Instead, I am looking forward to what changes will happen when Xiaohei ends his hibernation. After a yawn, Chen Ping quickly fell into a semi-sleeping state. The other people in the camp became particularly energetic under the baptism of the majestic breath of life. Although the smell quickly disappeared, their vibrant feeling continued. Why are there more and more strange things happening recently? Before we found out the cause of Wang Cheng's death, a wave of beasts came. Then there was that strange red light. Chen's family members died in the camp again, in the same way as Wang Cheng. Another strange phenomenon has occurred. Sun Mu stood in the command room of the camp, muttering to himself. Battalion commander, someone is coming. A man ran into the command room in a panic. Who's here? The Chen family. Sun Mu's expression tensed and he asked quickly. It's not from the Chen family, it's from the Lin family. Lin family. Sun Mu was slightly stunned. The location of Taima camp is at the intersection of two provinces before the end of the world. It is about the same distance from the urban area where the Chen family and the Lin family are located. It's just that the Binhai jurisdiction was expanded more than 10 years ago and this place was divided there. Why did the Lin family send someone here at this time? Sun Mu was full of doubts and walked out quickly. The Lin family is much more powerful than the Chen family. The Chen family only operates in Binhai and is a local tyrant. But the Lin family has influence in various places. It's just that in the early days of the end of the world, communications were interrupted and transportation was isolated, making people feel that the Lin family and the Chen family are similar. Sun Mu did not dare to offend the Chen family, nor did he dare to neglect the Lin family. Where's Zhang Tai? Captain Zhang has been killed in action. I will be in charge of the camp temporarily. The person who came this time was Lin Tingzhang again. He was originally looking for Chen Ping, but suddenly a tide of beasts struck, so he immediately returned to the Lin family. Similar to the situation before Chen Ping's rebirth, the beast tide that the Lin family experienced was mostly composed of first-level scarlet beasts. They might pose some threat to ordinary first-level camps, but they had no effect on behemoths like the Lin family. The situation in Binhai is also extremely special in the entire Scarlet Apocalypse. The Lin family always keeps an eye on the coastal area, which naturally includes news from the Taima camp. Lin Tingzhang glanced at Sun Mu and said, I came here this time to give you a chance to join the Lin family. This. Sun Mu felt bitter. Just as the Chen family left, the Lin family came. We have also heard about the Chen family's recent actions. They have recruited all the elites from the surrounding camps into the Chen family camp. We in the Lin family will never do such a thing as killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. If you join the Lin family, we will provide you with a lot of assistance. Lin Tingzhang spoke slowly. The development strategy adopted by the Lin family is indeed different from that of the Chen family. They support the nearby camps. If there are attacks by scarlet beasts in the future, these outer camps will be like the Lin family's front line of defense. Even if we put aside the scarlet beast, if one day the Lin family and the Chen family go to war for territory or resources, then a place like the Ironwood camp will be a sharp nail. These are 500 white scarlet turntables and 20 green scarlet turntables. If you are willing to join the Lin family, these aids will continue. Oh, by the way, the Lin family plans to build an underground passage, which will make the transportation of food and daily necessities much more convenient. No one can resist such a huge temptation. Captain Lin, what do you need us to do after joining the Lin family? Sun Mu asked. The Lin family will issue some regular tasks, and of course they are all paid. Lin Tingzhang frowned slightly, seeming a little impatient. Thanks to the Lin family for looking up to us, we at the Taima camp are willing to join the Lin family. Sun Mu didn't think for too long. First of all, there are immediate benefits. There are not just dozens of turntables, there are 500 white ones and 20 green ones. Secondly, after the beast tide, the power of the Chen family was reduced and was far less powerful than that of the Lin family. Finally, the Lin family is not very close to the Taima camp, so they are out of reach and their ability to control the Taima camp is not very strong. After the beast tide is over, the Lin family will send you a deputy battalion commander to assist you in managing the camp. Oh, there's one more thing. As Lin Tingzhang spoke, he clicked on his bracelet and a map was projected into the void. There is a level 3 scarlet beast at this location. The Lin family plans to hunt it in 7 days. All participants will be rewarded with a primary potion and 3 green turntables. I understand. Sun Mu nodded. Okay, I'm leaving first. I still have a few camps to visit. Oh, it's such a tiring life. Lin Tingzhang sighed. Captain Lin, you have worked hard. Sun Mu said as he picked out 10 green turntables and stuffed them into Lin Tingzhang's hands. In the Scarlet Apocalypse, the currency should be scarlet coin, but the amount is too small and it cannot be circulated at all. However, this scarlet turntable has become a real currency in the early days. Captain Sun is thoughtful. When I return, I will ask the head of the family to send daily necessities to the Taima camp in advance. At this time, Lin Tingzhang's expression relaxed a lot. Captain Lin, you're exhausted from the long journey. Why don't you take a break here? After all, the roads have been almost completely destroyed. It's normal to be delayed on the road. Sun Mu said with a smile. Okay, I'll just trouble Captain Sun. It's okay, it's okay. Sun Mu quickly ordered people to bring out the best food in the camp, and selected a dozen good-looking women in the camp to accompany Lin Tingzhang. In the afternoon, another wave of beasts came, but they were all level 1 scarlet beasts. Ma Zi led Chen Ping and others to defend, and it was relatively easy to deal with. The next morning, Lin Tingzhang left Taima camp. Immediately afterwards, Sun Mu summoned all the captains and deputy captains of the Taima camp and held an emergency meeting. Ma Zi brought Chen Ping and Xuana. Xuana was the deputy captain of the team appointed by Sun Mu, and Ma Zi promoted Chen Ping to deputy captain as well. We at the Taima camp have already joined the Lin family. Sun Mu went straight to the point. Everyone saw the Lin family in the camp, and they had all been informed of Sun Mu's decision in advance, so no one was surprised. After all, for the Taima camp, only by clinging to the Lin family can they obtain the greatest benefits and security. There are currently 3 hunting teams and 5 escort teams in the camp. After the meeting, each team leader will receive a white scarlet turntable for free according to the number of their members. They can also directly exchange it for camp points. 6 days later, the Lin family plans to hunt a level 3 scarlet beast. All participants will be rewarded with a bottle of primary potion and 3 green quality scarlet turntables. Go back and count to see if anyone is willing to go. One last thing. After a few days of consumption, the camp supplies are running out. We must start a hunting operation as soon as possible. The 3 hunting teams can choose their target areas. Let's discuss it in the remaining time. Sun Mu briefly explained 3 things and slowly sat down on the chair. Several captains looked at each other, and finally their eyes fell on Ma Zi. His prestige now slightly surpasses that of the battalion commander Sun Mu. I think everyone paid a heavy price in resisting the beast tide this time. During the battle, we also accumulated a lot of scarlet turntables. Let the people below draw more as rewards. They will be distributed according to the members' points. It can also be regarded as a kind of encouragement. As for the hunting operation, I suggest that we postpone it for a while. We just dealt with the beast tide and we need to rest. Although many people have fled here recently, the supplies in the camp can at least last for half a month. What Ma Zi said were all the thoughts and wishes of the camp's combat team, but they did not have the courage to speak them out directly. Chen Ping behind him listened boredly. He didn't care about these questions. As for camp points, he only had a pitiful dozen points, and he didn't care about the rewards from the camp. The more important reason for following Ma Zi to attend this meeting was to understand the camp's developments at the first possible moment so that I could prepare in advance. What concerned Chen Ping the most at this meeting was that the Lin family was going to take action against the 3rd-level Scarlet Beast. Before his rebirth, during this period of time, Chen Ping had recovered from his injuries at the Lin family and began to organize a team to encircle and suppress the 3rd-level Scarlet Beast. The 3rd-level Scarlet Beast was finally killed by Chen Ping. Chen Ping remembered that 2 scarlet coins and a blue turntable popped up, which he gave all to Lin Ruoyun, thus training a powerful general for the Lin family. In the early days of the Scarlet Apocalypse, there were only a handful of level 3 Scarlet Beasts, with only 2 or 3 in each area. Chen Ping's strength has increased dramatically now, so it is impossible for him to let go of this 3rd-level Scarlet Beast. However, the Scarlet Beast that the Lin family hunted this time did not have a fixed living area, and it took more than half a month to track it when they hunted it. Right now, if you want to get the exact location of the Scarlet Beast, you still have to rely on the power of the Lin family. Before real development, taking advantage of the situation is the most important means. In the command room, after a heated discussion, Sun Mu increased the reward, but at the same time, his resentment towards Ma Zi deepened. After the meeting, Chen Ping followed Ma Zi and whispered, "I want to participate in the Lin family's mission to hunt down the 3rd-level Scarlet Beast." Ironwood Camp is divided into ground area and underground area. There are 3 underground floors, including storage areas for weapons and equipment, food, etc., as well as the camp's power generation equipment, and finally the resettlement area for the lower-level personnel. On the ground, there are Area A and Area B for the combat teams to rest and live, and Area C and Area D for the logistics department. Area E is the tent area, where the porters who participate in the hunting operation live. Area F, where the Scarlet Pod is located, and the camp's communications station. Area G is the command room area. Finally, there is the square area, where you can draw the turntable, do training, etc. This was all planned by the former battalion commander Zhang Tai, and it is quite different from other camps. In Area A of the camp, in Ma Zi's dormitory, Chen Ping leaned against the wall at the door, his arms folded across his chest, his eyes closed. Xuena half knelt on the ground, carefully wiping her heavy sniper rifle. Su Sisi stood beside Xuena, fiddling with her ponytail. Duan Zixuan took a torn novel and flipped through it. Li Shan and Yixinga each sat on a stool, talking in low voices, while the last 2 people sat on the ground in silence. Ma Zi glanced at a few people and frowned slightly. This time we are facing a level 3 Scarlet Beast. Although the rewards are good, I don't recommend you to participate. I hang out with Brother Dong. If he wants to go, I'll go too. Duan Zixuan put down the thick cool novel in his hand. Boss, I may not have much time left. I want to fight once. If I can't change my fate, I'll just reincarnate as soon as possible to avoid suffering. The wound on Li Shan's broken arm had begun to fester, and the camp did not have the conditions for treatment. Captain, I need primary potion. Do you really have no more? Su Sisi asked seriously. No more. Ma Zi shook his head. Then I'll go. Didn't you say that as long as I participate, I'll be given elementary potions? I want to go. Su Sisi said solemnly. I'm going, no reason. Xuena said lightly and continued to wipe her sniper rifle. First of all, I have to make it clear that I don't want to go at all, but if you all go and leave me alone, it would seem like you are so unsociable. I'd better go. Yishinga frowned, looking helpless. What about you two? Ma Zi looked at the two brothers sitting on the ground, Jiang Cheng and Jiang Xin. They were twin brothers, and even Ma Zi couldn't tell who was who. Listen to the boss, they said in unison. You idiots, a bunch of idiots. Ma Zi stood up suddenly. Do you know that it is a level 3 scarlet beast? Ma Zi was so angry that he even spoke in dialect. Dongzi, do you have to go? Ma Zi took a deep breath and turned to look at Chen Ping. Yes. Chen Ping replied calmly with his eyes still slightly closed. A bottle of primary potion and a few green dials, is that necessary? Ma Zi was puzzled. Of course Chen Ping couldn't say it clearly, his target was the 3rd level scarlet beast. Without being exposed, he also wanted to return to Ironwood Camp. After all, this was the closest and only camp to the Blood Spider Cave. In this camp, there is no need to worry about the shortage of daily necessities, nor is there any harassment from low-level scarlet beasts, and one can also get there as soon as the Scarlet Secret Realm arrives. The beast tide is about to end. We finally have a few days of peace. Why do you insist on going to die? Go if you want to. I don't care. I'm going to apply for places for you now. It's better if you all leave. I'll replace you with a group of obedient people. What a bunch of idiots. Ma Zi picked up a short black baseball cap on the ground, put it on his head, and walked out angrily. The room suddenly became quiet and the atmosphere became a little awkward. I don't know how long it took, but Ma Zi came back with big strides. Sun Mu agreed. After Ma Zi said this, the room fell silent again. Su Sisai's dark eyes rolled, and she asked in a low voice, we are all in the same team. If we go together, we can take care of each other, but, should we choose a captain first? Choose a captain. Which captain to choose? I'm not dead yet. Ma Zi said with his eyes wide open. Su Sisai's petite body trembled violently in fear. Captain, are you going too? Duan Zixuan looked at Ma Zi with some surprise. I will die in your hands sooner or later. Ma Zi gasped. Hee, when a person dies, the birds fly into the sky. If a person doesn't die, he will live for thousands of years. This is the end of the world. If you don't fight, what's the difference between you and an ant, right? Boss. Yishinga said with a smile, which eased the atmosphere. What does it mean when a person dies and birds point to the sky? Su Qianqian asked curiously. You don't have it, and you don't need to know. Yishinga frowned slightly, thinking that Su Sisi's innocence was pretended, and she always felt that there was something fishy about her. If there's nothing else, I'll go back and rest. Chen Ping stretched and wanted to leave the room. Wait a minute. Ma Zi suddenly spoke and called Chen Ping. Chen Ping paused and turned to look at Ma Zi. Everyone who has survived to this day must have their own trump card. Everyone has their own secrets, and I have no intention of asking. But this time, we have to deal with a level 3 scarlet beast. It's a life or death situation. Before we set out, I think we should tell each other the truth. If we really have to cooperate with each other in a life or death situation, we may still have a chance of survival. Since the advent of the Scarlet Apocalypse, Ma Zi has been the captain. The team members have changed countless times, but he has always been the captain. Part of it is because of his strength, but more importantly, he can bring the team together. This kind of cohesion is especially important at the critical moment of life and death when everyone has no way out. After all, having a retreat means you have more things to worry about. Bronze 9 stars, natural enhanced physique, all attributes 54, weapon type 6.4 automatic pistol. Chen Ping gave a brief self-introduction. However, this introduction is not only brief, but also greatly shortened. You. Ma Zi hesitated for a moment and continued to ask, do you have an alien insect? Yes, but it is in hibernation and cannot be considered as combat power. Chen Ping's answer completely surprised Ma Zi. Originally, I thought Chen Ping would deny it directly, which made Ma Zi believe 80% of Chen Ping's self-introduction. Alien insects. Xuena paused for a moment, remembering the black alien insects she discovered through a sniper rifle when she killed the blood spider. Can you tame the Zerg? Xuena stared with bright eyes, somewhat incredulous. No, I was just lucky and drew a white-quality alien insect. Chen Ping answered lightly. Brother Dong, can you let me take a look? Su Qianqian came closer to Chen Ping. Even though everyone in this room has their own trump cards, there is still a big gap between them and Chen Ping. However, the only person Chen Ping cannot see through is Su Qianqian in front of him. As for her, she was only a rumor and I had never met her before my rebirth. This is it. Chen Ping took Xiao He out of his underwear and placed it in his palm. Wow, so small. If we fry this in oil, it'll be crispy and crunchy. Su Sisi suddenly smacked her lips. Xiao He in Chen Ping's hand seemed to feel something and shook his legs. This kind of strange insect is very common. If you want to eat it, I'll catch some for you. Chen Ping said as he collected Xiao He. That's not necessary. In fact, I'm afraid of insects, too. Su Sisi shook her head like a rattle. Then, the other team members once again introduced their talents and specialties in detail, even including the most important attributes. Among them, except Duan Zixuan who is more authentic, the others are more or less exaggerated. Chen Ping didn't care about it. At the end of the world, everyone had to keep something in reserve just in case, and he was no exception. However, through this frank introduction, they got to know each other better. There are a number of level 1 wind wolves in the southwest of the camp. Gather at 1 o'clock this afternoon to train your skill coordination with them. After Ma Zi finished speaking, the team members went back to prepare. Chen Ping returned to the room and lay directly on the bed. He was not prepared to cooperate with these people, and he would not need them to kill the third-level Scarlet Beast. It was just that before the Scarlet Secret Realm arrived, I didn't want to expose my identity, so I just did some superficial work to deal with it. The issue he needed to consider now was how to deal with the third-level Scarlet Beast. Even with the two talents of Sacrifice and Potential Awakening, Chen Ping still has to be cautious. Sacrifice is his ultimate trump card, his biggest killer. Moreover, using it once will directly consume 10 years of his lifespan. He should avoid using it if possible. Potential Awakening must be at least level 5 to play a real role. If it reaches level 10, you can walk sideways in the early days of the apocalypse. If you reach level 15, there is no place in the world that you cannot go. It will probably take several years to reach the full level of 20. Since Chen Ping acquired the talent, he has not even reached level 2. During this period, he did not slack off and killed more level 2 Scarlet Beasts and Scarlet Worms than the total of other people in the team. But to upgrade this talent, the number of monsters that need to be killed is too large. It seems that I will have to use Sacrifice to kill the third-level Scarlet Beast this time. However, if I do this, my lifespan will be short. He now has 20 years and 2 days left to live, so that Sacrifice can only be used twice at most. I wonder if that little girl Su Sisi still has any primary life potion. Chen Ping touched his nose. After resting for half an hour, the team members gathered together, each of them was given 2 steamed buns and 2 potatoes, and then they prepared to set off. Shanzi, this is for you. Before leaving, Ma Zi threw a medicine box to Li Shan. This is. Li Shan caught the medicine box with one hand. I used my points to buy you some painkillers. They haven't expired yet. Thanks, boss. Coming back alive is better than anything else. Ma Zi said something meaningful, and then led the team away from Taima camp. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. This time, Chen Ping performed exceptionally hard. In addition to the first-level wind wolves, a few second-level wind wolves can occasionally be found. As long as they appear, Chen Ping's bullets will definitely arrive before everyone else's attacks. Even Xuena's sniper rifle is inferior to it. Xuena even started to predict and fired in advance, but she still couldn't get the upper hand over Chen Ping. This guy is definitely not a bronze 9-star. In a blink of an eye, 2 days passed. In the continuous fighting, the cooperation among the team members has made great progress. There are still 4 days left before the Lin family agrees to encircle and suppress the level 3 Scarlet Beast. Due to the severe damage to the road and unpredictable factors, Ma Zi and others prepared to set off early. After the beast tide ended, the size of the Taima camp expanded to 1,000 people. But this time, only 9 people from the first team went to participate in the Lin family mission. These 9 people are definitely the elite among the elites, and they are not just being perfunctory for the Lin family. Xiaodong, Shanzi, check the supplies again and get ready to go. At 7 o'clock in the morning, Ma Zi stood in the square and said something to Li Shan. Okay. Li Shan agreed and took Chen Ping to the armored vehicle. This was his 5th inspection. After all, these supplies are related to their lives. Compressed biscuits, dried meat, water purification device. Li Shan stepped forward to count them, and Chen Ping checked on the side. Brother Dong, do you think there is any potion in the scarlet turntable that can restore severed limbs? After the examination, Li Shan casually asked Chen Ping. He was much older than Chen Ping, but in private, he still called Chen Ping Brother Dong. Maybe, I haven't seen it yet. Chen Ping closed the notebook in his hand and responded lightly. Li Shan's expression darkened when he heard this. If he hadn't gained more strength and strengthened his physique, he would have died long ago with his current injuries. Recently, he has started to have frequent high fevers and occasionally lose consciousness. He felt that the breath of death was getting closer and closer. However, Lin Ruoyun of the Lin family should be able to heal your injuries. Chen Ping turned around and jumped off the armored vehicle. Lin Ruoyun. She is a big shot who is high up there. How could she possibly care about someone like me? It would be better to put our hopes on the scarlet turntable, which is more practical. Li Shan shook his head and got out of the car. Boss, we've checked it, there's no problem. After Li Shan finished speaking, he added in a low voice, but boss, these supplies are only enough for the 9 of us to consume for one day. According to the current road conditions, we can't reach the Lin family camp in one day. Everyone in the team, assemble. Get ready to go. Ma Zi ignored Li Shan and shouted. Half a minute later, the gate of Ironwood camp slowly opened. Ma Zi, Xuena, and Chen Ping each rode a heavy motorcycle, Jiang Qing drove a heavy armored vehicle, Jiang Xin sat in the co-pilot seat, and the rest were all in the armored vehicle's cabin. In the past, when the troops went out on operations or missions, the battalion commander would personally see them off. But this time, no one showed up to see him off. The sky was shrouded in crimson mist, making it difficult for sunlight to penetrate, and the few rays of light that occasionally penetrated looked pale and weak. On the ground, the once prosperous city has become a ruin. High-rise buildings collapsed in the disaster, leaving only broken walls and ruins to tell of its past glory. A gust of wind blew by, stirring up a cloud of dust, making the vision even more blurred. Ouch! Several huge scarlet beasts suddenly rushed out from the ruins. Bang, bang, bang. Chen Ping reacted the fastest and fired several shots. Level 2 Wind Wolf. After seeing the scarlet beasts clearly, Chen Ping changed direction and decided to destroy all the wind wolves. Potential Awakening is only a little bit of experience away from being able to be upgraded to level 2. Chen Ping will not let go of any level 2 scarlet beast now. Xiaodong. Don't leave the team. Motzi quickly contacted with his bracelet. But Chen Ping did not respond. Xuena, you continue to lead the team, I will go after Xiaodong. Ma Zi gave some instructions and chased in the direction of Chen Ping. Got it. Xuena looked in the direction where Chen Ping disappeared. The scarlet apocalypse is extremely dangerous. Acting on your own will most likely harm others and yourself. Bang, bang, bang. Chen Ping killed 7 level 2 wind wolves in succession, but unfortunately his talent was not upgraded. Beanhai Primary School. Through the crimson mist, Chen Ping saw a broken sign hanging on the lonely stone pillar. According to memory, there was a wolf den here, and around the 7th month of the apocalypse, a level 3 mutant wind wolf appeared. At that time, Chen Ping was in the Scarlet Secret Realm, so he did not participate in the event. Later, I heard Lin Ruoyun mention that it was a mutated level 3 wind wolf with extremely strong strength. The Lin family suffered heavy losses, so they planned to let Chen Ping solve it. However, before Chen Ping came out of the secret realm, the 3rd level wind wolf suddenly disappeared out of thin air, including the entire wolf pack. The scarlet bracelet Chen Ping is currently using is of white quality and has only the most basic functions. Once you change to a green bracelet, you can get some information about low-level scarlet beasts. Non-bound scarlet beasts are divided into ordinary, elite, lord, mutant, demon and apostle according to their levels. Rumor has it that there are only 72 demons and 12 apostles in the Scarlet Apocalypse. They are the real masters of the Scarlet Apocalypse. Elites, demons, and apostles will only appear in the Scarlet Secret Realm. In the real world, the most common ones are ordinary scarlet beasts and lord-level scarlet beasts, while mutations are an extremely special existence. They may be stronger than lord-level scarlet beasts, or weaker than ordinary scarlet beasts. But no matter how strong or weak the mutated scarlet beasts are, the quality of the scarlet turntables they explode is better than that of the lord-level scarlet beasts. Before Chen Ping was reborn, he killed a mutated scarlet beast, which caused a scarlet turntable to explode, allowing him to obtain the reincarnation of destiny talent. I almost forgot about this place. Now that I'm here, I can't go back empty-handed. Chen Ping got off the motorcycle and prepared to walk towards the school playground. Brother Chen. Ma Zi came running and called out to Chen Ping. Team leader. Brother Chen, the Scarlet Wilderness is extremely dangerous. Come back with me and continue on our journey together. Ma Zi has been the captain for such a long time. If any team member dared to act on his own or disobey orders, he would be seriously injured at best, and many would be executed directly. After all, if you can't use your fingers as easily as your own, it's easy for the whole team to be destroyed because of one person. But when facing Chen Ping, he tried his best to restrain himself and discuss things with Chen Ping calmly. I have something to take care of. You guys go to the designated location to rest. I'll rush over as soon as possible. If I can't make it in time, we can meet up at the Lin family camp. Chen Ping didn't listen to Ma Zi's advice at all. Then, I'll go with you. Ma Zi got off the motorcycle. No need. It's extremely dangerous here. If a level 3 scarlet beast appears, I may not be able to take care of you. Chen Ping said in a calm tone. While speaking, he had already stepped over the collapsed school gate and walked in. 3 level scarlet beast. There are level 3 ones here. Ma Zi wanted to follow, but after hearing what Chen Ping said, he stopped. Ma Zi was even more wary of Chen Ping. Could it be that he really has the strength to deal with a level 3 scarlet beast? Impossible. How can human power defeat him? Even with the help of those people from the Lin family, plus Lin Ruoyun, the chances of winning are less than 30%. And he can rely on himself. Ma Zi watched Chen Ping's back gradually become blurred. After thinking for a moment, he decided to reunite with the team first. Boom. Boom. The heavy motorcycle roared and left Binhai Primary School. In the center of the playground, Chen Ping took out the black knife and looked around carefully. It's still inconvenient without Xiaohei here. Chen Ping frowned slightly. Having Xiaohei help him investigate the situation here could save a lot of time and make him safer. Ouch. A wolf howl was heard from the direction of the school cafeteria, and Chen Ping walked towards the sound. Looking into the cafeteria through the broken window. The ground was littered with body parts that had completely rotted away, and the pungent smell made it hard to breathe. A strong wind wolf with silver hair and black back now met Chen Ping's eyes. Those deep blue eyes highlight its uniqueness. Ouch! A low roar broke the silence, and then dozens of black shadows rushed in from all directions. These are all level 2 wind wolves. They have fierce eyes, exposed fangs, and bloodthirsty gleams in their eyes. Chen Ping's expression was solemn, even though the bracelet could not read the information of these wind wolves. But Chen Ping has extremely rich combat experience. The mutant wind wolf in front of him was not as strong as a level 3 scarlet beast. But it is an auxiliary scarlet beast that can increase the buff status for its companions. The strength of these level 2 wind wolves around here is already very close to level 3. It's still a bit reckless. Chen Ping knew that this would be a battle of life and death. Holding the black knife tightly, he moved his body and rushed towards the wolf pack like lightning. When he entered the playground, he had already used 4 primary potions, and every aspect of his body was in peak condition. In a flash, several wind wolves were chopped down by the sword, and blood splattered everywhere. Sacrifice, only 3 seconds. When shooting a person, shoot the horse first. When capturing a thief, capture the leader first. Chen Ping cleared out the nearest few wind wolves, and with a flash of his body, he jumped into the cafeteria from the window. The mutated wind wolves originally did not take this human seriously, but in a flash, several wind wolves died, and this human even rushed directly in front of them, which was simply the biggest provocation and insult to them. It roared suddenly and its body swelled rapidly, transforming into a gigantic wolf-like beast. The azure eyes turned scarlet, flashing a red light, and its sharp claws were like knives as it pounced straight at Chen Ping. Chen Ping was not afraid at all. He dodged the attack of the mutant wind wolf with a flash of his body. At the same time, he thrust the black knife in his hand upward with all his strength, piercing the Wolf King's throat. The Wolf King roared, twisted his body and dodged the attack. But it was also frightened by Chen Ping's sword and dared not act rashly again. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Chen Ping moved his body again, turned into a residual shadow, and leaped into the air. At this moment, the sacrifice has reached the last second, and Chen Ping's life and death also depends on this final blow. Bang! The black knife swung down, and the mutant wind wolf's head was chopped off. The mutant wind wolf trembled, and its huge body slowly fell down, with blood gushing out. There are no fancy moves, just a dodge, an attack, and the battle is over in 3 seconds. Without the support of the mutant wind wolf, the morale of the surrounding second-level wind wolves was low. Chen Ping immediately took out his pistol and fired dozens of rounds without aiming. Plop! When the body of the last level 2 wind wolf fell to the ground, the entire ruins of the school became silent, with only Chen Ping's heartbeat remaining. That was a close call. Chen Ping heaved a long sigh of relief and found the scarlet turntable that exploded from the mutant wind wolf among a pile of rotten corpses. Blue wheel. Too bad, it only has 10 years left to live. The spacious football field was overgrown with weeds. The fences around it have collapsed. The seats in the stands were broken and rusty. A heavy armored vehicle was parked quietly in the center of the football field. No level 2 scarlet beast was found. I haven't found any scarlet beasts above level 2 here. The team member's reply came from Ma Zi's bracelet. Duan Zishuan, Yishinga will be on guard, and the rest of you will gather at the armored vehicle location. A month ago, Matzi led a team to search this area, and before setting off this time, Matzi had already made an itinerary plan. There are 3 rest areas in the first half, and the second half is close to the Lin family's sphere of influence. Matzi has never been there and has not booked a resting place, so there will be no rest in the second half. Captain, where is Brother Dong? He's not going. Su Qianqian looked at Ma Zi cautiously. He has some things to deal with and will meet up with us later. Ma Zi explained. When will Brother Dong come back? Su Qianqian asked. Ma Zi frowned slightly and shook his head. He is back. Xuena turned her head to look southwest and casually threw a piece of hard beef jerky into her mouth. Where is it? Su Sisi looked over curiously, but found nothing. Report to the captain, a motorcycle appeared in the southwest direction, it might be a human survivor, it's Brother Dong. Duan Zishuan reported to Matzi through the bracelet. Got it. Ma Zi breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Li Shan, bring out more food. The battle with the Scarlet Beast was very exhausting. Although Ma Zi didn't know how many Scarlet Beasts Chen Ping had killed, he felt that the number of Scarlet Beasts in that school was by no means a small number, and the level would not be limited to 1 level. Li Shan had just taken the food out of the armored vehicle when a black heavy motorcycle drove into the football field and stopped in front of the armored vehicle. Is everything done? Ma Zi asked casually. Yeah. Chen Ping nodded, his face showing no joy or sadness, and it was impossible to tell whether it was a gain or a loss. Ever since he appeared, Xuena's eyes have been fixed on Chen Ping, not moving away at all. Xuena had never stared at a man for such a long time. Before the Scarlet Apocalypse came, she was the campus belle of Binhai University and also the top student of Binhai University. None of those suitors who flocked to her could catch her eye. After the Scarlet Apocalypse came, she was the captain of the Dawn Camp's hunting team. Her combat ability ranked her among the top 5 in the second-level camp. There are countless people who admire and love her. Perhaps the only person who is slightly better than her is Lin Ruoyun from the Lin family. And people like her don't seem to be taken seriously by Chen Ping at all. More importantly, Xuena knew that Chen Ping's strength was far more than what it seemed. Xuena felt that this person, who was completely unfathomable, was in great danger. Taking the beef jerky handed to him by Li Shan, Chen Ping walked to an open space not far away, sat on the ground, and started eating by himself. "Brother Dong, did you go to kill the scarlet beast just now?" Su Qianqian came closer to Chen Ping. "Killed a few." Chen Ping answered casually. "Is there a scarlet turntable? If there is a primary potion in the turntable, I can exchange it with you." Su Sisi said quickly. "You still have primary life potion?" Chen Ping turned his head and looked at Su Sisi. I don't have that anymore, but I can exchange it with you for something more precious to me," Su Sisi said, nodding slightly with a blush on her face. "Not interested." Chen Ping directly rejected Su Sisi. Now that dangers are lurking everywhere and he is also worried about his short lifespan, Chen Ping does not have the time to relax and enjoy himself. "Take a look first," Su Qianqian said as she took out a piece of black iron sheet from her pocket. The snake scales of a two-headed black snake. Chen Ping's pupils shrank suddenly, and he almost took out his black knife. Brother Dong also knows about the two-headed black snake. He must know the value of the snake scale. "Can we exchange?" Su Sisi continued to ask. Chen Ping tried his best to control his emotions. Before he was reborn, he had seen a two-headed black snake in an A-level scarlet secret realm. The level of this two-headed black snake had also reached level 4. At that time, Chen Ping was still able to cope with it. Moreover, this kind of snake scales only grow on the body of the Lord-level two-headed black snake. It is one of the materials for making high-level attribute pills. Even if it is not made into pills, taking it alone can greatly improve the defense and agility attributes. Even when Chen Ping was in his prime before his rebirth, he might not be able to kill a Lord-level two-headed black snake. How did Su Sisi get the one in front of her? Draw the scarlet wheel. That can only appear in the red or purple scarlet wheel. Where did you get it? This, I can't say. Su Sisi shook her head. Looking at the cute and harmless Su Sisi, Chen Ping broke out in a cold sweat and was ready to escape. But he couldn't bear to part with the snake scales of the two-headed black snake. After all, this thing was a truly priceless treasure. An hour ago, Chen Ping killed the mutant wind wolf, and his potential awakening talent was upgraded to level 2. More importantly, he obtained the blue scarlet turntable. And one of the items in the turntable happens to be the key item to use the snake scales. "What do you plan to exchange it for?" Chen Ping asked in a low voice. 100 turntables. Any quality is fine as long as they have primary potions on them, or can be directly exchanged with primary potions. 80 primary potions. Su Sisi hesitated. 50 primary potions. Chen Ping said directly. "No, I'm at a huge loss." Su Qianqian kept shaking her head, and her two black ponytails also swung up. Then 55. 75. 60. Deal. Su Qianqian nodded. "Then I'll give them to you all when I have collected them all." Chen Ping is not in a hurry now. After all, even if he gets the snake scales, he cannot use them for the time being. He really wanted to know where Su Sisi got the snake scales, and why she needed so many attribute potions, and they were all elementary ones. Chen Ping looked at Su Sisi warily, feeling that her level of danger had already surpassed that of a level 3 scarlet beast. "Brother Dong, you should take a rest first. I'm going to find Sister Xuena." Su Sisi seemed to be in a good mood. She turned around, walked next to Xuena and sat down. "Brother Dong is a good man." Su Sisi said something for no reason. "What's wrong?" Xuena was confused. This is a secret between the two of us, Sisi can't tell it." Su Sisi shook her head. Xuena was a little speechless, but she was also used to it. Anyway, few people who can live in this scarlet apocalypse are normal. "Boss, the remaining food is only enough for one meal tonight." Li Shan walked up to Ma Zi and whispered. In the Scarlet Wilderness, the most important thing is to ensure that you have enough physical strength to deal with the attacks launched by the Scarlet Beasts at any time. Normally, when a hunting team goes out for a day, they need to carry more than 5 days' worth of food. This time, the food they brought was only enough for 1 day. For safety reasons, food intake cannot be reduced, otherwise when being besieged by Scarlet Beasts, one will not be able to fully exert one's strength. There's no need to save food. Just reach the next scheduled rest point before dark. I put some food there half a month ago. Ma Zi said in a deep voice. Boss, you have a far-sighted vision. Li Shan flattered him. Get lost, pack up, and leave in 5 minutes. Soon, 3 motorcycles and an armored vehicle started one after another. But before leaving the football field, he stopped again. The crimson mist dispersed and the sky became extremely gloomy, as if a huge lead curtain was slowly descending, blocking out the sunlight. There was a depressing and uneasy atmosphere in the air. The wind blew gently at first, bringing a bit of coolness, but soon the force began to accumulate and became no longer gentle. In the distant sky, a thin layer of gray clouds began to rotate, gradually increasing in speed, as if being pulled by an invisible force, forming a huge vortex. The vortex was getting lower and lower, closer to the ground, and its color was changing from gray to black, accompanied by a thunderous roar that resounded through the sky. Then, a strong whirlwind rose from the ground and connected with the vortex in the sky, forming a huge, rotating funnel-shaped cloud column, a tornado. Get out of the car. Find cover. Ma Zi shouted at the top of his lungs. The tornado seemed to be very far away, but in the blink of an eye, it rushed right in front of us. There is a basement in the football field, and the entrance is in the southwest direction. Li Shan also shouted. All members of Team 1 have walked through mountains and seas of corpses. When faced with sudden changes, they react much faster than ordinary people. 1 second before the tornado entered the football field area, everyone arrived at the southwest basement entrance. This place was previously blocked by a collapsed wall, and it had been cleared when Ma Zi and others came to search for the first time. Li Shan rushed to the front, holding a big knife, waving it wildly to clear a passage. Su Qianqian raised her shield and stood at the back of the team to block the flying debris. Chen Ping was much faster than Li Shan, but he was not sure about the situation in the basement, so he followed in the middle of the team. Bang! As soon as everyone entered the basement, a concrete wall slammed heavily into the entrance. Are you all here? It was pitch black in the basement and nothing could be seen clearly, so Ma Zi asked in a calm voice. Duan Zixuan is here. Li Shan is here. Jiangcheng is here. After everyone reported their names, Ma Zi felt a little relieved, and everyone retreated in time. Boss, the exit is blocked. A moment later, Li Shan used the faint light from the bracelet to check the location of the cave entrance. The concrete wall was easy to deal with, but there were many heavy objects pressing on top of it. I remember there is another exit. Let's tidy up here for a while. After the tornado passes, we will split up and look for the exit. Ma Zi was not worried about finding an exit. With the strength of their team, they could force their way through an exit. Right now, what worries Ma Zi the most is their vehicles. If the armored vehicle is destroyed or carried away by a tornado, it will take at least 2 days to return to the camp by walking. All areas along the way had been searched clean before, and everything edible had been brought back to Ironwood Camp. Half an hour later, things gradually got quiet outside, and Ma Zi and the others began looking for an exit. The 9 people were divided into 3 groups. Ma Zi brought Jiang Cheng and Jiang Xin to wait at the entrance. Chen Ping and Shui Na each led 2 people and explored separately. Captain, we found a downward passage. It should be the second underground floor. Chen Ping stood in front of a staircase and looked down. There were a lot of debris piled at the corner. Second underground floor. The last time we came here, we didn't find a second underground floor. The last time Ma Zi led the team here, there were still quite a few level 1 scarlet beasts around. For safety reasons, they just conducted a simple search, mainly looking for food and supplies. The empty basement was not searched thoroughly. Captain, I'm going to go down and take a look. Chen Ping reported. You can adapt to the situation and make your own decisions regarding your team's actions. But be sure to be careful and put safety first. Ma Zi warned. Receive. Brother, the people up there seem to be coming down. Third brother, get ready. I wanted to let them go, but since they insist on coming to die, I have no choice but to send them on their way. Boss, there are 9 of them and we only have 3. Our chances of winning are slim. What are you afraid of? If we were outside, we wouldn't have much chance of winning, but this is our home court. In fact, we should have launched a sneak attack when they were resting up there just now. In the past half-month, we have killed 4 or 5 waves of people. Our cooperation is now seamless. It's a perfect plan. What strength did those people have before? Just looking at the equipment of these people, we know they are not ordinary characters. If the 3 of us fight on them, aren't we looking for death? Brother, there are only 3 people coming down. One is holding a pistol, one is holding a compound bow, and the other is empty-handed. They are all men. These idiots actually acted separately. They didn't take the road to heaven, but broke into hell. Brother, I just observed that there are 2 girls in their team, one of whom looks like a fairy. No problem. We haven't eaten meat for a long time. Let's have some fun together then. In the pitch-dark space, the 3 of them let out extremely obscene laughter. Fire. As soon as Chen Ping uttered the word, Yishinga's dark blue flame attached to the muzzle of Chen Ping's pistol. Bang. A bullet hit the debris at the corner. Wow. The piled-up debris instantly caught fire and turned into ashes in the blink of an eye. Zishuan, you stay up there. Okay, Brother Dong, but, hurry up, I'm a little afraid of the dark. Duan Zishuan held the compound bow and looked around nervously. Chen Ping touched an iron rod at the corner of the stairs. Yishinga's mind moved, and the dark blue flame appeared again, attaching to the iron rod in Chen Ping's hand. With the help of the torch light, the 2 carefully reached the second underground floor. Bang. A black shadow flashed by, and Chen Ping pulled the trigger of the pistol reflexively. Immediately afterwards, a column of blood spurted out, and the person who attacked Chen Ping turned into a corpse directly. Brother, spare my life. Plop. Plop. Not far away, the other 2 people who were about to take action knelt on the ground. Chen Ping frowned slightly, raised the torch in his hand, and saw the 2 people clearly. His clothes were tattered, with pieces of cloth hanging on his body, exposing his skin in many places. The skin was also covered with scars and dirt. Some of the wounds had already formed scabs, while others were still oozing pus and emitting a disgusting smell. Their hands were in an even more horrific state, with dirt and unknown objects embedded in their nails, and their finger joints thick and covered with thick calluses and scars, which were the marks left by countless fights with death. One was holding a rifle, the other was holding a hammer, and now they threw all those weapons on the ground. Is there any food? Chen Ping was too lazy to ask any other nonsense. Yes. Yes. After the natural disaster, the 3 of us hid in this basement and never went out. Please spare our lives. The food I saved is in that room. I'll give it all to you. A man kowtowed so hard that his forehead was covered in blood. Chen Ping nodded. Give us all the food. You will probably starve to death. That will be very painful. We. Before the men could finish speaking, Chen Ping fired 2 shots in a row, relieving their pain. Go search it, be careful of scams. Chen Ping looked towards a door on the right. Okay. Yishinga nodded and walked over carefully. Chen Ping squatted on the ground, enduring the stench, and turned over the 3 men. You guys are so lucky. Chen Ping turned out more than 40 white turntables, 2 green turntables, and most importantly, 2 scarlet coins. In the early days of the Scarlet Apocalypse, the drop rate of scarlet coins was extremely low. Chen Ping had killed 2 level 3 scarlet beasts and nearly 1,000 level 2 scarlet beasts, but only obtained a dozen scarlet coins. Holy crap! I'm rich! Yishinga shouted excitedly. Chen Ping put the items he had found into the space stone, then stood up and walked towards the room. What's wrong? Brother Dong, look at all the food. There was a mountain of food piled up on the floor of the room, and on both walls there were 3 layers of shelves also filled with canned food and soda. Report to the captain, food was found on the 2nd floor. Chen Ping reported to Ma Zi without any emotion. Food. Ma Zi was very surprised. After all, they had searched this place not long ago. Bring it up here. It's a bit too much, maybe we need to send a few people down. This, okay, send Jiang Cheng and Jiang Xin over now. From Chen Ping's tone, Ma Zi thought it was just a few packets of food. But now it seems that this might be enough for a few people to eat for a while. Shenga. Brother Dong, what's wrong? Burn them. Ah, aren't they dead? Prevent them from resurrecting. When the Jiangqing brothers arrived at the 2nd underground floor, not even ashes were left of the 3 bodies. So much food. Jiangqing stood there in a daze for a long time, even more shocked than Yishinga. After all, his strength was only considered to be at a medium to low level in the camp, and he was a cannon fodder with slightly higher abilities. If it weren't for the beast tide, potatoes would have been their only food until they died. Seeing so many well-packaged foods at once, it was hard to suppress my excitement. Find 2 larger pieces of cloth and carry these foods to the basement. Chen Ping commanded. By the time they reunited with Asako, Shiwena had searched the rest of the area and found nothing. Finally, several people worked together to clean up the rubble and cement at the entrance. The entrance was not reopened until the evening. The car is gone. Duan Zixuan looked around and saw the football field in a mess. Their armored vehicles and motorcycles were nowhere to be seen. Captain, should we return to the camp, or continue moving forward? Li Shan looked at Ma Zi. We will return to the camp and walk for 2 days. The food we have now is enough for us to consume for a month. The only problem is that the distance is far and the possibility of danger is very high. Keep going. After walking for about a day, that rest area is a used car parking lot. If you're lucky, you can find a car that can be driven. This journey is shorter and the risk is lower. Xiaodong, Shiwena, what do you think? After explaining the pros and cons, Ma Zi asked the 2 deputy captains for their advice. Returning to the camp now means completely giving up this mission for the Lin family. Xuena frowned slightly. I suggest we continue forward. According to the information from previous explorations, no level 2 scarlet beasts have been found between here and the rest area. This makes it safer. Also, out of selfishness, I personally must participate in this mission. If everyone decides to give up, I will go alone. After Chen Ping finished speaking, Su Qianqian nodded and said, I have to go too. Me too. Xuena echoed expressionlessly. In that case, let's keep moving forward. Ma Zi made the final decision. I have another suggestion. The team should be divided into 2 groups. The faster ones should carry half a day's rations and move forward at full speed, while the slower ones should carry the food and follow behind. The people in front can explore the way and give early warning to those behind. There is so much food here. If we want to take it with us, our speed will be affected. The team that arrives at the next rest area first should immediately search for a drivable vehicle and return to meet the team behind them, which can also save time. Chen Ping analyzed. Okay, let's do as Xiaodong said and start dividing into groups now. Ma Zi nodded. After some screening, everyone found that in terms of agility and endurance, Xuena was first and Chen Ping was second, and the 2 were significantly higher than others. Chen Ping overstated some of the data, and all the data were only 2 points lower than Xuena's. Finally, Chen Ping and Xuena served as the vanguard group and headed to the next resting point. Ma Zi and others followed behind with supplies. It's getting late, let's get some rest so we can set off early tomorrow. After making a plan, Ma Zi said to everyone. On the 1st floor of the basement, there are more than a dozen independent small rooms, enough for several people to rest. Each person rests for 7 hours, and then all the men take turns to keep watch for 1 hour. The rest of the people went to rest. Chen Ping stood at the entrance and took out the turntable he found on the 3 people on the 2nd underground floor. Rubbish. Rubbish. Chen Ping carefully checked all the scarlet turntables, and only the things in the 2 green quality scarlet turntables were acceptable. Please specify the reward item. A familiar voice sounded in Chen Ping's ears. 1. Compressed biscuits. 2. Primary scarlet bracelet. 3. Primary strength potion. 4. USB flash drive. Contains 1 terabyte of seeds. 5. Gender change potion. 6. Hyaluronic acid lubricant. 7. Intermediate life potion. Intermediate life potion. If he has enough life left, Chen Ping might consider several other options. But Chen Ping now has only 10 years left to live. After 12 o'clock tonight, he will not be able to draw even from the green wheel. He has no other choice. The intermediate life potion increased Chen Ping's lifespan by 30 years, allowing him to draw the green wheel again. As for the blue quality turntable dropped by killing the mutant wind wolf, he has no intention of drawing it yet. After all, a blue quality turntable consumes 30 years of life. Please specify the reward item. 1. Learn from your mistakes. 2. A 1 powder. 3. BBK lighter. 4. Thai pants chili. 5. Electronic pickled mustard tuber. 6. Primary talent proficiency scroll. 7. Solar-powered fan. On the second turntable, there were nearly 100 prizes densely written, which made Chen Ping a little dizzy. Fortunately, the basic talent proficiency scroll is of green quality and is quite eye-catching on the turntable. Chen Ping has 3 talents, including primary potion mastery, sacrifice and potential awakening. Among them, the maximum proficiency level of potion mastery is level 10. Now the proficiency of making 5 primary potions is around level 4, and the success rate reaches 70%. It is not difficult to collect the raw materials for primary medicine. The lower success rate does not matter to Chen Ping. The sacrifice talent has no proficiency and can only be upgraded by obtaining the same talent or using scarlet coins. The potential awakening that Chindu values the most has now been upgraded to level 2. If he could be upgraded to level 5 or above, Chen Ping would be able to easily deal with the level 3 scarlet beast. However, it is quite difficult to improve the proficiency of this talent. Basic talent proficiency scroll. Chen Ping directly selected the prize and used it on potential awakening. Swish. A brilliant light flashed, illuminating the entire cave entrance. Then, a bright light like a pillar sank into Chen Ping's body. He quickly raised his left hand and checked the records on the scarlet bracelet. Use the primary talent proficiency scroll on potential awakening to increase proficiency by 40%. Primary talent proficiency scroll has a lucky critical hit, and potential awakening is upgraded to level 3. Unlock primary cold weapon awakening. In the void in front of Chen Ping, 3 rows of small characters appeared on the blue screen. He clicked on his talent details and took a look. Potential awakening, red. Talent level, 3, up to 20. Attribute bonus, strength increased by 5, agility increased by 5, endurance increased by 5. Talent bonus, primary firearms awakening, primary cold weapon awakening. Introduction, through continuous fighting, stimulate the potential of the body. It's worthy of being a red talent. Chen Ping touched his chin. This talent was beyond Chen Ping's imagination. Originally, the attribute bonus was enough to greatly increase Chen Ping's strength. Now he has awakened another skill, which is comparable to the golden talent. The primary cold weapon awakening will increase the strength by an additional 5 points, increase the attack speed by 10% and cause additional damage to the enemy when using cold weapons. Perhaps because of the close combat nature, this is much stronger than basic firearms awakening. There's no scarlet beast around. Chen Ping looked around, finally took out the black knife, and walked to the center of the empty football field. Under the moonlight, the black knife glowed with a faint cold light, revealing an unspeakable sharpness. Chen Ping slowly closed his eyes, took a deep breath, then opened them suddenly, with a gleam of light flashing in his eyes. With a low shout, Chen Ping's body rushed out like an arrow, and the black knife in his hand drew sharp tracks. Every time the knife was swung, there was a whistling sound of wind, and the air seemed to be cut apart wherever the tip of the knife pointed. His movements became faster and faster, and the blade was unpredictable, sometimes as fierce as a storm, and sometimes as gentle as a drizzle. Every move and every style contains endless power and skill, as if fighting a fierce battle with an invisible enemy. Sweat slid down Chen Ping's cheeks and his breathing gradually became heavy, but the knife in his hand did not stop at all. Finally, after a series of high-speed continuous attacks, Chen Ping put away his sword, stood up, and let out a long breath. Bang, bang, bang. In the distance, the broken stone wall collapsed with a loud bang. The power of the blade alone was enough to kill a level 2 scarlet beast in seconds. Gurgle. Xue Na stood outside the basement entrance and swallowed with difficulty. She guessed that Chen Ping was very strong, but she never expected that Chen Ping was so ridiculously strong. Although she does not use weapons such as swords, the battalion commander of the Dawn camp uses a long sword as his weapon. The battalion commander was a physical education teacher at Binhai University. He had learned martial arts and won many championships. After the end of the world, he drew a long sword and some good talents, and then established the Dawn camp. Xue Na had followed the battalion commander to encircle and suppress ferocious beasts many times and had witnessed his superb swordsmanship. In Xue Na's opinion, he should be the strongest swordsman, an invincible swordsman in close combat. It was not until now that Xue Na understood what a truly strong person was. Compared with Chen Ping, the battalion commander was like a kindergarten kid playing with a toy knife. Of course, it's not that the battalion commander is so weak. After all, he has been able to lead the second-level camp for so long. If he couldn't convince the people, he would have been kicked out long ago. However, the strength displayed by Chen Ping was too terrifying. Xue Na felt that if Chen Ping used all his strength, he could even compete with a level 3 scarlet beast. This is unimaginable for human beings today. Even Xue Na has no chance of winning against a level 3 scarlet beast. Chen Ping wiped the sweat from his forehead, put away the black knife, turned around and walked towards the entrance of the basement. Why did you come out? Because he was too absorbed in the subject just now, Chen Ping did not notice Xue Na standing at the entrance. I need to go to the bathroom. Xue Na made up an excuse. In fact, she was worried about Chen Ping keeping watch at night. Chen Ping always gave her a sense of danger and was too independent. He never took Ma Zi's orders seriously. It should be over there, but it's collapsed, just find somewhere else. Chen Ping said this calmly, then walked to the entrance and stood still like a guard. A blush appeared on Xue Na's cold face. Don't worry, I won't peek. I've always been an upright person. If you're worried about danger, I can go over and help you keep watch. After Chen Ping finished speaking, Xue Na, who was originally a little shy, froze like an ice sculpture. No need. I really want to go to the bathroom now. I don't really want to go to the bathroom anymore. Oh, then whenever you want to go, you can call me. We are all in the same team, so I can still help you with this little favor. Dongzi, are you trying to help? This is the first time I've seen someone describe peeping in such a refreshing and refined way. An hour later, Yixinga came to replace Chen Ping and happened to hear the conversation between the two. Hee, I was just kidding. Brother Dong is a gentleman, and I am judging him by my own standards. Yixinga suddenly changed his words because he saw Chen Ping took out his pistol and looked at it for a few seconds. Yixinga was not clear about Chen Ping's strength, but he knew that it only took 1 second for Chen Ping to make more than a dozen holes in his body. What was more terrifying was that he could ensure that he would not die. As for Yixinga, he can only add some fire attribute attacks to other people's weapons. He himself has neither strong attack capabilities nor any defense capabilities. Even the weakest brother Jiang Cheng in the team can kill him easily. Keep watch well. If there is any emergency, notify everyone immediately. Chen Ping walked slowly towards the basement, and patted Yixinga on the shoulder when he passed by him. Okay. I will definitely keep watch well. Yixinga replied with a trembling voice. He wanted to have a fight between the two of them. Why should he butt in on a conversation between two people? Trouble comes from the mouth. He almost lost his life. Xue Na took a deep breath and turned back to her room. Nothing happened during the night, and before dawn, Chen Ping was ready to set off. Duanzi, I'm leaving. Chen Ping greeted Duan Zixuan, who was guarding the last shift. Brother Chen, aren't you waiting for Xue Na? Duan Zixuan asked. It's so late, there's no time to wait for her. Chen Ping shook his head. Duan Zixuan looked at his bracelet. It was only 4:30 in the morning and the moon was still hanging in the sky. Now, it doesn't seem too late. Before Duan Zixuan finished speaking, Xuena ran out of the room, tidying her coat and with her long fluffy hair. After witnessing Chen Ping's strength last night, Xuena tossed and turned all night and only fell into a drowsy sleep at 2 or 3 o'clock in the middle of the night. Sorry, I'm a little late. Let's go. After Chen Ping finished speaking, he confirmed the direction again and left first. Wait. Xuena frowned slightly. The words were on the tip of her tongue, but she swallowed them back. She had no choice but to comb her long hair while chasing after him. Is it really late now? Duan Zixuan touched his head and looked at the moon in the night sky again. In the east, the fish's belly turns white. Chen Ping and Xuena walked for nearly 2 hours. This guy doesn't speak a word of truth. Xuena followed Chen Ping for several hundred meters, panting, and she was about to reach her physical limit. Moreover, along the way, whenever she encountered a scarlet beast, Chen Ping took action to deal with it. She did not consume any physical energy in killing the scarlet beasts. Even so, Xuena still found it difficult to keep up with Chen Ping's speed. Before setting off, she specifically asked again, and the endurance and agility data given by Chen Ping were 2 points lower than Xuena's. Xuena never believed Chen Ping from the beginning to the end, but she never expected that the gap between them would be so huge. Dong, brother Dong, I'm out of strength and can't keep up. Xuena bit her red lips lightly and shouted to Chen Ping. Then you wait here for the captain and the others. Chen Ping turned around and said something, then turned around and continued walking forward. Xuena was not surprised at all. In fact, she wasn't really unable to keep up. But now she had to stop and recover her strength, otherwise if some powerful scarlet beast appeared, she didn't think Chen Ping would come to the rescue, and then she wouldn't even have the chance to fight back. The scarlet wilderness in the early morning seemed particularly quiet. Xuena was just about to take out some compressed biscuits to replenish her energy when a cloud of dust rose in the distance and an armored vehicle was speeding. Chen Ping, who was a few hundred meters away from Xuena, also noticed the armored vehicle. The Lin family's car. Chen Ping paused. Armored vehicles are the most common means of transportation in the Scarlet Apocalypse. Although they look similar in appearance, each camp or family has its own characteristics and logos, so they are easy to distinguish. The dust cleared, and the Lin family's armored vehicle stopped next to Xuena. Seeing this, Chen Ping turned and walked towards Xuena. If you can hitchhike, you can save a lot of time. Blood rose. Why are you here? Lin Tingzhang was sitting in the passenger seat, rolled down the window and looked at Xuena. His shrill voice made Xuena feel uncomfortable, but the other party was a member of the Lin family after all. When Xuena left Taima camp in the future, the only places she could go would be the Chen family or the Lin family. She didn't dare to offend Lin Tingzhang now. We were going to join the Lin family in their mission to encircle and suppress the level 3 Scarlet Beast. We encountered a tornado on the way and the armored vehicle was swept away. Now we have no choice but to walk. So that's how it is. There's an empty seat in the car. Come on in. Lin Tingzhang said with a smile. Captain Lin, the back seems to be full. The driver of the armored vehicle reminded in a low voice. Bang. Lin Tingzhang took out a pistol and shot a bullet into the man's temple. There is an empty seat now, Miss Xuena, please get on the passenger seat and I'll drive. Lin Tingzhang showed an obscene smile on his face. Captain Lin, I feel. Xuena had never suffered such humiliation before, but Lin Tingzhang had the huge Lin family behind him. Xuena wanted to resist, but was hesitant. Just drop us off at the parking lot out front. Before Xuena could finish her words, Chen Ping walked over quickly. What kind of bastard are you? How dare you ride in the Lin family's car? Lin Tingzhang's face was filled with anger. Even in the Lin family, few people dared to speak to him in that tone. He glanced at Chen Ping and was about to take out his gun when his expression suddenly changed. You are, Chen Ping. Lin Tingzhang was stunned. The person he had been looking for with so much difficulty actually showed up at his doorstep. He could finally complete his mission and return to the Lin family camp. Some time ago, Lin Tingzhang suffered a lot in order to find Chen Ping. The recent beast tide has just ended, and the Lin family is preparing to hunt the third-level scarlet beast. Lin Tingzhang was sent to notify each camp to put the search for Chen Ping on hold for the time being. If there is still no news about Chen Ping after a few days, he will probably have to make another effort. If it weren't for Lin Ruoyun's order, Lin Tingzhang really wanted to shoot Chen Ping to death. You actually recognized me. Chen Ping frowned slightly. My dear brother-in-law, how could I not recognize you? Lin Ruoyun and I haven't confirmed our relationship yet, so don't rush to get close to her. Chen Ping said as he looked at the armored vehicle. Based on the size of the car, there could be no more than 30 people inside. Don't be so shameless, someone, break Chen Ping's legs and carry him to the car. Lin Tingzhang was too lazy to argue with Chen Ping. He shouted to the scarlet bracelet, and the back door of the armored vehicle opened. More than 30 people filed out. It seems that I was overthinking. How could Lin Shanhai follow me? Chen Ping shook his head, took out his pistol, and fired bullets like rain. In a breath, more than 30 people fell to the ground one after another, without even having time to scream. You, Brother Chen, please listen to me, In a flash, 30 people were killed, and Lin Tingzhang's mind went blank. Shut up. Chen Ping raised his hand and fired a shot, the bullet hitting Lin Tingzhang right between the eyebrows. You killed them, all. Xuena stared at Chen Ping with her big watery eyes in disbelief and subconsciously took a few steps back. How is that possible? How dare I kill anyone from the Lin family? Chen Ping flatly denied it. Then. Xuena frowned slightly. This was caused by the gun. It has nothing to do with me. Chen Ping looked at the gun in his hand, then walked in front of Lin Tingzhang and began to touch the corpse very skillfully. A woodworm. Look at these scarlet turntables. How much has he taken? I am getting rid of the harm to the Lin family. They should thank me. Chen Ping found a space stone, which contained hundreds of white and scarlet turntables, and 60 green turntables. The only pity was that there was no blue turntable. In addition to the turntable, there are actually 4 bottles of primary life potions, 1 bottle of intermediate life potion, and a lot of materials for making potions. In the Scarlet Apocalypse, if you want to get rich, you have to kill people and steal treasures. Chen Ping sighed in his heart. If he were to collect these things by himself, it would take him at least 2 or 3 months. Especially the green scarlet turntable, I don't know how many scarlet beasts I have to kill to collect 60 of them. Except for Lin Tingzhang, the bodies of the others were also searched thoroughly by Chen Ping. Although there were only some white turntables and junk weapons, Chen Ping did not show any disgust and put them all into the space stone. Finally, Chen Ping found 3 barrels of gasoline in the armored vehicle, took out one, poured half of it on the corpses piled nearby, and set it on fire directly. The whole process was so smooth and skillful that it gave Xuena the creeps. Everything is cleaned up, let's go. Chen Ping got into the driver's seat and greeted Xuena. Do you want to stay and accompany them? Chen Ping asked. No. Xuena hurriedly got into the passenger seat, closed the door, and sat upright, making her chest particularly prominent. She didn't know where to put her hands, so she finally placed them on her slightly trembling legs. The Scarlet Apocalypse has arrived. Xuena has killed countless scarlet beasts and dozens of people. She has witnessed all the bloodiest scenes. What Chen Ping did just now was not that terrible, it was just that Chen Ping was too skilled and calm, as if he was doing something trivial. For a moment, Xuena even felt that Chen Ping was going to treat her in the same way. She believed that Chen Ping was definitely capable of doing it. Boom. Boom. The armored vehicle's engine started, Chen Ping stepped on the accelerator twice, and turned 180 degrees on the spot to pick up Ma Zi and others behind. Soon, Chen Ping found Ma Zi and others. After meeting up with the team members, Chen Ping and Xuena got into the car, and the driving of the vehicle was handed over to the Jiangqing brothers. Where did you get the car? It's from the Lin family. In the carriage, Ma Zi asked casually. Xuena closed her eyes slightly and did not react at all. Everyone was used to her coldness and did not care. We picked them up on the road. We also found a few human limbs. They must have been attacked by scarlet beasts. We were kind enough to bury them. Chen Ping sighed. Can you confirm their identities? Asked Ma Zi. Chen Ping shook his head. It's too tragic. Those people died so tragically. The body parts scattered all over the ground can't even be pieced together to form a complete person. Oh, I hope that when we die, we can meet a kind-hearted person like Brother Dong who can bury us so that our bodies won't be left exposed in the wilderness. Duan Zixuan felt sad. Everyone is dead, so why bother about the flood in the future? Yixinga didn't care. After all, being able to live for one more day was a blessing. According to Ma Zi's original plan, they would rest for an hour in the parking lot where used cars were sold. Due to the tornado, they lost a day. In order to catch up with the Lin family's mission, they did not stop except for killing some scarlet beasts. Boss, the Lido community is ahead. Jiang Cheng's voice came from Ma Zi's bracelet. Before the beast tide, some people set up a camp in the Lido community, but they were unable to withstand the attack of the beast tide and were wiped out. Before the Scarlet Apocalypse, this place was the intersection of two provinces. Now it belongs to Yunmeng's, which is the sphere of influence of the Lin family. Ma Zi threw a map into the void. There is less than 1/3 of the journey left. Let's rest here tonight and set off early tomorrow to reach Yunmeng's directly. They did not go to the camp to rest. At this time, the corpses in the camp were rotting. Even if there was no plague, the stench of the corpses could kill people. There are several tents in the car. The women can rest in the car, and the men can set up tents outside. This is an open space. We will work in groups of 2 to keep watch. Each group will work for 2 hours. I will be on duty for 2 hours alone. Ma Zi said to everyone. In the early days of the Scarlet Apocalypse, few camps would abide by any morals, including the team that Ma Zi once led. However, there are exceptions, and that is due to strength. In this team now, apart from Chen Ping, Xuena is the strongest, followed by Su Qianqian, so no one dares to have any other ideas. Inside the car, Xuena was lying on the seat, her mind flashing back to the scene of Chen Ping killing the Lin family's convoy today, which made her unable to fall asleep for a long time. Outside the car, Chen Ping finished his night watch and returned to his tent. He took out a space stone and began to take stock of today's gains. What a waste of time. In the tent, Chen Ping rubbed his temples and felt a little dizzy. There is an extremely low probability of a top-quality item appearing on a white turntable, so Chen Ping looked through all the hundreds of white turntables. The result was a pile of garbage, not even a basic life potion. That's normal. If there really was a good thing on the turntable, that guy would have asked someone at the bottom to take it. How could he still be here until now? Chen Ping shook his head. Throwing the white quality turntable aside, Chen Ping started to check the green quality turntable. There are 60 green quality turntables, and 70% of them are for weapons, armor, and food. For ordinary people, it is not bad, but Chen Ping does not need it. The remaining 11 have intermediate strength, agility, and other attribute potions, and 7 have green quality talents. After using 4 bottles of primary life potion and 1 bottle of intermediate life potion obtained from Lin Tingzhong, the bracelet showed that Chen Ping's lifespan was 59 years and 364 days. Those intermediate attribute potions have significant added value and can consume 10 years of life. For Chen Ping, the cost-effectiveness is not high. Among the 7 talents, there are 2 primary potion mastery talents. In the Scarlet Apocalypse, as long as you obtain 2 additional talents of the same quality, you can upgrade the quality of the talents you have, but this does not include potion-making talents. After some selection, Chen Ping only chose a scarlet turntable of green quality. Please specify the reward item. 1. Smart massage chair. 2. Rely on the defense. 3. Bagpipes in the distance. 4. Why does the autumn wind make the painted fan sad? Fan. 5. Mug. 6. Intermediate vehicle mastery. 6. Intermediate vehicle mastery. This is a talent for driving vehicles. With this talent, you can improve the performance of the vehicle when driving it, increase the speed by 10%, save 10% of energy consumption, and increase the vehicle's defense by 20 points. Before his rebirth, Chen Ping had drawn the advanced vehicle mastery talent in the Scarlet secret realm. That was a red talent that possessed the ability to modify vehicles. The effect of this intermediate vehicle mastery is much weaker, but it is a necessary talent if you want to travel alone in the wilderness in the future. After drawing a Scarlet turntable, Chen Ping counted carefully and found that there were 487 white turntables and 59 green turntables. For Chen Ping, smoking them is a complete waste of life. In addition to these turntables, Chen Ping also has a blue-quality Scarlet turntable hidden in the bottom of the box, which contains a red-quality item. Although his lifespan was sufficient, Chen Ping planned to first exchange it for the scales of the two-headed black snake in Su Sisi's hand before drawing the lottery. Otherwise, the things in this blue turntable will be useless even if you pull them out. The raw materials for making primary strength potion can be found in Lin Tingzhang's space stone. After more than 2 hours, Chen Ping's proficiency in strength potion reached level 5, the production speed became faster, and the success rate increased to 75%. At the same time, the number of strength potions reached 90 bottles, far exceeding the number agreed with Su Sisi. After all, he also wanted to keep some for himself. At 12 o'clock in the evening, when the moon was dark and the wind was strong, Chen Ping left the tent, walked to the back door of the armored vehicle and knocked on it. Hey, he got into the car. Jiang Qing widened his eyes and watched Chen Ping get on the armored vehicle. Bang. The person who was on guard duty with Jiang Qing was Yishinga. He patted Jiang Qing hard on the back. Some things should be ignored if you shouldn't see them. If you can beat him and make those 2 women obey you, you can go in too. Yishinga looked at the armored vehicle with envy on his face. It was an extremely quiet night and the only sound I could hear was my own breathing. Why is there no sound at all? Jiang Qing was a little confused. The Lin family's car has great sound insulation. Yishinga sighed. In the armored vehicle, Xuena sat up, and Su Qianqian also looked at Chen Ping curiously. Sisi, I have gathered all the elementary strength potions you requested. Wow, Brother Dong is so efficient. Su Sisi's face was full of joy. She took out the snake scales of the two-headed black snake and handed them to Chen Ping. Chen Ping took out 60 bottles of primary strength potions from the space stone. This is a bit much. Do you have a space stone? Yes. Su Qianqian nodded and took out a small red stone. Chen Ping was slightly stunned. The quality of the space stone was easy to distinguish. Both of his pieces were green in quality and had 50 grids. With Chen Ping's experience, he was certain that the space stone in Su Sisi's hand was of red quality, with 500 grids, and the space in each grid was much larger than that of the green quality space stone. Even in the 5th year of the Scarlet Apocalypse, a family as powerful as the Lin family only had 1 red quality space stone. But now, Su Sisi actually has a red quality space stone in her hand. Su Sisi's identity and strength became more and more confusing, which made Chen Ping more vigilant. Brother Dong, I don't have anything valuable on me. If you still have a primary strength potion, please give it to me first. Do you need intermediate strength potion? Chen Ping asked. No. Su Qianqian immediately shook her head, which surprised Chen Ping. Originally, I thought that if Su Sisi could come up with something good in exchange, Chen Ping could also draw it from the turntable. Does she want the primary strength potion for some special purpose? Chen Ping was confused, but did not raise it. It's getting late, I won't disturb your rest. After Chen Ping finished speaking, he turned and walked out. Xuena frowned slightly. When she saw Chen Ping getting on the car, countless thoughts instantly flooded into her mind. If Chen Ping forced her, how would she resist? If she failed, how would she be humiliated? If he hit the target, would she keep the child? Would the child look like herself or Chen Ping? In the future. Xuena was only halfway through her fantasy when Chen Ping had already left. She breathed a sigh of relief, but at the same time she felt a sense of inexplicable loss. What's going on? Xuena didn't know why she started to have such wild thoughts. It was totally out of character for her, especially in this scarlet wilderness full of dangers. Brother Dong is a good man. Su Sisi was talking to herself. She had said this many times to Xuena. Xuena shook her head. She wondered how Su Sisi would react if she saw Chen Ping dealing with the Lin family. Bang. Chen Ping closed the back door of the armored vehicle and returned to his tent. Shenga, Brother Dong is out, how come he's here so soon? A real man never cares about the length of time, but the quality. Yishenga glanced at Jiang Cheng. Yeah. You two brothers have never touched a woman. No, we played games every day in college. We haven't even graduated yet, and the scarlet apocalypse has arrived. Jiang Cheng shook his head. Good guys, after this mission is over, I will take you to have some fun and let you know what a real man is. Yishenga said, patting his chest. Real. How could it be false? It was a bit difficult before the end of the world, but now, there are many good-looking people among the lower-class people in the camp. I have looked at them carefully. When the time comes, you can just take a steamed bun or a potato. Yishenga showed an obscene smile. As the two were talking, suddenly a blinding red light illuminated the entire night sky. Something's happening. Yishenga covered his eyes with one hand and fired several shots into the sky with the other hand. Shenga, that looks like Dong Ji's tent. Jiang Cheng endured the pain from the red light shining in his eyes and looked over, and found that the red light was coming from Chen Ping's tent. At this time, Yishenga also forced himself to open his eyes. He suddenly thought of the strange phenomenon that happened in Taima camp during the beast tide. After a brief panic, the base where Motzi and others were staying gradually returned to calm as the red light disappeared. There is no crimson beast. Everyone go back and rest. Ma Zi glanced at Chen Ping's tent and turned to speak to others. In the scarlet apocalypse, it is always better to have less trouble than more. But, that red light, Brother Dong won't be in danger, right? Duan Zishuan was a little worried. Even if you die, Brother Dong will be fine. Yishenga curled his lips. Well, what you said makes sense. Duan Zishuan agreed deeply. Brother Dong, if you're okay, please reply. Su Qianqian was still a little worried. It's okay, you guys take a rest. Chen Ping's voice came from the tent. Su Qianqian nodded and breathed a sigh of relief. However, Xuanna, who was standing next to Su Sisi, was stunned for a long while. Sister Xuanna, what's wrong with you? Su Sisi pulled Xuanna's arm. It's okay, maybe I'm too sleepy. Xuanna responded casually. When she was at the dawn camp, she heard from the camp commander that Chen Ping from the Chen family had obtained a red-quality scarlet turntable and had drawn a high-level potion talent. At that time, the entire Chen family was obscured by the red light, which lasted for dozens of seconds before gradually disappearing. Afterwards, Chen Ping disappeared completely and there was no news of him. If Lin Tingzhong had not recognized Chen Ping today, Xuanna would not have realized that this legendary figure from Binhai was actually right next to her. And the red light just now seemed to be the vision of winning the red prize. Could it be that he drew it from the turntable? No, there is no red turntable among Lin Tingzhong's turntables. Xuanna followed Su Sisi, confused, back to the armored vehicle. Good people will be rewarded. Good people like Brother Dong will definitely have great luck. Su Sisi talked to herself, took out a bottle of primary strength potion and drank it directly. We don't need to fight now, why did you drink the strength potion? Xuanna was still thinking about Chen Ping, but was attracted by Su Qianqian's actions and asked subconsciously. Ah, I'm so sleepy, I fell asleep. Su Sisi hesitated for half a second, then fell directly onto the chair, as if she had really fallen asleep. Xuanna was speechless, but did not ask any further questions. In the scarlet apocalypse, whatever happens is normal. If you want to find out everything clearly, you will definitely collapse and may even lose your life. The people in Ma Zi's team don't look like scavengers. It would be more appropriate to describe them as monsters or weirdos. Xuanna put aside all distractions and tried her best to fall asleep quickly. At the same time, outside the armored vehicle, in Chen Ping's tent. Chen Ping was looking at the sky-blue four-legged square tripod in the center of his palm. This was the second red quality prize he had drawn after his rebirth. Generally speaking, there are only blue items in the blue and scarlet turntables, and when red items appear, the prize pool will expand more than 10 times. If the red label of Advanced Alchemy Cauldron was not too conspicuous, Chen Ping would have found it difficult to see it among the thousands of prizes on the turntable. On the scarlet turntable, 90% of the area is white quality items, 9% of the items are green, and the remaining 1% is 7 blue and 1 red items. If Chen Ping had not been able to specify the prize, he would not even be able to see what was drawn when the pointer of the turntable stopped. Chen Ping clicked on the scarlet bracelet, and a light blue screen was projected into the void. Xingqian Ding. Type: Alchemy Equipment. Effect 1, increase the success rate of pill making by 10%. Effect 2, increases the effectiveness of elixirs by 2%. Effect 3, it comes with star fire, which can be fused with other alchemy fires to improve the quality of the alchemy fire. Effect 4, when damaged, it can repair itself. Quality: medium red. Chen Ping nodded with satisfaction, and with a thought, the star cauldron suddenly grew until it was more than half a person's height. Sizzle. The edge of the tent was torn open by the enlarged star cauldron. Before his rebirth, Chen Ping had never obtained a similar item. He had only seen it in the hands of other people, so he felt a little unfamiliar with it when he used it for the first time. Outside the tent, Yixinga suppressed his curiosity and stood in the distance with his back to Chen Ping's tent. I didn't hear it, I didn't see it, I didn't hear it, I didn't see it. Yixinga muttered to himself. Chen Ping continued to stare at his star cauldron and threw the two-headed black snake scales he had just exchanged from Su Sisi into the cauldron. Call. In an instant, a heat wave swept in and a raging fire broke out in the cauldron. The extremely hard black, iron sheet turned into soft gel in just a dozen seconds. Another half a minute later, a black pill lay quietly in the cauldron. Chen Ping took out the pill, and the star shrank back to the size of a palm. Not bad, it works very well. Chen Ping nodded, feeling very satisfied. The scales of the two-headed black snake are the raw material for refining a high-level elixir. Chen Ping didn't know how long it would take to find the formula for refining the elixir. Moreover, in addition to snake scales, other more precious materials were needed, which could not be collected in a year or two. He was about to deal with a level 3 scarlet beast, and he urgently needed to improve his strength. Chen Ping swallowed the black pill directly. Crack. It's like eating chocolate beans, the taste is acceptable. Chen Ping. Rank: Silver. Star rating: 6 stars. Talents: Primary Potion Mastery, Green, Physical Enhancement, Green, Sacrifice, Blue, Potential Awakening, Red, Intermediate Vehicle Mastery, Green. Strength: 40. Stamina: 39. Agility: 39. Defense: 34. Special Attributes: None. Special Resistance: None. Space Items: Space Stone, Green, Space Stone, Green. Bound Items: Tame Zerg, Elite, Blood Spider Silk Armor, Green, Type 64 Automatic Pistol, Green, Black Knife, Green, Star Tripod, Red, Scarlet Coin *4. Competency Assessment: 152. Remaining lifespan: 29 years, 364 days. Before his rebirth, it took Chen Ping half a year to get his ability score over 100, but now, it only took less than half a month. This is only Chen Ping's basic attribute. If he uses a black knife or primary potion, his attributes will be further improved, enough to deal with an ordinary third-level scarlet beast. After putting the star cauldron into the space stone, Chen Ping walked to the armored vehicle and chose a new tent. Brother Dong, let me help you. Yixinga was on guard at a distance. When he saw Chen Ping setting up the tent, he hurried over. Brother Dong, I have always had a doubt in my heart. Yixinga said cautiously. What? Before I arrived at the Ironwood camp, I met Captain Ma Zi on the road. He also told me how to use the nether fire, but I always felt that the man was not Ma Zi. Although it was a dark and windy day, the other party was wearing black clothes and had his face covered. But the way he spoke and his temperament were completely unlike the pockmarked man that Yixinga saw now. That person is me. Chen Ping said this calmly. Now he no longer cared about this matter. Really, is it really you? Yixinga didn't expect Chen Ping to answer so straightforwardly. In Yishinga's opinion, if one does not have the strength, it would be more comfortable to end it early in this scarlet apocalypse. The reason why he persisted until now is that he felt that his talent of netherworld fire could be used to make fire. In particular, pockmarked men pointed out the usage of nether fire, which can add fire attributes to weapons and greatly enhance combat capabilities, which seemed to open a door for Yishinga. However, the door was only opened a crack. Therefore, Yishinga kept asking Ma Zi for other information about the nether fire. But Ma Zi remained silent, which made Yishinga feel that the man in black that night was not Ma Zi. Dong, brother Dong, do you know any other information about this netherworld fire? Yishinga asked bravely. This time he was determined to ask Chen Ping, absolutely risking his life. In the entire team, the one who looks ferocious, but is actually the most dangerous, is the taciturn and unpredictable Chen Ping. Yishinga didn't want to live in this muddle-headed and confused state. Either become strong or perish completely. In the end times, there is no other choice. If there is a third option, it will inevitably be endless psychological torture and pain. I do know something about nether fire. Chen Ping nodded and opened one hand. The star cauldron in the space stone appeared in Chen Ping's palm. Brother Dong, what are you doing? Use your mind to separate a strand of netherworld fire and put it into this small cauldron. Upon hearing this, Yishinga did not hesitate at all, and a wisp of cold blue flame fell into the small tripod. Call. A pillar of scorching fire shot out from the star cauldron. That wisp of faint blue flame, like a weak and helpless child, was gradually swallowed by the red flame and finally disappeared. Chen Ping looked down at his bracelet. The star fire successfully devoured the primary nether fire and was promoted to the first-level star fire. Chen Ping nodded with satisfaction and put away his star cauldron. The netherworld fire is very powerful. Its advantage is that it is overbearing. When it is raised to a certain level, it can even destroy the world. The downside is that it's overbearing. Once you level up, you can no longer have other talents that increase your power. Otherwise, the netherworld fire will backfire on you until you die. Chen Ping looked at Yishinga and spoke slowly. Can't have other talents. It doesn't matter. I'm a relatively focused person. Yishinga said confidently. Brother Dong, how do we upgrade this netherworld fire? Yishinga continued to ask. In the early days of the apocalypse, most people only had white bracelets and were unable to read the information about talents like dark fire. What Yishinga wants to know most now is how to improve this talent. According to what Chen Ping knew, Yishinga was an unknown little-known figure in the early days of the apocalypse. It was not until the advent of the Scarlet Secret Realm that he obtained some items inside and upgraded the netherworld fire to the netherworld fire of Nether City. I don't seem to be obliged to tell you. Brother Dong, as long as you can help me improve my strength, I will work like a cow or a horse for you in the future. I don't need cattle and horses. Chen Ping shook his head. Then Dong Gu, what do you need? No matter what happens, I will never frown. I haven't thought about it yet, I'll talk about it when I think about it. Chen Ping looked at the tent that had been set up and prepared to go in and rest. Then, Yishinga was still a little unwilling. With your current strength, even if you know how to increase the nether fire, it is impossible to do it. You should make sure you can survive first. After Chen Ping finished speaking, he went straight into the tent. Yishinga stood there in a daze. After a while, a smile from the heart appeared on his face. He turned around and left to continue his night watch duty. Although the conversation with Chen Ping was simple, he had obtained enough information. Chen Ping knows how to improve his talent as he has a strong talent. As long as there is hope, the night of revelry will have a goal. Perhaps Chen Ping didn't say it now in order to test himself. After all, this is the Scarlet Apocalypse, so it is normal for Chen Ping to be on guard against himself. What he didn't know was that Chen Ping also didn't know how to enhance the netherworld fire. We should be able to reach the Lin family camp tomorrow night. We need to find a way to get information about the level 3 Scarlet Beast in advance. Chen Ping lay in the tent, thinking to himself. It was not yet dawn, but Ma Zi's team had finished their breakfast and were ready to continue their journey. Today, I will drive. Chen Ping volunteered for the first time. With the blessing of intermediate vehicle proficiency, he he can reach the Lin family camp Yunmeng's earlier, and also allow him to collect information earlier. Okay, who'll be the co-pilot? Ma Zi knew Chen Ping's strength, so he naturally would not object to the request he made. No need for rotation, I can do it myself, said Chen Ping. For safety reasons, it's better to have a co-pilot, just in case. In the Scarlet Wilderness, anything can happen. Let me be the co-pilot. Xuena said coldly while holding her sniper rifle. The journey will take more than 10 hours, and it wouldn't be too boring if there was a beautiful woman sitting next to me. Thank you for your hard work, Deputy Captain Xue. Chen Ping nodded. The armored vehicle started slowly, and after leaving the Lido community, its speed began to increase. Xuena, who was sitting in the passenger seat, subconsciously grabbed the handle above. The car seems to be going a lot faster. Xuena said in a low voice. As long as you understand the performance of the car, you can control it better. The bumpy road inevitably causes the armored vehicle to rise and shake violently. Chen Ping's eyes occasionally swept towards Xuena, and there was always a feeling of surging waves. I casually turned on the car music player, which played popular songs from decades ago. Are you Chen Ping from the Chen family? Xuena asked tentatively. Yesterday, before Chen Ping killed Lin Tingzhang, Xuena recognized Chen Ping and heard their conversation. Good. When he lacks strength, Chen Ping might conceal his identity. But now, he is not worried. Even if he cannot kill the third-level Scarlet Beast this time, he can still kill a few others. After the beast died, the Chen family was severely damaged. Unless they came out in full force regardless of the family's survival, they might pose some threat to Chen Ping. As for the Lin family, their influence is relatively scattered and has not yet truly developed. The only person that Chen Ping is somewhat wary of is Lin Ruoyun's brother Lin Shanhai. When Scarlet Apocalypse was just released 5 years ago, Lin Shanhai smelled the potential of this game and immediately began to lay out the game industry. His understanding of this game is even deeper than Chen Ping's. The Scarlet Apocalypse is coming. Relying on the power of the Lin family, Lin Shanhai has collected many weapons and attribute potions. With the help of Lin Ruoyun, his strength is unfathomable. Lin Shanhai also values Chen Ping very much, so he asked Lin Ruoyun to look for Chen Ping's whereabouts everywhere. In the early stages of the Lin family's development, it was because of Chen Ping charging in the front and Lin Shanhai sitting in the rear that the family was able to develop into a top force in the region. However, the Lin family has a love-hate relationship with Chen Ping, because Chen Ping's strength is growing stronger and stronger, which even makes Lin Shanhai afraid of him. Regardless of whether Chen Ping draws the golden talent or not, the Lin family has already decided to completely resolve this hidden danger. He drew Reincarnation of Fate, which only made the Lin family's action happen a few days earlier. The Lin family has been looking for you, and Lin Ruoyun seems to be deeply in love with you. Why do you still want to hide your identity? Xuena's voice brought Chen Ping's thoughts back to reality. Because she is too narrow-minded. Chen Ping said seriously. Narrow-minded. Xuena frowned slightly. Well, I like girls who are tolerant and broad-minded. Chen Ping glanced at Xuena. This, you. Xuena was speechless for a moment. She always thought that Chen Ping was like an emotionless killing machine, but she never expected that he had such a flirtatious side. Her baby is indeed very small. If we have children in the future, breastfeeding might be a problem. Chen Ping added. Ahem. Xuena didn't believe even a single punctuation mark in Chen Ping's words. In this apocalyptic world, everyone is struggling to survive. Who has the energy to think about having children in the future? No, I seem to. Xuena shook her head quickly, a blush appearing on her face. If there were people from the Dawn camp there and saw their blood rose with such a shy expression, they would definitely be shocked. This is something they would never dare to imagine in their dreams. There's a car behind. Hold on tight. Chen Ping saw from the rearview mirror a peculiarly shaped armored vehicle chasing after them. Too fast, I can't shake it off. Chen Ping pushed his driving skills to the limit, but due to the performance of the armored vehicle, he was unable to shake off the car behind him. Is that the Scarlet Church? Xuena saw a huge black armored vehicle through the rearview mirror. There was an eye pattern painted on the front of the car, which made people feel as if they were being watched by the god of death. It was very terrifying. You know the Scarlet Church? I heard some things when I was at the Dawn camp. They are a group of crazy believers who worship the Scarlet Lord, and their strength is indeed stronger than ordinary people. Xuana's face looked a little ugly. The people of the Scarlet Church are even more terrifying than the Scarlet Beasts. Except for those who are from the same church, they are regarded as heretics. Once caught, they will be tortured and killed in an extremely cruel way. Or choose to join them and become a member of the Scarlet Church. The power of the Scarlet Church spreads all over the world, which is far beyond the reach of the Chen family and the Lin family. However, their base is in the Western Hemisphere, and in the early days of the end of the world, their influence on the area where Chen Ping is located is still very limited. In such a cruel living environment, many people will place their spiritual hopes on a so-called god, and these churches will come into being, controlling a group of fanatical believers. Before Chen Ping was reborn, in the 4th year of the Scarlet Apocalypse, humans quickly adapted to survival in the apocalypse, and various organizations emerged one after another. Some camps grew and became overlords that ruled a region. They began to build towns and develop the economy, and later a coalition government emerged. Sects like the Scarlet Church and the Church of Holy Light also took advantage of the situation and grew stronger, sometimes even surpassing the united government. Chen Ping was very familiar with them. He had dealt with this group of fanatical believers many times in the Scarlet Secret Realm. Once you are targeted, you will be a thorn in your side. Fortunately, this is the early stage of the Scarlet Apocalypse, and the Scarlet Church is still in the development stage and is not as strong as it was later. No more gas. Xuana glanced at the operating table and saw a red light on the fuel gauge. There are still 2.5 barrels of fuel in the armored vehicle. The only problem is that it needs to stop when refueling. There are no more than 50 people in their car. Smash their tires first, and then finish the job quickly. After Chen Ping finished speaking, he said to the Scarlet Bracelet, "Captain, we have found the enemy, prepare to fight." "They haven't attacked yet, why don't we?" Ma Zi hesitated. He didn't know what force those people behind him belonged to and didn't want to start a war directly. Before Ma Zi could finish his words, Xuana, who was sitting in the passenger seat, rolled down the window, stood up, grabbed the edge of the window, and with an agile flip, climbed directly onto the roof of the armored vehicle. Bang, bang, bang. Both armored vehicles were driving at a high speed. Xuana fired 3 shots in a row. One shot penetrated the bulletproof glass and killed the driver of the vehicle behind. The other 2 shots hit the tracks of the armored vehicle. Then, Xuana put away the sniper rifle and held the handle on the top of the car with one hand. Chen Ping slammed on the brakes, and the entire armored vehicle moved sideways due to inertia. Chen Ping opened the door of the cab, took out his pistol, and shot directly. The rear door of the armored vehicle also opened at the same time. Su Qianqian held up the tower shield, followed by Ma Zi and others who took out compound bows and shot wildly. "Cover me!" Chen Ping shouted. "Understood." Xuana continued to lie on the roof of the armored vehicle, aiming at the opposite side. Chen Ping drank some basic agility, strength, and other potions, picked up a black knife, and ran straight to the armored vehicle opposite. Whoosh! Someone showed his head and pointed a gun at Chen Ping, but before he could shoot, Xuana shot him in the head. Ma Zi and others also moved forward quickly under the protection of Su Sisi's tower shield, but they were not as fast as Chen Ping. The people of the Scarlet Church paid more attention to Ma Zi and others, and did not pay too much attention to Chen Ping, who was straightforward. After all, Chen Ping was alone, and once he got close, he could kill him with a few shots. What gave those people the most headache was Su Sisi's shield. No matter how they attacked, they couldn't break the defense. "He's coming, kill this cannon fodder first." The leader pointed at Chen Ping. Bang! Another shot, and the man who was pointing at Chen Ping had his finger shattered by a bullet. Ah! As the man let out a painful cry, Chen Ping flashed in front of him, raised his knife, and chopped off the man's head. How did he get here? The people around were shocked and quickly turned their guns away, but it was too late. As the black knife was swung, more than a dozen people were hacked to death, and the rest were either killed by Xuena from a distance or shot to death by arrows from Ma Zi and others. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A few arrows belatedly hit a dead man. I killed someone. Duan Zixuan widened his eyes. The person you killed is a dead person. Yishenga complained. Everyone came to the black armored vehicle, checked it carefully, and shot each body several times before relaxing. Jiangcheng, Jiang Xin, go search the car and take away everything you can. Yishenga, burn all these people. Duan Zixuan, go check the damage to our armored vehicle. Xuena, Shishi, you two stay on guard. Ma Zi gave orders in an orderly manner. Chen Ping was checking the items found on these people. Praise the Scarlet Lord. Yunmeng's is willing to accept the protection of the Scarlet Lord. Chen Ping looked at the letter in his hand. The font above is delicate and soft, elegant and restrained. It is certain that it was written by Lin Ruoyun herself. Could it be that the Lin family has already surrendered to the Scarlet Church? Chen Ping thought to himself. Before his rebirth, although he had been in the Lin family for 5 years, he spent most of his time outside hunting scarlet beasts or in the Scarlet Secret Realm. He seldom asked about the internal affairs of the Lin family, nor did he take the initiative to pay attention to them. At that time, with Chen Ping providing resources outside and Lin Shanhai in charge inside, the development of the Lin family could be described as smooth sailing. It was not until the 3rd year that the Scarlet Church expanded to Yangcheng, Binhai and other places. The Lin family was no match for this giant, so they secretly surrendered and attached themselves to it. Now, after the impact of the beast tide, the Lin family suffered little loss, but the camps affiliated with the Lin family were badly damaged. I originally wanted to cooperate with the Chen family to capture a level 3 scarlet beast, but the level 3 scarlet beast disappeared inexplicably. In Lin Shanhai's opinion, whether he can truly gain a foothold in the Doomsday depends on the number of level 3 scarlet beasts killed. The white or green turntable can change the fate of people at the bottom of society. To change the fate of a force, at least a blue or even a red turntable is needed. With the current strength of the Lin family, they only have a 50% chance of winning if they kill a level 3 scarlet beast even if they send out all their forces. They also have to be on guard against the Chen family behind them. Finally, Lin Shanhai decided to rely on the Scarlet Church. With the help of the Scarlet Church, it would be much easier to kill a level 3 scarlet beast, and the losses would be minimized. The armored vehicle driven by Chen Ping and others was seized from Lin Tingzhang, and there was an obvious Lin family logo on the vehicle. This is also the reason why the people of the Scarlet Church did not directly attack after seeing the armored vehicle. After a quick glance and seeing that the letter contained nothing but flattering words, Chen Ping threw the letter directly into the fire. In addition to the letters, there are 18 white turntables and 5 green turntables. The people of the Scarlet Church are poorer than Lin Tingzhang. As for weapons and equipment, they were mainly white, with 7 green melee weapons and 2 protective gear. Chen Ping took a look and threw them to Ma Zi. Finally, there are 2 black iron plates, one with Yunmeng's engraved on it. This is the Lin family's Yunmeng order, which is marked in a special way. Only members of the Lin family can use it, and it can mobilize the Lin family's secondary camp. The other one had a scarlet eye engraved on it. Chen Ping had once killed a member of the Scarlet Church in the Scarlet Secret Realm and had seen this Scarlet Order. The Scarlet Order is divided into different levels, but Chen Ping has never understood it. The 2 tokens and all the turntables were put into the space stone by Chen Ping. The harvest this time was neither big nor small, and Chen Ping was not very satisfied. "Captain, our carriage is a little deformed, but it can still run normally." Duan Zixuan quickly ran to Ma Zi. "Captain, we've searched their car. We found some fuel and food, which have been moved to our car. There's also a map." Jiangqing said as he took out a map and gave it to Ma Zi. "Map." Ma Zi put out the cigarette in his hand, carefully put the remaining half of the cigarette into his pocket, and then took the map from Jiangqing. After the Scarlet Apocalypse came, this kind of hand-drawn map was rarely used. After all, it was more convenient to use the Scarlet Bracelet. "Is this the map of Yangcheng?" Ma Zi glanced at the outline of the map and made a subconscious judgment. Upon hearing this, Chen Ping also walked over. The map was very concise, with more than a dozen campsites marked, and rivers and mountains could all be distinguished. In the southwest corner of the map, there is a red line, winding and the most eye-catching. What is this? Ma Zi looked confused. The movement trajectory of the third-level Scarlet Beast. Chen Ping's expression changed slightly. The third-level Scarlet Beast's whereabouts were uncertain and it appeared and disappeared mysteriously. In the previous life, the Lin family tracked it for more than half a month before they collected some information and finally predicted its location. They asked Chen Ping to lead the team to ambush it and waited for 2 days before the third-level Scarlet Beast appeared. Now Chen Ping is not sure whether he can still defend against the third-level Scarlet Beast in that place. If the route is changed, he will waste a lot of time. That's why he wanted to participate in the Lin family's encirclement and suppression mission and get the latest information about the third-level Scarlet Beast. But now, with this map in hand, there is no need to go to the Lin family again. That armored vehicle should still be usable. I have to go take care of some things. You guys go to the Lin family first. Chen Ping said to Ma Zi. Are you going to act alone again? Ma Zi looked at Chen Ping. My problems will be solved soon. I will go to the Lin family camp to find you then. Chen Ping nodded. Brother Dong, I will go with you and be your helper. At the very least, I can be your driver and drive a car. Yishenga said hurriedly. I'll go too. My archery skills have improved a lot. It will be no problem for me to kill a level 1 Scarlet Beast. Duan Zishuan came over. Brother Dong, I'm here. I can help you block the bullet. Su Qianqian also rushed forward. No, it's just a small matter. It's easier for me to move by myself. As Chen Ping spoke, he walked directly towards the Scarlet Church's armored vehicle. Then bring an extra barrel of fuel. Ma Zi reminded him. Jiang Qing immediately took a barrel of oil and some food from the car and sent them to the Scarlet Church's armored vehicle. I'm leaving. See you at the Lin family camp. Chen Ping said hello and drove away quickly in the armored vehicle. Where is Brother Dong going? He's in such a hurry. Duan Zishuan murmured. Hey! Where's the map in my hand? Ma Zi turned around and looked around. Brother Dong took it away. Yishenga replied. Could it be related to the red line on the map? Jiang Qing asked in a low voice. It's very likely. Su Qianqian nodded in agreement. Without Brother Dong, we are missing a main output force. It will be quite risky to deal with the third-level Scarlet Beast. Yishenga said in a low voice. Then let's follow Brother Dong. Su Qianqian made a suggestion. He's gone. Xuena said coldly. Let's go to the Lin family camp first. Maybe Xiaodong will be there tomorrow morning. Ma Zi made a gesture and everyone got in the car immediately. The setting sun is blood red, hanging in the sky. It was like clouds dyed red by blood, moving with the wind. With the help of intermediate vehicle proficiency, Chen Ping drove the armored vehicle to the initial position marked by the red line. It is still dozens of kilometers away from the place where the third-level Scarlet Beast was killed, and it is not on this red line. Chen Ping planned to first search along the route marked in red on the map. If he did not encounter a level 3 Scarlet Beast, he would then go to the Lin family. To facilitate the search, Chen Ping parked the armored vehicle next to a hill and began searching on foot. Bang! 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 The earth began to tremble slightly, and a light breeze blew by, bringing with it a burnt smell. That's it. A slight smile appeared on Chen Ping's lips. He drank all the amplification potions in succession and took the black knife out of the space stone. There is no sign of life on the cracked earth. A ground-walking fire scorpion poked its body out from a huge crack in the ground. It is the formidable third-level Scarlet Beast, as big as a bull and covered with a red shell. The carapace is covered with sharp spikes, and a pair of huge compound eyes flashes a cold light, while the stinger on the tail is like a long whip burning with flames, constantly waving in the air, making a hissing sound. When the local fire scorpion moves, the ground will tremble slightly because it cannot bear its weight. Chen Ping squatted on a huge dead tree, quietly looking at the ground fire scorpion in the distance. If he attacks head-on, Chen Ping will have a 70% chance of breaking through its defense if he uses sacrifice. Before his rebirth, in order to kill it, thousands of people from the Lin family died, and Chen Ping was seriously injured before he found its weakness and finally killed it without any danger. However, Chen Ping is now much stronger than before, and he has already mastered the weaknesses of the Earth Fire Scorpion. Naturally, he will not be as embarrassed as before. Bang! 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 The ground fire scorpion crawled out from the crack in the ground, looking around with its compound eyes, as if looking for food. Call! The black knife tore through the air, making a sound of breaking through the air. Clang! The ground fire scorpion reacted extremely quickly, swinging its tail to block Chen Ping's black knife, and sparks flew everywhere. Immediately afterwards, the stinger on the fire scorpion's tail spewed out scorching flames, but Chen Ping easily dodged it with his agility. The first confrontation was to test the opponent's strength. Chen Ping retreated a dozen steps, and then began to move quickly around the fire scorpion, looking for an opportunity to attack. The fire scorpion's shell is extremely hard, and it is difficult to cause damage to it with ordinary attacks. However, every time the fire scorpion launches an attack, a tiny gap will appear at the connection between its head and torso, which is its weakness. It was another fierce confrontation. Chen Ping seized a fleeting opportunity with precise calculations and graceful movements. He put all his strength into the black knife and slashed it fiercely, accurately hitting the fire scorpion's soft spot. The fire scorpion roared in pain and its movements became slow. Chen Ping did not hesitate to take advantage of the situation and kill the fire scorpion. The black knife in his hand turned into a black light and pierced straight into the fire scorpion's head. The fire scorpion wanted to fight back, but it was too late. The black knife pierced through the fire scorpion's head, killing it completely. The third-level scarlet beast is an invincible existence in the early days of this scarlet apocalypse. Although Chen Ping had killed 2 of them, the red fire wolf was seriously injured and the blood spider had just laid eggs and was weak. But this earthwalking fire scorpion is in its prime. The entire battle took just over a minute, and Chen Ping didn't even start the sacrifice. Until the earth fire scorpion completely lost its vitality, Chen Ping, who was gasping for breath, was still a little bit unbelieving. He knew that after this period of improvement, his strength had made a qualitative leap. The attribute bonus of Potential Awakening, the attribute elixir refined from the scales of the 2-headed black snake, and the silver 6-star rank allowed his basic attributes to directly exceed 100. Judging from the panel data, he can indeed fight against the third-level scarlet beast. But he didn't expect that this battle would be so easy. Puff! The black knife was pulled out from the connection between the fire scorpion's head and body, bringing out a puff of green smelly liquid. 2 scarlet coins and a blue turntable, these are the spoils of killing the scarlet beast. That's all. Although Chen Ping had already guessed the items needed to kill the earth fire scorpion, when he saw the lonely blue turntable, he still felt that the reward for killing was too little. The blue turntable is enough to allow ordinary people to change their destiny, and can even rewrite the rise and fall of a regional force. After all, if you accumulate absolute advantages in the early stages, you can seize the initiative when the Scarlet Secret Realm arrives. Chen Ping has already opened 2 blue turntables, and obtained red talents and red props from those 2 top-quality turntables. The blue turntable in front of you can only be considered upper-middle quality, with 2 blue prizes in it, and the rest are green and white. Pa, pa, pa. Before Chen Ping put away the turntable, a neutral voice suddenly sounded. This brother is really capable. A man wearing rimless glasses, looking gentle and bookish, walked out from behind a huge rock. Chen Ping immediately put the turntable and scarlet coin in his hand into the space stone, and then carefully looked at the person not far away. Little brother, don't be nervous. I'm just passing by. Besides, I'm penniless and powerless. I'm not a threat to you. It's just that seeing my brother being so brave and killing the scarlet beast like slaughtering a chicken, I can't help myself. Chen Ping was too lazy to listen to the man's nonsense. He flashed and swung the black knife. Clang! The black knife chopped towards the man's neck, but the man reacted quickly and raised his hand to block. The black knife chopped on his forearm, and there was a sound of metal collision. Chen Ping pulled away, his expression slightly changed, and the pain from the tear in the tiger's mouth on his right hand made his entire right arm extremely sore and numb. So strong. Chen Ping secretly marveled. He had just killed a level 3 scarlet beast, and his mentality had inevitably changed, so he despised the young man. "Brother, I really don't mean any harm, and I don't like to fight." The man continued to explain, but the killing intent in Chen Ping's eyes did not dissipate. "Brother, I really just see how brave you are and want to get to know you." The man was a little anxious. "If you use sacrifice, you should be about 60% sure that you will be killed in one blow, but if you do this, your lifespan will not be enough." Chen Ping frowned slightly. He would not use the sacrifice talent easily as a last resort. "I'm sinking Xiaoqian, I wonder what I call my brother." Shen Xiaoqian has a smile on his face and is gentle and elegant, making him unable to bear any hostility. Chen Ping knew that this kind of person was the most dangerous, so he remained vigilant. Dong. Dong. This surname is really rare. Skills like Brother Erdong's will definitely show off in this scarlet apocalypse. While Shen Xiaoqian was speaking, he flicked his right hand, and an iron piece came out of his hand and flew straight towards Chen Ping. Bite. Chen Ping held the black knife in front of him to block the iron piece, and quickly stretched out his other hand to grab the iron piece. "This is my business card. In 10 days, Juba Pavilion will hold an underground auction in Binhai Jincheng. If you have time, Brother Erdong can come and participate. Maybe there is something you need." Shen Xiaoqian always maintained a friendly smile on his face. "Thank you, Brother Shen, for the invitation. If I have time, I will definitely go." Chen Ping nodded and accepted. "I still have some things to do, so let's just say goodbye and we'll talk about it someday." Shen Xiaoqian waved his hand and turned around to leave. Chen Ping didn't like dealing with such formal people, but when he looked carefully at the iron piece in his hand, his expression changed slightly. Juba Pavilion. Before the end of the world, there was a Shen Chamber of Commerce, which was composed of businessmen with members all over the world. At that time, the wealth owned by all members of the Chamber of Commerce exceeded that of Western capital and plutocrats. The Chen family also wanted to squeeze into the Shen Chamber of Commerce, but they were still far away from the minimum standard for membership. Even the Lin family is only an observer member of this Chamber of Commerce. After the end of the world, many underground black markets appeared in various places to exchange carousel items or information. Shen's merchants relied on their huge resources to gradually integrate these black markets. Juba Pavilion is one of the assets of the Shen Chamber of Commerce, and its main business is the auction of items. In the early days of the end of the world, there were not many auctions in the Juba Pavilion. After 3 or 4 years, when mankind stabilized, it would be the time when the Juba Pavilion would truly develop rapidly and monopolize the market. Shen Xiaoqian's business card is also a senior membership card of Juba Pavilion, which enjoys many benefits. 10 days later, the Jincheng underground auction. Chen Ping suddenly became interested. In his previous life, he had never participated in such an auction. In the Lin family, any transaction with the Shen Chamber of Commerce is handled by Lin Shanhai, including participating in the auction of Juba Pavilion, which is also done by Lin Shanhai and Lin Ruoyun. Putting away Shen Xiaoqian's business card, Chen Ping stuffed Fire Scorpion's body into his space stone. These are the raw materials for making intermediate violent potions, so naturally Chen Ping cannot discard them. His current lifespan is less than 30 years. The blue turntable in his hand cannot be drawn for the time being, and this place is not very safe. So, Chen Ping quickly returned to the armored vehicle and headed towards the previous Lido community. The level 3 scarlet beast has been killed, and there is no point in going to the Lin family anymore. As for the grievances with the Lin family, they are not that urgent. What he needs more now is to get the life potion. Traveling quickly all night, many first and second level scarlet beasts were killed on the road. Before dawn, Chen Ping returned to Lido community. After resting in the car for most of the day and replenishing some food, Chen Ping centered on the community and began to hunt the scarlet beasts nearby. In a blink of an eye, 3 days passed. During this period, Chen Ping was promoted 1 star to silver 7 stars, and all attributes also increased by 2 points. Although a lot of turntables were obtained, there was still no life potion. Until noon on the 4th day, there was no level 2 scarlet beast left within a 10-kilometer radius. When Chen Ping was about to move to another place, a car with the Lin family logo drove into the Lido community. Brother Dong. You miss me so much. You don't even know how you have been spending these days without me. Duan Zixuan got out of the car, rushed to Chen Ping, and spoke incoherently. Brother Dong, I've been so worried about you these days. Fortunately, you are okay, otherwise I don't know who to find to exchange for the primary strength potion. Su Qianqian also breathed a sigh of relief after seeing Chen Ping. Damn it, we wasted so much time, and the level 3 scarlet beast disappeared again. Li Shan cursed, but his voice sounded very weak. He wanted to buy some antibiotics from the Lin family, but was directly rejected by the Lin family. Brother Dong, it was wise of you not to go. It would be a waste of time if you went. Yixinga shook his head and sighed. What are your plans next? Chen Ping asked. Of course we have to return to Ironwood Camp. Ma Zi replied. That's good. I wonder what has become of Camp Ironwood after being away for so long. Chen Ping nodded. Binhai Jincheng is more than 70 kilometers away from Taima Camp and only half an hour away from the entrance to the Scarlet Secret Realm discovered by Chen Ping. He has been hunting scarlet beasts these past few days, and he should find a place to rest and change his mood. Otherwise, hunting scarlet beasts for a long time can easily make a person obsessed and turn into a madman. The next morning, a 9-man team drove 2 armored vehicles towards the Taima camp. The wind is light and the clouds are thin, the sky is clear and the air is fresh. Even the crimson mist had dissipated a lot. This is a rare good weather. Motzi and others were only 2 or 3 hours drive away from Taima camp. Because of several days of continuous killing, Chen Ping's mentality has changed slightly, but now the haze has been swept away and he is in a good mood. Dongzi, I want to go to the Institute of Biology. Chen Ping was lying in the armored vehicle, resting leisurely. What's wrong? Shan Zi is dying. I want to go to the Biological Research Institute again to see if I can find some antibiotics. Ma Zi's voice was a little low. Then go. Chen Ping answered indifferently. Okay. Xuena, I'll send you the coordinates. After Ma Zi finished speaking, he drove the armored vehicle and changed direction. Behind, Xuena drove another armored vehicle and followed closely. Sharing coordinates is mainly to avoid losing track due to accidents on the road. Brother, I made a discovery these days. In the armored vehicle that Chen Ping was in, apart from Xuena who was driving and Su Qianqian who was sitting on the passenger seat, there were only him and Duan Zixuan in the car. At this time, Duan Zixuan was speaking to Chen Ping with a mysterious look on his face. What did you find? That Su Cici is always weird. I don't think she is a human being. Duan Zixuan said seriously. She is not human. What have you discovered? Chen Ping turned his head and looked at Duan Zixuan. Actually there is no solid evidence, it's just a feeling. Duan Zixuan was a little embarrassed. Then who do you think is not human? Chen Ping asked. You. You are my god. Duan Zixuan said solemnly. Chen Ping shook his head. If he took it seriously, he would lose. How could an unreliable person like Duan Zixuan possibly give out any useful information? And that Xuena, I always feel that the way she looks at you is not well-intentioned. Duan Zixuan said firmly, touching his chin. You can see all this. Of course. Brother Chen, you must stay away from women. Women will only slow down your sword-drawing speed. Duan Zixuan said earnestly. It's okay, it's good to go slow. As soon as Chen Ping finished speaking, the armored vehicle slowly stopped. Biological Research Institute, we're here. Xuena jumped out of the car. The rest of the people also got off the bus and gathered in front of the Institute of Biology. This Biological Research Institute is divided into Building A and Building B, each with 5 floors, symmetrically distributed, with dormitories and several functional laboratories at the back. Last time, Ma Zi led the team and searched Building A and the warehouse in front of the dormitory. Building B, the dormitory and several functional laboratories have not been explored yet. The purpose this time is simple, to find antibiotics or similar drugs. Unlike when they came here a dozen days ago, the strength of everyone in the team has been greatly improved. The first and second level scarlet consumption cannot pose much threat to them. Ma Zi divided the team into 3 groups. Chen Ping led Duan Zixuan and Yixinga to search the laboratory in the back, Ma Zi led the Jiang brothers to search Building B, Xuan and Su Qianqian searched the dormitory, and Li Shan stayed in the car. As soon as we find antibiotics or other drugs that can be used, notify each other immediately and end this operation. Action. As Ma Zi's voice fell, the three groups of people took action separately. Chen Ping held the knife in one hand and ran straight to the laboratory. Dong, brother Dong, wait for us. Duan Zixuan ran desperately. Compared with other members of the hunting team in Taima camp, Duan Zixuan can definitely be considered an elite. In terms of strength alone, he is qualified to be the deputy captain or even the captain. But in Ma Zi's team, he is basically just a burden. Shunga, what should we do? We were ruthlessly abandoned by brother Dong. Duan Zixuan looked at Chen Ping's receding figure, feeling like crying but without tears. And all around, countless scarlet giants have surrounded them. There will definitely be no danger over there with brother Dong. If we go over there, we will become a burden. It is better for us to kill some rats here and share the pressure with other groups. Yixinga replied. Shunga is right. You assist me and we'll go kill everyone. Duan Zixuan nodded. Yixinga's mind moved, and a cluster of blue flames attached to Duan Zixuan's arrow. Whoosh! The arrow flew out, passed through the dense group of rats, and landed accurately on an open space the size of a fingertip. It's a joke, I have to tell you, you do have some skills. You can't even shoot such a dense crowd of scarlet beasts. I suggest that you shoot with your eyes blindfolded next time, it will definitely be more accurate than this. Yixinga complained. Although it missed the target, the flame from the arrow ignited all the surrounding rats. Squeak! The scarlet giant rat was in chaos. Duan Zixuan did as Yixinga said. He tore off a piece of cloth and started shooting indiscriminately. At the same time, Chen Ping also arrived in front of the laboratory. Bang! The black knife swung down and chopped on the heavy door of the laboratory. This black knife is a weapon that has killed a level 3 scarlet beast. You can imagine how sharp and tough it is. But there was only a small gap in the heavy door. So strong. Chen Ping was a little surprised. I'm so hungry. I'm so hungry. Master. I'm hungry. Just as Chen Ping was preparing to attack again, a very familiar voice suddenly came to his ears. Xiaohei. Are you awake? Well, I woke up hungry. There are lots of rats here. You can help yourself. No. I don't want to eat mice. I have misophobia. Xiaohei resisted. It's not like you haven't eaten it before. Chen Ping frowned slightly. I didn't have a choice before, but now I want to be a clean Zerg. Then this is nothing. Chen Ping looked around. I think the 3rd level terrestrial fire scorpion should taste good. Xiaohei said cautiously. Good fellow, waiting for me here. Chen Ping was a little amused and helpless. He directly used the black knife to clear a space and took out the body of the ground fire scorpion. Leave some for me. I plan to use it to make some intermediate rage potion. Although Chen Ping does not have intermediate potion talent now, with the golden finger of designated rewards, it is only a matter of time before he draws intermediate or even advanced potion talent. However, before he could finish his words, the body of the earth fire scorpion quickly dried up. In a flash, not even a trace of flesh and blood was left on the body of the ground fire scorpion, leaving only an empty shell. Belch. So comfortable, I'm half full. Xiaohei was lying on the ground with his 6 legs up in the air, looking very comfortable. Nothing left. Isn't there still a shell? What's the use of this? Crush it into powder and it can supplement calcium. Xiaohei answered seriously. Chen Ping shook his head and looked at Xiaohei. By the way, what changes have occurred after absorbing the turtle spirit grass? My lifespan increased by 30 years, I was promoted to level 3, and I gained the ability to break through boundaries, and I also got some inherited memories. So much gain. Tell me in detail. Chen Ping was slightly stunned and felt that his previous decision was indeed wise. The upper limit of our Zerg level is level 3. After I obtain the ability to break through boundaries, I can break through the boundaries and reach the highest level of 4. As for the inherited memory, it is relatively vague, but I have a deeper understanding of my skills. Originally, I should have become the queen of insects, and could have bred countless swarms of insects. But right after I hatched, I absorbed the flesh and blood of a human, activating Devour in advance, allowing me to possess some of the abilities of a human. The Zerg's initial 2 innate skills are Devour and Parasite. Parasitism is the process of absorbing the flesh and blood of other organisms to allow oneself to grow rapidly. Devouring means swallowing a target's skills or talents and letting the target possess them, but the target's level must be lower than your own. Originally, this devouring should only be used after the alien insect reaches level 2. But when Xiaohe was a larva, it was inexplicably activated, giving him the talent of humans, which is the gene of continuous evolution. This also led to changes in its later route. So what is your future development direction? Chen Ping asked. How should I know? This is my first time as a bug too. The inherited memory is also very vague, as if it were blurred. Xiaohe twisted his body. Forget it, let's explore slowly later. Chen Ping sighed and stopped worrying about it. For now, we should finish searching here quickly and return to Taima camp to rest for a few days. Bang. Chen Ping swung his knife fiercely and slashed at the laboratory door again. This time he used 90% of his strength, and the ground around him shook. Ah. I'm so scared. Xiaohe immediately flapped his wings and flew up from the ground. Master, you are becoming more and more irritable. This is not good. Xiaohe advised earnestly. If I don't work harder, I won't be able to support you. Chen Ping complained. Master. Even though I eat a little more, I am also very capable. The man and the insect talked intermittently, and Chen Ping finally smashed the heavy door. Bang. With a hard kick, the door collapsed. This laboratory was completely sealed and the temperature was very low, which made Chen Ping shiver subconsciously. Roar. The low roar attracted Chen Ping's attention. Passing through numerous test benches, at the innermost part of the laboratory, there is an iron cage that is 2 meters square. In the cage, there was a savage wearing linen clothes, with exposed limbs and long yellow-brown hair. However, the hair on his head was all black, and a little dry from excessive perming and dyeing. The fluffy black hair covered his face, revealing 2 eyes, one red and the other blue. Chen Ping also noticed that the ears of this savage were like cat ears, or more accurately, the ears of a tabby cat. Is this the product of humans and scarlet beasts? Chen Ping murmured. I don't know if the scarlet turntable will drop after killing it. It's so strange. Maybe the scarlet turntable that drops will be of very high quality. Roar. This savage seemed to see Chen Ping's murderous intent. He curled up in the corner of the cage, his body trembling slightly. Bite. The black knife hit the iron cage, making a loud metallic impact sound. So strong. Chen Ping was a little surprised. The black knife did not leave any marks on the iron cage. Then let's use a gun. Chen Ping just took out his gun and prepared to shoot. Master, wait a minute. Xiaohe flew up from Chen Ping's shoulder and entered the iron cage. Didn't you just eat? Chen Ping asked. Master, she should not be a scarlet beast. Xiaohe fell on the savage. Is that a person? Chen Ping asked. It seems, not a human either. Xiaohe stared at the savage. No matter what it is, let's solve it quickly. Let's go. Chen Ping urged. Master, can you please not kill her? Xiaohe flew back to Chen Ping's shoulder. You should be aware of the dangers of the scarlet apocalypse. We may not be able to protect ourselves in the future. Why would you bring a burden with you? Chen Ping frowned slightly. Master, she shouldn't be a burden. She may be of help to you in the future. What help? I don't know, but my sixth sense tells me that it will definitely help. It's already the scarlet apocalypse, why are you still engaging in this kind of metaphysics? Yeah, it's the scarlet apocalypse, can we still believe in science? Xiaohe retorted. That makes sense. I'll trust you again. Can you communicate with her? No problem, she can understand me. but this cage is too strong. How can we get her out? Chen Ping walked around the cage and looked around. Master, there seems to be a key over there. Chen Ping glanced at the test bench next to him and saw that there was indeed a key on it. His face immediately turned red. How could I not know there was a key? I just wanted to see if I could split it open with a black knife. As he said that, Chen Ping picked up the key and opened the cage door with just one try. Come out. After Chen Ping finished speaking, that savage crawled out slowly along the edge of the cage with a look of fear in his eyes. Chen Ping's mind moved, and he put the iron cage into the space stone. Chen Ping, who has 7 silver stars, couldn't leave any marks on the cage even with a green quality black knife. It might be useless in the future, but he must take it away, in case it could be used somewhere else. Does she have a name? Chen Ping asked Xiao He. She said she didn't know, and there should be no name. Xiao He became a translator. You look like a human, and also like a scarlet beast, so I'll call you Xiao Bai. Chen Ping slapped his head. Xiao He staggered. Master, you are really a genius at naming. Just keep this to yourself, don't tell anyone else. Chen Ping would not trust anyone from the Scarlet Doomsday, and being taciturn became his trademark. Only when talking to Xiao He can he have a relaxing conversation, and it has become his way of relieving stress now. He needed this method, otherwise long-term killing and silence would gradually cause a person to become psychologically distorted and turn him into a monster more terrifying than the Scarlet Beast. After another careful search, nothing was found. Finally, Chen Ping took Xiao Bai and Xiao He and walked out. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In the Research Institute, in the open space behind Building B, Duan Zixuan kept shooting with the compound bow in his hand. Every arrow could accurately hit the center of the scarlet giant maggot's brow. Even without the blessing of the nether fire, he could easily kill those scarlet giant maggots. When did we make such great progress? Chen Ping was somewhat surprised. Looking closely at Duan Zixuan, he had a piece of black cloth covering his face, just covering his eyes. Before his rebirth, Chen Ping had heard rumors that in the Scarlet Apocalypse, there would be a very small number of people who possessed the talent for flow, which was a kind of talent that they possessed without having to draw from a wheel. This kind of talent does not need to be improved through scarlet coins or skills of the same talent. As long as the person who possesses this talent continues to train in the right way, he can improve himself. This kind of talent only appears in legends, and even Chen Ping, who has lived 2 lives as a human, has never seen it. And at the moment, Duan Zixuan seemed to have entered a flow state. Chen Ping folded his arms and watched for a moment. The arrows shot by Duan Zixuan were indeed more powerful than usual. The improvement was estimated to be around 20%, and the hit rate was extremely high. Almost every arrow would hit the center of the scarlet giant's eyebrows. Even Chen Ping might not be able to be so accurate. Chen Ping judged that Duan Zixuan's current talent should be rated as green quality. Comparatively speaking, he is not that powerful now, but what is truly terrifying is his growth potential and his unlimited future. Chen Ping already possesses a red talent and a blue talent, making him invincible in the early days of the Scarlet Apocalypse. But in the future, it will not be easy for Chen Ping to continue to improve. Just collecting scarlet coins and scarlet turntables is an extremely time-consuming and labor-intensive task. Brother Dong, you're back. Did you find anything? Yixinga suddenly saw Chen Ping appear quietly, and hurriedly walked over respectfully. No. Chen Ping shook his head. This is. Yixinga looked carefully at Xiaobai, who was squatting at Chen Ping's feet and trembling a little. Those rescued from the laboratory should be experimental subjects of this biological research institute. They are quite pitiful. Chen Ping said casually. Brother Dong, you are kind-hearted. Yixinga nodded. Brother Dong. Did you see that? I just killed people. When Duan Zixuan heard the 2 people talking, he directly pulled off the black cloth covering his eyes and greeted Chen Ping. It's okay. Let's go. We'll go wait in the car first. After Chen Ping finished speaking, he waved his hand and the black knife tore through the air. The strong blade directly cleared out a vacuum zone, and then he walked out with Xiaobai. Oh my God. Brother Dong, you're so handsome. Duan Zixuan said and hurriedly followed. Can you please stop stealing my lines? Yishenga kicked Duan Zishuan. You are not well educated, and you blame me for stealing your words. Duan Zishuan curled his lips. In a blink of an eye, several people returned to the armored vehicle, but Ma Zi and Xuana's groups had not returned yet. In the car, Li Shan's condition was getting worse and worse, and he was almost on his deathbed. Dong, brother Dong. Li Shan's weak voice reached Chen Ping's ears. Chen Ping frowned slightly and didn't want to pay attention to it, but after all, they had been together for quite a long time. The dying man posed no threat to Chen Ping, so he simply walked to the side of the car and looked at Li Shan coldly. Brother Dong. Yishenga and Duan Zishuan were both far away, and there was no one else around. In my life, Li Shan, there are not many people who deserve my sincere gratitude. One of them is Ma Zi. He truly treats me as a brother. The other one is Brother Dong. If you hadn't left me that scarlet turntable, I wouldn't be alive today. I have 2 green quality turntables here. I picked them up on the road when I was on a mission before. I didn't hand them in, and I haven't been willing to draw them. Brother Dong is a very lucky person. You might be able to draw something good. Li Shan took out 2 scarlet turntables from his underwear with difficulty and handed them to Chen Ping. Ma Zi is from Pingyang. Before the Scarlet Doomsday came, he came to Binhai on a business trip and was left here. His wife died in childbirth, leaving behind a daughter. Ma Zi worked so hard because he wanted to become stronger so that he could look for his daughter in the future. But this is the Scarlet Apocalypse. How could it be possible for a little girl to? But some things are unpredictable. If it's convenient for Brother Dong, please help me look for it in the future. Chen Ping discovered that there was a photo sandwiched between the 2 scarlet turntables. In the photo, there is a pure and lovely student girl with a sunny smile on her face. Finally, I can leave this damn apocalypse. I'm free. Li Shan took a long breath and slowly closed his eyes. A tear rolled down the corner of his eye. Perhaps it was reluctance, but this was an ending he could not change. Li Shan knew that his ending was much better than that of most people living in the Scarlet Apocalypse. So, he accepted it calmly. Chen Ping put away the 2 scarlet turntables without any change on his expression. If he had not been reborn, he would definitely have been touched or sad. But after 5 years of experience, he has become accustomed to life and death, and that kind of emotion is the most useless thing in the end times. Roar. Xiao Bai let out a roar, leaped up and jumped onto the armored vehicle. Looking at the dying Li Shan, Xiao Bai suddenly felt inexplicably sad. Xiao Bai, let's go. Chen Ping called out, but Xiao Bai remained indifferent. The furry hand gently placed on Li Shan's chest. Call. Li Shan, who originally breathed in less than he breathed out, took a deep breath and suddenly opened his eyes. The severe pain all over his body stimulated every nerve in his body. Immediately afterwards, the festering wound on the broken arm began to heal slowly. Plop. A few minutes later, Xiao Bai fainted and lay in the armored vehicle. However, the wound on Li Shan's broken arm had completely healed. Although he did not grow a new arm, his life was no longer in danger. This. Brother Dong, this. Li Shan's face was full of disbelief. He looked at the unconscious Xiao Bai, and then at Chen Ping who was watching coldly. Everyone's chance is earned by themselves, so live well. Chen Ping said calmly, picked up the unconscious Xiao Bai, and walked towards the armored vehicle behind. What's going on? Chen Ping contacted Xiao He immediately. Master, I'm just an alien insect, not an encyclopedia, how could I know? Xiao He poked his body out from Xiao Bai's hair. Chen Ping was a little speechless, but he was still very satisfied with Xiao Bai's performance just now. Given Li Shan's condition, even with advanced recovery potions, he would be impossible to save. Recovery potions only restore consumed physical strength and alleviate injuries, but they cannot save lives. With that kind of injury, even Chen Ping would probably just be waiting for death. However, Xiao Bai can be rescued in this way, which can be used as a resurrection coin. Your sixth sense is very accurate. Try it more often in the future. Chen Ping was in a good mood. Hey, Master, can you reward me? What reward do you want? It's very simple. A level 3 scarlet beast will do. Preferably a lord level 1. Okay, I'll find it for you in a few days. Chen Ping agreed immediately. Gather and retreat. Ma Zi's heavy voice came from the scarlet bracelet. He knew that even if he found those medicines, given Li Shan's physical condition, he would probably be unable to recover. Boss, I'm fine, come back. Li Shan's voice. Ma Zi was slightly stunned. Listening to Li Shan's voice, he seemed to be much better. Could it be a last gasp? Ma Zi and others immediately returned to the armored vehicle. What is going on? Seeing Li Shan standing in front of the car in good health and looking very good, Ma Zi was extremely surprised. I just went to the underworld, but the King of Hell confiscated it and kicked it back to me. Li Shan said with a smile. Fuck you. What the hell is going on? Sun Wukong made the wrong name and crossed my name out of the Book of Life and Death. Li Shan replied. Get out. Everyone get in the car and return to Ironwood Camp. Seeing that Li Shan didn't say anything, Ma Zi didn't continue to ask. As long as the person is alive, it's good enough. 2 armored vehicles continued to drive across the wilderness. Brother Shan, why are you suddenly fine? In the armored vehicle, Duan Zixuan asked Li Shan curiously. He originally wanted to ride in the same car with Chen Ping, but was driven out by Chen Ping. I really don't know, it got better all of a sudden. It was Brother Dong who saved your life, right? Yixinga was also very curious. Li Shan knew that he was alive because of Chen Ping, but how could he say such a thing? So he insisted that he knew nothing. Did you see clearly the savage that Brother Dong rescued in the laboratory? Duan Zixuan turned his head and asked Yixinga again. It looked so creepy that I didn't dare to look closely. Yixinga shook his head. Just now, Brother Dong carried that wild man into the car and wouldn't let us get in. There must be something fishy going on here. Brother Dong, don't you have any special fetishes, or a strong taste? Duan Zixuan was guessing on his own. Don't talk nonsense. If this gets to Brother Dong's ears, you will definitely die more miserably than those rats. Yixinga reminded. Duan Zixuan shuddered suddenly. Pooh, 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 I didn't say anything. The carriage suddenly became quiet. The armored vehicle following behind them was still driven by Xuana, with Su Sisi sitting in the passenger seat. Why did Brother Shan suddenly get better? It's irrational, too irrational. Su Qianqian's petite eyebrows were all squeezed together. What? You don't want Li Shan to be alive? Xuana asked. Of course not. After all, we are a small team. How could we possibly think like that? However, with Brother Shan's injuries, unless Mother Wu comes, it's impossible. Mother Wu? Who is that? Xuana was slightly stunned. There's a very good doctor in our camp who can bring the dead back to life. Su Qianqian was a little panicked. Xuana shook her head slightly. This was not the first or second time that Su Sisi had behaved abnormally. In the Scarlet Apocalypse, there were too many strange people and things, and she didn't have the energy to explore them. Could this matter be related to Brother Dong? Su Qianqian changed the subject. Maybe. Xuana's answer was ambiguous. Did you see the savage that Brother Dong brought? He is still holding that savage. Su Qianqian pouted. What's wrong? Are you jealous? Xuana asked with a smile. No, there's no way Brother Dong would fall for someone like me, and there's no way we can be together. Su Qianqian shook her head and sighed. At the same time, in the carriage, Chen Ping took out the 2 green turntables given by Li Shan. There are 2 intermediate life potions in here, which add up to a lifespan of 60 years. Woo. Xiaobai slowly opened his eyes, looked at Chen Ping who was sitting next to him, and quickly turned over, curling up beside him tremblingly. Don't be afraid, I won't hurt you. But don't treat others casually in the future, otherwise you will be in danger. Chen Ping warned. Woo-woo. Xiaobai nodded. Chen Ping reached out and touched Xiaobai's head to comfort him. Master. Master, there is a small matter. Xiaohei suddenly flew out from Xiaobai's hair. Ever since Xiaobai appeared, Xiaohei has been staying with Xiaobai. It will take a few days for a level 3 scarlet beast to. Master, it's not this matter, it's Xiaobai, it seems that she doesn't have much time left to live. You don't have much time left to live. Well, her healing ability consumes her own lifespan. Xiao He explained. Why didn't you say it earlier? Xiaobai, from now on you are not allowed to treat anyone except me. Chen Ping's expression became much more serious. Woo woo woo, Xiaobai nodded repeatedly. Chen Ping directly drew 2 green dials in the carriage and selected the intermediate life potion. He used one bottle himself and gave the other to Xiaobai. Immediately afterwards, Chen Ping took out a white scarlet bracelet from the space stone. This is the bracelet obtained when killing the Scarlet Church, and it happened to be given to Xiaobai. After briefly teaching her how to operate it, the void projected a data panel. Normally, this kind of data information can only be seen by yourself, but it can also be shared with others. Of course, in an environment like the Scarlet Apocalypse, even the closest people would not easily share such life-threatening data. At this time, Xiaobai's IQ is still at the level of a toddler, and he doesn't think so much. Moreover, Chen Ping is her only support now. She also knows Chen Ping's strength. If he wants to kill her, it is just a matter of thought. Noob. Rank, Bronze. Star rating, 9 stars. Talents, Healing Prayer, Red, Fanaticism, Blue, Favoritism, Blue. Strength, 9. Stamina, 10. Agility, 15. Defense, 8. Special properties. 1. In darkness, increase the effect of Phanasis, and reduce the effect of Healing Prayer. 2. After the bloody transformation, the effectiveness of all enhancement effects, including all elixirs and potions, is halved, and it is impossible to actively obtain any skills and talents. 3. Possessing a special physique, one can awaken special talents and skills. 4. Physical limit, can save energy consumption to the greatest extent, greatly reduce dependence on food, and enter hibernation state at any time to maintain physical strength. Special resistance, increases resistance to mental attacks by 100%. Space items, none. Bound items, none. Competency assessment, 42. Remaining lifespan, 15 years and 26 days. Chen Ping frowned slightly. This Xiaobai was ridiculously strong and yet ridiculously weak. With the coming of the Scarlet Secret Realm, there will be more Scarlet Beasts with mental attacks in the future, and Xiaobai has 100% mental resistance, which can definitely help him kill everyone in the Scarlet Secret Realm. However, her basic attributes are very weak, completely biased towards auxiliary, and the effects of various buffs and potions are halved, which almost offsets the bonus brought by mental resistance. However, if we only regard Xiaobai as a pure support and do not use her for output in battle, she can definitely be called the #1 support. The problem is that she is too fragile. When fighting in a team, kill the healer first. This is the rule of team battles. It seems I need to get some protective gear. Chen Ping touched his chin. In addition to protective gear, there is also lifespan. Xiaobai's auxiliary skill is similar to Chen Ping's sacrifice, which requires burning lifespan. However, she uses intermediate life potion, which can only increase her lifespan by 15 years, which is half of the original. The Scarlet Secret Realm will not arrive for another 2 months. During this period, Chen Ping should not need Xiaobai's assistance, so he is not in a hurry to increase her lifespan. You still have to make your life longer, draw as many wheels as possible, and get high-quality rewards. After Chen Ping used an intermediate life potion, his lifespan increased to 59 years and 357 days. After drawing the blue wheel once, he would have 29 years left. Please specify the reward item. 1. Fully automatic water cup. 2. Inflatable doll. 3. Ultra-high definition photos. 4. Little genius watch. 5. Electric toothbrush. 6. Primary jump engine. 6. Primary jump engine. Without any hesitation, Chen Ping changed it to a more understandable name, which is teleportation array. As long as it is marked in advance, one can teleport to the marked location at any time. This is definitely the most effective way to save your life. Before his rebirth, Chen Ping had seen this teleportation array, but unfortunately he had never owned it. One of the must-have artifacts for traveling and killing people. The auction at Juba Pavilion is getting closer and closer, and all the bigwigs in this area may participate in it. Although Chen Ping is very strong now, there are always people better than you, and he is not so conceited as to look down on others. Only with this teleportation array can he go there with peace of mind. As soon as there is any sign of trouble, he will escape at the first opportunity. The primary jump engine can save 3 coordinates, and the transmission range does not exceed 500 kilometers. When in use, it can carry up to 3 life forms and can be used up to twice a day. This is completely enough for Chen Ping. A blue disc the size of a palm fell into Chen Ping's palm. This was the primary jump engine. The first coordinate Chen Ping saved was near Taima Camp. For the time being, this was a relatively safe place. At this time, they were still 7 or 8 kilometers away from Taima Camp. Before the Scarlet Apocalypse, this was an airport. Now it is completely deserted, and all valuable things have been moved to the Ironwood Camp. Jiangcheng, Jiangxin, park your cars in Area C of the underground parking lot, and the rest of you stay here and rest for 20 minutes. Ma Zi said to everyone. These 2 vehicles, one belongs to the Lin family and the other to the Scarlet Church. Their performance in all aspects far exceeds that of the vehicles of the Ironwood Camp. If it is driven back, it will basically belong to the camp, and may then become a vehicle for other teams. In the past, when the hunting team went out, the battalion commander's confidants would follow the team, and the recording function of the Scarlet Bracelet would be turned on, and the entire journey would be recorded. But this time, the mission was to participate in hunting down the 3rd-level Scarlet Beast, which was absolutely a life-and-death situation with no possibility of survival. The battalion commander did not add his confidants to the team, and as for the records on the bracelet, Ma Zi did not even open it. If Chen Ping was not in the team, Ma Zi might not have made these preparations. After all, the camp is the only place they can survive. But now it's different, the camp has become less important. 20 minutes later, everyone started walking towards Ironwood Camp. Crack! A dull sound was heard, and the gate of the Ironwood Camp slowly opened. Motzi. Welcome home. Sun Mu led the captains of each team in the camp and stood in front of the gate, welcoming Ma Zi and others with joy on their faces. We are flattered that the battalion commander has mobilized such a large force. Ma Zi replied quickly and modestly. Sun Mu frowned slightly. Ma Zi, you are the backbone of the camp, the sharpest knife of Taima Camp. In the past, when Ma Zi's hunting team came back, Zhang Tai would personally greet them, but Ma Zi was always careless and even gave people a feeling of being proud of himself. It was not until the last time he came back, when he caused serious losses to the team, that he began to restrain himself a little. This time, he looked even more humble. Sun Mu suddenly had a bad feeling. I also heard about the Lin family's mission this time. The level 3 Scarlet Beast also disappeared suddenly. Although you returned empty-handed, you also represented the Taima Camp and showed your face in front of the Lin family. Tonight, we'll hold a celebration banquet to welcome you all. Sun Mu said with a smile. Battalion commander, there's no need for that. Not only did we not get any credit this time, but our armored vehicle was blown away by a tornado on the way. We should be punished, but we can't take any credit. Ma Zi refused again and again. It doesn't matter, as long as you can come back safely. Go and take a rest first. There will be a small meeting in 10 minutes. Bring your deputy team to the command room. I understand. Ma Zi nodded. Although everyone's physical fitness was strengthened, they were all a little tired after the long journey and walking 7 or 8 kilometers. Chen Ping found Motzi and asked him to empty the room next door to accommodate Xiaobai. Duan Zixuan, move next door to Yixinga. Ma Zi said to Duan Zixuan. Ah. Why? Now, Duan Zixuan lives next door to Chen Ping. Why so many whys? Just follow the orders. Yes. Duan Zixuan moved away reluctantly. The room was not very spacious and had a slightly unpleasant smell. After a simple tidying up, it became a good place for Xiaobai to have a rest. Xiaobai, you will live here from now on. No matter who comes to see you, you don't need to pay attention to them. If you have any problems, come to me directly. Chen Ping said to Xiaobai. Woo woo woo. Xiaobai nodded. Xiaohei, you and Xiaobai have been together these days. If there is any emergency, contact me immediately. Master, leave it to me, don't worry. Xiaohei crawled out from Xiaobai's hair and twisted his body. At this time, 10 minutes had passed. Chen Ping found Mozi and Xuena and went to the command room of the camp together. After the beast tide, the number of people in Taima camp increased instead of decreased. The hunting teams increased to 10, and the team guarding the camp also increased to 8, and they were all standard 10-man teams. As for the number of ordinary people, it is close to 2,000. They were all taken in from the surrounding first-level camps that had been breached. There were also a lot of white and scarlet turntables in the Taima camp. It was not a bad thing for the camp to raise more ordinary people, but the food consumption would increase a lot. Bang. The door of the command room was closed. More than 30 people sat quietly in the command room, looking at Sun Mu, who was standing in front of them. Tomorrow, the deputy battalion commander sent by the Lin family will arrive. Sun Mu cleared his throat. When he agreed to submit to the Lin family and accepted the scarlet turntable given by the Lin family, it was already agreed that the Lin family would send someone to assist Sun Mu. Sun Mu naturally had no objection to this. After all, this place was out of reach. If the Lin family did not send someone to monitor, Sun Mu would not dare to accept the benefits from the Lin family. Although we have submitted to the Lin family, we have not yet torn our faces with the Chen family. Moreover, the strength of our Taima camp is not weak. Especially, we are located between the Lin and Chen families. If we want to survive in the apocalypse, the first thing we need to consider is profit. We must maximize our profit to have the capital to survive in this apocalypse. Sun Mu said solemnly. Below, everyone followed suit. Chen Ping, who was sitting in a corner of the last row where no one was paying attention, casually took out a handful of melon seeds from his pocket. Bah! How come there are still bad ones? Chen Ping frowned slightly. At this time, everyone's emotions were incited by Sun Mu and no one paid any attention to Chen Ping. A bystander can see clearly that Sun Mu wanted to unite the front and hold the real power in his hands before the Lin family arrived, so as to prepare for future moves. The decline of the Chen family is only temporary. Relying on the mastery of advanced potions snatched from Chen Ping, the Chen family will rise quickly, and by then, they will still be able to fight against the Lin family. The Taima camp is caught in the middle. If it really completely sided with one side, it would quickly perish. This state of having the best of both worlds is most in line with the interests of the Taima camp before the two sides fall out. Chen Ping also thought that this was a good idea. At least he could stay safely until the Scarlet Secret Realm arrived. As for what happened in the future, it had nothing to do with Chen Ping at all. One more thing. 4 days later, there will be an underground auction in Jincheng. This time it will be hosted by Juba Pavilion. It is said that many heavyweight treasures will be auctioned. Originally, they planned to invite the Dawn Camp, but the Dawn Camp was unable to withstand the impact of the Beast Tide, so they invited our Ironwood Camp. I sent someone to get the news. People from the Chen family will participate this time. The Lin family also sent people the day before yesterday and they are on their way. In addition, there are many hidden forces that will also participate. With the resources of our Ironwood Camp, it is almost impossible to gain anything at the auction. But we can take this opportunity to meet some important people. Likewise, this auction house could also be very dangerous. I plan to select a few of you and have Zhao Chang lead you to attend the auction. As soon as Sun Mu finished speaking, the entire command room fell silent. If this mission is done well, it will be useless. If it is done wrong, it may bring disaster to the camp. After all, those forces are not something that the Taima camp can afford to offend. Moreover, after such auctions, it is not uncommon for people to be killed and robbed of treasures, and some people may go there alive but may not return alive. Since no one is talking, I'll point out some people. Sun Mu frowned slightly, looked at everyone, and then pointed at a few. You, and the last one. Sun Mu finally pointed at Chen Ping. He didn't know Chen Ping's strength, but he knew that he was Ma Zi's confidant. Ma Zi's prestige in the camp is too great now, which makes Sun Mu uneasy, so this time, he directly selected Chen Ping and Xuena for the operation. Anyway, these two people have not yet built up any prestige in the camp, so no one would care even if something unexpected happened. Chen Ping didn't care, as he was planning to attend the auction anyway, but Xuena was a little uneasy. However, when he heard that Chen Ping would also be going, his nervous mood relaxed. Strange. Xuena murmured to herself. She didn't know since when, but she began to rely on Chen Ping. This extremely dangerous man made Xuena feel very safe. Very conflicting emotions, like two little men, were fighting in Xuena's mind. He is dangerous and moody. He may take your life at any time. Nonsense. Think about it, when has he ever threatened you? He is just like you. His coldness is a protective color for survival in this world. Otherwise, he would have died long ago. To you, he is not dangerous. In the Scarlet Apocalypse, no one can be trusted. If humans want to survive in the Scarlet Apocalypse, they must unite. Otherwise, they will not be able to resist the Scarlet Beasts. Chen Ping has killed people, but he only killed those who threatened him. If you are not a threat to him, he will not kill you. Xuena, wake up, you are blood rose, when did you need to rely on a man? Xuena was upset and shook her head fiercely. She gave the two little guys a big fight each, and then they completely quieted down. Hey, what's wrong? Chen Ping, who was sitting next to him, asked. It's okay, I just remembered something. Xuena responded in a panic. Why do I feel like you're fighting with yourself? Are you suffering from schizophrenia? No, don't talk nonsense, you are the one with schizophrenia. Xuena was a little excited. Oh. Chen Ping shrugged. Hey. What are you two talking about? Sun Mu pointed at Chen Ping and Xuena with an unhappy expression. I said, I will ensure to complete the task assigned by the battalion commander. Chen Ping answered seriously. It would be better this way. Sun Mu frowned slightly and continued to brainwash everyone. Xuena's face turned pale and red, as if she was seen through. Chen Ping looked at the wonderful expression on Xuena's face with great interest. After an unknown amount of time, the meeting ended. Chen Ping stood up, stretched, yawned, crossed his arms over his chest, and walked out without caring about his relatives. Xiaodong. Come here. Ma Zi called Chen Ping, and the two walked to an empty corner. Brother Chen, I'm afraid there will be traps in this mission to the auction. Ma Zi had a serious look on his face. As he spoke, he took out a half-smoked cigarette from his pocket and took 2 puffs. You mean I won't attend? Chen Ping asked. There are many treasures at the auction. You might be able to gain something. But you'd better be prepared, just in case. Besides, Zhao Chang and I know each other, and he is not a bad person. If possible, spare his life. Ma Zi took 2 more puffs. The cigarette had burned to the butt, but Ma Zi was reluctant to throw it away. I'll try my best. But I don't know how to control my strength. Just what you said is enough. I still have some scarlet turntables here. Take them and maybe you can exchange them for something useful. Ma Zi took out 40 or 50 white turntables and 3 green turntables from his underwear. Yes. Chen Ping didn't hesitate and put it away. In the Scarlet Apocalypse, if you want to survive, you can't be too kind. Chen Ping wanted to turn around and leave, but he still said something. I know, but most of the old friends I knew are gone. Song Qing died in my hands. I failed to protect the blood spiders during the beast tide and let them break into the camp. Zhang Tai is also dead. Li Shan lost an arm. I don't know how long he can live. Among the old buddies I know, only Zhao Chang is still intact, ahem. Ma Zi took a puff of the cigarette butt and choked. Chen Ping patted Ma Zi's shoulder and said nothing. By the way, there is one more thing. What are you going to do with the person you brought back? Ma Zi asked again. She was experimented on, and she's a pitiful person. I understand. You can go on this mission without worry. As long as I'm alive, I guarantee that nothing will happen to her. Ma Zi patted his chest. Chen Ping nodded. In fact, he planned to bring Xiaobai with him to the auction this time. Now Xiaobai has no ability to communicate or fight, and I don't feel safe leaving her in the camp with anyone. Crack. Nearing noon, the gate of Taima camp slowly opened. An armored vehicle of the Lin family drove into the camp. Yesterday, Sun Mu had already informed everyone in advance that the Lin family would send someone over. At this time in the camp, except for those who were locked in the basement, everyone was standing in the camp square to welcome the arrival of the Lin family. What a grand ceremony. Of course he is the captain of the 5th hunting team in Yunmeng's. Now he comes to our camp as the deputy battalion commander, which is a promotion in name only and a demotion in reality. She is the legendary Phantom Rose, Bai Yu. That's right. The 5th hunting team of Yunmeng's, also known as the Rose Team, is made up of female members. Under the leadership of Bai Yu, they once directly destroyed a scarlet beast nest. According to statistics, there were more than 100 level 2 scarlet beasts in that beast nest. Only 100. Our camp's first hunting team killed 300 to 400 level 2 scarlet beasts during the beast tide. How can they be the same? This is the record they achieved on the 15th day of the Scarlet Apocalypse. Yeah. It's been more than 2 months now, it must be stronger. I'm afraid our battalion commander will soon be sidelined. It doesn't matter who I follow. It's safer to follow Phantom Rose. She is much more powerful than Captain Sun Mu. That makes sense. Chen Ping stood behind the crowd, listening to everyone's discussion. Bai Yu. From a distance, the iconic red robe comes into view. The red is rich and deep, as if it embodies the lamentations and despair of countless lives. The cloth looked ordinary, but it emitted a strange dark light, swaying gently with his movements, like a burning flame jumping in the night. According to Chen Ping's memory, this was a green quality armor, but it was comparable to mid to low quality blue armor. This red robe does not have much defensive properties, but it can produce a mental impact on the Scarlet Beast. At the beginning of the apocalypse, Bai Yu was invincible with this red robe. When the Scarlet Secret Realm arrived, some of the equipment and talents that Chen Ping brought out from the Scarlet Secret Realm were distributed to Bai Yu, making her a true core member of Yunmeng's. She is also the only one among the senior executives of Yunmeng's who is not from the Lin family. Bai Yu has a heavenly voice, a peerless appearance, and extremely cruel methods. She is Chen Ping's only friend in the Lin family. Bai Yu once told Chen Ping that in the eyes of the Lin family, he was just a tool, and they already had the intention to deal with Chen Ping. But at that time, Chen Ping was obsessed and only believed in Lin Ruoyun. Later, Bai Yu betrayed the Lin family for Chen Ping and disappeared. Deputy Battalion Commander Bai, please take good care of me in the future. Sun Mu looked a little humble, making people feel that Bai Yu was the battalion commander of Taima camp. Bai Yu's face was stern. She nodded. Her dark eyes were as deep as the night. She walked towards the command post with her bare feet. Deputy Battalion Commander Bai, all the elites of our Taima camp are here. Sun Mu said respectfully. I have also heard about the beast tide in the coastal area. The fact that the Ironwood camp was able to withstand it is enough to prove the strength of the camp. Although I am from the Lin family, I will be with you all day and night in the future, and we will fight against those scarlet beasts together. I hope you can be of one mind and one heart with me, and help each other in this end times, so that we can survive and welcome the bright future. As Bai Yu's voice fell, everyone in the command room responded, and the atmosphere became somewhat heated. A few minutes later, Bai Yu left the command room and went to the room arranged for her by Sun Mu. In the end times, the space for rest is very limited. For example, Chen Ping's room is only about 5 or 6 square meters. This is the treatment for combat members in the camp, which is considered top-notch. Even the battalion commander's room is only 10 square meters. Bai Yu's room is over 100 square meters, with a king-size bed, a separate toilet and bathroom, and a large living room. Dong. Chen Ping watched Bai Yu leave and was about to return to his dormitory, but was stopped by Zhao Chang. The Jincheng auction will begin in 3 days. Just in case, we plan to leave a day early. Also, Deputy Battalion Commander Bai asked you to go to her. Zhao Chang said. Deputy Battalion Commander Bai. Chen Ping was slightly stunned. Chen Ping got to know Bai Yu only after he entered the Lin family camp. It was after Chen Ping entered the Scarlet Secret Realm for the second time and saved Bai Yu that the two of them became close. Bai Yu is a man of deep thoughts. It is impossible for him to trust Chen Ping without having experienced so many desperate situations with Chen Ping. If the other party found out that I was Chen Ping, normally, I should be ordered to be taken back to the Lin family immediately. Okay, I'll be there right away. Chen Ping nodded. Hey. Deputy Battalion Commander Bai's room is over there. I know. People have 3 urgent things to do. Let me take care of them first. Chen Ping replied and ran towards the dormitory. Xiaohei, follow me. Chen Ping did not return to his dormitory, but went to Xiao Bai's room and took Xiaohei with him. Xiao Bai, don't leave this room. Chen Ping reminded again. If I were discovered, I would definitely not be able to stay in this place. He didn't want to leave so early unless it was absolutely necessary. After all, this place was too close to the Scarlet Secret Realm, and it would be convenient for Chen Ping to rush there as soon as the Secret Realm appeared. Master, I just dreamed that you took me to eat a level 4 Scarlet Beast. Could it be true? Xiaohei was sleeping when he was woken up by Chen Ping. He was still a little confused at this time. Really? I'll take you to eat something more powerful than a level 4 Scarlet Beast. Chen Ping replied. Wow. Xiaohei became excited. Area B, in the southeast corner, the only villa in Ironwood Camp is out of tune with everything around it. Deputy Battalion Commander Bai, I'm Erdong, a member of Team 1 of the hunting team. Come in. A lazy voice came from the room. Chen Ping opened the door and walked in lightly. Bang. Retro lighter, lighting a cigar. Sitting on the red sofa, Bai Yu, who had changed into a red Chongsam, took a puff of her cigar and looked at Chen Ping. Sit anywhere. Chen Ping didn't hesitate and walked straight to the sofa in front of Bai Yu and sat down. Would you like one? Bai Yu blew out a smoke ring gracefully. Smoking is harmful to your health. Chen Ping said seriously. In the end times, most people won't see the sun the next day. This little bit of damage is nothing to worry about. Bai Yu's voice was very pleasant, like the sound of nature. Crack. Chen Ping picked up the cigar cutter, cut a cigar, and started smoking. Erdong Chen, you gave this name because you are afraid that others won't guess it's you. Bai Yu's mouth corners slightly raised, and that kind of charming look that seemed like a smile but not a smile made people's hearts sway. At least no one told me before I met Deputy Battalion Commander Bai, and he guessed it. Chen Ping said calmly. Half a month ago, when the Chen family went to kill the 3rd-level Scarlet Beast, I actually went there too. Lin Shanhai asked me to find an opportunity to kill Chenin, but unfortunately, Chenin did not show up during the Chen family's hunt. But I saw a very familiar figure. It seemed that this was the person Lin Ruoyun had been looking for. However, my mission is only to assassinate Chenin. Other matters have nothing to do with me. As Bai Yu spoke, she crossed her legs and placed her snow-white feet on the edge of the coffee table. On the coffee table, there was only an ashtray and a fruit plate with dried fruits and a few pieces of nougat in it. This time, the Lin family wanted to hunt down a level 3 Scarlet Beast. I had been tracking it for more than 10 days, but it suddenly disappeared. Later, I found some traces, and it seemed that the level 3 Scarlet Beast had been killed. Oh, right. Taimu Camp sent a team to participate in this mission, but when they arrived at Yunmeng's, one person was missing from the team. When they returned to Taimu Camp, all the people in the team were there. No, I should say there was one more person. Bai Yu spoke slowly. These things seemed completely unrelated, but they also seemed to be somewhat related. Deputy Battalion Commander Bai, let's get straight to the point. Chen Ping listened quietly for a while, flicked the ash of his cigar, and said lightly. My current strength is not weak, but I am not sure that I can escape unscathed when facing a level 3 Scarlet Beast, let alone kill it. Being frank with you is a huge risk for me. Bai Yu pressed the cigar in his hand into the ashtray on the coffee table, then slowly stood up. I want to make a deal with you. Chen Ping looked at Bai Yu and said nothing. In 3 days, a small leader of the Scarlet Church will attend the Golden City auction. His name is Blood Demon Lord, and I want to kill him. Chen Ping frowned slightly. He remembered that Bai Yu had a twin sister named Bai Lu, who was killed by the Scarlet Church in the early days of the apocalypse. Later, she led the 5th team to massacre the Scarlet Church in Binhai and avenged her sister. However, according to what Chen Ping learned later, the egret was not dead, but was taken away by the Scarlet Church for experiments and became the Scarlet Church's weapon of mass destruction. After his rebirth, Chen Ping did not join the Lin family, which led to the Lin family cooperating with the Scarlet Church in advance. Naturally, the Lin family would not allow Baiyu to sabotage this cooperation, so they sent Baiyu to time a camp as a warning to her. "Master, there's no one around, not even a fly." Xiaohei landed on the windowsill of the room and contacted Chen Ping with his mind. Chen Ping nodded secretly and felt relieved. "What's my reward?" "Intermediate life potion, 5 bottles." Baiyu replied in a deep voice. "How can I believe that you can produce 5 bottles of intermediate life potion after the matter is accomplished? The turntables containing life potions are rare to begin with, and the probability of winning one is extremely low. Except for Chen Ping, no one can specify the rewards for the turntables. At present, even 1 bottle of intermediate life potion is enough to cause a fierce fight between 2 level 2 camps, let alone 5 bottles of intermediate life potions. With your strength, it won't be a problem to kill me. If I can't take it out, you can just kill me. But I don't think your life is worth 5 bottles of life potion." Chen Ping leaned on the sofa and said slowly. "Then what do you want?" Baiyu frowned slightly. "Pay a deposit first, otherwise I won't feel at ease." Chen Ping shrugged. "Intermediate life potion, extremely valuable, I don't have it with me." "Then give me something else. I'm not a picky person." Chen Ping looked at Baiyu. Brother Dong was called to her room by that phantom rose. Duan Zixuan ran to Yishenga's room. "What? Brother Dong is so lucky. He got his first date 2 days ago, and today, oh my. I'm so jealous. Hey, I don't know if Brother Dong can bear it. That slutty fox is not easy to deal with." "Who is Brother Dong?" "With the golden cudgel in his hand, can he subdue any demon or monster?" Yishenga said. "You talk like you've seen it before." "No, I was just analyzing it. Brother Dong is going to Jincheng tomorrow. If he gets sucked dry and his legs become weak, how can he fight? There are many scarlet beasts along the way. Don't worry, Brother Dong will be doing this for a short time and won't consume much physical energy," Yishenga said firmly. "How do you know that?" "Hey. This is a secret. I want to tell you, you must not tell anyone, otherwise both of us will lose our lives." "Don't worry, my mouth is tighter than your belt." "Ah, I don't have a belt on my pants." "This is not the point, just tell me," Duan Zixuan urged. 6 or 7 days ago, at midnight in Lido community, I saw with my own eyes that Brother Dong got on the armored vehicle." "Armored vehicle?" "Well, Xuena and Su Sisi are resting in the car." "Real?" "Of course it's true. That armored vehicle was shaking so violently," Yishenga said with exaggeration. "I calculated the time, 2 minutes and 35 seconds. It's less than 3 minutes. And Brother Dong came out." Yishenga sighed in anger. "Ah. It can't be that short, right? It may also be due to excessive pressure, which is also related to the environment. In addition, the two together also affect one's mentality," Yishenga analyzed. "I see, Shenga is really experienced." "Of course. By the way, I'm going to take the Jiang brothers to the basement to have some meat tonight, do you want to come?" "I won't go. I'm a very traditional person." Duan Zixuan shook his head. "Bullshit." Yishenga glanced at it and was slightly stunned. "What's wrong?" "Look outside, who is that?" Yishenga pointed at the window. Duan Zixuan moved closer and saw Chen Ping, with a smile on his face, walking towards the dormitory. "Damn, it's really that fast. Look at Dong Ge's spirit again. I know it's not fast, it's Dong Ge who is restrained. Shorten the time to maintain physical strength." "Hey! You two, what are you doing sneakily?" Ma Zi suddenly appeared at the door, scaring the two of them. Let's study how to kill the scarlet beast efficiently," Yishenga replied. "Don't study it anymore. There are a lot of scarlet beasts in the southwest of the camp. The battalion commander asked me to take a few people there. It's you too." Where are the others? Yishinga asked with a bitter face. They are just some level 1 scarlet beasts. The 3 of us are enough. The 3 of them drove the terrain exploration vehicle and left the camp. And Chen Ping also walked into Xiaobai's room. Xiaobai, try it on and see if it fits you. Chen Ping threw a red robe to Xiaobai. Woo-woo. Xiaobai hunched over and put on a red robe, which was a little too big for her. Bai Yu is taller and fuller than Xiaobai, but she can still wear the clothes. This robe doesn't increase the defensive power much, but it can have a mental impact on the enemy, which is just right for your talent. Woo-woo-woo. Xiaobai nodded and looked very happy. Chen Ping touched Xiaobai's head and took out a bottle of canned fish. In the past 2 days, Xiaobai has made rapid progress, and it has become much easier for Chen Ping to communicate with her. The master is a big liar, the master is a big liar. He deceived my feelings. Xiao He flew around Chen Ping's head. My master said he would take me to eat something more powerful than a level 4 scarlet beast. I trusted him so much, but I was hurt so badly. Xiao He felt aggrieved. Xiao He, try this and see if it tastes good. Chen Ping took out a piece of white nougat. It's delicious, but it can't increase my experience. Xiao He felt a little aggrieved. Chen Ping heard that the alien insects had a special liking for some sweets, and he happened to have a few candies at Bai Yu's place, so he threw one to Xiao He. It's so delicious. Xiao He became happier and happier as he ate more, and was very satisfied. You guys take a rest first, you have to go out tomorrow. Chen Ping said, then turned and left. Soon, night fell, and Sun Mu held a welcoming banquet for Bai Yu. The food in the entire camp was upgraded to a higher level. Why hasn't Captain Motzi come back yet? Su Qianqian sat opposite Chen Ping and murmured something. Where did they go? Xuena asked. Some scarlet beasts were found outside the camp. Captain Mazi took Brother Duan and Xinga there. Normally, he should have come back a long time ago. Su Qianqian frowned slightly. Did something unexpected happen? Li Shan was a little worried. Chen Ping was eating his dinner by himself. To him, even if Ma Zi and the others could not come back, it was normal. In the Scarlet Apocalypse, such things were commonplace. The last information they sent back was that they had discovered a blood spider cave, said Su Sisi. Blood spider cave? Chen Ping paused. It shouldn't be such a coincidence, right? The first thing Chen Ping thought of was the Scarlet Secret Realm teleportation array. What does the battalion commander say? Chen Ping asked. He said that with Captain Ma Zi's strength, it would be no problem for him to deal with some scarlet bugs, so there's no need to worry. Su Sisi replied. Li Shan. Exist. Prepare the car. Chen Ping stuffed all the food in his hand into his mouth. An armored vehicle. Motorcycle, I can go there by myself, said Chen Ping. Okay. Li Shan did not dare to delay. He immediately went to the garage, selected a heavy motorcycle, checked it carefully, and filled the fuel tank. What are you up to? Li Shan Gang pushed out the heavy motorcycle and ran into Sun Mu head-on. Captain Ma Zi has not returned yet. We think. I know Ma Zi's strength best, and are you stronger than him? You will only be a burden if you go. Erdong. You dare to disobey my order. When Sun Mu spoke, Chen Ping had already sat on the motorcycle. Bang. Chen Ping took out a pistol and shot through Sun Mu's knee. Open the door. Chen Ping pointed his pistol at Sun Mu's head. Crack. The gate of the camp slowly opened. Boom, boom, boom. The roar of the engine became farther and farther away, and Chen Ping left Taima camp alone. He dared to hit me. This is a rebellion against him. Gather the second and third teams to hunt down Erdong. Sun Mu half knelt on the ground, roaring at the top of his lungs. Captain Sun, what happened? Bai Yu walked slowly towards us with her bare feet and graceful steps. If an ordinary person walks barefoot on this dirt and rocky ground for a short while, his feet will be covered with blisters or even bloody. Moreover, over time, his feet will inevitably be covered with calluses. Bai was always barefoot, but her feet were always as soft and tender as a baby's. Bai, Deputy Battalion Commander Bai, there's a traitor in the camp. Sun Mu replied while enduring the pain. Traitor? All the nearby camps were destroyed by the beast tide. How could a traitor appear in Taima camp? Who sent him? Bai asked. This, Sun Mu stammered. He couldn't be sent by the Chen family. Could it be that Taima camp is connected with the Chen family? Bai frowned slightly. No, Taima camp will never have any connection with the Chen family. I just had a slight conflict with that person. There are no traitors in Taima camp. That's good. In this situation, everyone is feeling uncomfortable. It's normal to have some conflicts. If there are conflicts, we should resolve them. Once they are resolved, there will be no more conflicts. Bai said gently. Yes, Deputy Battalion Commander Bai is right. Sun Mu's face turned pale. He heard in the afternoon that Chen Ping went to Bai's villa. I originally thought that Bai could solve the problem, but now it seems that it is not that simple. Erdong dared to shoot himself. Was it Bai's instruction? Sun Mu shuddered at the thought of this. Captain Sun is injured, why don't you find someone to treat him quickly? Bai glanced at the people around him. Yes. Seeing this familiar scene, Sun Mu's heart completely sank. Bai. Deputy Captain Bai, no, Captain Bai, please spare my life and let me do anything. Bai. Sun Mu ignored his leg injury and kowtowed to Bai quickly, his forehead covered in blood. He knew the cause of Zhang Tai's death best, and naturally he was most afraid of repeating the same mistake. Bai frowned slightly and took out a cigar. She originally wanted to pretend, but now it seems that there is no need. Bang. Someone shot someone, piercing Sun Mu's temple. Captain Sun was under too much mental pressure and committed suicide. I think that the battalion commander does not have to be the strongest. As a battalion commander, leadership skills are more important and he must be able to convince others. Bai's gaze swept over the people around him. Deputy Battalion Commander Bai is right. We need to choose a battalion commander who can win the support of the people. Sun Mu is arrogant and conceited. He never listens to others' opinions. He should not have continued to be the battalion commander. Right. That's right, everyone agreed. How about this, we will hold an election tomorrow. Except for those at the bottom, everyone will have one vote. This way it will be fair and just, and we can elect a battalion commander that everyone can trust. I just came to the camp today and I'm not familiar with the camp, so I won't participate in the election. After Bai finished speaking, she turned around and walked slowly towards the villa. Not long after Chen Ping left the camp, he met Ma Zi and his two companions. The blood spider cave they went to was not the cave with the Scarlet Secret Realm teleportation array, which made Chen Ping feel relieved. When they returned to the camp, they found that the position of battalion commander was going to be replaced again. The job of battalion commander is really a high-risk one. Duan Zixuan shook his head. It seems that you may not have to go to the auction this time. Ma Zi looked at Chen Ping. Not necessarily. Chen Ping answered meaningfully. In the morning, the Crimson Wilderness was silent, but the Ironwood camp was already bustling with activity. A country cannot be without a leader for a day, and a camp cannot be without a commander for a day. The former battalion commander Sun Mu committed suicide. Normally, the most powerful deputy battalion commander Bai should have succeeded him, but Bai directly announced that he would not participate in the election. In Taima camp, Deputy Battalion Commander Zhao Chong and the captains of the three hunting teams are the most competitive. In terms of strength and prestige, Ma Zi should have become the battalion commander. However, after voting, the former Deputy Battalion Commander Zhao Chong defeated everyone else and became the 3rd Battalion Commander of Taima Battalion. To Chen Ping, this was just an insignificant episode. The Jincheng auction held by Juba Pavilion will start the day after tomorrow. After Zhao Chong became the battalion commander, the person leading the team turned into Ma Zi. At noon, an armored vehicle slowly drove out of the Taima camp. Damn it, I thought you wouldn't have to go after the battalion commander was replaced, but not only did you have to go, you even took me with you. Ma Zi complained while sitting in the carriage. Damn it, I didn't even have lunch. Li Shan touched his stomach with one hand. Zhao Chang became the new battalion commander, and the camp was bustling with activity. Ma Zi and others only took some food and left in a hurry. I heard that Juba Pavilion provides meals, and the food is pretty good. Yishenga said. That's for others. If we go there, it'll be good enough to give us 2 potatoes. When Duan Zixuan was speaking, he suddenly paid attention to the person next to Chen Ping, who was wrapped in a black robe. In order to avoid attracting attention, Chen Ping put 2 robes on Xiao Bai. The inner one was Bai Yu's red robe, and the outer one was the black robe he got from Ma Zi. Hey, brother. Sister. Why haven't you spoken a word? Duan Zixuan was very curious about Xiao Bai. Going to the auction this time is also extremely dangerous. We should. Chen Ping, who had originally closed his eyes to rest, suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Duan Zixuan. In an instant, the temperature in the carriage seemed to reach freezing point. Hee hee. Duan Zixuan grinned, looking much uglier than when he cried. Dong, brother Dong, I won't talk anymore. The carriage suddenly became quiet. 3 hours later, it was already past 5 o'clock and the sun was setting. Next, there are 2 routes. One is to go directly to the Juba Pavilion in Jincheng, which will provide a safe place to rest. However, it will take until 1 or 2 in the morning to arrive, and I'm afraid this night journey will not be safe. Second, we will go to the Dawn Camp. Although the Dawn Camp was destroyed by the Beast Tide, it is still fine to use it as a rest area. We will rest there for 1 night and set off early tomorrow morning. We will reach the Treasure Pavilion in Jincheng by noon. Ma Zi clicked on the scarlet bracelet, and a map was projected into the void, with 2 red lines representing 2 different routes. In the past, when Ma Zi led a team, he never asked for anyone's opinion. He decided all actions by himself and then assigned tasks to the team members. But now, most actions need to be discussed with everyone. In the Scarlet Apocalypse, strength means everything. Ma Zi is the captain of the team, but he is not the strongest one. Whether it is Chen Ping, Xue Na, or the increasingly tacit cooperation of Duan Zixuan and Yishenga, they all completely surpass Ma Zi in terms of combat ability. It was very quiet in the armored vehicle. Hoo. A slight snoring sound slowly sounded, and everyone shifted their eyes to the man wrapped in a black robe beside Chen Ping. She didn't say a word from beginning to end, and no one could see her appearance clearly. Ma Zi and others felt very strange, but with Chen Ping by her side, no one dared to test her. Ahem. Chen Ping cleared his throat and attracted everyone's attention again. He has become the real core of the team. Ma Zi seeks everyone's opinions, actually waiting for Chen Ping to speak. Chen Ping's plan was to go directly to Juba Pavilion in Jincheng. First of all, with his strength, he is not worried about the scarlet beast that acts at night. Secondly, Chen Ping had never participated in this kind of auction before his rebirth, so he had to familiarize himself with it in advance so that in case of unexpected situations, he would have a backup plan and evacuation route. Finally, he needs to investigate the list of people participating in the auction. He also has a deal with Bai Yu. 5 bottles of intermediate life potion, which means 150 years of life. The Blood Demon Lord is the most important target of Chen Ping's trip. Camp Dawn. Chen Ping looked at the screen in the void and frowned slightly. Do you know about the Lin family's schedule to attend the Juba Pavilion auction? With Ma Zi's identity, it is very likely that he would not know something like this, so Chen Ping just asked casually. They set out yesterday and rested for 1 night in Lido community. They will arrive at Dawn Camp tonight and head to Golden City tomorrow morning. How did you know? Chen Ping was a little surprised. I went to Yunmeng's a few days ago and ran into a friend in the camp whom I knew before the Scarlet Apocalypse. He is doing better than me now and is a member of the 8th team of Yunmeng's. He told me that this time the Lin family sent Lin Tianzi to attend the auction, and the 8th team will be responsible for escorting him. The route has been decided long ago. Ma Zi replied. Normally, this is kept strictly confidential. However, now is the early stage of the Scarlet Apocalypse, and all forces are doing their best to consolidate their own territory, and cooperation is greater than competition. When the threat of the Scarlet Beast is reduced, it will be the time for various forces to fight for living space and resources. Just like the Lin family and the Chen family, although they were wary of each other, they even wanted to destroy each other. But no one took action, and it was impossible for anyone to take action in the short term. Whoever takes action first will destroy the unity of mankind. How can they win over the strong in the future? The biggest danger to the Lin family's convoy still comes from the Scarlet Beast. Moreover, if you make your itinerary public, someone may come to your aid if you encounter danger along the way. The Lin family has always been more generous than the Chen family. Lin Tianzi is one of the core figures of the Lin family. If we can save him, it will be a real leap forward. Therefore, no one deliberately concealed this information. Are you sure this information is accurate? Chen Ping asked in a deep voice. As long as they don't encounter any accidents on the road, they will definitely rest in Lido community and Chensi camp. Ma Zi nodded. The journey from the Lin family to Jincheng is long, and even if their vehicles are more powerful, it will still take 2.5 days. Lin Tianzi is a very important person. In order to ensure his safety and preserve his strength, he must not travel at night. There are many camps and rest stops along the way. If you want to plan your time well, these 2 locations are the best choices. The Taimu camp is now under the jurisdiction of the Lin family. Since we know that the Lin family will rest in the Dawn camp, as a vassal, we should naturally go there as well. Perhaps we can help. Chen Ping said meaningfully. Well, Dongzi's words make sense. Let's go to the Chensi camp to rest tonight. Ma Zi nodded, without any doubt about Chen Ping's words. No one else, except Xuena, found any problem with Chen Ping's words. He won't kill someone again, right? Xuena was a little worried. He is a member of the Lin family and a core figure. If the Lin family finds out, the consequences will be disastrous. Chen Ping remained expressionless and closed his eyes again. Chen Ping was very familiar with Lin Tianzi. He is Lin Ruoyun's cousin. He is not very strong himself, but he is good at calculating and is one of the think tanks of the Lin family. Before his rebirth, Chen Ping didn't have much contact with him. Once, Chen Ping was about to enter the Scarlet secret realm, but Lin Tianzi withheld Chen Ping's supplies and did some tricks. Chen Ping discovered the problem at that time, but time was urgent and other forces had already entered the secret realm. It was also this time that Chen Ping almost starved to death in the secret realm. Chen Ping was going to attend the auction this time, and he only had a few hundred white turntables. Feeling very tight on money, he planned to borrow some from Lin Tianzi. For Lin Ruoyun's sake, Lin Tianzi shouldn't reject me. Chen Ping thought to himself. Captain, we have 5 minutes left to reach Dawn camp. Jiang Xin, who was sitting in the co-pilot seat, reported to Ma Zi. Stop the car. Ma Zi replied. The armored vehicle slowly stopped, and Ma Zi used his bracelet again to project a map into the void. This is a topographic map of the area surrounding the Dawn camp. Tonight, at least 3 forces will be resting in the Dawn camp. If anything unexpected happens, we will retreat along this route. Shanzi, Xiaoduan, you stay here tonight. If something unexpected happens, you must ensure that our retreat is clear. Also, although the Dawn camp is gone, there are many lone wolves and wilderness wanderers gathered around it. Sometimes they are more dangerous than the Scarlet beasts. Normally, the Lin family has already arrived. That Lin Tianzi is a petty person, while Dongzi is steady and calm. Dongzi and I will go say hello to the Lin family. Xuena, you know this place best. You can choose the specific place to rest. Everyone else, follow Xuena's instructions. After arriving at the resting place, send a location to me and Dongzi. Action. After making some simple arrangements, Ma Zi made a gesture. Afterwards, Li Shan and Duan Zixuan got off the car first and went to the designated location. Xuena went to the cockpit and drove the armored vehicle. The armored vehicle drove slowly for about 3 minutes and stopped again. Ma Zi and Chen Ping also got out of the car. The only force that needs to rest in the Dawn camp is the Lin family, which is the strongest. The Chen family also has the Dark Crow camp. They are the closest to Golden City and will not pass through the Dawn camp. I guess they should rest in the most central location. Ma Zi looked at the map projected into the void. Yes, they are here. Chen Ping nodded firmly. Master, there are so many people here. Xiaohei's thoughts came back. After it is upgraded to level 3, the distance for receiving thoughts can reach about 5 kilometers. When Li Shan and the other men got off the car, Chen Ping let Xiaohei out to explore the way first. It would be great if thoughts could transmit images back. Chen Ping was still a little unsatisfied. Are you sure the Lin family is there? Ma Zi was slightly stunned, not knowing why Chen Ping was so sure. Well, let's go. Chen Ping nodded and took the lead. Brother Shui, you're welcome. These are all treasures of the Lin family. Now, let's talk about these bottles of wine. Drink 1 bottle less. In the center of the Dawn camp, a large tent that can accommodate more than a dozen people was set up. Lin Tianzi was inside, drinking and chatting with a man in a white robe. The Lin family is indeed very powerful. In this scarlet apocalypse, they can still produce so many delicacies. Brother Shui, you're joking. Compared with the Scarlet Church, it's nothing. Lin Zetian said modestly. By the way, was that level 3 Scarlet Beast really killed? The Blood Demon Lord asked in a deep voice. The Scarlet Church has an extremely complex hierarchy and strict rules. The head of the church is the Pope, who is now located in the west. Under the Pope are metropolitans, cardinals, archbishops, bishops, etc. The church is divided into several dioceses according to regions, and the bishop is the head of the diocese. The Blood Demon Lord is the bishop of the coastal area, with a rank of silver 5 stars. His overall strength is similar to Bai Yu, and slightly stronger than Xue Na. According to our investigation, the 3rd-level Scarlet Beast was indeed killed. Lin Tianzi answered seriously. No one can kill a level 3 Scarlet Beast alone now, and it is impossible to do it so quietly. How come you don't have any clues? The Blood Demon Lord frowned slightly. This matter is indeed very strange. The 3rd-level Scarlet Beast that we jointly hunted with the Chen family last time also disappeared inexplicably. Lin Tianzi shook his head. When something is out of the ordinary, there must be something fishy going on. The Lin family must nip it in the bud. Especially regarding this auction, there must not be any mistakes. Blood Demon Lord warned. The herb you mentioned can really... Lin Tianzi said in a low voice. Of course, I also brought the test samples with me on this trip. As long as the Lin family can take a picture of that herb, combined with the secret method of my Scarlet Church, ordinary people can have abilities comparable to those of a 3rd-level Scarlet Beast. Moreover, the strength can be continuously improved, said the Blood Demon Lord confidently. Don't worry, this time our Lin family is sincere, I brought. Before Lin Tianzi finished speaking, someone outside the tent suddenly reported, Master Lin, Ma Zi from the Taima camp wants to see you. Pockmarked. Lin Tianzi thought for a while before he remembered. Let him in. Lin Tianzi was a little impatient, but still agreed. The location of Taima camp is extremely important to the Lin family. In addition to the geographical location, the performance of the Ironwood camp during this beast tide also surprised everyone. In the future, Taima camp will be the Lin family's frontier fortress, which is also Lin Tianzi's plan for the Lin family. Although Phantom Rose Bai Yu is one of the senior executives of Yunmeng's, her surname is not Lin after all. If Bai Yu has other ideas, it will bring considerable trouble to the Lin family. These days, Lin Tianzi has been thinking about how to cultivate his own spy or confidant in Taima camp. He knew that Ma Zi was the captain of the first team in Taima camp, and that this team had performed extremely well during the beast tide. Moreover, Ma Zi immediately responded to the Lin family's mission of hunting down the 3rd-level Scarlet Beast. It would be better to take this opportunity to get in touch with him and see if he is someone useful. Brother Lin, since someone is here to visit, I will leave first. It is not convenient for outsiders to know about the affairs between the Lin family and the Scarlet Church. Brother Shui, you haven't even started eating yet. I'll go out and meet them, give them a few simple instructions, and be back soon. Lin Tianzi said hurriedly. Well, then I'll wait here for Brother Lin to come back. The Blood Demon Lord took a look at the table full of delicacies from land and sea, and finally nodded. The Scarlet Church in Binhai has not yet truly developed, and its resources in all aspects are not as good as those of the Lin family. The Blood Demon Lord had not seen such a large table of food since the Scarlet Apocalypse came. The blood demon lord picked up the chopsticks and started eating. As Lin Tianzi walked out of the tent, Ma Zi and Chen Ping came towards him. Ma Zi, the captain of the first team of the Taima camp, is sorry to bother Lord Lin. Brother Ma Zi, you are too polite. Now that Taima camp has joined Yunmeng's, you are a member of our Lin family. Lin Tianzi smiled heartily, walked to Ma Zi and patted him on the shoulder. But when he looked at Chen Ping, he suddenly frowned, feeling somewhat familiar. Master, there is another person in the tent, wearing a white robe and looking like a big fool. Xiao He flew into the tent and described the situation inside to Chen Ping through his mind. White robe? Are there any special patterns on the robe? Like eyes or something? Chen Ping's mind moved. It has a big red eyeball, which scares the bugs to death. Xiao He is still frightened. At first glance, the pattern makes people feel as if they are falling into an abyss and being stared at by the devil. Through Xiao He's description, Chen Ping could basically confirm that the people in the tent were from the Scarlet Church. Wearing a white robe, his position is definitely not low, it seems to be the symbol of a bishop. According to the information provided by Bai Yu, this blood demon lord is the bishop of the coastal area. I didn't expect there would be an unexpected gain. Chen Ping felt that going to the Dawn camp tonight was definitely the wisest choice. At this time, Lin Tianzi and Ma Zi had been exchanging greetings for a while. This. Lord Lin, I cannot accept this without merit. Captain Ma Zi, there is no need to say more. We feel like old friends the moment we meet. It's getting late and I have other things to do, so I won't see you off. Lin Tianzi said, putting his hands behind his back. In Ma Zi's hand, he held a stack of scarlet turntables, which made him feel a little hot. Lord Lin is busy with his duties, so we won't bother you anymore. Okay, Captain Ma Zi, I won't see you off. We'll meet again at the auction house tomorrow. Master Lin, please stay. Ma Zi said this and turned and left with Chen Ping. Chen Ping also took the opportunity to take a look at the surrounding defenses. There were 6 people around the tent, and 4 of them were resting in the distance. Chen Ping had some impression of the person standing at the door of the tent. He should be the captain of the 8th team of Yunmeng's. His current strength is not much different from Xuan's. Captain, I feel a little uncomfortable and want to go to the bathroom. Not far from the Lin family's patrol range, Chen Ping suddenly said something to Ma Zi. Let's solve it right here. I'll keep an eye on it for you. Ma Zi's intention was to help Chen Ping be on guard to prevent him from being attacked by the Scarlet Beast. Captain, there's someone next to me and I can't pull it out. Chen Ping said with a smile. It's the Scarlet Apocalypse. Fine, I'll go back to our base and wait for you. Did Xuan send you the location? It was sent. I received it all. I'm quick and it only took me a few minutes, said Chen Ping. Ma Zi nodded, but men can't do everything quickly. Some things should be done slowly. After saying that, Ma Zi's figure flashed and disappeared into the darkness. Chen Ping was slightly stunned. He had no time to understand what Ma Zi meant and turned around to return to the Lin family camp. Hey! Why are you? Puff! With a sudden movement of the knife, a patrol guard was hacked to death. What's going on over there? Bang, bang, bang. After a few shots, the people on the watchtower and the sentries hiding in the bushes were all killed. Enemy attack. There are enemies. The captain of Team 8 of Yunmeng's was the first to notice the abnormality and shouted it out immediately. However, before he could finish, he felt a chill on his neck and saw that the hand holding the gun began to wither rapidly. It hurts, it hurts. Plop. The captain of Team 8 turned into a mummy and fell to the ground. Xiao He shook his wings and flew up. Who? Lin Tianzi walked out of the tent with a pistol. At this time, outside the tent, only Chen Ping was standing there quietly. You are. Bang. Before Lin Tianzi could finish his words, a blood hole the size of a finger appeared between his eyebrows. I'm Chen Ping, and I'm here to borrow some money from you. If you don't say anything, I'll take that as your consent. I'll go get it myself later. Chen Ping said calmly and walked slowly into the tent. Blood Demon Lord. Chen Ping looked into the tent and saw the confused blood demon lord. How do you know my name? Bang. Chen Ping raised his hand and fired a shot. You can't even speak clearly, and you are not a bishop at all. I'm here to help you clean up the mess. Blood demon lord. The name sounds intimidating, but you're just a newbie. Chen Ping complained, raised his sword, chopped off the blood demon lord's head, and put it away. In about 3 minutes, Chen Ping searched everyone. In order to prevent anyone from being missed, Chen Ping collected everyone's clothes so that he could go back and check them carefully. They searched their armored vehicles as well, and finally even the tent and the table full of food and wine were searched. Call. Level 1 star fire flew out from the star cauldron, and the entire Lin family's temporary residence was ablaze with flames that reached the sky. It's on fire. Chen Ping hurriedly ran back to the temporary residence of Ma Zi and others. What's going on? Such a big fire. Ma Zi widened his eyes. Even though he was 2 or 3 kilometers away, he could still feel the scorching flames. I was taking a shit and suddenly it caught fire. Chen Ping said carelessly. Cough cough. Xue Na, who was eating compressed biscuits, suddenly started coughing. Everyone, assemble. Ma Zi said hurriedly. Captain, what is this? Chen Ping asked. To put out the fire, replied Ma Zi. Captain, with the strength of the Lin family, they can solve the problems without our help. If we go to solve the problems they can't solve, we will just die. Chen Ping analyzed. Brother Dong is right. Jiang Qing stood up. Boss, what Brother Dong said makes sense. Jiang Xin nodded. Me too, no, I also think what Dong Gu said is correct. Yishenga was eating potatoes. Before he could say anything, Jiang Cheng's brother spoke first. He finally swallowed the food in his mouth before he started talking. Captain, I think we shouldn't stay here for long. Let's set off tonight. Xue Na put away the food in her hand, glanced at Chen Ping, and finally said to Ma Zi. Ma Zi looked at the blazing fire in the distance without hesitation. Shanzi, Xiaoduan. Is there anything going on over there? Report to the captain, everything is normal. We are going to evacuate now, get ready. Understood. Li Shan replied. Receive. Before Ma Zi could finish his words, Yishenga and others had already packed up the tent and were stuffing it into the armored vehicle. Boom. The engine roared, and the armored vehicle of Ma Zi and others moved rapidly towards Jincheng. You did it. Xue Na was sitting in the passenger seat, looking through the rearview mirror at the fire that was getting farther and farther away. Chen Ping held the steering wheel with one hand and a roasted leg of lamb with the other. Ah. What? How is that possible? I only dare to kill scarlet beasts, never humans. The gun moved on its own again. Well, I have a mature little pistol that can attack automatically. Chen Ping nodded seriously. Where did you get this leg of lamb? I picked it up when I was taking a shit. Is there any more? Yes, do you want to eat? Chen Ping asked. If I may. Xue Na swallowed subconsciously. It's been 3 months, a full 3 months, and I've basically been eating potatoes. The best I've ever eaten is compressed biscuits. I've only eaten frozen jerky and canned food once. Before she saw the roasted leg of lamb, Xue Na could still control herself from thinking about it. But Chen Ping was right next to Xue Na, chewing the meat bite by bite. The aroma of the meat made Xue Na a little dazed. As for the meat, I still have some, but there's no such thing as a free lunch. If you want to eat it, you have to make a deal with me. Chen Ping looked at Xue Na's body, and that look made Xue Na's body tremble slightly. Faced with the temptation of food, Xue Na lost her mind a little and nodded subconsciously. What do you want? The Scarlet Wilderness shrouded in darkness is the most dangerous place for humans. Don't go out after dark, or you won't be able to see tomorrow's sunrise. This is the experience summarized by mankind in the Scarlet Apocalypse. However, an armored vehicle was now slowly moving forward across the Scarlet Wilderness. This location is 3 kilometers southwest of the Dawn Camp. Chen Ping used the Scarlet Bracelet to project a map into the void. There was a red dot on the map. There is an armored vehicle there, with a person in it. Drive that vehicle to the underground garage where Ma Zi has placed the armored vehicle. This person is very important to you? Xuena asked. Important, but not that important. Chen Ping said nonsense. Okay. Then. Xuena looked at the half-eaten leg of lamb in Chen Ping's hand. I've already eaten this, you eat this. Hearing Chen Ping's words, Xuena wanted to say, I don't mind. But before she could open her mouth, Chen Ping took out another braised pork elbow. The scarlet apocalypse has been here for more than 100 days. Where did you get the pork elbow? Xuena widened her eyes. In fact, the frozen food stored in some countries is enough for humans to eat for decades without production, but when the scarlet apocalypse comes, the first week is the most chaotic and darkest. It was at that time that human factors and the impact of the scarlet beasts caused humans to lose a large amount of available food. The only plants that can grow under the crimson mist are potatoes. Where did you get it? I picked it up when I was taking a shit. Chen Ping said seriously. Xuena frowned slightly, regretting asking this question. Then I'll go over now. Well, be careful on the road. Aren't you afraid that I will run away with your things? Xuena asked. I told you, that thing is somewhat useful to me, but not very important. Chen Ping answered truthfully. What happens after the armored vehicle is delivered to that place? Leave some food for the people in the car, and you return to Ironwood Camp. Don't you want me to protect you? No need, she should be better than you. Chen Ping touched his chin. Xuena jumped out of the car with the braised pork elbow. This woman is so brave, she jumped out before the car even stopped. Chen Ping shook his head. Near dawn, the armored vehicles arrived in Jincheng. The roads in Jincheng were not seriously damaged, and there were many signboards on the roadside. Following the instructions on the signboards, the armored vehicle drove to an underground garage. After parking the car, everyone got out and went to the entrance to the second underground floor, where someone checked the invitation letters. The group of 9 people passed the inspection smoothly and went to the lobby on the second underground floor. After receiving the room keys, auction brochures, and some food, they entered the third underground floor. When you reach the lobby on the third underground floor, there are 2 narrow corridors extending on the left and right sides, like a maze. Along the corridors, there are standard double rooms on both sides, each of which is about 10 square meters in size. Damn, I didn't expect there would be such a place in the scarlet apocalypse. Duan Zixuan looked around curiously. I heard that the second-level Dark Crow camp is built underground, and the casualties from this beast tide are also the smallest in the entire Binhai. Yishenga said. If the Dark Raven camp had not been on the other side of the coast, Yishenga would not have run to the Ironwood camp. This auction venue was also built by the Dark Raven camp. Before the apocalypse, there were many devices, so it wasn't difficult to build a dungeon. Unfortunately, they are all unusable. Not everyone has the ability to build a dungeon like the Raven camp. Okay, stop talking nonsense. You haven't rested all night. You should all catch up on your sleep. The auction will start in the afternoon. Ma Zi said in a deep voice. Each team member has 2 people in a room. Su Sisi has a single room of her own, while Chen Ping lives with Xiao Bai. After arriving at the room, Chen Ping looked at the information in the manual and gained a preliminary understanding of the auction house. Xiao Bai, stay in your room and don't go out. If there is any special situation, run to the room opposite and ask that young lady for help. Chen Ping said to Xiao Bai, who was chewing dried fish. Woo woo woo. Xiao Bai nodded. Immediately afterwards, Chen Ping found Su Sisi, who lived opposite. I'm going to be out for a while, please help me look after Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai. Who is Xiao Bai? Su Qianqian looked confused. He's in the same room with me. Oh, don't worry, Brother Dong, I'm here, no problem. Su Qianqian said confidently. Chen Ping took out a bottle of primary strength potion and handed it to Su Qianqian. Thank you. Brother Dong, this is so embarrassing. Su Qianqian said as she quickly took the primary strength potion, fearing that Chen Ping would go back on his word. You don't have to go out of your way to accompany her. When there's danger, just go over there. Okay. Su Sisi nodded, and her 2 ponytails bounced lively. Juba Pavilion is now very famous. Even people from the Lin family or the Chen family dare not cause trouble here. Chen Ping did this just to be on the safe side. Chen Ping put on a mask with a green face and fangs and walked to the central hall on the 3rd floor. "Hello, how can I help you?" A young woman in a white suit asked Chen Ping very politely. Chen Ping didn't say anything and took out Chen Xiaoqian's business card. "I'm sorry, I'll notify the people below and transfer you to the 4th floor." When the woman saw the business card, she was shocked and broke into a cold sweat on her back. The 4th underground floor is also a place for accommodation, but compared to the 3rd floor, it is more spacious and luxurious. The single rooms are as spacious as 20 to 30 square meters. Those who can step onto the 4th floor are carefully selected VIPs. They will enjoy various special services and are also provided with free meat. Further down is the 5th underground floor, where only high-ranking members of the Lin or Chen family are qualified to live. Not only are the facilities here complete, but it is also full of luxury. There are 6 underground floors, which are equivalent to 3 or 4 floors in height. It is spacious and magnificent. This is the venue for the auction. This is the end of Chen Ping's introduction to the auction. In fact, there are 7th and 8th floors underground, which are where the auction items are stored. "I'm not here to change rooms," Chen Ping said in a low voice. "Then what do you need?" "I'll prepare it right away." Exchange auction points and get a detailed introduction to all the items in this auction, Chen Ping said in a slow and soft voice. "The auction points will not be redeemed until this afternoon, but you are a super member, so you can enjoy early redemption. I will take you there right away." Bite. The elevator exclusively for super members slowly opened, and under the guidance of the young woman, Chen Ping arrived at the 6th underground floor, which was the auction venue. This underground auction house has its own independent power supply system, and everything operates not much different from before the end of the world. "Manager, this gentleman wants to redeem points in advance." "He is a super member," the young woman quickly added. Wang Shi frowned slightly. So far, there were less than 20 super members of Juba Pavilion, and he remembered each one very clearly, including their figure and temperament. A person's appearance is easy to disguise, but temperament cannot. Wang Shi was able to become one of the managers of Juba Pavilion because knowing people is the most basic ability. "Are you the super member invited by young Master Xiaoqian?" Wang Shi asked cautiously. This matter cannot be taken lightly. Even if it offends some big shot, he has to bite the bullet and get to the bottom of it. Otherwise, if a fake member appears, he will lose more than just his life. Wang Shi carefully checked the business card and found no problems. "Sir, please follow me." After saying that, Wang Shi bowed and took Chen Ping to the southeast corner of the hall, where there was a luxuriously decorated room. In the room, 5 old men with white hair and beards were looking at the turntables in their hands. "Sir, you can exchange any valuable items for auction points here. Auction points can be used to purchase items at any auction house affiliated with Juba Pavilion." Although this information was written in great detail in the auction brochure, Wang Shi still repeated it dutifully. "How many points can these be exchanged for?" Chen Ping took out nearly 3,000 white turntables from the space stone. So much. Wang Shi has been working in Juba Pavilion for nearly 2 months and has seen a lot of the world. But Chen Ping is definitely the first person who can take out so many turntables at once. Even those big families may not dare to carry so many turntables with them. In fact, these are not all of Chen Ping's scarlet turntables. There are more than 50 top-quality turntables that have not been taken out. This was the most stressful time for Wang Shi since he became the Binhai regional manager. In this area, the only force that can be so powerful is the Chen family. If you count the Lin family not far away, there are only 2 families that can do this. He is definitely not a member of the Chen family. The Lin family sent Lin Tianzi this time, and he is definitely not Lin Tianzi. Wang Shi was full of doubts, but he tried his best to appear calm on the surface. "Sir, the prizes on each wheel are different and of different values. We will conduct the most careful review. Since there are many wheels, the waiting time may be longer. What drinks or food do you need? I'll go prepare them." No need. Yes. Wang Shi replied respectfully. There is a VIP lounge inside. I'll be waiting outside. If you need anything, you can call me anytime. Wang Shi bowed and walked out. Bang. As soon as he closed the door, Wang Shi immediately opened the scarlet bracelet. Notify the young master that a super member with an extremely mysterious identity is redeeming points. Please ask him to come over to verify. Inside the room, Chen Ping entered the VIP lounge. Master, that guy contacted some young master. Xiaohei's thoughts came back. Xiaohei, you keep watch at the door. If anyone comes, notify me. It's best to confirm how many people are coming and their strength. If we don't give the insects grass to eat, they will still work for us. Xiaohei was a little emotional. That's easy. I'll pull some weeds for you when we get out. The grass I'm talking about is not grass, it's a level 3 scarlet beast. Don't worry, I will definitely take you there. Let's grow some meat first. You've already lied to me once. Master, here come the people. There are 5 of them in total, and their strength. 4 of them are noobs. Seeing someone approaching in the distance, Xiaohei immediately became serious. However, he was not clear about the strength division of humans. Based on his intuition, he knew that the strength of these 4 people was similar to that of the blood demon lord he killed last night. And Chen Ping's evaluation of the blood demon lord last night was that he was a dishonest person. I understand, you stay outside. Chen Ping and Xiaohei had a good connection, so he naturally understood what it meant. Shen Xiaoqian walked to the door of the VIP room and knocked on the door 3 times. Enter. Chen Ping cleared his throat, waited for 4 or 5 seconds, and replied. Immediately afterwards, Shen Xiaoqian opened the door lightly and walked in alone. So it's Brother Erdong. Shen Xiaoqian grinned, as if he and Chen Ping had been friends for many years. I guessed that you would definitely come. I'm just a nobody. Brother Shen invites you so kindly, so naturally I don't dare to neglect. Brother Erdong has promoted me. You are here to give me face. The 2 of them exchanged meaningless polite words. In Chen Ping's opinion, this was a waste of time, so he asked directly, what good things are there in this auction? Brother Erdong, don't worry. These are the 10 most important items in this auction. The last 3 items are all at the bottom of the box. They were auctioned in other areas before, but no one could afford the price, so the auction failed. Shen Xiaoqian took out a piece of white paper with pictures and annotations on it. The first 7 items are 2 blue premium carousels, 2 blue quality weapons, 1 blue quality armor, and 1 scarlet coin. The last 3 items were a herb, a scarlet beast egg, and a blue quality talent. Although the scarlet apocalypse has been coming for more than 100 days, blue quality talents are still rare. As for red talents, apart from Chen Ping, only Lin Ruoyun and Chen An each have 1. Juba Pavilion is really generous, you can get all these things. Even for the reborn Chen Ping, the items in this auction opened his eyes. The eggs of the scarlet beast alone are usually produced in the scarlet secret realm. It is almost impossible to encounter them in the scarlet wilderness. Originally, Chen Ping just used the white garbage scarlet carousel to exchange some points and wanted to buy some carousels with life potions. But after seeing the specific auction items, Chen Ping immediately changed his mind. He wanted to redeem as many auction points as possible, at least to win the blue wheel, the scarlet coin, and the herb. Secondly, the blue quality talent was also good, and finally the scarlet beast's egg was also very tempting. Anyway, try your best to take as many pictures as possible. This is our purchase price list. Shen Xiaoqian took out another form. By the way, we can also take photos on behalf of you. If the transaction is successful, the handling fee is 5%. Brother Erdong is a super member I invited. The auction handling fee is 3%. In addition to the auction, you can enjoy a 30% discount on all items in the treasure pavilion. Thank you, Brother Shen. Brother Erdong, you're welcome. In this auction, there are also some special auctions open to super members. Shen Xiaoqian said in a low voice. Chen Ping looked at Shen Xiaoqian, I wonder what's there. The Scarlet Banshee, especially the one in this auction, is definitely the best of the best. Scarlet Banshee, Chen Ping frowned slightly. Even after he was reborn, he had never heard of such a scarlet beast. It's a human with a good appearance, injected with some medicine, and some of the scarlet beast's blood. It's one of 10,000. Whether it's beauty or skills in all aspects, it can't be seen before the end of the world. Besides, it's guaranteed to be first-hand. Shen Xiaoqian said with a smile. Only this? Chen Ping asked. Well, if Brother Erdong is not interested in women, we also have scarlet male demons, young meat type ones, and muscle-toned male types. No matter what your taste, you can find the right one. Shen Xiaoqian said confidently. Chen Ping nodded. No matter what the background of this world is, human nature is the same, regardless of skin or gender. Where there is good there is evil, and where there is light there is darkness. Even in the last days, it is nothing more than money and power, sex and lust. After getting the information about the auction items, Chen Ping had achieved his goal and stopped wasting time with Shen Xiaoqian. I've been traveling all night and I'm a little tired. I want to rest first. No problem, I'll arrange a presidential suite for you. No need, just the previous room will do. Oh, I understand, keep a low profile. After these points are tallied, I will directly transfer them to your super membership card. Then you can just swipe the card directly at the auction. Shen Xiaoqian nodded. Okay. Chen Ping stood up slowly, and Shen Xiaoqian personally sent him out. Ah. When did the flies get in here? Shen Xiaoqian suddenly saw a black insect the size of a thumb lying on the wall. You are a fly, your whole family is a fly, and I am a Zerg. A Zerg? Idiot, and *UN %UN hashtag. Xiao He went crazy. He doesn't understand what you are saying. Chen Ping had no expression on his face as he passed by. Master, can I kill him? Xiao He shook his wings. Not for the time being. Wait until the auction is over. If you want, that's fine. Chen Ping replied. Crack. Several big men hit Xiao He with electric fly swatters. Chen Ping had already walked far away at this time. Xiao He was a level 3 scarlet worm after all, and these people combined were no match for him, so he was not worried. Oh, it's so crispy and numb, so refreshing. Chen Ping felt Xiao He's thoughts and staggered, almost falling down. Good guy, you still have this habit. I didn't, master, don't talk nonsense. Xiao He flew up. Follow that Shen Xiaoqian first. If he makes any moves, let me know. The 3rd level Scarlet Beast. Don't worry, this auction is over, I guarantee you will be indispensable. Soon, Chen Ping returned to the double room on the 3rd floor. Bang. After closing the door, Chen Ping first took out all the remaining scarlet turntables from the space stone. 43 white scarlet turntables, 16 green scarlet turntables, and 1 blue scarlet turntable. These were all found on Lin Tianzi. In addition, there were also a few scarlet coins. As for the Blood Demon Lord, he was just a poor guy. However, a savage, who was similar to Xiaobai was found on the armored vehicle of the Scarlet Church. According to Chen Ping's judgment, it is most likely Bai Yu's sister. So, he asked Xue Na to drive the armored vehicle back. As for how to deal with it, Chen Ping had not figured it out yet. Maybe he could make a deal with Bai Yu. Chen Ping turned his gaze back to the scarlet turntable in front of him. The 22 white scarlet carousels all contain primary life potions, and the rest are some green quality weapons and props. These are the best ones selected from more than 3,000 white carousels. Chen Ping looked at Shen Xiaoqian's price list. The price of green weapons was much higher than that of white turntables. Even though this was a top-quality white turntable, the price was kept very low. After some calculations, he was ready to pull out the weapons on the white turntable and exchange them for points. In the green carousel, there are 2 intermediate life potions, and the rest are green quality space stones and talents, which are of little use to Chen Ping. After all, he already has red talents. Even if he learns new talents, he has no resources to upgrade. These green garbage talents can also be exchanged for a lot of points. And this only blue turntable is the best thing Chen Ping found from Lin Tianzi. Please specify the reward item. 1. Intermediate Rage Potion. 2. Advanced heavy armored vehicles. 3. 100 cattle, adult. 4. Rainbow fart sniper rifle. 5. Portable grill. 6. Survival guide comic book. 7. Advanced life potion. 7. Advanced life potion. The turntables that Chen Ping left for himself were all top-quality ones, but the prerequisite for drawing them was lifespan. Fortunately, there is an advanced life potion, otherwise I wouldn't be able to draw so many times. The combined lifespan of all life potions is 220 years, and it takes 233 years to draw all the dials. After using it, Chen Ping has 42 years and 356 days left to live. I looked at the time. It was already past 6 in the morning. The auction would start at 4 in the afternoon, but the official start would be at 6 or 7. The finale items would not be taken out until at least 8 or 9. Chen Ping put everything into the space stone and then fell into a deep sleep. It was not until more than 5 hours later that Chen Ping suddenly shuddered and opened his eyes. He had never had a deep sleep since his rebirth, but this time he slept particularly deeply. Hoo. Chen Ping suddenly felt something hairy rubbing against his armpit. Looking down, I saw Xiaobai lying there, sleeping soundly like a kitten. Chen Ping lay quietly, not wanting to disturb Xiaobai. Brother Dong, get up and eat." Duan Zixuan's voice echoed throughout the corridor. The magical voice made everyone remember Brother Dong. Even Xiaobai, who was lying in Chen Ping's arms, was awakened. Wow. Xiaobai was so frightened when he saw himself lying on Chen Ping that he almost jumped up. He quickly moved to the corner and curled up into a ball. "It's okay. No matter what happened in the past, it's all in the past. As long as you listen to me, no one will bully you anymore, and you won't." Bang, bang, bang. Before Chen Ping could finish his words, there was a knock on the closed door, which scared Xiaobai again. Brother Dong, it's time for more food. Juba Pavilion will give us an extra floor." Duan Zixuan was halfway through his words when Chen Ping opened the door. In an instant, a murderous aura swept over, and the meat in Duan Zixuan's hand fell directly to the ground. Bang. Duan Zixuan grabbed the door handle without hesitation and closed the door of Chen Ping's room. "Duanzi, what's wrong?" Yixinga walked out of the room. "No. It's okay. I wanted to call Brother Dong to eat." Alas, Brother Dong is such an adult, but he still gets grumpy when he wakes up. Duan Zixuan pulled Yixinga and walked towards their room. "Oh. Hey. Duanzi, why is your crotch wet? This place is so stuffy, it's so hot that I'm sweating all over my crotch." After noon, more and more people entered the Juba Pavilion. Chen Ping placed the super membership card of Juba Pavilion right on top of the scarlet bracelet. Juba super membership card. Type, recording tool. Quality, superior green. Introduction, it can be used in any region's Juba Pavilion and enjoy the highest discount. Remaining points, 10086. More than 3,000 white turntables in exchange for more than 10,000 points. Chen Ping frowned slightly. Although those turntables are garbage, the points redeemed are too few, with an average of only 3 or 4 points per turntable. At this auction, the starting prices of the 3 items at the bottom of the box are all 50,000. Chen Ping walked to the 6th underground floor alone. "Hello, sir, how can I help you?" Wang Shi immediately walked forward when he saw Chen Ping wearing a green mask. "I want to redeem some more points." "Okay, I'll take you there right away." Wang Shi did not dare to be negligent in the slightest. At this time, 300 to 500 people had gathered in the hall on the 6th floor. Seeing Wang Shi being so respectful to the men with the green mask, they couldn't help but look at Chen Ping. Damn, Manager Wang is so respectful. "Shenga, who is that man? He looks familiar." Duan Zixuan, wearing a black robe and a shit yellow mask, asked Yixinga in front of him. "I don't have X-ray vision, so how do I know who that guy is?" Yixinga glanced at Duan Zixuan with some impatience. Duan Zixuan kept asking questions as he walked, and every time he called out his name directly. "And don't call me Shenga." Now that I know my name, what's the point of wearing this mask? Okay, Shenga. Duan Zixuan nodded seriously. There's no need for both of you to wear masks. Who can recognize you too? Li Shan was not wearing a black robe or a mask. He was standing carefree in the lobby on the 6th floor. Brother Shan, where is Captain Motzi? Duan Zixuan asked. Go exchange points. What about Dong brother? He seemed to be sleeping. I didn't see him come out. Li Shan replied. Alas, if there is a girl in my room, she doesn't have to be pretty, just a female will do, I won't come out. Yishinga shook his head. I feel bored too. I just checked and found that the things we have are not worth even 10 points. We can't even buy an electric cup. Duan Zixuan sighed. Look at how capable you are. I've heard that there are many top-quality items in Juba Pavilion. After the auction is over tonight, I'll take you to be a real man for once. I'll treat you. Yishinga said generously. I always felt that there was someone missing in the team, and then I realized where Vice Captain Shui was. Duan Zixuan suddenly asked. You just found out? When I got off the car this morning, I discovered that Deputy Captain Shui Na was missing, but Ma Zi didn't say anything, and Brother Dong didn't say anything either. Who dares to ask? Yishinga said in a low voice. Last night, it was Brother Dong who was driving the car, and Deputy Captain Shui Na was sitting in the passenger seat. Could it be? Duan Zixuan began to imagine. Don't think nonsense, don't talk nonsense, and don't implicate me. Yishinga said as he distanced himself from Duan Zixuan. At the same time, Chen Ping, led by Wang Shi, had already entered the VIP room where points were redeemed. This was a place exclusive to super members. How many points can I exchange for this? Chen Ping casually took out a space stone. Chen Ping pulled 2 out of the carousel in the morning. He already had 1, and found a total of 3 from Lin Tingzhang and Lin Tianzi. Currently, 1 space stone is enough for Chen Ping. However, he plans to keep 2 and use the remaining 4 in exchange for points if the price is acceptable. According to the price list provided by Shen Xiaoqian, the recycling price of a space stone is 5,000 points. In the early days of the end of the world, these things were very rare, and auctions like the Juba Pavilion often had to transport items, so space stones were needed the most. Therefore, the price of space stones is much more expensive than other props of the same quality, and they will not be auctioned. Sir, this is a green quality space stone. Our most recent purchase price is 5,000 points. Wang Shi said cautiously. Only 5,000. Forget it, it's too little. Chen Ping shook his head and put away the space stone. Sir, we are open for business, everything is negotiable, what is your expected price? 7,000. Chen Ping answered firmly. This is a bit too high. Although the output of space stones is not very high now, 7,000 points is still too many. Moreover, with my authority, I cannot offer you such a high price. Wang Shi looked bitter. So how much can you mention at most? 5,005. Wang Shi replied. 6,000 for 1. If you don't want it, I'll keep it for myself. Well, you are a super member of Juba Pavilion, so 6,000 will be fine. Wang Shi gritted his teeth. I just like to do business with straightforward people. Chen Ping showed a smile on his face and took out 3 space stones. This, sir, you still have so many. Wang Shi widened his eyes. If there was only 1, he could barely raise the price by 1,000 to buy it. After all, this thing was really rare. Apart from forces like Juba Pavilion and the Lin family, no one could come up with 2 or 3 space stones at once. But Chen Ping took out 4 by himself. Gulp. Wang Shi made a swallowing motion and was even more shocked in his heart. How many people did he kill? And they must all be very powerful. Wang Shi thought to himself, after all, no one could get so many space stones by just drawing the turntable, that luck was really too terrible. He was indeed right, but only half right. I remember Xiaoqian told me that Juba Pavilion is based on trust. Manager Wang just said it, you won't want to go back on it, right? Chen Ping looked unhappy. No, that's not what I meant. I'll exchange points for you right away. Wang Shi wiped the sweat from his forehead. Wait a moment. Chen Ping's words made Wang Shi stagnate. Sir, your orders. See how many points this is worth. Chen Ping took out a piece of silver armor. Just one thing. Wang Shi asked cautiously. Yeah. Chen Ping nodded. 2,000. Wang Shi replied. According to Shen Xiaoqian's price list, the maximum price of this armor is about 1,890, and Wang Shi can give it 2,000, which Chen Ping thinks is very reasonable. Wow. Chen Ping took out a bunch of protective gear and weapons in one breath, including robes, long swords, sniper rifles, etc. Sir, you won't say, just one thing. Yes, there is only one piece of silver armor, and there are many others. Chen Ping nodded. This. I won't bargain with you for these. Just treat them all as 2,000 points. Just consider it as a loss. After all, I know Xiaoqian. Chen Ping was very generous. Wang Shi wiped his forehead again. If he accepted all these things, he would lose at least 5,000 or 6,000 points. It was unknown whether he could keep his position as a manager. Sir, I need to report to the pavilion master first. Wang Shi answered tremblingly. Please hurry up, I have something else to do. Chen Ping frowned slightly. Yes. Wang Shi bowed and stepped out quickly. Jincheng Juba Pavilion, the 9th floor underground, which is the real last floor, Shen Xiaoqian is already sweating profusely. Ba bang bang. You damn fly, I don't believe it. I can't kill you today. Shen Xiaoqian took an electronic racket and chased Xiaohe throughout the room. Can't hit, hey, idiot, I'm here. Hey, I just can't hit. Xiaohe's movements were very agile, and he suddenly felt that walking Shen Xiaoqian was more interesting than killing him. Pavilion master. Wang Shi was at the door and knocked on the door. What's wrong? Shen Xiaoqian asked angrily. That gentleman is here again and wants to exchange points. Then change it for him. But his price is a bit high. Wang Shi replied. Let me take a look. Shen Xiaoqian took a deep breath, put down the electronic racket, and took the list from Wang Shi. 4 pieces of space stone. Where did he come from? Shen Xiaoqian was a little surprised. There are only 8 space stones in the entire Juba Pavilion, and they used the power of the Shen Chamber of Commerce to find them for 2 months. 6,000 points is indeed a bit expensive, but it's still acceptable. Juba Pavilion is now at the most critical stage of its development. For some things, the higher the premium, the higher it will be. Where are the armors and weapons below? Wang Shi asked. Accept it as it is. With his strength, he will definitely become our most important customer in the future. There is no need to offend this potential stock for some petty profits. Shen Xiaoqian waved his hand. By the way, remove everyone who is monitoring him and the Ironwood camp team to avoid causing resentment. Shen Xiaoqian quickly warned. Understood. Wang Shi bowed and retreated. In the room, Shen Xiaoqian no longer chased Xiaohe, but looked at Xiaohe lying on the ceiling, frowning slightly, lost in thought. You're not sent here by Erdong, are you? Isn't this a bit outrageous? Shen Xiaoqian had a creepy feeling. A few minutes later, Wang Shi returned to the VIP room where Chen Ping was. Sir, everything will be recycled according to the previous price. I will calculate the points for you right away. Wang Shi still maintained a respectful attitude. Wait a moment. Chen Ping raised his hand and took out 3 more scrolls. They are all green talents. Although they are quite satisfactory, they can also be greatly improved for ordinary people. Chen Ping threw the 3 talent scrolls directly on the coffee table. Wang Shi hurried forward to check, and it was indeed quite standard, worth only about 2,001 or 200 points at most. 6,500 points and 3 scrolls, what do you think? Wang Shi did not hesitate for too long. Okay. Chen Ping nodded. After statistics, including the more than 10,000 points before, Chen Ping's super membership card has accumulated more than 100,000 points. If there is no competition, the 2 finale lots could be won, but the possibility of this is really too low. We have to find a way to get more points. Chen Ping thought about it and walked out of the VIP room. In the lobby on the 6th floor, more and more people came. Ma Zi and others had already found a seat. There are still a few hours before the auction officially begins. On the platform in the center of the hall, a dozen sexy beauties in skimpy clothes were dancing passionately. Boom boom boom. There was a gentle knock on Chen Ping's door. The door is unlocked. Chen Ping had just returned to his room and was lying on the bed, looking at the list of items for the auction. Brother Dong. There's a show in the hall downstairs, don't you want to go and see it? Susie opened the door and stuck her head in. Let's wait and see, it doesn't seem to be interesting. Chen Ping said casually. Brother Dong, what is that in your hand? Can I see it? Su Qianqian walked into the house curiously. Lots list. Chen Ping handed the list to Su Sisi. The manual that Juba Pavilion gave to everyone did not introduce the 10 items, just to preserve the sense of mystery. In fact, this is not an important secret. After all, it will be revealed in a few hours. Chen Ping was still a little confused about Su Qianqian in front of him, and wanted to find out her background. Do you want to buy anything? Chen Ping asked tentatively. What's wrong? Su Sisi stared at the list with her eyes fixed, her face turned pale, and her body even began to tremble. Dong, brother Dong, is this list real? Su Qianqian suddenly raised her head and looked at Chen Ping. Chen Ping was slightly stunned, only to see Su Sisi's ponytails moving in the wind and her big watery eyes already bloodshot. It should be true. It was the first time that Chen Ping saw Su Sisi so excited, and he instantly felt a very dangerous feeling. I want that egg. After Su Sisi finished speaking, she stood up suddenly and was about to rush out aggressively. Wait a moment. Chen Ping reacted quickly and grabbed Su Qianqian's hand. Brother Dong. I'll get it no matter what. 2 lines of red tears appeared on Su Sisi's cute face. Calm down first. Chen Ping said in a deep voice. Even if you are very powerful and there is no one in the entire Juba Pavilion who can rival you, as long as it is not a normal transaction, you cannot take anything away from here. Why? In the treasure pavilion, even the cheapest items will be placed in a safe box. That safe box is easy to open, but it has a self-destruct device inside. As long as you take it away forcibly, any items below red quality will be destroyed directly. Chen Ping explained seriously. What about those above red quality? Su Qianqian asked coldly as she stood at the door. Items of red quality and above will not appear here. Chen Ping replied. Then there is no egg here. Su Sisi was slightly stunned. Yes, to be exact, the 3 items that will be the highlight of the night are not here. If it is bought by someone else, you can go to the headquarters of Juba Pavilion to pick it up, or you can have someone from Juba Pavilion escort it to the human activity area designated by the bidder. It is still the early days of the Scarlet Apocalypse, and there are too many unexpected events. For items like the one at the top of the treasure pavilion, everyone is worried that someone will kill them to steal the treasure. Moreover, Juba Pavilion itself does not want such a thing to happen, as it also concerns the reputation of Juba Pavilion. Who would be willing to attend an auction where even their life is not guaranteed? Juba Pavilion has indeed put a lot of effort into protecting bidders' information. Brother Dong, that egg is really important to me. Can you help me think of a solution? According to my understanding, the starting price for this finale Scarlet Beast egg is 50,000 points. Do you know the concept of 50,000 points? I can't even get 100 points with all my body. Chen Ping shook his head helplessly. Then, what should we do then? Su Qianqian stomped her feet, her breathing became rapid, her chest heaving violently, and her tender hands tightly grasped the corner of her clothes, rubbing them non-stop. Do you have anything valuable on you? For example, the scales of a 2-headed black snake. Chen Ping asked in a low voice. Snake scales. I gave them to you last time, and I don't have any more. Su Qianqian looked at Chen Ping with tears in her eyes. Chen Ping was so soft-hearted that he said with great sorrow, Alas, there is nothing I can do to help you. His expression seemed to be even sadder than Su Cici's. Thank you, Brother Dong. You have helped me a lot. I will ask someone else to think of a solution. Su Qianqian prepared to go out again. Who are you going to see? One of my elders. How long will it take to be back? I don't know where she is. It may take a few years. Su Cici said, like a deflated balloon. The day lily is cold, and even if the egg isn't smelly, it's been fried into an omelette. I haven't had fried eggs for a long time. Chen Ping touched his chin. Wow. After hearing what Chen Ping said, Su Qianqian couldn't hold back any longer and burst into tears loudly. Xiaobai, who was curled up in the corner, shivered again. Crying won't solve the problem. What should we do then? Think about it again, is there really nothing valuable left? Chen Ping didn't believe that a person who could take out the scales of a two-headed black snake would not have other valuable items on him. I only have this, but I can't sell it. This was sewn for me by Mother Wu herself. Su Cici took out a pendant similar to a sachet. The sachet looks exquisite and simple, with intricate patterns embroidered on it, as if encompassing the stars and the universe. A light and long-lasting fragrance then spread. Chen Ping felt that this fragrance seemed to be able to penetrate people's hearts and awaken the tranquility and beauty deep in their hearts. Woo-woo. Xiaobai in the corner looked at the sachet obsessively and even knelt down devoutly. Chen Ping had lived for 2 lifetimes, but he had never seen or heard of such a treasure. He suspected that the Su Cici in front of him was not the same Su Cici he had heard of before his rebirth. Cici, let's put it this way. If that egg is really important to you, I'll think of a way to help you take a picture of it. However, you have to keep it with me first. When you can pay me back the points I used to buy the scarlet beast egg, I will immediately return this treasure to you. Really? Su Qianqian's eyes widened. When have I ever lied to you? And I will never charge you any interest. As long as it's something of equal value, it will be fine. Chen Ping nodded. He did not lie to Su Cici. It was obvious that this thing was not an ordinary thing, especially that witch mother mentioned by Su Cici, which made Chen Ping feel fearful. Proposing an exchange is also a favor to Su Cici, and at the same time, I want to study the usage of this thing, maybe it can save my life at a critical moment. Even if Su Cici redeems it after a while, I still won't get any compensation. Brother Dong. I really don't know how to thank you. Here you go. No, you don't have any points, right? Su Qianqian frowned slightly. We are all friends who share weal and woe. I must help you even if it means going through fire and water. Where do you get the points? I'll get it for you even if I sell my kidneys and meat. Brother Dong. Are your kidneys so valuable? Su Qianqian became even more confused. Actually, I know the owner of Juba Pavilion, and he gave me this list of items. I can borrow some points from him. Chen Ping continued to deceive. Master. They got the egg. Su Qianqian was furious. Cici, don't be so impulsive. In fact, many things in Juba Pavilion are bought on behalf of others, and they charge some handling fees. This scarlet beast egg belongs to someone else, and it has nothing to do with Juba Pavilion. Chen Ping was talking nonsense. He was just worried that Su Cici would cause some trouble. Oh, Brother Dong, I'm counting on you. If you have any problems in the future, just tell me. I can climb volcanoes and dive into seas of swords. What's the word behind it? It's nothing, I just know what you mean. Yeah. Su Cici nodded, her 2 ponytails bouncing lively, and her mood instantly improved a lot. I'm going to find the pavilion master of Juba Pavilion now. Please wait here for me. Okay, thank you Brother Dong. Su Qianqian watched Chen Ping leave with gratitude. Hee, Brother Dong is such a good person. Woo woo woo. Xiaobai also nodded in agreement. Chen Ping found Wang Shi again with ease and went to the 6th floor to redeem points. The starting price of the Scarlet Beast egg was 50,000 points. Because the price was too high, it failed to sell many times. Normally, with Chen Ping's current points, it would be enough to bid for the 2 finale items. However, to be on the safe side, Chen Ping decided to prepare more points. How many points does this primary potion cost? Chen Ping took out a bottle of berserk potion. Excuse me sir, how many bottles do you have? Wang Shi asked cautiously. Not many, only about 70 or 80 bottles. Chen Ping replied. During this period, whenever Chen Ping had free time, he would make elementary potions. After all, the raw materials for this kind of potion were not rare. Lin Tingzhang had accumulated a lot in his space stone, and the blood spider Chen Ping also collected a lot during the beast tide. Chen Ping has an average of 130 to 140 bottles of each of the 5 primary medicines. If he takes out 70 to 80 bottles, the remaining ones will be enough for him to use for a long time. This kind of primary potion only plays a relatively important role in the early stage of the Scarlet Apocalypse. Once the Scarlet Secret Realm arrives, the effect of the primary potion will be greatly reduced. At that time, the minimum configuration will require intermediate-level potions, or even advanced-level potions, to be effective. Therefore, Chen Ping decided to sell some of the primary medicines and exchange them for points first. How about 100 points? Wang Shi asked. This is a primary rage potion. Chen Ping said coldly. The recipe for the primary rage potion requires the addition of blood spiders, which are scarlet worms that are actually not easy to find. The reborn Chen Ping had rich experience, so he was able to find the blood spider cave. Later, perhaps because Chen Ping killed the 3rd-level blood spider, a large number of blood spiders besieged the Taima camp, allowing him to collect more blood spiders. Basic alchemy talent is rare, but not extremely rare. For example, the Chen family and the Lin family both have 1 or 2 alchemists with basic alchemy talent. The other potions are fine, but the berserk potion is really rare. The effect of the berserk potion is the most obvious among the 5 potions. So sir, what do you think is appropriate? 200. Chen Ping asked for a sky-high price. His actual psychological expectation was that he would be satisfied with about 113. Okay, then 200. Wang Shi nodded. 150, 200. Chen Ping wanted to bargain, but Wang Shi had already agreed readily, and he suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Ahem, please trouble manager Wang. Chen Ping cleared his throat to hide his embarrassment, then took out 100 bottles of berserk potion. Isn't it 70 or 80 bottles? Wang Shi widened his eyes. Chen Ping didn't say anything, but thought helplessly in his heart, 70 or 80 bottles cost 130, and you're already charging 200, so I can't sell them more. Crash. Chen Ping took out several hundred bottles of other medicines. These are elementary agility, recovery, and endurance potions. They're not as expensive as the rage potion, so let's just charge 100. This, okay. Wang Shi would rather lose several months' salary than have to deal with Chen Ping again. The potion, which was originally worth only 30,000 or 40,000 points, received a full 60,000 auction points after Chen Ping asked for a sky-high price. Sir, take care. Wang Shi respectfully saw Chen Ping off. Well, go ahead and get busy. I'll come to you next time when I need to exchange points. Chen Ping nodded with satisfaction. Wang Shi almost staggered and suddenly felt as if he was in excruciating pain. It was getting dark and the whole Jincheng had fallen silent. And located dozens of meters deep underground, the auction venue of Juba Pavilion was bustling with people. Take off another one. Looking at the passionate dancing on the stage, he blew a loud whistle and cheered loudly. Swish. In an instant, the entire venue darkened and the original noise gradually died down. The time is up so soon. I haven't seen enough. Duan Zixuan glanced at the time on the bracelet and suddenly felt bored. Yeah, I haven't seen enough. Yishenga said in a low voice. Half a minute later, the spotlight hanging from the 6th-floor ceiling suddenly lit up and shone towards the center of the stage. Under the spotlight, a woman attracted the attention of everyone present. She wore a tailor-made black dress that not only outlined her graceful figure, but also cleverly highlighted her extraordinary temperament. The black fabric has a low-key luster under the light, which is both mysterious and solemn. She raised her jade hand and gracefully picked up the auction hammer. She looked around with a smile and said in a clear voice, Dear distinguished guests, welcome to today's auction. Next, I will introduce to you the first item for auction tonight. Her waist is slender, yet has just the right sense of strength, swaying gently with her movements, exuding an invisible charm. This is a blue-quality scarlet turntable. It contains 400 random prizes. There is a 0.25% chance of winning a blue-quality armor piece called red scale armor. There is still a 0.25% chance to draw a blue-quality talent, advanced vehicle mastery, which is a must-have skill for hunting in the wild. There is a 0.5% chance of getting a blue-quality reward. It is definitely the best among the blue-quality wheels. The woman introduced the first item to be auctioned, and everyone's attention shifted from the woman to the blue turntable. There is a 0.5% chance of drawing a blue-quality reward, which is indeed a relatively high probability of winning among the many blue-quality turntables. But if you actually go to the lottery, you almost never win a blue-quality reward. Its value is far less than the items that have been drawn. The starting price for the blue-quality scarlet turntable is 1,000 points. Each bid increase must not be less than 100 points. Please start bidding. After the woman finished speaking, she turned to look at the projection screen behind her. Anyone who participates in the Juba Pavilion auction will be given a bidding device. Those who want to bid can simply enter the price. Only the manager or owner of Juba Pavilion knows who is bidding. On the empty screen, the numbers jumped rapidly and soon reached 1,900 points. In fact, there are not many people in this area who can participate in the auction, including the Lin family, the Chen family, and the remaining 2 secondary camps. Of course, there are also some lone wolves in the wilderness who, if they are extremely lucky, can accumulate some fortune, but such people are rare, only 1 in a million. Chen Ping sat among the crowd, somewhat uninterested. It's not that he hadn't thought about bidding on the blue turntable, then drawing the blue quality prize himself, and finally selling it to Juba Pavilion to make a profit. But the possibility of exposing one's abilities in this way is too great. He can sell some important resources to Juba Pavilion, but he cannot let Juba Pavilion know the origins of these resources. In this way, it is difficult for the other party to associate his abilities with his. At most, they will think that he is a cruel and ruthless person who always kills people and steals treasures. Besides, the blue quality reward is just average, and the price difference is not enough for Chen Ping to take the risk. About an hour later, the woman walked off the stage and was replaced by a middle-aged man to continue the bidding. Just when Chen Ping was drowsy, a green-quality weapon suddenly caught his eye. This is a medium to long-range pistol. It can easily kill a level 1 scarlet beast, and it can also cause some damage to a level 2 scarlet beast. It's easy to carry and has powerful attack power. The only drawback is that it needs to be charged after every 5 attacks, which takes about 3 minutes. The starting price for this green quality pistol is 200 points. Each bid increase must not be less than 10 points. Please start bidding. After his rebirth, Chen Ping recognized at a glance that it was a pulse pistol. If it can be upgraded to blue quality, you can definitely kill people in the Scarlet Secret Realm below level A. In Chen Ping's previous life, in the 4th year of the Scarlet Apocalypse, he killed a member of the Scarlet Church and found a blue quality pulse pistol. I originally wanted to save some resources and upgrade it to red quality. After saving for a year, when I was still short of a few scarlet coins, I was stabbed to death by Lin Ruoyun in the back. If used properly, the burst damage of a green quality pulse pistol is no weaker than that of an ordinary blue quality firearm. But most people now don't know this pulse pistol, let alone use it. Everyone looked at the screen and felt that spending 200 points in exchange for a green quality weapon was a bit like cutting leeks. 200 points once. 200 points twice. Unsuccessful auctions are a common occurrence in the Juba Pavilion, and the price given by the appraisers is only more than 100 points. Normally, it is not enough to qualify for the auction. But Chen Xiaoqian always felt that this weapon was unusual, so he forcibly stuffed it into the bidding item. 200 points and 3. Before the auctioneer dropped the hammer, the number on the screen jumped and became 201. Holy crap, is that true? Someone really bought this. A green quality weapon is sold for 200 points, and there are still people who take advantage of it. This must be the stupid son of some landlord. Duan Zixuan said confidently while looking at the big screen. His father will be so angry to death with such a prodigal son. Yishinga also nodded in agreement. Bang. The auction hammer fell, and Chen Ping successfully bought the green weapon. In Juba Pavilion, all auctioned items will be privately sold to the bidders by the auction house staff after the auction. This is also a form of protection for the bidders. Everyone felt that it was a huge loss to buy a green pistol for more than 200 points. But for Chen Ping, who has hundreds of thousands of points, this is nothing. On the 9th floor underground, Shen Xiaoqian was sitting in the office, looking through the account books. The bidding was already halfway through, and Wang Shi gave the factual data to Shen Xiaoqian. How was the effect? It's not very good, the transaction rate is less than 30%. Wang Shi replied. So low. Shen Xiaoqian was a little surprised. Pavilion Master, I checked the membership list again and found no one from the Lin family. Did they send gloves here? Shen Xiaoqian asked. Many forces or big shots often do not attend such auctions in person, but instead let some gloves in the middle do the bidding on their behalf in order to hide themselves. It's unlikely. I received news a few days ago. The Lin family sent Lin Tianzi here this time. Maybe there was some accident on the way. Wang Shi guessed. After the auction, you sent someone to investigate. Yes. Sir, did you buy anything? Shen Xiaoqian continued to ask. I just bought a green quality pistol for the time being. Wang Shi replied. Green quality, pistol. Shen Xiaoqian frowned slightly. You continue to keep an eye on the auction house. If you have any news, report it to me immediately. Yes, Pavilion Master. Wang Shi withdrew respectfully. At around 9 o'clock in the evening, the bidding reached its climax. 3 pieces of blue quality armor and weapons were auctioned for a high price of 6,000 points. One of them was bought by the Chen family. Although the Chen family was severely damaged in this beast tide, a lean camel is still bigger than a horse, and the family assets are still very strong. The remaining 2 pieces were each bought by 2 secondary camps in Binhai. There were 2 blue turntables, one was not sold and the other was bought by someone else. Soon, it was the 4th to last item, the scarlet coin. The manual that Chen Ping saw introduced that the scarlet coin was dropped by scarlet beasts above level 2, with an extremely low drop rate. The usage and location were not marked, and the quantity was not marked. Chen Ping subconsciously thought it was 1. As a result, 20 pieces were directly displayed on the big screen in the void. Chen Ping now only has 4 left in his hand. At this time, the female auctioneer who appeared at the beginning of the auction came back on stage. This round, coin-like object has an unclear purpose for the time being, but it is extremely rare. In more than 2 months, we have only been able to obtain 20 pieces. In the game Scarlet Apocalypse, items similar to this can be used to upgrade talents and weapons. We guess that this one also has similar functions, but we don't know how to use it yet. 20 coin items, sold as a whole set, starting price 10,000 points, each bid increase must not be less than 1,000 points. When the woman said the price, she also felt that it was really high. After all, the purpose of this thing is unclear. At the same time, there was an uproar in the audience. Damn, are you crazy about money? These 20 red iron pieces cost 10,000 points. You don't even know how to use it, but you still sell it at such a high price, what a rip-off. You don't have to buy if you don't want to. No one is forcing you to buy, poor bastard. Hey, kid, watch your mouth, are you a shill for the treasure pavilion? Everyone, please be quiet. The quarrel among the crowd became more and more intense. The woman on the stage spoke slowly. Her voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone. The woman had seen similar situations many times, and these 20 coins and the beast egg had been unsold twice. Every time a bid was made, it would trigger heated discussions. This is the treasure pavilion. The prices of all the items are determined by professional appraisers after discussion. If anyone has any objections, they can raise them with us after the auction. But if you start a commotion during the auction, don't blame us at Juba Pavilion for being merciless. The woman stood on the stage, her imposing presence was so powerful that everyone quieted down. 10,000 points at a time. The woman began the countdown. Chen Ping looked at the screen, holding the bidding device in his hand. If it was the middle stage of the Scarlet Apocalypse, 10,000 points and 20 Scarlet coins would definitely be a huge loss. But it is still in the early stages and even the Scarlet Secret Realm has not yet arrived. 10,000 points to buy 20 Scarlet coins is just a normal price. 10,000 points twice. The woman spoke again. This item had already been sold at a low price twice and the owner of the pavilion showed no intention of lowering the price. In her opinion, it would definitely be sold at a low price again this time. 10,000 points. On the empty big screen, the number suddenly jumped to 11,000 points. There are idiots every day, but there are especially many today. This thing is useless. Why buy it? As a figurine. Indeed, it would be better to wait for the auction at 12 o'clock and bring back a few Scarlet Banshees. If you have this much money, why not get a Scarlet female demon? You can get a Scarlet male demon. It will definitely give you a better surprise than a female demon. What surprise? This thing can be understood but not expressed in words. As everyone was discussing in low voices, the woman on the stage had already been hammered down. The red coin that failed to be auctioned twice was actually sold. The women were a little bit incredulous. Half a minute later, the first item of the finale slowly appeared on the big screen in the void. In the lobby of Juba Pavilion on the 6th underground floor, a scarlet beast egg as white as jade appeared on the screen projected into the void. The eggshell is white with intricate black stripes on it, like a talisman. Chen Ping had seen similar scarlet beast eggs. In most cases, the more complex the runes were, the stronger the bloodline power of the unhatched scarlet beast was. It's the early days of the Scarlet Apocalypse now, and such a powerful scarlet beast has appeared. Chen Ping frowned slightly. At the same time, the woman on the stage also spoke slowly. This was found by the hunting team of the Flying Dragon camp in a deep pit in the ruins. According to the taster, it will hatch in 3 months at most. Moreover, the scarlet beast hatched from this scarlet beast egg must be extremely powerful. The scarlet beast egg of unknown quality, the starting price is 50,000 credits, and each bid increase must not be less than 1,000 credits. Please start bidding. Suddenly, the people in the audience started discussing in low voices again. If I could get hold of this unhatched scarlet beast egg and train it into a fighter, I could really dominate this Scarlet Apocalypse. Yes, the captain of the Dark Crow camp in Beanhai picked up a Dark Crow egg. In this beast tide, the Dark Crow camp suffered less losses than the Chen family. The captain was able to block the passage of 10,000 enemies. The main reason is that their camp is awesome. As soon as the Scarlet Apocalypse arrived, they started digging the underground camp. Now it's about 70 to 80 meters deep. The people in the camp are living a very comfortable life. However, this scarlet beast egg costs 50,000 points, which is too expensive. It's enough to lose everything for a chance to change my fate. But, so far, it seems that the only one who has really succeeded is the commander of the Dark Crow camp, Crow King Zhou Mo, right? Yes, a few people got scarlet beast eggs a while ago. As soon as the eggs hatched, the scarlet beast cubs, which were unable to stand steadily, swallowed the people who hatched them in one gulp. Well, I've heard a lot about this kind of thing. Hatching scarlet beast eggs is really too dangerous. It's a life-threatening situation. Not only will you have to go bankrupt, you'll also have to risk your life, and the success rate is even lower than getting a high-quality reward from the Scarlet Wheel. 59,000 points, once. On the stage, the woman struck the hammer. Chen Ping remained calm in the audience and had not raised the price yet. According to his guess, the only family qualified to bid for the scarlet beast egg was the Chen family. 59,000 points, second time. At this time, Chen Ping, with his arms around his chest, pressed the bidding device in his hand imperceptibly. The number on the screen jumped twice in succession. One time was Chen Ping's bid increase, and the other time was the bid increase by others. It seems like you're in conflict with me. Chen Ping's face remained calm. Brother Dong, what kind of person do you think would buy something like this? Duan Zixuan came over at some point. The landlord's stupid son. Chen Ping replied casually. What a big landlord he is. Duan Zixuan was a little envious. The numbers on the screen were also jumping rapidly until they reached 67,000, then they stopped. 67,000 points, once. A hint of surprise flashed across the woman's face. After all, this scarlet beast egg had already been unsold twice. Although the success rate of ordinary items today is only 30%, the second of these heavyweight high-priced items is about to be sold. 67,000 points, 3 times, deal. The final word. At the same time, Chen Ping also breathed a sigh of relief. Although the price was a little beyond Chen Ping's expectations, it was still within an acceptable range. This time, he had to ask Su Sisi for something worth at least 77,000 points, otherwise he would suffer a huge loss. At the same time, Su Qianqian, who was sitting not far away, looked at Chen Ping with hope on her face. Chen Ping nodded indifferently. Su Qianqian almost jumped up from her seat when she saw this, and she showed her joy without concealing it at all. This also attracted everyone's attention. That egg has nothing to do with me. I didn't buy it. Su Sisi blinked. But in everyone's eyes, this is just a case of trying to cover up one's own guilt. Fortunately, this silly girl didn't give me away. Chen Ping still had a blank expression on his face. After a brief disturbance, the auction continued. There are 2 most important items in tonight's auction. This red spiritual herb was found in an underground crack, and there are a large number of scarlet beasts guarding it. We, Juba Pavilion, united many forces and paid a heavy price in casualties before we were able to pick it. The woman explained the origin of the red herb on the screen. At the beginning of the scarlet apocalypse, too many unprecedented items appeared. Most people could not tell whether they were medicinal herbs or poisonous herbs, let alone their functions and effects. But Chen Ping, who was reborn, recognized it at a glance. It was the pearl red spirit grass. He once obtained a pill recipe in the Scarlet Secret Realm. It was made using 4 kinds of magical flowers and herbs. It was called blood pill, and this red magical herb was one of the raw materials. The effect of the blood pill is equivalent to an enhanced version of the advanced rage potion. Its effect can last for 7 days, and the effect of improving all attributes is several times that of the high-level rage potion. It has a similar effect to the purple quality, sacrifice. The specific situation depends on the quality of the elixir, and it has no side effects. The lowest quality of blood pill is red. To refine white and green quality pills, all you need is a cauldron and fire. To refine pills of blue quality or above, one needs a talent for mastering alchemy. This is completely different from the potion talent. The last item of this auction is a primary alchemy mastery scroll. Before this, Chen Ping had 160,000 points. You can bid for the scarlet coin with 10,000 points, and if there is no competition, you can get the 3 finale items. However, Chen Ping spent 67,000 points on the scarlet beast egg, and of the remaining 2 items, Chen Ping could only try his best to keep one. After thinking about it, Chen Ping decided to take the red spiritual grass first. This kind of herbal item rarely appears on the turntable and can only be found in underground cracks or in the Scarlet Secret Realm. It is something that can only be encountered by chance but not sought after. As for the basic alchemy talent, there is a chance of encountering a scarlet turntable of blue quality or above. Chen Ping can specify the prize, and as long as he touches the turntable, he can get the talent, which is relatively easier. 51,000 points, once. The woman glanced at the screen and felt a little strange. In the past, the best items were auctioned, but not many were sold today. But the things that always fail to sell are becoming easier to buy than the others. Those 20 red iron pieces of unknown use, the eggs of some unknown scarlet beast, and this unknown herb. Even the pistol that was least likely to be auctioned was bought today. 51,000 points, twice. The woman has already exceeded her target today. As soon as the hammer falls, she will be the first senior auctioneer of Juba Pavilion. 51,000 points, 3 times. Deal. An irrepressible smile appeared on the woman's face, stunning everyone in the audience. Chen Ping also slowly breathed a sigh of relief. At least he got this red spiritual grass at the lowest price. At this time, there were more than 30,000 points left in Chen Ping's super membership card, and the last item was destined to have nothing to do with him. The last lot is also the real star of the night. Blue quality primary alchemy talent. After possessing this talent, as long as I get the pill formula in the future, I can refine all kinds of top-level pills. This is the only scroll of alchemy talent in our treasure pavilion so far. As the woman spoke, Shen Xiaoqian's voice came from the earphones. The starting price is changed to 80,000. There was no change on the woman's face, and she continued to smile. The starting price for the blue quality junior alchemy talent scroll is 80,000 points. Each increase in price must not be less than 3,000 points. Please start bidding. As soon as this statement came out, the entire audience was in an uproar. Most of the people participating in the auction only had 1,000 or 2,000 points. The starting price of 80,000 had already eliminated 99% of the people. Even if Chen Ping had not taken the previous item, he would have hesitated for a long time when faced with the starting price of 80,000 yuan. 83,000 points. To Chen Ping's surprise, the numbers on the screen jumped. Lin Zetian was killed by Chen Ping, and the Chen family was severely damaged by the beast tide. Chen Ping did not expect that there would be forces in this area that could give out 80,000 points. 86,000 points. 91,000 points. Oh my god, they're starting to argue. Duan Zixuan was just watching the show. If it weren't for the points limit on my card, I would like to get involved and help them raise the price. Yishenga was even more eager to watch the fun. In a blink of an eye, the bidding points exceeded 100,000. As expected, there are always people who are better than you. Chen Ping sighed secretly, and at the same time was glad that he did not gamble everything on this last item. Otherwise, you might return empty-handed this time. In the end, the primary alchemy talent stopped at a sky-high price of 120,000 points. This price is indeed a bit high, but now is the early stage of the scarlet apocalypse. If you get talent and accumulate resources first, you will be able to soar into the sky when the scarlet secret realm arrives. Moreover, the probability of winning a blue quality talent is extremely low, and 120,000 points is not too much. The first auction of Juba Pavilion has officially ended. At 12 o'clock, there will be a members-only auction. Afterwards, there will be a small auction and trade fair that lasts for 3 days, during which a large number of white and green quality turntables, armors, weapons, talents, etc. will be sold. Chen Ping was not interested in the members-only auction and returned directly to his room. Master, here, there seems to be the aura of a level 3 scarlet beast. After the auction, Chen Ping asked Xiao He to come back. After all, it had been discovered by Shen Xiaoqian, and it would be useless to stay there. It was better to stay with him, just in case. Are you sure? This. I'm not so sure. Xiao He answered ambiguously. Do you have a rough location? Chen Ping asked. It should be down there, and very deep down. Chen Ping nodded. In the Scarlet Apocalypse, the Shen family naturally relied on their strong power to build such a huge force and such a complex trading network. Otherwise, someone would have caused trouble at the auction long ago. However, Chen Ping was somewhat interested in the level 3 Scarlet Beast mentioned by Xiao He. Before his rebirth, he had no contact with the Shen family, and only knew that it was a behemoth far superior to the Lin family. While Chen Ping was thinking, there were suddenly 3 knocks on the door. Xiao He's figure flashed and flew into Chen Ping's arms, lying on Chen Ping's stomach. Xiao Bai, who was sleeping soundly, was awakened and immediately returned to his bed. Please come in. Chen Ping said calmly. Brother Erdong, did I disturb your rest? Shen Xiaoqian, wearing a black robe and mask, entered Chen Ping's room alone. There was no disguise in his voice, and Chen Ping naturally recognized that it was Shen Xiaoqian. No, since the Scarlet Apocalypse came, my nerves have been tense and my sleep has become less. Chen Ping stood up and said. Brother Erdong, please move to the 9th floor. I want to discuss some confidential matters with you. Shen Xiaoqian said straight to the point. Xiao Bai is not an outsider. If anything happens, it's okay for Brother Shen to talk about it. Shen Xiaoqian glanced at Xiao Bai who was curled up in another bed, then at Chen Ping, and finally locked the door of the room. So far, there are items in the Juba Pavilion with bidding prices of more than 10,000 points. I am the only one who knows the bidder's information. The beast egg and spiritual grass are at the headquarters of Juba Pavilion and are being transported here. They will arrive in 2 days at the earliest. Shen Xiaoqian explained. I have nothing urgent to do. It doesn't matter if I wait for a few days. Chen Ping shook his head. In these 2 boxes are 20 red coins and the green quality pistol. Shen Xiaoqian took out 2 brocade boxes from the space stone. Chen Ping opened it and took a look. After confirming that there was no problem, he put it all away. Brother Erdong, I also want to make a deal with you, what do you think? Shen Xiaoqian asked in a low voice. What deal? You took pictures of these 20 red coins. You should know their use, right? Brother Shen wants to buy the usage information of this coin. Haha, I like to make deals with smart people the most. I don't need so many twists and turns. Shen Xiaoqian nodded with a smile. According to Chen Ping's understanding, about half a month before the Scarlet Secret Realm appeared, the method of using Scarlet coins was suddenly disclosed, and the person who disclosed it was Juba Pavilion. It's July now, and in another month and a half, Juba Pavilion should get news. As for where the news came from, Chen Ping didn't know. Anyway, this information will be discovered sooner or later. It would be better for him to sell it to Juba Pavilion now and get a lot of benefits. Then what does Brother Shen plan to exchange with me? 50,000 points, or any blue quality item in the treasure pavilion, including weapons, turntables, and even talents. Shen Xiaoqian said seriously. This was a decision he made after much thought. Chen Ping nodded. This scarlet coin can be used to upgrade talents, equipment, and weapons. I want to know how to use it with 50,000 points. Isn't it a bit whimsical? This. Shen Xiaoqian was slightly startled, thinking that Chen Ping had said it directly, but he didn't expect to turn around and go back again. If a blue quality talent is upgraded to a red talent through scarlet coins, it will be an earth-shaking change. If a blue weapon is upgraded to a red weapon, even a third-level ferocious beast can be instantly killed. And as long as you have scarlet coins, you can continue to upgrade. Is such a powerful effect worth 50,000 points? Chen Ping continued to ask. Brother Erdong, are you saying this? Are you serious? Shen Xiaoqian's face was full of disbelief. If Chen Ping hadn't lied to him, then this scarlet coin would be unbelievable. If you don't have faith, you won't stand. Not to mention that I may conduct transactions with Juba Pavilion in the future. What reason is there to deceive Brother Shen? The points in this card are all a series of numbers entered by Juba Pavilion. If what I say is proven to be false, all points can be cleared, and the Shen family's power can even be used to hunt me down. Cheating Brother Shen will do me no good at all. Chen Ping analyzed calmly. Brother Nardong, how many points do you think this information is worth? As the master of the Juba Pavilion, he is born with a keen sense of smell. If what Chen Ping said is true, then this information is priceless. Of course, he was also mentally prepared. Shen Xiaoqian knew that Chen Ping would kill him severely. This information cannot be measured by price. Chen Ping said calmly, and Shen Xiaoqian nodded. I want to exchange an auction order. Auction order? Just this. Shen Xiaoqian was a little surprised. The auction order of Juba Pavilion can be used in any auction, and one token can only be used once. After use, no matter what the item being auctioned is, it will be directly attributed to the holder of the auction order. Moreover, before using this token, the holder can enjoy the highest level of treatment in Juba Pavilion, and can even mobilize Juba Pavilion's guards within a certain range. This team is comparable to the strength of the core members of the Lin family. At the beginning of the Scarlet Apocalypse, Juba Pavilion issued 3 tokens. 3 years later, any one of the tokens was enough to cause a huge wave. What Chen Ping remembers most vividly is that Juba Pavilion once auctioned a red-quality elixir that could make a person nearly invincible for a period of time. The bidding was very fierce, with several major forces bidding one after another, and the price quickly rose to 1 million points. It was not until the points reached more than 9 million that someone took out the auction order from Juba Pavilion. Put the elixir directly into your bag. However, the current highest bidding price for Juba Pavilion is less than 200,000 points. If he could use the Juba Pavilion's auction order in exchange for this priceless information, Shen Xiaoqian didn't feel like he was at a loss. And Chen Ping, who knew the true value of the token, would definitely make a lot of money. Brother Erdong, so far, our Juba Pavilion has issued a total of 2 auction orders, and this is the 3rd one. A yellow token made of pure gold, with Treasure Collection Pavilion engraved on the front and Auction Order engraved on the back. Chen Ping had never seen it before, so he looked at it carefully before carefully putting it away. When I was at the Ironwood camp, I accidentally discovered that if I put this coin in front of the handle of the Scarlet cabin, the door of the Scarlet cabin would open automatically. Is this still the key to the Scarlet cabin? Shen Xiaoqian's eyes widened. Countless people in the Shen family tried to open the Scarlet cabin, but they could not open it no matter what. It turns out that its key is this red coin. It can also be regarded as the key to the Scarlet cabin. I call it the Scarlet coin. After you use it to open the Scarlet cabin, there is a device for inserting coins. Then you can follow the instructions of the device inside to select the talents or items that need to be upgraded. It's that simple. Well, it's that simple. Chen Ping nodded calmly. Thank you, Brother Erdong. Shen Xiaoqianben also wanted to ask about the Scarlet Beast egg and the red herb. But the information that obviously didn't include the Scarlet coin was more important. Now, he couldn't wait to verify the information provided by Chen Ping. Less than 5 minutes after Shen Xiaoqian left, Chen Ping's door rang again. Chen Ping opened the door and Ma Zi walked in hurriedly. Ma Zi first glanced at Xiao Bai, a little hesitant. If you have anything to say, just tell her. She won't tell anyone. Chen Ping sat back on the bed. Brother Chen, I met the Chen family. Ma Zi gasped. Have they discovered my identity? Chen Ping frowned slightly. Not really. Ma Zi shook his head. What do you want? The person leading the Chen family this time is Chen Ying, and she is asking about the cause of death of Butcher Chen. How do you say? I said Butcher Chen has never been to Taima camp, but the Chen family seems to have planted spies in Taima camp, and they already know about the Phantom Rose. Ma Zi wiped the sweat from his forehead. Why didn't she kill you? Chen Ping was a little surprised. Chen Ying is Chen Ping's cousin. She has always been ruthless in doing things, especially in this Scarlet Apocalypse. Her true nature is completely exposed. When Chen Ping was still in the Chen family, he heard that Chen Ying killed several people every day for fun. At that time, Chen Ying was not very strong and Chen Ping had no contact with her. After Chen Ying stabbed Chen Ping in the back, he carried out a purge within the Chen family and promoted a large number of people, including Chen Ying. With the cultivation of various resources, Chen Ying is now no less capable than Xue Na in combat. This time, to participate in the Juba Pavilion auction, the Chen family even dispatched the second hunting team to escort Chen Ying. She didn't kill me, but she gave me a poison. She said that if there is no antidote within half a month, my body will start to fester. The whole process will last for 3 months, and then I will die in extreme pain. As long as I return to the Ironwood camp, no matter what method I use, poisoning or assassination, as long as Phantom Rose can be killed, she will give me the antidote and let me enter the Chen family camp. Ma Zi said a lot in one breath, and beads of sweat began to seep out of his forehead, which had just been wiped. She lied to you. Chen Ping said calmly. Didn't she give me poison? Chen Ping heard this and shook his head. The poison she gave you has no antidote. No antidote. Ma Zi was stunned. That should be something prepared by Chen Ying. At least for now, there is no antidote. Chen Ping nodded. I will fight this vicious woman to the death. Ma Zi's eyes were red with anger and he was about to rush out after saying this. You can't beat her. Chen Ping still spoke in a calm tone. Then I'm just going to sit here and wait to die. In an instant, Ma Zi felt like a deflated balloon, and even breathing became difficult. Do you know where she lives? Chen Ping asked again. 5th floor, room 5008. Ma Zi replied. You go back and wait first. Chen Ping said. This is good. Ma Zi hesitated, but still returned to his room. Chen Ping stretched himself and said, I haven't seen my cousin for a long time. Since she's here this time, as her cousin, I should go and say hello. Master, is she delicious? How should I know? But you will know in a moment. After Chen Ping finished speaking, he left his room. In Jincheng, there is a treasure pavilion underground, which has 9 floors, and each floor has dozens or even hundreds of guards. Now is still the development stage of Juba Pavilion, and reputation is particularly important to it. The safety of the participants must be ensured. Sir, I'm sorry, the 5th floor is not open to the public. The 2 guards on the 5th floor stepped forward and stood in front of Chen Ping. I'm sorry to bother you, sir. Seeing Chen Ping take out the super membership card, the 2 men hurriedly stepped back and apologized respectfully. How many rooms are left? Sir, 5010 to 5018 are all empty, you can choose any one you like. 5010, right. As soon as Chen Ping finished speaking, Wang Shi appeared on the 5th floor. After all, he was a super member of Juba Pavilion. Once Wang Shi got the news from him, he did not dare to neglect him in the slightest. What do you want, sir? Experience the feeling of this presidential suite. Chen Ping said with a smile. Sir, please come in. Wang Shi took Chen Ping and walked into room 5010. Sir, is there anything else you need? I heard that the Scarlet Banshee from Juba Pavilion is being auctioned. Chen Ping asked knowingly. Yes, sir, but you don't need to participate in the auction because of your status. If you want, I will pick one for you right now. No. Chen Ping shook his head. Wang Shi stood respectfully at the door. In an environment like the Scarlet Apocalypse, most people's mentality would change. As the saying goes, drink while you can, and no one can guarantee to see tomorrow's sunrise. There is almost no one like Chen Ping who has both strength and the ability to control his desires. Although Wang Shi felt a headache when he saw Chen Ping, he still admired Chen Ping in his heart. At this time, Chen Ping also stretched out 2 fingers. I want 2. 2. Scarlet Banshee. Wang Shi was slightly stunned. What else? Chen Ping asked back. Okay, I'll send it to you right away. Wang Shi nodded repeatedly. In a blink of an eye, 2 extremely charming and blood-pumping Scarlet Banshees, led by Wang Shi, walked into Chen Ping's room. You should leave first. Chen Ping said slowly. Yes, sir, enjoy your meal. I will be on call 24 hours a day. If you have any instructions, just ring the bell and I will come right over. Bang. Wang Shi closed the door. The 2 Scarlet Witches looked very reserved, with fear written all over their faces. Is this how Juba Pavilion trains you? Chen Ping asked coldly. The 2 Scarlet Banshees were so frightened that their bodies trembled slightly. They took a deep breath and walked towards Chen Ping on their own initiative. However, as soon as the 2 of them walked in front of Chen Ping, they suddenly felt their heads sinking slightly, and they both threw themselves into Chen Ping's arms. After placing the 2 Banshees on the big bed, Chen Ping changed into black clothes. What's going on outside? The patrol just walked over, and there's no one there now. Xiao Hei's thoughts came from outside, and Chen Ping immediately dodged and walked out of the room. 5008. According to the information provided by Motzi, Chen Ping came directly to Chen Ying's room. Dong dong dong. It's so late, who? I am Shen Xiaoqian, there are some problems with the items you are bidding on. Before Chen Ping could finish speaking, the door was suddenly opened. What's the problem? Chen Ying looked at Chen Ping with disheveled hair and wide eyes. Please take a step to speak. After Chen Ping finished speaking, Chen Ying immediately gave way. Chen Ping immediately entered the room and closed the door with his backhand. At this moment, a group of patrolmen came slowly, but found nothing unusual. The rooms on the 5th floor are all about the same size, nearly 200 square meters, with luxurious bedrooms, bathrooms, independent dining areas, reception rooms, spacious living rooms. Is there something wrong with that talent scroll? Chen Ping was taller than Shen Xiaoqian, but Chen Ying didn't have much contact with Shen Xiaoqian, and they were in a hurry, so there was no suspicion at all. After all, that scroll was worth hundreds of thousands of points, but the Chen family had spent everything they had. Now that something went wrong, how could Chen Ying not panic? Chen Ping Yuan was just testing it out, but he didn't expect that this talent scroll would actually be bought by the Chen family. What a pity. Chen Ping shook his head and sighed. What's a pity? Chen Ping was puzzled. You're late. If you come before the auction, I won't be so short on points. You are not Chen Xiaoqian. Chen Ping quickly backed away. Before she could make any other move, she only felt a slight sting on the back of her neck. Who are you? Chen Ping stumbled and fell to the ground. Sometimes, it's better to be a fool. Chen Ping stepped forward and searched Chen Ying's body. From top to bottom, from inside to outside, the search was very careful. Although the harvest was not as much as Lin Tianzi's, it was still a fruitful return. What does it smell like? Chen Ping looked at Xiao He flying up from Chen Ying's neck. Ouch! So angry. Xiao He was extremely disgusted. Chen Ping shook his head, took out a wisp of flame from the star cauldron, and burned Chen Ying's mummy directly to ashes. I searched the entire living room but found nothing. Finally, Chen Ping walked into the bedroom. Luxurious carpets, precious art decorations, and a large bed that can accommodate more than a dozen people. On the bed, 4 men were tied up in various styles with thick red ropes. They were naked except for the ropes, and their mouths were blocked with some foreign objects, so they could not make any sound. This cousin is quite playful. I don't want to eat it anymore, it's disgusting. Xiao He flew directly into Chen Ping's arms. Chen Ping smiled bitterly and also took out the star fire, destroying the 4 people instantly. After searching for more than 10 minutes, Chen Ping and Xiao He left Chen Ying's room and returned to room 5010. At this time, the 2 scarlet banshees had not yet woken up. Xiao He, I'm a little worried about Xiao Bai, go back and check on her. Where's the master? Xiao He flew out of Chen Ping's arms. I still have some things that need to be dealt with. I'll be back at dawn. The 3rd level Scarlet Beast. The auction is over, I'll take you there. After Chen Ping finished speaking, he took out a piece of nougat. Great, thank you master. Xiao He left the room satisfied. A few hours later, a ray of light rose from the east. The Juba Pavilion underground in Jincheng suddenly became noisy. Pavilion master, Miss Chen Ping of the Chen family is missing. Wang Shi found Chen Xiaoqian in a panic. Chen Xiaoqian verified Chen Ping's information and found that there was no problem. He was so excited that he stayed up all night and was suffering from 2 dark circles under his eyes. Chen Ping is missing. Well, the captain of the Chen family's 2nd wilderness hunting team wants to search the Juba Pavilion. Wang Shi nodded. Now, this Chen Ying's status in the Chen family is not low. She disappeared in our treasure-gathering pavilion. We really have to give an explanation. Chen Xiaoqian frowned. If this matter is not investigated, Juba Pavilion's reputation will be damaged. I'm afraid no one will dare to trade with Juba Pavilion in the future. If we do investigate, it's easy to say that the others on the 5th floor are not of lower origin than the Chen family. Wang Shi was worried. You first stabilize the Chen family, and then send me everyone's movements last night. I will handle this matter myself. Chen Xiaoqian confessed. Yes, Pavilion Master. After Wang Shi left, Chen Xiaoqian sat quietly in the room. Ouch! A low howl of a wolf suddenly sounded from the door. Chen Xiaoqian opened the door, and an ordinary black small dog stood at the door. When he saw Chen Xiaoqian opening the door, the black dog circled him and ran happily. After Chen Xiaoqian let the puppy in, he closed the door. Zhong, have you found out who did this? Ouch! The little black dog jumped happily a few times. 5010. Erdong. Chen Xiaoqian's face changed slightly. Erdong, Chen Ping, do they have a grudge? Chen Xiaoqian was thinking, and suddenly a flash of inspiration occurred. He immediately clicked on his bracelet and called up a piece of information. Chen Ping. Could it be that he is Chen Ping? Chen Xiaoqian was stunned for a moment, then sat directly on the office chair. This matter involves a wide range of things, not only related to the Chen family, but more importantly, the reputation of Juba Pavilion. As for Chen Ping, Chen Xiaoqian has seen his strength before. Although the scarlet beast he cultivated has reached level 3, its combat effectiveness is very weak and is no match for Chen Ping. If a combat team was immediately transferred from the Chen family, the possibility of killing Chen Ping would be much greater. But Chen Xiaoqian was a little reluctant. In the long run, if Chen Ping could grow up, it would definitely be profitable for Juba Pavilion. After all, the function of scarlet coins is definitely not as easy to discover as Chen Ping said. Chen Ping seems to know a lot about many items. Chen Xiaoqian has also heard rumors about Chen Ping, and he believes that Chen Ping will have greater development in the future. If Chen Ping cannot be killed this time, it will definitely bring a catastrophic blow to Juba Pavilion in the future. As for the Chen family, although there is Chenin, who is very talented, he is good at intrigues, and is destined not to go very far in this scarlet apocalypse. Pavilion Master, everyone's information last night is here. Wang Shi brought a piece of information. How's it going with the Chen family? They said they hope Juba Pavilion will give them a satisfactory answer. I see. Chen Xiaoqian nodded and directly found Chen Ping's information among many people's information. The auction is over. I asked for 2 scarlet banshees and fought, all night. At around 8 o'clock in the morning, Chen Ping walked out of the bathroom. On the bed, 2 scarlet banshees were sleeping soundly. Chen Ping shook his head. It seems that the rumors cannot be fully believed. The combat effectiveness of this scarlet banshee is meager. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a gentle knock on the door. Who? Sir, someone went missing in Juba Pavilion last night. The pavilion master asks everyone to go to the 6th floor. The murderer has been found. Wang Shi's voice sounded outside the door. The morning of the 2nd day of the Juba Pavilion auction. All those participating in the auction gathered in the hall on the 6th floor. Have you heard? Someone died last night. Duan Zixuan said in a low voice. I heard about it too. It seems to be a member of the Chen family. Yishinga nodded. This is a big deal. Although the Chen family is far inferior to the Juba Pavilion, it is the largest force in Binhai after all. Besides, if this matter is not explained clearly, who will dare to participate in the auction of Juba Pavilion in the future? Look at you, you coward. Are you scared just because a few people died? In this scarlet apocalypse, tens of thousands of people will die every day. No matter what happens in the Juba Pavilion, I dare to come as long as the Scarlet Witch is still here. Yishinga said disdainfully. Shinga, did you go to find the Scarlet Banshee last night? Duan Zixuan asked curiously. I'm short of money. When I save enough, I must get a full set. Yishinga said firmly. Damn it, I just got up and haven't had breakfast yet, but I was pulled here. Li Shan said angrily. Shoo, the Chen family is here, let's keep our voices down. Jiang Qing said in a low voice. Hey! Where is Captain Motzi? Duan Zixuan looked around. I don't know. Brother Dong didn't come either. I haven't seen them since the auction ended last night. They won't either. Don't talk nonsense, my brother Dong is invincible, how could it be possible? Look, brother Dong is here. As Duan Zixuan was speaking, he saw a familiar figure appear at the door. Immediately afterwards, the spotlight in the hall shone on the stage, and the slightly frail Chen Xiaoqian stood alone under the spotlight. Everyone should have heard about what happened last night. However, Miss Chen Ying of the Chen family is not missing. Yesterday afternoon, we discovered a level 3 Scarlet Beast wandering in Jincheng, and then Juba Pavilion mobilized 10 combat teams to prepare for the hunt. If this level 3 Scarlet Beast is not eliminated, it will definitely have an impact on the auction and threaten everyone's safety. But this Scarlet Beast is extremely cunning, and it wasn't until last night that it was seriously injured. Last night was the first auction of the Treasure Collection Pavilion in Jincheng. As the Pavilion Master, I should be present, but because of that 3rd level Scarlet Beast, I really have no time to do it. If it breaks into the auction house, the consequences will be really unimaginable. We risked a heavy price and continued to fight against the Scarlet Beast. At this moment, Miss Chen Ying learned that we were hunting level 3 Scarlet Beasts, so she stepped forward to help. In the end, with the help of Miss Chen Ying, we thought we had killed the Scarlet Beast, but unexpectedly, the Scarlet Beast actually faked its death. When Miss Chen Ying came forward to investigate, the Scarlet Beast made a desperate move and killed Chen Ying. The lady swallowed it directly. Shen Xiaoqian was extremely sad and interrupted his story many times. I didn't expect this young lady from the Chen family to be so brave. Duan Zixuan sighed. Yes. I am a big man, and I can't even close my legs when I see the third-level scarlet beast. Yixinga also shook his head. Are you going to fuck the third-level scarlet beast, or will you be fucked by the third-level scarlet beast? Duan Zixuan frowned slightly. Is it different? They are all going to die. Yixinga asked back. Hey! Brother Dong, why are you wiping your tears? Duan Zixuan noticed Chen Ping next to him. I'm so touched. Miss Chen, you are truly a hero among women. Chen Ping shouted. Hero among women. Everyone echoed. That's right, heroine Chening sacrificed herself to save everyone. This spirit of dedication is exactly what is needed most in the last days. If we humans cannot unite as one, the only result will be destruction. In order to express my gratitude to Miss Chen Ying, she will become the third guest of Juba Pavilion and will be engraved on the merit monument of Juba Pavilion forever. In addition, Juba Pavilion will compensate the Chen family for 50,000 points, a blue-quality scarlet turntable, and 2 pieces of blue-quality armor. Shen Xiaoqian was hemorrhaging a lot. The blue-quality alchemy talent only cost 120,000 points. This time, he gave away 70,000 to 80,000 points. However, the reputation of Juba Pavilion has been preserved, and it is sought after by everyone. If you work for Juba Pavilion, the benefits will definitely be the most generous. This Juba Pavilion is really generous. Not only is he generous, but he is also righteous. It's hard to say. Do you still need a dog in Juba Pavilion? Although I'm not cruel, I can bark happily. Everyone started talking. The Chen family didn't say anything else. After all, Juba Pavilion gave too much. Moreover, Chen Ying was also raised to a certain height. In the eyes of the Chen family, Chen Ying's life was actually not that valuable. After Shen Xiaoqian's impassioned speech, the following special auction began directly. The special auction includes some green-quality props and white turntables that are auctioned in batches. Chen Ping had no interest in this. He said hello to Ma Zi and went straight back to room 5010. When I returned to the room, the 2 scarlet banshees were still sleeping. They were all normal humans before, but after the scarlet apocalypse, they fell to the lowest level of society and were chosen because of their outstanding beauty. They were then injected with a potion made from scarlet beast blood, which drastically reduced their lifespans, while also making their bodies more flexible, their skin smoother, and their looks more beautiful. Chen Ping walked to the sofa in front of the living room, poured himself a cup of tea, and then took out a large pile of items from the space stone. A compound bow and a set of blue-green armor, both of blue quality. For green turntables, 2 bottles of primary life potions, a bottle of intermediate life potion, a pile of herbs and the corpse of a scarlet beast. For Chen Ping, the turntable and life potion are pretty good. He was very good at using his pistol and black knife, and was planning to upgrade his pulse pistol to blue quality. As a result, the compound bow would become somewhat useless. For the time being, it cannot be sold to Juba Pavilion. After all, Chen Ying just bought this from Juba Pavilion last night. If Chen Ping takes it out now, it would be equivalent to telling everyone that Chen Ying's death was related to him. We'll deal with them later. Chen Ping put away his compound bow and protective gear, and first used an intermediate life potion to increase his lifespan by 30 years. Then the green dial was turned on. Please specify the reward item. 1. Strong overalls. 2. Golden basketball. 3. 100 cut chicken. 4. Compressed biscuits * 100. 5. Electronic insect repellent incense. 6. Primary experience scroll. 6. Primary experience scroll. In the Scarlet Apocalypse, humans can accumulate scarlet power and continuously improve their strength by constantly killing scarlet beasts. The scarlet power is called experience in the game, Scarlet Apocalypse, so after the Scarlet Apocalypse came, humans also habitually used this name. Chen Ping's current rank is Silver 6 stars. Unless he kills a level 3 scarlet beast, it will be difficult to improve further. In the coastal area, Chen Ping also knew the location of 2 level 3 scarlet beasts, and planned to kill them after obtaining the items in the auction. But before that, I still have to try my best to improve my strength. After all, of the 3 scarlet beasts he killed, 2 had limited resistance, and the third was a ground fire scorpion because Chen Ping knew its weakness. However, there is no shortcut to kill the other 2 level 3 scarlet beasts in the coastal area, and the only way is to fight head-on. The experience points added by the primary experience scroll are not much, but it can save a lot of time and allow Chen Ping to improve his rank as quickly as possible. Coincidentally, these 4 green quality scarlet turntables all have primary experience scrolls, which should have been collected by Chinning specifically for Chenin. In fact, there are certain skills to draw the scarlet turntable. For example, if you want to draw a primary experience scroll, you can collect 10 or more turntables with primary experience scrolls and let 10 people draw at the same time, then the probability of winning will increase. Of course, this also has some metaphysical elements, but most people are willing to believe it. 40 years of life were consumed to extract 4 primary experience scrolls. This brings him one big step closer to 8 stars. It saves at least 2 months of time killing monsters. Immediately afterwards, Chen Ping took out the star cauldron. He picked out some herbs and put them into the cauldron. The first level star fire burned fiercely and began to slowly refine them. In the Scarlet Apocalypse, as long as you have the strength and become a lone wolf, you can come and go freely without any worries. But in the middle stage, obtaining information, finding resources, etc. will waste a lot of energy. Chen Ping needs at least one strong team to obtain intelligence for him and solve those tedious supply problems. For the time being, Ma Zi and others may be able to take advantage of it. Soon, several pills were successfully refined. Ma Zi also came to Chen Ping's room early and waited. "Captain Ma Zi, come in." Upon hearing this, Ma Zi outside the door did not dare to be negligent. "Brother Chen." Ma Zi was full of anxiety. If the Chen family is compared to a giant elephant, then the Taima camp is an ant on the ground, which can be easily crushed without any effort. Compared with Juba Pavilion, the Chen family became an ant, while Juba Pavilion was the giant elephant that could destroy the world. Ma Zi was just impulsive before and wanted to fight Chinning to the death, but in fact, he didn't dare to do so because the Juba Pavilion was too terrifying. Anyone who causes such a big trouble in Juba Pavilion will definitely be made to suffer a fate worse than death. Ma Zi never expected that Chen Ping would actually dare to kill someone in Juba Pavilion, and the pavilion master of Juba Pavilion even came out in person to smooth things over for Chen Ping. Originally in Ma Zi's eyes, Chen Ping was just a doomsday survivor who was much stronger than him. But now, Chen Ping has become a high and mighty, godlike existence. Chen Ping was unaware of this, and even if he knew, he would be very disdainful. In the Scarlet Apocalypse, so-called loyalty is the cheapest thing. "Captain Ma Zi, I don't have an antidote for Chen Ying's poison, but this can suppress the onset of the poison. As long as you take 1 pill every month, you can save your life temporarily." Chen Ping took out a black pill and placed it in front of Ma Zi. "Brother Chen." This, your great kindness." Ma Zi was so excited that he was a little incoherent. "We once fought side by side, no need to thank me. After the auction, I have some personal matters to take care of. You guys go to the old site of the Dawn camp and wait for me. I will meet up with you in about a day." "Okay. I understand." Ma Zi nodded.